Chapter 1, A Ranger with a Specialized Jet. Beihai City. New Year. Lin Qiu was busy in the kitchen, listening to the elders' conversation. Have you heard? Old Wang's family's kid made $5 million last year and opened a factory. At first I thought that kid had a future. You don't have to say. Zhang Laosher's daughter also married a rich second generation and flew up the branch to become a phoenix. Lin Qiu said that this group of relatives and friends were really good at gossiping, but when it came to him, there weren't so many good words coming out of his mouth. Lin Dad, your family Lin Qiu is quite handsome, just poor. What can you earn from a job as a forest ranger? Might as well debut as an opera singer. If this continues, I'll have to be an old man for the rest of my life and let you guys retire. Lin Qiu summarized for his relatives and friends. There was only one sentence to evaluate him, besides being handsome and poor. He was simply useless. At this time, Mom, didn't you say Lin Qiu found a good job? Is a forest ranger considered a good job? Xia Miao Miao? Lin Qiu peeked her head out and really saw that dumpy beauty. Xia Miao Miao was Lin Qiu's cousin. She was 18 years old, had a great family history, was pampered, and was still a famous beauty in Beihai City. At this moment, Xia Miao Miao was wrinkling her nose and constantly spitting at Lin Qiu. These days, all the ugly ones go to Hangzhou for plastic surgery. Lin Qiu is like a white boy. Who knows if he's purely natural, or an artificial person? Lin Dad was even more furious and clenched his fists, itching to punch this disgraceful waste of a son. What's wrong with going to be a forest ranger? A few $1,000s in salary. Really no talent at all. Meow meow. Don't say that. Go and meet with Lin Qiu. Don't forget what Mom told you. Mother Xia kept urging while Xia Miao Miao revealed an aggrieved expression. Mom, blind date? Even Lin Qiu didn't expect that Xia Mother would actually let Xia Miao Miao take the initiative to contact him. Don't be so abrasive. And then, Xia Miao Miao reluctantly walked towards the kitchen. What appeared in front of him at the moment was a beautiful young girl who was standing in a pavilion. Her skin was white and beautiful, her long hair was flowing, and her starry eyes were like autumn water. The most important thing is that her figure is one of the best, with a convex front and curved back, youthful and delicate legs under the two short skirts, worthy of being the best of the best in every major college. Hello, my name is Xia Miao Miao. Xia Miao Miao breathlessly stretched out her hand, while Lin Qiu sized up Xia Miao Miao and instantly changed his previous thoughts. What kind of tree to plant? Doesn't it smell good to date such a great beauty? Miao Miao? Your name is quite interesting. Do you have a sister named Mini? What are you talking about? Xia Miao Miao was surprised. It was fine if Lin Qiu heard it wrong, but the phrase sister named Mini, how did Xia Miao Miao hear it? She felt that it had a deeper meaning. Don't talk nonsense. My name is Miao Miao, not Mimi. Okay, Lin Qiu said elegantly. Miao Miao. You. Xia Miao Miao's pretty face was scarlet. This person Lin Qiu was just too shameless, obviously not very capable, and still so thick-skinned, but he was really handsome, elegant and easygoing, calm and collected, with a pair of soft eyes that seemed to be able to melt glaciers. Simply God chased to feed the big handsome man. Such a handsome man, not to go out as a cheating little sister, but even ran to become a forest ranger? It seems that he is indeed a young man with ideals and aspirations. Lin Qiu, my mom asked me to visit the place where you work. I'll treat you to dinner. I'll cover the lodging. I won't let you spend a penny. How about it? Xia Miao Miao looked at Lin Qiu without any expectations. Instead, Lin Qiu said something that made her stare. The place where I work is in Shennongjia. It's an 8-hour flight. What? Shennongjia? Xia Miao Miao's face turned pale and her eyes were like a copper bell. This guy knew he was poor, didn't know he was so poor. In which bird place? A month can earn 6,000 salary? Even an airplane ride takes 8 hours. Just now, Xia Miao Miao felt that Lin Qiu had ambition, but now she felt that he was an idiot. However, remembering her mother's urging, Xia Miao Miao helplessly pulled out her cell phone. How much is the airfare? I'll transfer it to you. No need. I have a special airplane. He smiled. Chapter 2, The Amazing Job That Pays $3,000. Put. Xia Miao Miao was all pissed off and laughed. Heard of outrageous? Never heard of such outrageous. He also has a special airplane? It was a tractor that came specifically to pick him up, right? Forget it. I won't talk to you. Xia Miao Miao disdainfully left the kitchen and returned to the living room. After her mother inquired, Xia Miao Miao said that she would book the airfare in advance. Lin Qiu in the kitchen, on the other hand, was very helpless. I'm telling the truth. How come she doesn't believe me? Meow meow. Aren't you going on a blind date today? Well, is that person okay? In the living room, Xia Miao Miao and her best friend were chatting on their cell phones. Xia Miao Miao helplessly sent an emoticon over. Forget it, just a forest ranger. Nothing but a little handsome. He even bragged to me. A forest ranger? The girlfriend was a little curious. After all, there were too few people doing this job. River, why don't you take a picture for me? Video it. Xiao Miao Mao opened the video and aimed the camera at the kitchen. And at this moment, Lin Qiu was preparing ingredients in the kitchen. A flamboyant man with a perfect side face, hanging a gentle smile, sharply slicing cucumbers. Xiao Miao Miao had just put on her headphones when she heard her best friend yell, "Wow! Little brother is so handsome! Little brother! Super temperament! Super good skin! Super awesome!" Xiao Miao Miao's face went white. "Su Qingming, are you crazy? Isn't it just a handsome guy? That excited? But he's really handsome. Not just any handsome, much more handsome than those male netizens, and very temperamental." Su Qingming looked like she was completely enamored by Lin Qiu, instantly turning into Lin Qiu's little fan. But then she felt that Lin Qiu looked a bit familiar. Why do I remember seeing this little brother on the news? Qingming, don't be funny. Xiao Miao Miao rubbed her temples. It was still on the news. Shennongjia, that hole of a place. Don't even talk about the news. Even buying an airplane ticket requires a transfer. Even if it's on the news, it's still an accident that's on the news, right? Meow meow. Don't talk about little brother like that. Can you introduce me to him? You. One Lin Qiu, one Su Qingming. Xiao Miao Miao was going crazy from these two living treasures. Not talking to you. Xiao Miao Miao hung up the phone. Her mother, however, was not ready to let her go and kept urging. Meow meow. Go help. No. Xiao Miao Miao squirmed. How come these people? They all looked like they valued Lin Qiu? Didn't he just have a face? Xiao Miao Miao shook her head. In her mind, a man must be responsible and talented. A man who could take responsibility for society was a good man. As for Lin Qiu, what could a small forest ranger contribute to society? While this was going on, the door to the room was knocked on. The relatives and friends were chatting happily, and no one wanted to answer the door. Meow meow, can you open the door? You know how to use me. Xiao Miao Miao pouted and walked towards the front door. Once she opened the door, she was stunned, only to see a man in military attire with two flowers carved on his shoulders standing at the door. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lin Qiu's house? You are? Xiao Miao Miao was surprised. This man was just too dignified, and at a glance, he was a backbone in the war zone, and with two flowers on his shoulders, he was estimated to have an extremely high status. I'm afraid he was some kind of big leader, right? Only to see the man take out a document and hand it to Xiao Miao Miao. You are Mr. Lin Qiu's wife, right? What a match. This is a document from the organization for Mr. Lin Qiu. Please tell Mr. Lin Qiu. I'm counting on Mr. Lin Qiu for the 10,000 acres of good land in Shennongjia. Who's his wife? Xiao Miao Miao took the document negatively, only to realize that it was a red-headed document, commonly known as a top-secret document. Hiss. Xiao Miao Miao sucked in a breath of cool air. It couldn't be? Could it be that the forest Lin Qiu was guarding was important? Xiao Miao Miao suspiciously walked towards the kitchen. When she arrived in the kitchen, she saw that Lin Qiu was taking out a fresh cucumber. What? Lin Qiu handed it over with clear eyes. Xiao Miao Miao flung the paper at Lin Qiu. Someone else gave it to you. Aren't you a forest ranger? Why are you still receiving classified documents? Are you important? Of course, Lin Qiu said flatly. I want to prevent forest fires. That's it? Aha. Lin Qiu then took out several stacks of research materials from the file, and a red envelope. There were $3,000 inside the red packet. Cut. Your unit's welfare isn't bad. Giving back 3,000 for the new year. Xiao Miao Miao glanced at the red envelope. Lin Qiu, however, said, this is my salary. What? Gongzi? Xiao Miao Miao's mouth opened wide. A salary of just 3,000? Chapter 3, there's definitely a huge amount of money in his bankbook. Lin Qiu, are you eating chaff in Shennongjia? Xiao Miao Miao found it incomprehensible. In this prosperous commodity society, what doesn't cost money? With a salary of $3,000, one couldn't even afford to order takeout, let alone take Xiao Miao Miao's standard of living. Forget it, I really don't care about you. If you like to waste your life like this, go ahead and waste it. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Miao Miao inexplicably said in exasperation. And soon, the sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. Soon after, 7 dishes and 1 soup were served on the table, full of color and flavor. Lin Qiu's cooking skills are as good as ever. As the relatives and friends came to the table, Lin Qiu's third aunt glanced at Lin father with a mocking look. Meow meow. Sit next to Lin Qiu. Why? Xiao Miao Miao was indignant, but after honestly sitting over, she realized that in this position, she could better observe Lin Qiu's expression. She was curious. As a young man, was it really not difficult for Lin Qiu to be ridiculed by his relatives like this? It was a pity that she failed to see a trace of care on Lin Qiu's face. Was his mind really that composed? And this table of food also smelled too good, didn't it? The dining table. After only 2 mouthfuls of food, the relatives were hotly discussing. Papa Lin, you don't know, This year Xiao Zhuan gave my wife a $5,000 red packet. What a grown-up. What is this? My son turns in his money every year, and this year he paid $50,000. The crowd spoke from one side of their mouths, and soon it was third aunt's turn to launch a questioning of Lin Dad. Papa Lin, where's Lin Qiu? He works at the forest farm and doesn't spend much money, so the money he turns over to the family every year should be a lot, right? Ha! Xiao Miao only saw that Lin father's face was turning blue, being so angry that he couldn't say a word. Lin Qiu was also a person who could read faces, and as soon as she saw this, she immediately took out a bankbook from her bosom. Dad, this is the salary I saved this year. Up to you. Yo, Lin Qiu has grown up too? The relatives were up in arms, but everyone here knew Lin Qiu would turn in his passbook every year. But what era is it now? Who still uses a passbook? Even Lin's father, an old fart, used his cell phone to transfer money and send red envelopes. Forget it, Lin Qiu. Third aunt waved her hand. Your salary is just a few thousand a month. It's only a few tens of thousands a year, and there's no savings at all on you. Is that still like a man? That's right. Second uncle also sighed. Lin Qiu, it's not that uncle is talking about you. A man should first think of himself, his own family, his own life. If you can't even manage your own life, how can you reassure your parents? The words of the relatives could be said to have brought Lin Qiu down, but the one who was really sad was Lin's father. He didn't know why, but Lin Qiu still had to take the passbook out to humiliate people. In fact, as a father, how could he take his child's money? Dad, you'd better take it, Lin Qiu said sincerely. Third aunt and second uncle looked at each other. The people laughed without saying anything, but only third aunt skimmed her lips and cajoled. Lin Qiu, don't you know your father's character? Your dad loves receiving transfers and red envelopes. If you have money, just transfer it to your dad? That's right. Second uncle raised his hand and said, it's the New Year's Eve to let your dad have some good luck. How about it? Why don't you give it to your dad? No one believed that Lin Qiu had money in his bankbook. Everyone believed that Lin Qiu's bankbook only had a few cents in it. Lin Qiu pressed the passbook on the table, while Xiao Miao gave Lin Qiu a sad look, also feeling unable to do so. The same are all young people. Lin Qiu decent work, although the money earned is indeed too little, but why should he be treated like this? His cooking was super delicious. Forget it, Lin Qiu. Xiao Miao pressed her hand on the passbook. The passbook can't be withdrawn. I'll transfer $5,000 to you first, send it to your dad, and then you can go to the bank after the new year to withdraw it to me. Lin Qiu likewise did not reply to Xiao Miao. Under the eyes of her relatives, who were either mocking, pitiful, or helpless, Xiao Miao glanced at the bankbook in disbelief. At this time, the passbook was half open, and Xiao Miao was somewhat unable to bear to look at the numbers on the passbook. It must be very pitiful. Xiao Miao was a little soft-hearted, but in the next moment, when she took a mouthful of soup and was about to swallow, she swept her eyes at the numbers on the bankbook. Put, cough. Xiao Miao coughed out the soup in excitement. Under the movement of her mother patting her back, her eyes snapped open and she took a few sharp breaths, because she saw a huge sum of money in the bankbook. $15 million? Holy crap. Xiao Miao couldn't help herself. Lin Qiu's bankbook actually had $15 million in it? Chapter 4, A Personal Invitation from an Academician of the Academy of Sciences. Xiao Miao was born into a wealthy family, and her allotted car was a convertible Maybach that her mother had fully paid for. $12 million. Even so, she had never touched more than $2 million in cash. A deposit of $15 million, no matter in which city, can be a person. However, soon after, Xiao Miao discovered the clue. On the passbook, there was a red seal. It was impossible for a normal village passbook to have this. Could this be public money? Recalling back to the military man who had come to Lin Qiu earlier, Xiao Miao's shock instantly turned into disgust. Lin Qiu actually took public money out to show off in order to support her father? Although Xiao Miao could understand Lin Qiu's intentions, this kind of behavior was too degrading. It made Xiao Miao look down on him. Lin Qiu, you can't run away from being a man. A man should face himself bravely. Miao has said she'll transfer money to you. What are you afraid to accept? At the dinner table, the relatives pushed their glasses and the uproar grew louder and louder. Third aunt looked at Lin's father's ironic face and only found it to be exceptionally funny. What? Don't even dare to take on $5,000? Second uncle was aggressive. Third aunt also sighed. Alas, can't even take $5,000. Lin Qiu, I told you that forest rangers don't have any luck, right? At this moment, the relatives flirted with Lin Qiu's move again. Xiao Miao sat next to Lin Qiu and watched Lin Qiu remain unperturbed, but it was difficult. Even if Lin Qiu wanted to use public money to beat his face in, but Lin Qiu was embarrassed by people, so he made this move. Even if Xiao Miao looked down on Lin Qiu, but only looked down on Lin Qiu's future. Lin Qiu is handsome, stable, and can cook a good meal. Such a man. Was it bad? Just don't make things difficult for Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, he's not easy either. Summoning her courage, Xia Miaomio said something, but it caused the relatives present to stare at her in shock. Mother Xia was especially surprised. This was not true, was it? Her good daughter would actually speak up for someone else? Or was it Lin Qiu, whom she had always despised? Meow meow. What do you mean by difficult? Third aunt said awkwardly. I'm just telling the truth. Isn't it difficult to say this in the middle of the year? Once Xia Miao Miao decided on one thing, she wouldn't turn back easily. Anyway, I think that Lin Qiu, he's not at fault. We're all the same age. It's okay for me to say something for him, so don't think nonsense. This, third aunt and second uncle immediately turned pale, having been defeated by Xia Miao Miao, but at this time, drip, third aunt's phone rang. Happening to be at this most embarrassing time, third aunt looked at the caller ID and it was actually her son. She hurriedly picked up the phone, and when she heard her son's words, she was even more excited. Okay, mom knows, go and get busy. You've got talent, even on New Year's Day. You have to focus on your career. Okay, mom is waiting for you to take $200,000 to honor mom next year. Third aunt smiled from ear to ear, saying that her son was just too competitive. Right at this point in time, snatching her face back, Goo, sorry, my son he's too busy with his career. He has to go to work even on New Year's Eve. It can't be helped. The boss, the employees can't leave him. When the third aunt said these words, her eyes kept wandering to Lin Qiu. People were more angry than people. The third aunt was pleased, and Lin's father was also infuriated, knowing that the third aunt was deliberately making fun of his son. Buzz. At this time, Lin Qiu's phone also rang, but it was on vibrate. I'm going to take a call, Lin Qiu politely said, but third aunt and second uncle looked at each other and hurriedly discouraged them. We're all family. What's there to avoid suspicion? Didn't third aunt answer the phone in front of everyone just now? Well, good. Lin Qiu's face was hung with a smile if nothing else. The person who had called him was an expert that no one in Shennongjia knew about. Known as Lin Xiaoshang, he was an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. Qin Su, Mr. Shaolin, Mr. Qin, what's the matter? Goo, you're welcome, you're really welcome. Elder Qin is the one who's polite. You, Lin Xiaoshang, are looking for me, a junior, and you call me sir? Goo. The Qin Su on the other end of the phone didn't look like an elder at all. If someone was beside him, they would be surprised to find out. At this moment, he was standing up, bending over and holding the phone respectfully, not daring to be slow at all. I am Lin Xiaoshang. Wouldn't Mr. Lin Xiao be Lin Xiaoshang's ancestor? This old bone of mine. I'd better not discuss seniority in front of Mr. Lin Xiao. The relatives at the dinner table didn't know what kind of phone call Lin Qiu had received. Xia Miao Miao didn't have the good sense to look at Lin Qiu either, only to feel that where on earth did his terseness and confidence come from? Elder Qin can just tell us what's up. Oh, it's this way. The second phase of the scientific research project on our side. There's a problem, I think. I see. I'll think about it. Old Qin, wait for my news. In front of the crowd, Lin Qiu helplessly hung up the phone and bitterly said, the leader urged me to go back to resume work. Put. Lin Qiu's words immediately made third aunt, second uncle and the others laugh. Even Xia Miao Miao rolled her eyes. There's really something about you, Lin Qiu. You can't be like this. You have to compare everything. You'll live a hard life. Third aunt shook her head. Second uncle also sighed deeply. Don't go to work overtime for the new year. You're not the boss. Why are you in a hurry to work for someone else? Lin Qiu hummed and laughed, as if she found it amusing. This action was seen by Xia Miao Miao, and she felt even more that Lin Qiu was unbelievable. Being laughed at and still finding it funny? What was Lin Qiu thinking? Xia Miao Miao's heart was like a thorn growing. From the time she had come into contact with Lin Qiu until now, Lin Qiu's behavior was just too abnormal, but it couldn't be explained by any conjecture. Xia Miao Miao was curious to know what Lin Qiu was really thinking. Meanwhile, Mother Xia, seeing the awkward atmosphere and not knowing what she was thinking, patted Xia Miao Miao's shoulder and said, it's also good to let Lin Qiu work early and perform in front of the leaders, so that she can get a title in the future. Miao Miao, why don't you go with Lin Qiu? What? Xia Miao Miao's mouth opened wide. Me? Chapter 5, if you don't take him down, you'll regret it sooner or later. Mom, you, don't say it. Mother Xia looked at Lin Qiu tenderly. Go with him to see the world. It won't do for you to always be so pampered. Mom, now. Xia Miao Miao was speechless. What was originally a heated dinner party became milder because of Lin Qiu's work scheduling. Third aunt and second uncle knew that Lin Qiu was going to leave soon and only felt that he was hiding. But Lin's father knew that Lin Qiu was really going to work. It was just not good to express his worries with Lin Qiu. After dinner, Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao accompanied the elders in the living room. Mother Xia suddenly stood up and waved her hand towards Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio. Talking about blind dates again, Xia Miaomio said impatiently. In fact, she didn't have any ill will towards Lin Qiu, but her mother's constant urging really added to her pressure. But unexpectedly, after coming to the room, Xia mother didn't even look at Xia Miaomio. She gazed at Lin Qiu tenderly with an extremely kind and caring gaze. Going forward, she hugged him. Xiao Qiu, Auntie knows that you're a good boy. Don't be too hard on yourself. Ever since you were little, Auntie knows that you're smarter than all the other kids. You just need a little time to get ahead. At this time, Xia Miaomio was really full of questions. How did her mother suddenly care about Lin Qiu, and was so sincere and heartbroken? Thank you, Auntie, Lin Qiu said in a spoiled manner. Mother Xia immediately took out a bank card from her arms. There's 150,000 here. It's a gift from Auntie to you. Don't refuse. Your third aunt and the others, they will only talk about it. Didn't her son give her $150,000? Don't worry, Auntie believes that in the future, you will definitely earn more than just $150,000. This was too weird, wasn't it? Xia Miaomio didn't understand why her mother had a green eye for Lin Qiu, but she knew that her mother hadn't given money to anyone since she was a child. Even she only gave to buy things, and if she wanted money, Xia Miaomio could only ask her father for it. Thank you, Auntie, I won't refuse. I'll keep it. What a good boy. Mother Xia looked at Lin Qiu with a soft look, but then she swept a cold glance at Xia Miaomio. Miaomio, when you go out with Lin Qiu, you can't be pampered anymore. Learn to be independent, okay? My God, in the end, who is your child? Xia Miaomio was confused and felt even more incomprehensible. What in the world was it that made her mother feel that Lin Qiu had a bright future? Wasn't he just a forest ranger? Alright, you and Miao Miao communicate more, so I won't say anything more. It's best for you guys to leave tonight so that third aunt and second uncle don't find you in trouble again. I know. After Xia mother went out, Xia Miaomio chased after her. Mom, it's you who has your eye on Lin Qiu, isn't it? Why are you so nice to Lin Qiu? Mother Xia had given birth to Xia Miaomio early. She was only 35 years old this year, and was also a stunningly beautiful young woman. In turn, Mother Xia slapped her on the head. What are you saying? Go back and stay with Xiao Qiu. You are still small. What can you understand? Xiao Qiu, this child, heart superior, people generous, willing to bear hardships and stand hard work, good looking and handsome. You carry a lantern cannot find such a good man. Doubtfully feeling her mother's evaluation, Xia Miaomio defiantly talked back. Mom, what about comparing with my dad? He's poor as hell. You're the one who talks too much. Xia mother shook her head. Mom is getting a divorce and it's still your turn? Hurry to get along with Xiuqiu to go. I can tell you, this period of time does not take Xiuqiu. Later have to have you regret. What are you talking about? Xia Miaomio could not understand, and after her mother left, Xia Miaomio honestly went back to her room. Seeing Lin Qiu packing up her gifts, Xia Miaomio felt angry and said with venom in her mouth, what are you going to do with the $150,000 that my mother bestowed on you? Lin Qiu didn't say anything. Xia Miaomio said anxiously, I'm asking you? Invest. Lin Qiu sighed and looked at Xia Miaomio with a smile on his face as if he was teasing a child. I'm going to invest in Bitcoin. How about it? MS. Meow meow. Any insights? No calling me meow meow. Xia Miaomio was too angry. Hurriedly, she hid in the bathroom and made a call to Su Qingming. Qingming, do you even know? My mom actually wants me to go to Shennongjia with Lin Qiu. Also, my mom she. A conversation went on for half an hour. How could Xia Miaomio not believe that her mother would think so highly of Lin Qiu? Moreover, Lin Qiu opened her mouth and said she wanted to invest, which was not reliable at all. You know, this money was her mother's handout to him. If he was so capable, he should earn it himself. A big man who couldn't even earn $150,000? Meow meow. When you say that, I'm a little curious about Lin Qiu, but how is Lin Qiu as a person? Will the two of you bully you if you go so far away together? I don't think so. Xia Miaomio recalled. He's quite gentle, other than liking to call me meow meow. He should be used to me. Ha, you seem to have a good impression of him? What did you say? How could I be impressed? Where is he good? Xia Miaomio was explaining when suddenly there was a knock on the toilet door. She opened the door furiously, only to see a handsome man, who was looking at her in a different way, murmuring, thought you slept inside. Asterisk 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 off. I'm telling you, I'm angry, don't mess with me. Xia Miaomio's autumn water eyes were so anxious that they were about to burst into flames, but she saw Lin Qiu step towards the toilet and stand in front of it. What are you doing? Peeing, known as a small urination. You, who? Xia Miaomio was so angry that her head was a little dizzy. Su Qingming on the other end of the phone, however, heard the conversation between the two clearly and giggled. Alright, Miao Miao, I won't tease you anymore. I don't think this Lin Qiu will bully you, but I'm also quite curious. You said that I happen to be fine during this period of time, so why don't I go over to Shennongjia to have some fun too? You, Xing Ming, why are even you teasing me? Chapter 6, Poor people or don't dream of getting rich. No more talking to you. Come if you want. Lin Qiu doesn't have the money to entertain you anyway. Humph. Xia Miao Miao hung up the phone. Just as she was about to properly theorize with Lin Qiu, a news item was pushed on her phone. Mysterious people are dumping 20 billion bitcoins on the black market. Bitcoin prices have plummeted and are about to crash. No way? Xia Miao Miao didn't expect Lin Qiu to be so unlucky, but she had already felt that investing in Bitcoin wasn't reliable. And after Lin Qiu exited the toilet, Xia Miao Miao flung her phone at Lin Qiu. Look, Bitcoin are crashing. Lin Qiu, I don't care if you want to invest indiscriminately, but this money was given to you by my mom. You can't spend it indiscriminately. Yeah, Lin Qiu, however, just glanced at the screen calmly, almost without intent. Lin Qiu lifted his salute and walked towards the door. Xia Miao Miao helplessly followed Lin Qiu, only feeling that he was too unreliable, because it was money given by someone else. He didn't cherish it, always thinking of getting rich overnight by investing and going to the peak of life? Forget it, it's useless for me to explain to Lin Qiu anymore. The difference between the poor and the rich lies in thinking. Lin Qiu doesn't have the thinking of a rich person, so he can't succeed even if he tries harder. After leaving the door, Xia Miao Miao took a car to the high-speed train station. Along the way, she didn't dare to let Lin Qiu spend money, because she guessed that Lin Qiu didn't have any money on him at all. The reason why his mother had given him $150,000 was because she was afraid that she wouldn't have money to spend after Lin Qiu, but that $150,000 was also their family's money nah. Lin Qiu, I'm going to buy a first-class seat and buy you a second-class seat. You don't have to pay for this, and you mustn't spend the money my mom gave you. In the sparsely populated high-speed train station, Xia Miao Miao repeatedly admonished. Lin Qiu, however, didn't say a word, gazing at the entrance to the station not far away, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a uniformed high-speed rail station staff member, holding a document, rushed towards Lin Qiu anxiously. He compared the photos on the document while looking at Lin Qiu with an extremely polite smile. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Qiu? It's me. Xia Miao Miao was confused. Only then did Lin Qiu explain. Our unit packages transportation, so don't worry, the entire journey will be reimbursed. Xia Miao Miao only felt that she was being teased. If that was the case, why had Lin Qiu not said anything earlier? It made her look like an idiot, worrying about this and that. Moreover, Lin Qiu's unit was too good, right? For an ordinary forest ranger, it even reimbursed the entire trip. Sure enough, the invisible income of this job was much more exaggerated than she had imagined. After boarding the high-speed train, Xia Miao Miao followed the staff and walked at the front. After passing through the third-class carriages and the second-class carriages, the staff pushed open the door of the first-class carriages. Are we taking the first-class carriages? First-class carriages, equivalent to business carriages. The price was more than twice that of the second-class carriages. Hello? Yes, the staff greeted respectfully. Both of you are esteemed guests, and for this train, all of your purchases on board will be reimbursed by the department. So good? Looking at Lin Qiu's bashful face, I'm sure Lin Qiu was already used to it. Xia Miao Miao then said, how come Lin Qiu has been refusing to change her job? It turned out that being a forest ranger also had good treatment. However, a salary of $3,000 was still too little for Xia Miao Miao. It was practically no different from a few dollars. After lying down on the seat, Xia Miao Miao kept looking at Lin Qiu uneasily, always feeling that he was unreliable. After all, starting today, she was going to be staying with Lin Qiu for a while, but she was a person who had been pampered since childhood and couldn't rub sand in her eyes. Could she get along with such a chesty person? Buzz, buzz. With a 10-minute wait, the high-speed train slowly started. Soon after, a footsteps but came over. Tap, tap. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Qiu? This was already the second time that Xia Miao Miao heard these words at the high-speed train station. She turned her head and immediately knew the identity of the other party, the conductor, only to see that an elegant and graceful conductor was bowing to Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao with an extremely polite smile. Lin Qiu said you're welcome, but the stewardess shook her head and sat beside Lin Qiu. It looked like he wanted to chat with Lin Qiu, but Lin Qiu wasn't a big leader. Xia Miao Miao felt it was very strange. Although Shennongjia was a national attraction and a place where many scientists had taken root, but Lin Qiu, a small forest ranger, had dipped into the light of those senior researchers. Here, enjoying the treatment of a leader. Wouldn't he blush? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Lin Qiu, almost done? It's better to let Sister Crew Chief go back? Xia Miao Miao looked uncomfortable. Lin Qiu, who was chatting with the stewardess, was helplessly glancing at her. He didn't want to have an awkward conversation with someone else either. Unable to do so, the stewardess was too kind to refuse. It's okay, as a crew chief, it's our responsibility to accompany travelers to chat. Please rest assured. You too, we will definitely give you the most perfect traveling experience. Too thoughtful. So far, Xia Miaomio only felt that the rules and regulations of the high-speed rail department were really impeccable, and even a small forest ranger had been taken into account. Moreover, Lin Qiu's job wasn't as bad as she thought before. At the very least, it was still possible to dip into the light and mix some benefits. However, it took 14 hours to drive from Beihai City to Shennongjia. How could one get through the long night? With nothing to do, Xia Miaomio couldn't help but climb into a conversation with Lin Qiu even if she looked down on him. Lin Qiu, let's forget about the Bitcoin thing, right? Didn't you see the news? It's really going to crash. You'd better invest in reliable projects like water conservancy and wind power, right? But her kind words were only rewarded with an affirmative answer. Just invest in Bitcoin. You. Xia Miaomio shook her head incomprehensibly. Still want to dream of getting rich? What the hell do I have to do to explain it to him? Rich people's wealth doesn't accumulate like this. Even if you speculate, you can't speculate like this. And at that moment, accompanied by a click sound, the high-speed train unexpectedly stopped halfway. What's going on? Chapter 7, The Hall of Genius Can't Solve High School Olympiads? Xia Miaomio subconsciously looked at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, however, flipped through the documents with a bland face, not knowing if she was indifferent or confident that it wouldn't affect the trip. Lin Qiu, the high-speed trains are stopped. The chief stewardess sister is so nice to you, even though others just left. Can't you ask what happened? Lin Qiu gave Xia Miaomio a strange look. Is that necessary? Nonsense. Xia Miaomio's heart was in despair. If something went wrong with the high-speed train, the 14-hour trip would be stretched out. She wasn't going to be on a high-speed train for 20 hours straight without a shower. She was a cleanliness freak. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a sharp footstep, the beautiful stewardess hurriedly arrived with a phone in her hand. Mr. Lin Qiu, I'm sorry, there's been an accident on the train. An accompanying passenger smoked on the train, triggering a smoke alarm. For about 2 hours, the train won't be able to start. Xia Miaomio immediately revealed a pained expression, her small tiger teeth biting her lower lip. It's all your fault. Lin Qiu, why are you so bad luck? I've never met this before in my life when I took a high-speed train. However, neither the beautiful stewardess nor Lin Qiu paid any attention to Xia Miaomio. Lin Qiu frowned as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, murmured, can you arrange a car for me? My work cannot be delayed. Just you? Still can't be delayed? Xia Miaomio was dizzy, thinking how important could a ranger's job be? What's more, the high-speed train was stopped halfway. Do you think there are helicopters everywhere? And you can call them over to pick you up with just a phone call? The beautiful stewardess, however, said something that made Xia Miaomio cough repeatedly at this moment. That's what I thought. Don't worry, Mr. Lin Qiu, we've already contacted the empty train for you, and there's still 5 minutes to go before you can come over. It's great that you don't feel unpleasant because of the unexpected incident. What? Did I hear it right? Xia Miaomio was a bit skeptical. Earlier, she felt that the high-speed rail department was considerate, but this was just too considerate, right? For the sake of a small forest ranger, it was actually necessary to start another high-speed train, and it was still empty. This also meant that the high-speed rail department was running at a loss, purely for the sake of a forest ranger. It's fine, just don't delay my work. Lin Qiu stood up and said. With the help of the train staff, Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio's luggage was held by 4 or 5 people. Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio stood in front of the door of the first-class compartment, not knowing what they were waiting for. Xia Miaomio estimated that they would have to walk down on foot and climb up to another high-speed train in the cold wind. Unexpectedly, she had just made this guess when a buzzing sound came from not far away. Buzz, buzz, a brand new high-speed train stopped in front of the duo. Along with the doors of the 2 high-speed trains opening, another beautiful crew chief appeared across from the duo, waving anxiously at Lin Qiu. Mr. Lin Qiu, sorry for the delay, please come over. This was? Xia Miaomio didn't expect to meet this kind of thing in her life. A high-speed train came to pick up someone from another high-speed train, and even sent a Buddha to his home, driving straight across the street. It was just a matter of walking a few steps. And, beautiful sister, why haven't I seen this high-speed train before? What's this one called? The Shennong? Is it a newly developed high-speed train from your department? The beautiful stewardess looked embarrassed. She kept sizing up Lin Qiu, as if she was concerned about something. Seeing that Lin Qiu did not show any indication, she then nodded her head and said, this train is our newly developed Shennong, loaded with nuclear energy launching technology. However, the technology is still immature at the moment, so it will still take 4 hours if we travel from here to Shennongjia. What? 4 hours? High-speed rail was already the ceiling in trains. from Beihai City to Shennongjia, across half of China. It would take 14 hours, but the Shennon, it actually only takes 4 hours? Wouldn't this be faster than an airplane? Alright, MS. Meow meow. Nuclear energy airplanes are faster. It's just that you haven't been on one. Next time I go on a business trip, I'll take you on one. Lin Qiu walked towards the opposite side of the high-speed train and kept urging Xiao Miao Miao, but she was still disdainful. What do you mean by taking you for a ride? It's not like you developed the technologies, but it's just a matter of being one step ahead of others and enjoying them. Isn't it still dipping into someone else's light? The high-speed train stop was just a small episode, although for Xiao Miao Miao, this was the most bizarre thing she had ever met in her life. But compared to what happened in the first-class compartment of this high-speed train, Xiao Miao Miao felt that it was still a minor incident, only to see, in the super-rapid traveling, Xiao Miao Miao could hardly feel the high-speed train driving, and beside her, Lin Qiu, who was leaning against the sofa, was looking at a series of information. There was also a pencil in her hand, counting something on the draft paper. You still know OU? Xiao Miao Miao stole a glance, feeling incredulous. Slightly know it? Lin Qiu frowned and thought, we have to learn OU, counting the growth cycle of trees, desertification coverage, data analysis of tree species, and so on. And learn this? Xiao Miao Miao first gave Lin Qiu an incredulous look. It didn't take long before she snorted again. Ha, because I was shocked when I changed the high-speed train just now. I was really almost bluffed by you. Xiao Miao Miao's sentence made Lin Qiu laugh hopelessly. This little ninny was really cute. Wasn't it just an oracle? It was hard to believe that he was still lying to Xiao Miao Miao. What equation are you calculating right now? Equilibrium inequality. What the heck? I've never even heard of it. Xiao Miao Miao wrinkled her nose and glared viciously at Lin Qiu. However, she found it interesting. Although before, Lin Qiu's behavior of trying to embezzle public funds to give her father face made Xiao Miao Miao resentful. But right now, Lin Qiu was telling such childish lies in order to appear to be powerful. Xiao Miao Miao still felt that Lin Qiu was quite cute. Give me the pen and paper. Xiao Miao Miao reached over. With interest, she wrote an equation on the paper. Great genius Lin. Since you know so much about OU, can you solve this high school OU problem? Don't say you don't know how to O. Xiao Miao Miao bloated and looked at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, however, took the paper with exceptional seriousness and pondered. He wouldn't be able to do it, would he? He couldn't really be able to solve it, could he? Xiao Miao Miao's face changed. Chapter 8, The Broken Bus. No way. Lin Qiu, who had scrutinized the paper in his hand, casually returned the paper that Xiao Miao Miao had handed over to Xiao Miao Miao. I thought how great it was. A hallowed genius can't solve high school Olympiads? Looking aside, Lin Qiu was seriously looking over the information in his hands. Xiao Miao Miao's face flashed a trace of disdain, and the shocked expression on her face just now had long since disappeared. She secretly slandered a sentence, and then took out her cell phone and started to play with it. Lin Qiu sighed helplessly when he saw Xiao Miao Miao's face. He had seen the answer to this AOM question after just a quick glance, but if he was asked to write down the process in detail, he couldn't really remember it. Ha! Lin Qiu had been flipping through the information in his hands. After Xiao Miao Miao played with her cell phone for a while, she instead yawned first, and adjusted the seat she was sitting on after gently tapping on her mouth. Ranger, work well, I'll take a nap first. After casually shouting, Xiao Miao Miao fell back to sleep on the seat. At the sound of the voice, Lin Qiu just gently shook his head, but the pencil in his hand was constantly writing and drawing there. The nuclear high-speed train made them sit in the car without the slightest bump, but if they stood on the outside of the train, they could see that the train was already so fast that they couldn't clearly read the writing on the outside carriages. As the latest technology of the train researched by Shennongjia, the nuclear energy high-speed train had not been popularized, but it had been prioritized for use in the interior. However, not everyone could use this train. The existence of this train was for some of Shennongjia's extremely high-status managers and researchers to use. As for why Lin Qiu had the right to use this train, Xiao Miao Miao naturally wouldn't know that at this time. She had already slept sweetly. In her sleep, Xiao Miao Miao also felt that someone was covering herself with a blanket, and after squinting her eyes, she closed her eyes again. But before Xiao Miao Miao could fall asleep again, a palm gently rubbed the top of her forehead. This guy actually dares to touch on my head. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm too sleepy right now, you'll see if I don't clean you up properly. After such a thought flashed through her mind, Xiao Miao Miao quickly lost consciousness again. Mr. Lin, we have arrived. Alright, Mr. Lin, should we help you carry your luggage down on our side first, or should you carry it close to you yourself? I'll just carry it myself. You go about your business. Okay, Mr. Lin. Xiao Miao Miao didn't know how long she had slept, but in a daze, she heard the conversation between Lin Qiu and the stewardess. After forcing herself to open her eyes, the stewardess had already disappeared, and only Lin Qiu was left there alone, quietly packing her things. We're this? Arrived? Glancing at the still scenery outside the car window, Xiao Miao raised her head and looked over at Lin Qiu in confusion. We're here. Get off the car. Lifting the suitcase in his hands, Lin Qiu straightened his clothes before walking out towards the outside of the carriage. I just praised you for being a bit of a gentleman and covering me while I was sleeping. Now getting off the train without even knowing to bring me. A super invincible beauty queen. Once she saw Lin Qiu go out without taking herself with him, Xiao Miao waved her little pink fists in place and stomped on the upper side of the carriage before hurriedly chasing after her. What the hell is this place? Is this a high-speed train station? Just walked out from the side of the carriage. Xiao Miao pad revealed a shocked expression. What appeared in front of him at this time was a signboard and a piece of wood that flopped out. Not too big and not too small, only able to accommodate 3 or 4 people, and the notice board wrote 3 words, Shennongjia. On one side of the signboard was the track of the high-speed train, on the other side was a dirt road that looked a little muddy but appeared to be smooth. That's right, welcome to Shennongjia. Lin Qiu walked to the side of the dirt road and smiled back at Xiao Miao. Does anyone come to this place? Stepping on the wooden boards, which were still creaking, Xiao Miao couldn't help but say this while looking around. Aren't you? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu turned serious and carefully looked at Xiao Miao's face a couple more times. Lin Qiu, do you want to get punched? Do you believe I'll whack you? Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao had briefly known each other for 2 days, but had already connoted Xiao Miao several times. Xiao Miao held up her small fist and stretched it out in front of Lin Qiu's eyes, puffing out her cheeks. She flaunted this at Lin Qiu. Don't believe it. A simple and dry answer, directly choking Xiao Miao. Her face reddened as she stood in place. You're such a boring person. Retracting her fists, she clasped her hands in front of her chest, pouted, and directly twisted her head to the side. Xiao Miao then stopped paying attention to Lin Qiu. Clunk, clunk. Xiao Miao, who had thought that she would be able to get back into conversation after a while of Cold War, heard a strange sound before Lin Qiu could talk to him. Following the sound, she looked over, only to see a dilapidated bus that staggered over to this side. This broken down bus is indeed quite fitting for your working environment as a forest ranger. After seeing this bus, Xiao Miao's heart settled down a bit. The special attitude of the high-speed train conductor on the way, and the nuclear energy high-speed train that she had never heard of, all made Xiao Miao somewhat doubt whether she was going to come to Shennongjia, such a place where there was no village in front of her and no store behind her. Until this old bus appeared, Xiao Miao only settled down. A place like Shennongjia only deserves this kind of transportation. In a moment, you can ride in the back of the bus to my workplace first. I'll be right behind you. However, before Xiao Miao could say anything more to Lin Qiu opened his mouth and said this to Xiao Miao. When Xiao Miao heard this, she frowned and wanted to open her mouth to ask Lin Qiu about this Thai place. Where did the other cars come from? But before Xiao Miao could say anything, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Series sedan had already overtaken the dilapidated bus and stopped beside the two of them. Mr. Lin. After the car window was rolled down, a bodyguard wearing black sunglasses, who looked just as fierce as he did, nodded respectfully in Lin Qiu's direction. You send her back first, I'll take the bus back. After instructing the bodyguard, Lin Qiu turned his head. A public bus? Just take it, it's free and doesn't cost anything. After saying such a sentence to Xiao Miao, Lin Qiu directly took a step in the direction of the bus at the back. Hey! As soon as she saw that Lin Qiu was going to leave without her, Xiao Miao was ready to open her mouth to call out to Lin Qiu. Chapter 9, A Ranger Lives in a Place Like This? Something wrong? Xiao Miao's voice came from the back. Lin Qiu turned his head to look in Xiao Miao's direction. There's no need to be swollen. I think this car sent over by your superiors can only take one person to leave. It's not like I can't sit in the bus. As long as you talk to this young lady, I'm also able to accompany you to sit in the bus. This Mercedes-Benz S-Series sedan next to her is not more than $1 million, but it can be used as a communal parking space to send out to pick up Lin Qiu. Xiao Miao had even felt that this car was a bit advanced. It was already considered good for a forest ranger to be able to enjoy the treatment of those high-speed trains in front of him. However, Lin Qiu actually didn't sit in this car at the same time as him, but instead was prepared to go to the bus alone. Xiao Miao guessed that this car could only take one person at a time and had their own rules. Lin Qiu was trying to show his gentlemanly demeanor. That's why he braced himself to go to the bus and didn't take this Mercedes. No need. I don't like riding in minivans. I just like riding in buses. That's all. Saying this to Xiao Miao, Lin Qiu directly walked into the bus with her own bag. Don't know how to carry yourself. Deflating her mouth and whispering, Xiao Miao directly pulled open the door of the bus and sat in. The black Mercedes sedan scurried out of its spot after a roar of the engine, while the bus staggered to a halt on the side of the road and didn't move on. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin Qiu. When Lin Qiu's feet stepped on top of the bus steps, two voices entered Lin Qiu's ears. Lin Qiu placed the documents in his hands on the top edge of the seat and looked at the two people at the back of the car, nodding his head at them with a smile. At this time, this bus was empty except for these two people, who were both Lin Qiu's acquaintances. An old man and a young man were Qin Su and the man in military attire with 2 stars hanging on the side of his shoulder who had delivered the documents to Lin Qiu. Speak. Seeing that these two people appeared in the carriage at the same time, Lin Qiu also understood that the two people should be looking for him for something, and with a big grin, he sat down on a seat beside the two people and the bus started to depart again amidst a rattling sound. Mr. Lin Qiu, it's like this. After the old man Qin Su organized his words, he began to tell Lin Qiu what had happened. The black Mercedes-Benz sedan carried Xiao Miao Miao all the way forward, the sky-high trees and various kinds of exotic herbs on both sides of the road, moreover, attracted Xiao Miao Miao, who kept gently eking along the way. This lady, we have arrived. After the black Mercedes sedan stopped on a flat road, the driver turned back to Xiao Miao Miao and said. Hearing this, Xiao Miao Miao carried her bag and pushed open the car door and walked down. When he raised his head, a domed glass building appeared in front of Xiao Miao Miao. The building was very large. The transparent glass was like a dome that fell from the sky, separating all the buildings from each other. Everything in front of her was just like the small house in the crystal ball that Xiao Miao Miao had bought when she was a child. However, the hemispherical crystal ball in front of her was many times bigger than her toy. After taking a few steps in the direction of the glass building with her bag in hand, the door of the building actually opened automatically, and Xiao Miao Miao walked in with a puzzled face. And then someone greeted Xiao Miao Miao's direction. May I ask if you are Ms. Xia? The person who greeted Xiao Miao Miao was a woman in overalls. For some reason, when Xiao Miao Miao saw this woman, she always felt that the woman's looks and temperament were out of place in this part of Shennongjia. However, Xiao Miao Miao still gently nodded to the woman in front of her. Mr. Ye's residence is over here. Miss Xia, please follow me. The woman said to Xiao Miao Miao and then turned around and walked in a direction. Xiao Miao Miao sniffed and followed behind the woman. Don't tell me that you forest rangers here live in this kind of place. Looking at a small glass house in front of her that covered an area of at least 500 to 600 square feet, Xiao Miao Miao asked with an exaggerated face to the woman who stopped in front of her. The 500 or 600 square meter glass building was not enough, but Xiao Miao Miao also saw the swimming pool next to the building and the gym and other facilities that could be vaguely seen through the glass. That's right, this is where Mr. Lin lives. Miss Xia, this is the room card. I have things to do first. Handing over a card in her hand to the astonished Xiao Miao Miao, the woman then excused herself from in front of Xiao Miao Miao. What is the situation in this place, Shennongjia? Even if the transportation benefits for forest rangers are so good, the place where they live is actually so exaggerated. No wonder this Lin Qiu is here as a forest ranger, but also has always been satisfied. This kind of place really, if another person comes over, I guess I'm also willing to work here as a forest ranger. Looking at the room card in her hand, Xiao Miao Miao walked towards the direction of the room while muttering this sentence. At this time inside the bus, Qin Su had already recounted the general story to Lin Qiu. I thought, how big of a deal. Okay, I know. It's better to leave this matter to me. The bus rattled along the road at rail speed. Lin Qiu nodded his own head in the midst of the shaking and casually said this to the two people in front of him. Since Mr. Lin is willing to make a move, then I think this matter is bound to be no problem. So I can also go back and give orders to my superiors. After the man in military attire heard Lin Qiu's mouth agree to this matter, an expression of relief also appeared on his face. The three of them then slowly advanced in the direction of Lin Qiu's residence in the middle of the swaying bus. Xiao Miao Miao was in Lin Qiu's room, resting her hand on a seemingly inexpensive piano. The forest ranger still has time to play the piano. What is this all about? Even if the ranger was given a house, the level of luxury in the decoration here was no worse than that of a rich man's house. After looking around the room, Xiao Miao Miao realized that this room had everything, and all the things used were not cheap. The piano in front of her, Xiao Miao Miao happens to have one. Xiao Miao Miao remembers that she spent more than $2 million when she bought the piano. Picking up the sheet music on the top of the piano, Xiao Miao Miao sat down in front of the piano and gently struck the keys twice with her hands. The tune is good. I just don't know which composer is this. Autumn Leaves Like Clouds? After playing some, Xiao Miao Miao slowly raised her fingers and looked at the piano score in front of her, and she couldn't help but say another sentence out of the side of her mouth. We also don't know who this person is, but Mr. Lin does play his compositions from time to time. Chapter 10, I'm in charge of my territory. Just as Xiao Miao Miao had just put down her zither, there was suddenly an additional voice inside the room. Startled by the sound, Xiao Miao Miao hurriedly closed the lid of the zither and turned around to look back. I don't know why Xiao Miao Miao had a feeling of being a thief when she moved Lin Qiu's things, but now that she heard the voice from the back, she had the strange illusion of being caught in the act. I'm really sorry, Was Miss Xia startled by me? I'm here to apologize to you. The silhouette from the rear took a look at the fact that Xia Miao seemed to have been frightened, and hurriedly apologized to Xia Miao. Hello Ms. Xia, let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Tao. I'm the person in charge of this Shennongjia base. After placing his right hand on his chest and his other left hand behind his back, the man named Huang Tao bowed slightly and performed a salute to Xia Miao in a very gentlemanly manner. Looking at the man in front of her, who behaved like a gentleman, Xia Miao looked him up and down. The man looked to be in his 30s, and had a pair of glasses with only one frame hanging over his eyes, which usually appeared on some old Western movies. The man's speech and demeanor revealed elegance everywhere, and if he didn't say that he was the person in charge of this Shennong family base, Xia Miao would have thought that this was an aristocrat from overseas. Hello Mr. Huang, my name is Xia Miao. Seeing that the man had been smiling at herself, Xia Miao then reacted that she had not greeted the man in front of her and hurriedly made a self-introduction to the man. Miss Xia's name is known to me. Before Miss Xia came here, Mr. Lin had already greeted me. Miss Xia, I came over just to meet up with you. There are still some things inside the base that I need to deal with, so I won't be here to disturb Miss Xia's leisure. Mr. Lin should be back soon. I'll order someone to send over the food in a moment. After making a farewell salute to Xia Miao once more, the man retreated from inside the room. Huang Tao's sudden appearance and departure caused Xia Miao's entire brain circuit to take a bit too long, until after the man named Huang Tao walked out. Xia Miao hadn't even reacted. How about it? The ranger's residence? What do you think? Just as Xia Miao froze, Lin Qiu's voice appeared in Xia Miao's ears. Xia Miao, who had returned to her senses, looked at the face with a smile that appeared in front of her and directly furrowed her own brows. Are you sure you're a forest ranger? When did the benefits of a forest ranger become so good? The high-speed train for transportation is put aside. And what is the situation with this residence? Could it be that forest rangers are also assigned houses? After Xia Miao saw Lin Qiu appear, a brain directly to Lin Qiu, asked the biggest doubt in his heart now. There's no way. The unit forced the allocation, and I can't refuse. Hearing Xia Miao's inquiry, Lin Qiu helplessly spread his hands, looking as if he was very reluctant. It was as if he didn't want all of this either, but it just came back to him, and the entire person gave Xia Miao a live performance of Versailles literature here. Okay, put away your dejected vigor. I did not expect that you will also play the piano. I see you this money score and you this piano are quite good. How? Do not come to give me a performance? Xia Miao now seriously doubt the forest ranger Lin Qiu in front of her heart. Is not really will play the piano. Especially just now Huang Tao also said Lin Qiu usually here will play the piano to spend time. Xia Miao wanted to test Lin Qiu to see if it was really like what Huang Tao had said. I say big sister, don't you need a rest after sitting in the car for so long? It's very tiring. After Lin Qiu hung his jacket on the top of the hanger, he moved his neck and said this to Xia Miao before putting his hand on the doorknob of a room. No way. You have to play for me, otherwise you're not allowed to rest. Lin Qiu's stance was clearly that he was preparing to go back to his room to rest, while Xia Miao saw Lin Qiu preparing to bolt and directly rejected Lin Qiu's idea to bolt. I'm in charge of my place. Lin Qiu pointed to his feet, indicating that this was his place, and after saying this to Xia Miao, he directly pressed the door handle and entered the room, leaving Xia Miao with only the sound of a closing door. Lin Qiu. A look at Lin Qiu actually head directly back to the room without looking back, throwing himself in the living room, did not even say where he should live. Xia Miao was so angry that she directly stamped her foot hard on the floor and shouted, but she didn't get any response. Finding that she was directly ignored by Lin Qiu, the furious Xia Miao sat on her but on the edge of the sofa. People are more angry than people. Thinking of Huang Tao, who had just appeared here, and then looking at Lin Qiu's stark perception, made Xia Miao unable to resist muttering such a sentence out of the side of her mouth. The time the two arrived at the Shennongjia base was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it wasn't until 9 o'clock that Lin Qiu came out of his room. Why didn't you go rest? Lin Qiu put on his clothes, yawning, and walked out from the side of the room, ruffled his somewhat messy hair and casually asked Xia Miao, who was sitting on the side of the sofa, puffing up, and then picked up a cup of water on the side, ready to receive water. You still have the nerve to say, you told me which room I live in? Which have you such a hospitality? Let the guest come and sit on the sofa side waiting for you to sleep. Do you think this is appropriate? Xia Miao stuck her hands on her own waist and stood up, glaring at Lin Qiu with a dissatisfied face. I called you meow. Do you really consider yourself a cat? Missy, you also bring some head chanting. So many rooms to find a suitable one to go in and rest is not just enough. Are a family to say what two families say? Lin Qiu did not recognize his own mistakes, but instead was justified to Xia Miao said reproachfully. Almost angry Xia Miao. Eyes, nostrils and ears are almost smoke out of the middle. Alright, below you can stop for now. I'm going to go fulfill my duties as a forest ranger now. You'll stay here. That room you can then go in and rest. Lin Qiu put on his forest ranger's costume and saw that Xiao Miaomia was still ready to continue saying something, and raised his palm to stop Xiao Miaomiao's following. Then he walked to the door and said this, and also pointed Xiao Miaomia to the room where Xiao Miaomia was resting with his hand. What are you going to do here? At a glance at Lin Qiu's gesture, Xiao Miaomia realized that Lin Qiu should be going out. Chapter 11, Squirrels Raised on Fertilizer. What else am I supposed to do? A forest ranger naturally goes to guard my woods at night. After pointing twice at the top of his uniform, Lin Qiu looked at the little cutie with the eyes and swept a glance at Xiao Miaomia. There are woods everywhere. Do you still need you to guard them? If you're just going around the base a few times, why do you need to go out? Xiao Miaomia thought of the fact that the outside of this base was filled with woods, and returned to look to Lin Qiu in a bad mood. My forest is different. My forest is a special piece of forest. The forest is planted with all. No. My forest has to be kept secret. I can't give you nonsense. Anyway, you only know it's a pine forest. Lin Qiu words are said to the mouth hard to put back. Rushed Xiao Miaomia waved his hand. Just stay here properly. It's dangerous outside. Try to go out as little as possible. I'm leaving. After saying these words, Lin Qiu pushed the door and walked out, still wanting to leave this young lady here alone. You're simply dreaming. This dark room in the middle of the night. I don't want to be left here alone. I just happened to go and see what kind of work you forest rangers usually do. Lin Qiu just pushed the door out. Xiao Miaomia held her chin and thought for a while, and then quietly followed behind Lin Qiu. Two people one after another from the Shennongjia base in the middle of the walk. Out at this time outside the child has been completely dark down. Lin Qiu's hands holding a huge flashlight in the front of the child and under the aim, is followed by the light to follow in the rear. At first the road and the base of the light, through the weak light under the aim, can still see the way forward, but after walking for a while, the huge trees had been the base of the light completely obscured. Xiao Miaomia could only take out her own cell phone and use the weak light on the cell phone screen to illuminate the road ahead. She didn't dare to open the flashlight of her own cell phone for fear of being discovered by Lin Qiu. Poaching. Even though Xiao Miaomia was walking carefully, his foot still accidentally stepped on a broken branch, sending out a tiny ringing sound. Seeing this situation, Xiao Miaomia hurriedly sat behind a large tree, and right after she hid behind it, Lin Qiu's flashlight really shone over this way. The light shone a few times and then retracted, and Xiao Miaomia didn't come out from the back of the tree at the first time, for fear that Lin Qiu would make a comeback. As expected, Lin Qiu's footsteps came after a few steps. The flashlight shone back toward this side, and this time the light shone after the irradiation, and there was no more movement. Xiao Miaomia, relieved, from the back of the giant tree, out of the past towards the front after looking at the past. At this time, Lin Qiu's flashlight light has appeared to be a little far away. After lifting a breath, Xiao Miaomia continued to take steps and chased after Lin Qiu in the direction of the front. After walking for some distance, Lin Qiu suddenly extinguished his flashlight for some reason, and Xiao Miaomia panicked and unconsciously accelerated her pace. But after walking for a while, Xiao Miaomia couldn't find Lin Qiu's back. But the good thing is that this forest path is only so. Xiao Miaomia along the road has been walking toward the front, until there is a fork in the road. Xiao Miaomia stopped. The Shennongjia's pine forest. After opening the flashlight and shining it on the road, Xiao Miaomia saw a sign planted on the side of the road. Before walking to the sign, Xiao Miaomia saw a string of words written on the sign. The two words in the middle of the text do not know whether it is man-made or natural causes cannot be seen, but the direction of the sign pointed out the fork in the road. The right side of the road is leading to a pine forest. Thinking that Lin Qiu had told her that she was guarding a pine forest, Xiao Miaomia walked over in the direction pointed out by the signage. What a Thai place. This job of a forest ranger is simply not a human job. If I were to come to work in this place, it would still scare me to death. After Xiao Miaomia walked into the road leading to the pine forest, her mouth kept whining in a low voice. The reason for Xiao Miaomia's whining wasn't to blame Lin Qiu, but rather, she was a little scared in her heart right now and wanted to dispel the fear in her heart through this whining. Along with Xiao Miaomia's pace continued to move forward. Finally she walked into a forest. Just walked into the forest under the aim in front of the body there was a huge black shadow scurried past. Ah! The black shadow of the flash. Scared Xiao Miaomia a spirit rushed to the cell phone flashlight shone over. When the black shadow appeared under the light of Xiao Miaomia's flashlight, Xiao Miaomia froze. At this time, in the place where the light converged, a huge squirrel, holding a pine cone proportionate to its own size, turned its head back there, staring blankly at Xiao Miaomia. This is a squirrel? A squirrel that grew up eating fertilizer? After seeing this squirrel, Xiao Miaomia suspected that this squirrel grew up eating fertilizer, but she didn't dare to move for fear that this squirrel would come over and give her a claw. The squirrel looked at Xiao Miaomia for a few moments, and then eventually jumped into the jungle with its own pine cones and disappeared. After seeing the squirrel leave, Xiao Miaomia patted her chest a few times and continued to walk forward. Lin Qiu, who was walking ahead, had already stood in front of a small wooden house. However, it was such a dilapidated-looking cabin that actually had an electronic lock installed. Lin Qiu first took out a card from his pocket and swiped it on the door before bringing his eyes over. The electronic lock scanned over Lin Qiu's eyes, and along with an activating sound, the door of the room was opened, and Lin Qiu pushed the door and walked in. Not yet, not yet, Lin Qiu, if I don't arrive again, if I see you today, I'll have to fight you to the death. The more Xiaomiao walked, the angrier she became. She always felt that Lin Qiu was to blame for all that she had suffered tonight. However, just as Xiaomiao was pondering these things, a rustling sound rang out from the side of Xiaomiao's body. When this sound rang out, Xiaomiao immediately stopped her pace, because this sound was very familiar to Xiaomiao. Xiaomiao remembers that when she was small and followed her parents to play in the forest, after the sound, a small dark red snake came out from the grass, which scared Xiaomiao a lot. That time, Xiaomiao was very frightened, and also left a psychological shadow on the snake. This time, the sound was very similar to the last time, only this time, the sound and movement was even louder than the last time. Chapter 12, Two-Headed Snake. Xiaomiao had already stood in place at this time, her legs developing unable to lift her feet. Eyes staring dead in front of the trembling grass in the hands of the cell phone flashlight after opening also shown over there. Suddenly the sound disappeared, the grass also no longer shaking, as if just blowing through a wind, but in the Xiaomiao ready to relax vigilance. Suddenly a dark red shadow from the grass drilled out, instantly appeared in front of the Xiaomiao not far away. Ah! The moment the shadow rushed out, Xiaomiao let out a scream from the side of her mouth and then quickly ran towards the front. After the shadow saw Xiaomiao fleeing, it also chased after her directly in the direction of Xiaomiao. At this moment, Xiaomiao couldn't care about anything else, she could only flee lifelessly, and while fleeing, she shouted Lin Qiu's name. Help! Lin Qiu, come out and save me. The reason why Xiaomiao was so panicked was because the shadow that was chasing Xiaomiao behind her at this moment was a creature that Xiaomiao had never seen before. It could also be said that Xiaomiao had never seen a snake with two heads before, and this snake was even more enormous. Mr. Lin, someone broke into the inside of the pine forest and is now meeting danger. Lin Qiu had just ground a cup of coffee with his hand and was about to savor it when suddenly a tone next to him appeared in Lin Qiu's ears. Hearing this sound, Lin Qiu put down the cup in his hand and walked to his body, in front of a huge monitor. Zoom in on the screen and frame the person who broke into the pine forest. Standing in front of the monitor, Lin Qiu faintly said this, and then the picture in front of him was enlarged. Why is this little ninny running in? Bad. It's probably going to be scared. After seeing this situation, Lin Qiu quickly ran to the door and after grabbing his room card and flashlight, he rushed over to where Xiaomiao had escaped. Bang! Xiaomiao, who was fleeing, saw the two-headed serpent at her back getting closer and closer to her, constantly heading in her direction, spitting out snake letters. Panicked, Xiaomiao was only concerned about escaping, did not see clearly a branch sticking out from under her feet, an unsteady center of gravity, directly tripped over the branch and fell to the ground, and her foot was also twisted a bit. When Xiaomiao forcefully endured the pain and then get up from the ground ready to escape, just walked 2 steps, because of a sharp pain in the foot, once again collapsed on the ground. It's over. It's really over. Can I really die in this forest today? Seeing the distance between the two tongues, they are getting closer and closer. Xiaomiao heart sighed some despair, when she saw the two folded head up, about to open the bloody mouth in front of their own bite down. Xiaomiao finally issued a scream, directly cover their eyes. However, Xiaomiao waited for half a day without feeling the python's bite on his body, and when he tentatively moved his eyes away, a bizarre scene appeared in front of Xiaomiao. He only saw that Lin Qiu had appeared in front of him at an unknown time, and the two heads of the python with two heads were rubbing against Lin Qiu's body, as if Lin Qiu was their master. Alright, you two stop coming out to scare others, just tell me if there's anything. Hurry up and go back to sleep, it's a big night. After Lin Qiu slapped one of the two snakes on the head, the two-headed python was actually really well behaved and once again burrowed into the middle of the bushes. Are you alright? I didn't ask you to just stay in the base, who asked you to come along? After Lin Qiu extended his hand, he said this to Xiaomiao in front of him. You said that you yourself are a forest ranger, but forest rangers have such good treatment. I was a little curious about what kind of forest I was guarding, so I followed along. Who knew that you were walking so fast? You lost me in a while. If you had waited for me or directly led me, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened. After putting her hand on Lin Qiu's hand, Xiaomiao said this to Lin Qiu reproachfully. Lin Qiu sighed helplessly, and with a force in his hand, he directly yanked Xiaomiao up from the ground. Agu. However, Xiaomiao, who had just stood up from the ground, suddenly went soft under her feet, and then after letting out a pained cry from the side of her mouth, she sat down on the ground once again. What's wrong? Did you twist your foot? Lin Qiu, who was a forest ranger, judged based on his many years of experience that Xia Miaomia should have twisted her foot, and then squatted down and asked Xia Miaomia this question, and then stretched his hands to Xia Miaomia's ankle. Well, just now I accidentally tripped over a tree branch and twisted my foot. Now it hurts. You quickly hurry to send me to the hospital. After hearing Lin Qiu's inquiry, Xia Miaomia couldn't care less about complaining about Lin Qiu and reached her hand to her pant leg, lifting her pants up a bit before saying this to Lin Qiu. There's no need to go to the hospital. I can cure you right here. After helping Xia Miaomia up from the ground once more and resting his arm on the side of his shoulder, Lin Qiu carried Xia Miaomia directly on his back. Where are you taking me? After hearing Lin Qiu say this, Xia Miaomia somewhat nervously tugged at Lin Qiu's clothes at his shoulders. Of course I'm going to cure your foot injury, but I have to find a medicinal herb in the forest. Lin Qiu carried Xia Miaomia on his back towards the way back, and after Xia Miaomia heard Lin Qiu say this, she glanced at the back of Lin Qiu's head in disbelief, but didn't continue to make a sound. You sit here first, the herbs should be around here. After walking for some distance, Lin Qiu placed Xia Miaomia on the edge of a rock, and then walked over to the side himself. Hey, don't go. Seeing Lin Qiu about to leave, Xia Miaomia hurriedly raised her hand and called out to Lin Qiu. Hearing Xia Miaomia's voice, Lin Qiu turned his head and looked at Xia Miaomia with doubt on his face. I'm scared. Looking at Lin Qiu's gaze, Xia Miaomia had an aggrieved expression on her face and spoke timidly to Lin Qiu. I thought you weren't afraid of heaven and earth. Don't worry, I'll go and come. Seeing Xia Miaomia's deflated expression, Spirit Ball said this with a smile on his face. Then he took a few more steps to the side and crouched himself down. Seeing that Lin Qiu hadn't gone far, Xia Miaomia let out a long breath, then sat on a rock while rubbing her sprained ankle. Lin Qiu, who had been drumming for a while in the distance, got up and walked back towards Xia Miaomia's side, while still carrying a palm-sized leaf with some tiny leaves wrapped inside, and holding a stone in his hand. Chapter 13, I'm going to the hospital. This is an herb for internal use. After I use a stone to crush it, you use this leaf to then drink this medicinal juice. In a while I will help you find a little more external medicinal herbs. It will soon be fine. Returning to Xia Miaomia's body, Lin Qiu said this to Xia Miaomia, and then after wrapping those tiny leaves with a tree leaf, he used a stone to pound hard on it a few times. The leaf wrapped around the outside was just a very fragile leaf, but under Lin Qiu's stone blows, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Xia Miaomia looked at the juice and those green slimy leaves contained in this piece of leaf in her hand, raised her head and glanced at Lin Qiu with a difficult face. Are you sure this kind of thing is for people to drink? After asking this to Lin Qiu with an inquiring expression on her face, Xia Miaomia glanced at the leaves in her hand. Trust me. After hearing the inquiry, Lin Qiu responded to Xia Miaomia with a serious face. Seeing Lin Qiu this way at this time, Xia Miaomia's feet again came a burst of pain. In the face of such a situation, Xia Miaomia decided to own a dead horse as a living horse doctor, directly pinching the nose a mouthful of those leaves inside the juice all to drink down. However, when those juices entered Xia Miaomia's mouth, they did not have those bitter and strange flavors that Xia Miaomia had imagined. Instead, they carried a little fragrance and a little cool feeling, and flowed down Xia Miaomia's throat. The flavor is quite good. Some like a drink. After drinking the juice amongst the leaves in her hand, Xia Miaomia gently wiped her fingers on the corners of her own mouth before raising her head to look at Lin Qiu in front of her. The herbs that are taken internally will work simultaneously after 10 minutes in conjunction with the herbs that are applied externally, and by then the injury on your foot will be healed. I'm going to find the external medicine for you now. After hearing what Xia Miaomia said, Lin Qiu nodded and prepared to continue to look for herbs. What's your hurry? Isn't it still 10 minutes? It's too scary for me to stay here alone if you go. So stay with me for a little while longer and you can go back when the time is almost up. Hearing Lin Qiu say this, Xia Miaomia said this to Lin Qiu. Seeing Xia Miaomia like this, Lin Qiu could only nod at Xia Miaomia. While waiting, Xia Miaomia only felt that the location where she had just been injured became even more painful, and at the same time it was as if there were a lot of small bugs tearing at it. Lin Qiu, what kind of strange stuff did you give me? Why did this place of mine become more painful? No, I don't need any of your topical herbs anymore. You hurry up and send me to the hospital. After feeling the strange sensation that appeared on her ankle, Xia Miaomia directly shouted this at Lin Qiu. That's the effect of the herb that was taken internally happening, but the medicinal effect of this herb is relatively strong. It must be combined with the herb that was applied externally to pull out the injured chi from the inside before it can be done. Just now, I said that I would go and help you find the herb for external application, but you didn't let me go. As soon as he heard these words from Xia Miaomia, Lin Qiu was ready to go find the herb for that external compress. Don't go. You take me out of the forest. I don't trust you. I want to go to the hospital. I suspect that if I let you toss me around here 2 more times, I don't even need to go to the hospital. You can just send me directly to the funeral parlor. As soon as Xiao Miao saw that Lin Qiu was still going to look for medicinal herbs, she directly stopped Lin Qiu, and then said this to Lin Qiu in a bad mood. Seeing the firm gaze in Xiao Miao's eyes, Lin Qiu sighed, and then carried Xiao Miao on his back again, leading Xiao Miao out of the forest. Do you know that Shennongjia doesn't have a car to go inside the hospital? Carrying Xiao Miao on his back on the way back, Lin Qiu said such a realistic question to Xiao Miao. So what? Isn't there a special car? Let the driver send you again, not help you cannot drive. I will. I drive themselves over still not? I don't want to let you, a quack doctor, treat me here again. I suspect that you don't even know how to treat before using herbs indiscriminately. My life is probably not safe if I stay here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Miao on her back pouted her own mouth and spoke to Lin Qiu. Alright. Lin Qiu was too lazy to explain when he heard Xiao Miao say this, and could only carry Xiao Miao on his back as he silently walked in the direction of the base. After the two of them returned to the base, Lin Qiu gave a greeting to Huang Tao, the person in charge of the base. Afterwards, the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan that had taken Xiao Miao back to the base stopped in front of Lin Qiu. Looking at the sedan that appeared in front of her, Xiao Miao let out a long breath. Mr. Lin, it's so late. I'm not allowed to leave the base, and the drivers are all rested. So Mr. Lin, you'll just have to take Miss Xia to the hospital yourself. After Huang Tao had parked his car, he handed the car keys in his hand to Lin Qiu's hand with some difficulty and said to Lin Qiu in an explanatory manner, "It's fine, I'll just drive over. You hurry up and go rest." After receiving the car keys, Lin Qiu nodded to Huang Tao before pulling open the car door and stuffing Xiao Miao, who was on his back, in the passenger seat. Then he himself walked to the other side and sat in the driver's seat. Mr. Lin, be safe and come back early. After seeing Lin Qiu sitting inside the car, Huang Tao stood outside and shook his hand. Then Lin Qiu stepped on the gas pedal. The black Mercedes directly issued from the base and scurried out with a roar. The closest hospital in Shennongjia is the city's First People's Hospital in Yunzhou City. The distance is 110 kilometers, and it will take me an hour to get there at my fastest speed right now, so you'll have to endure a little longer. The car raced down the side of the road, and Lin Qiu's foot didn't stop moving away from the gas pedal. The car's speed kept increasing, and Lin Qiu said this to Xiao Miao beside him in explanation. An hour is an hour. It's much better than dying in that hellhole. I still think the doctors in the hospital are more reliable. Xiao Miao on the side turned her head to look at the car, and from the outside, one by one, the giant trees in the sky, and then thought about the Shennongjia. This ghost place couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Lin Qiu did not explain anything more in the face of Xiao Miao's spitting, and then drove the car seriously. Although this dirt road is flat, but after all, it is in the Shennongjia, this dense forest. There are many places where Lin Qiu's car skills have made Xiao Miao surprised. When did the ranger's car skills become so good? Looking at Lin Qiu beside her, Xiao Miao muttered in a low voice. Chapter 14, You're a doctor and I'm a doctor? What did you say? Lin Qiu, who was seriously driving the car, turned his head to look at Xiao Miao's face after hearing the voice from behind. I didn't say anything, not realizing that her broken thoughts had actually been heard by Lin Qiu. Xiao Miao hurriedly shook her head at Lin Qiu. After seeing Xiao Miao's appearance, Lin Qiu continued to hold the steering wheel in his hands. With a wonderful drift, Lin Qiu parked the car outside the First People's Hospital of Yunzhou. After stabilizing the car, Lin Qiu opened the door on Xiao Miao's side of the car and then squatted down his body. Let's go. Gesturing for Xiao Miao to climb onto his back, Lin Qiu raised his head and looked in the direction of the hospital after saying these words. I didn't expect this guy to be a bit of a gentleman and not let this young lady walk by herself. Xiao Miao saw the hint of a smile that hooked up at the corner of her mouth after Lin Qiu made such a move. After tiptoeing down from the car on one foot, Xiao Miao gently bent down and lay on Lin Qiu's back. After carrying Xiao Miao on his back, Lin Qiu turned straight towards the hospital. Register. After pulling out a silver-white card from his arms and handing it to the hospital's doctor, Lin Qiu faintly said. Seeing this card, the nurse sitting behind the glass froze for a moment, and then after carefully looking at the card for a couple more moments, his face, which was originally expressionless, instantly revealed a bright smile. Then the card in the machine above the brush. After 3 or 2 times the operation of some, and then the card returned to the hands of Lin Qiu. After receiving the card, Lin Qiu took Xiao Miao and walked over in the direction of the emergency room. Because it was nighttime, all the other doctors in the hospital were already off duty, and all that was still in operation was the emergency room. What was that card you just had? I feel as if there's something special about that card of yours. Xiao Miao, who was lying on Lin Qiu's back, sniffing the smell of Lin Qiu's body, opened her mouth and asked to Lin Qiu, who had just turned around and walked not many steps. You say that that is the base's medical insurance card. This is also one of the ranger's benefits. Holding that card can be in any hospital for free medical treatment. Lin Qiu took out his card and handed it over his shoulder before explaining to Xiao Miao Miao. Another forest ranger benefit. Are all the forest rangers of this Shennongjia base of yours invited to come here to enjoy the blessings? Aside from the fact that that forest looks a bit scary, where are you coming to work? You're simply coming to enjoy yourself. Except for the fact that this place isn't very nice. Once he heard that this was another forest ranger's welfare, Xiao Miao Miao's face became even more puzzled. How could he not understand why a forest ranger could have such good welfare? How about it? Envious? Envious, you can also come here to work. January 30 inclusive of food and housing. Lin Qiu directly transformed into the Human Resource Department HR of Shennongjia base in a second after hearing Xiao Miao Miao's voice. I'm not coming to this kind of ghost place. What kind of place is this? I will never show up here again. When I go back this time, this place will be pulled into my Xiao Miao Miao's travel blacklist. As soon as she heard that she was staying in this place, Xiao Miao Miao quickly put her hand on Lin Qiu's face and shook it at Lin Qiu in front of her. The side of her mouth was even more anxious to say such words to Lin Qiu, so it was obvious that tonight's events had brought Xiao Miao Miao much harm. Alright, let's go. After seeing this, Lin Qiu sighed helplessly, and then walked into the emergency room around Xiao Miao Miao. At this time, there were two doctors sitting in the emergency room. One male and one female. The female doctor was working with her head down, while the male doctor was playing with his cell phone inside. Hello doctor, my friend has a sprained foot, can you take a look at him? Lin Qiu raised his hand and gently knocked on the office door a few times before asking to the two people sitting inside the office. The female doctor didn't look up after hearing the voice, while the male doctor put down his cell phone and turned his head towards Lin Qiu's side. Let's see. After sizing up Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao Miao, that doctor walked over, then somewhat roughly lifted Xiao Miao Miao's pant leg with one hand. Hiss. Due to the injuries on her legs, Xiao Miao Miao's mouth sucked in a mouthful of cool air as a result of the doctor's action. This doctor moved gently. My friend's feet are in pain. After seeing this male doctor's inquiry, Lin Qiu gently creased the top of his eyebrows before opening his mouth to the male doctor. Are you a doctor or am I a doctor? Don't come to the hospital for treatment if you're afraid of pain and pain. Go back and lie down and nothing happens. This male doctor didn't know whether it was because he was working overtime at night or because Lin Qiu had disrupted him from playing with his cell phone. After hearing what Lin Qiu said, he had a very bad attitude and said this to Lin Qiu, and then turned over and sat back down next to his computer. Go take an X-ray, then go draw blood, and then test your urine. After a crackling burst of tapping on the computer, a list was printed out and directly turned around and handed over to Lin Qiu's hand. After receiving this list in his hand, Lin Qiu raised his head and looked at the male doctor in front of him hesitantly. Quickly go, what are you still waiting for here? Do you still need me to take you all there together? Seeing Lin Qiu standing still, this doctor had been all set to sit down. He twisted his head and spoke to Lin Qiu again in an unkind manner. I can understand taking x-rays for fear of spraining the bones in his feet, but what is this blood test and urine test for? These are completely unnecessary. Right, he should have a sprained foot in this manner. He only needs to be orthopedic to prescribe some bone bruising medicine. After Lin Qiu saw this doctor turn his head to look over, he took the sheet in his hand and handed it to the front of the doctor and said to the doctor in explanation, I say, what's wrong with you? You can't understand what I'm saying. If you think you can, take the person back for treatment yourself. Don't come to the hospital. That's how it is in the hospital. And I have my plans. I'm a doctor and you're not a doctor. If you want to go, go quickly. If you don't go, hurry back. Hearing Lin Qiu questioning his own hand-openness list, this male doctor is more nonchalant, pointing to the direction of the emergency room door to Lin Qiu standing face to face, imposing eyes in the direction of Lin Qiu, constantly passing on the message of Pai. Seeing such a situation, Lin Qiu froze for a moment, and then glanced at himself, realizing that he was still wearing the ranger's overalls, and the whole person looked like a worker. Chapter 15, People won't let me treat them. So it's a difference in treatment. The quality of doctors nowadays is really bad. After turning around, holding the list in her hand, Lin Qiu said this in a cold voice and walked out towards the outside. What did you say? After Lin Qiu's sentence was finished, the male doctor directly widened his own eyes, raised his hand and pointed at Lin Qiu's back, and angrily rebuked at Lin Qiu. However, Lin Qiu acted as if he didn't hear it at all, and directly walked out of the emergency room. Look at what kind of people are these now, coming to the hospital for treatment and actually having such an attitude and still daring to talk about us. After that doctor sat down in a rage, he said this to the female doctor in front of him. After the female doctor heard what the male doctor said, she only raised her head and smiled, then continued to deal with the matter at hand. Soon after a round of examinations, Lin Qiu, who really didn't want to go back inside the emergency room, ended up bringing Xiao Miao Miao into the emergency room. Stuff. Lin Qiu placed the x-rays and other test reports on the table. You sit here first. After pulling open a stool, Lin Qiu placed Xiao Miao Miao, Who was on her back? On the top of the chair. Who told you to sit here? Do you know that you're a patient right now? You can't rest too much from your foot injury. You need to stand up and step on the ground. After seeing Xia Miaomio sitting not far away from him, that male doctor had a cold smile on his face, and then turned his head towards Xia Miaomio's side and said this with a serious face. What are you doing? Stand up. Seeing that Xia Miaomio was still sitting on the stool and had no intention of getting up, the male doctor frowned and urged Xia Miaomio again. After hearing these words, Xia Miaomio immediately stood up from the stool, but the Xia Miaomio who stood up stumbled, and if it wasn't for Lin Qiu holding him up in time, Xia Miaomio would have collapsed on the ground at this moment. Just sit here. You merely sprained your foot. Rest is the most important thing. Lin Qiu looked at the male doctor looking at the x-rays there, holding Xia Miaomio back up and sitting on the edge of the stool. A sprained foot should avoid too much movement. Only then will it not aggravate the injury. Whereas if you keep moving, it will only make your injury worse. Lin Qiu faintly said this to Xia Miaomio, then saw the male doctor holding up. This is the emergency room. This is a place for doctors to see patients. Don't think that just because you're a patient's family member that you can talk nonsense here. What I say here is what it looks like. If you don't cooperate and the disease can't be cured by then, don't blame our hospital, let alone me. This male doctor's face had become very ugly as he said these words. Right now it's some people who take all the words coming out of your doctor's mouths as if they were holy orders, and that's what fuels the arrogance of you quacks. If I'm not mistaken, you're at most a doctor who just came to the hospital not long ago. How powerful do you think you can be? Lin Qiu had met this male doctor after coming to this hospital, and by now his mood had become worse and worse. After hearing the words that doctor had said, Lin Qiu directly looked at the male doctor's face in a cold voice and said this to her. I can't agree with the words you said, this gentleman. Not all patients take the words we doctors say as holy orders in general, and the words we say are nothing more than advice to the patients. After the male doctor heard Lin Qiu's words, his face turned red and he rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was ready to take action against Lin Qiu at the drop of a hat. However, at this time, the female doctor who had been sitting on the opposite side of the table and had not said anything, stood up and looked towards Lin Qiu's side. Just now this female doctor sat behind the computer. Yi Qiu just saw his presence, and did not look at his looks clearly, until after standing up at this time, Lin Qiu only noticed that the female doctor in this hospital was actually a big beauty. A pair of gold glasses on her face made her already delicate features look even more civilized, and her concave and convex figure was such that even the hospital's white coat couldn't cover it. Lin Qiu's gaze lingered on this female doctor's face for a moment, and Xian Gui withdrew his gaze. Although you're a female doctor, it doesn't mean that you can use your doctor's advantage and cover up all of this. That's the way things are supposed to be. I'm merely telling the truth. After looking at his hand, Lin Qiu said this to this female doctor in front of him. I see that this gentleman should also have some medical skills by the looks of it. But since you have such skills, why didn't you heal your friend instead of running inside the hospital? Can't it be that this gentleman, you are coming inside our hospital to teach us people how to heal? The male doctor on the side had an angry face, while this female doctor also took a few steps forward and stood beside the male doctor and asked Lin Qiu, me? I want to treat people. They won't let me treat them. They have to come to the hospital and can't trust me. Otherwise, do you think I would come to the hospital? Lin Qiu glanced at Xia Miaomio, who was sitting next to him, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Since you've come to the hospital and others won't let you treat it, that means you're not very good at your art. If you're not very good at your art, then hurry up and stand to the side. Don't mess around here. Now I'm going to treat this lady. Please exit from the room. As soon as the male doctor heard Lin Qiu say this, he immediately came up to take up the conversation and was directly met by Xia Miaomio's side, pointing in the direction of the doorway, and said to Lin Qiu in a bad tone, it's fine to let me out, but you don't need me to say all the judgments you just made. I'm sure this companion next to you knows that the judgments you just made, as well as the words you said, are all incorrect. This beautiful doctor, do you think what I said makes sense or not? After hearing what the male doctor said, Lin Qiu raised his head and looked at the female doctor next to him. Hearing those words, the female doctor froze for a moment. Then after glancing at the male doctor, she gently nodded her head. The reason why the male doctor had asked Xia Miaomio to stand up just now was purely because he wanted to teach Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio a lesson based on his status as a doctor. He had also seen that Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio were close, and since he couldn't directly teach Lin Qiu a lesson, he could only go and teach Xia Miaomio a lesson. Dr. Li, seeing that none of his companions were helping him, that doctor's face became very ugly. Chapter 16, Cutting a Deal. As a doctor, your own medical skills are not proper and you still won't let your own peers talk about it? In a place like yours not to be cured, go back and I'll cure you. Don't mind if I cure you badly anymore. It's better than the doctors here who can't cure you and have to keep attacking you with words here. After seeing the male doctor's expression, Lin Qiu helped Xia Miaomio up from the chair, and said to Xia Miaomio that he was going to carry Xia Miaomio on his back. This gentleman, Our hospital can naturally treat patients, especially since this patient is only suffering from a sprained foot. I'm going to help her straighten her bones now, and then put medicine on it. After that female doctor surnamed Li heard these words from Lin Qiu, she walked up and put her hand on Xia Miao's shoulder to stop Lin Qiu from taking Xia Miao away, and then signaled to Lin Qiu that she could treat Xia Miao. Just now, you guys were the ones who said to let me leave from here, and I'm not going to stay here. Now you're the one who posted yourself up to be treated. Don't say that I'm the one who was brazen enough to let you guys help me heal. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu hurriedly pointed at this female doctor in front of him and said this to her. Yes, I said that. But before that, this gentleman, you have to apologize to our doctor first. Not all doctors are like that. I'm a bit uncomfortable with the generalization you just made. I treated your friend out of my duty as a doctor, so you have to apologize to me as well. You can talk about others, but I have never done that. This doctor surnamed Li looked sharply at Lin Qiu in front of him and demanded that Lin Qiu apologize to himself. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Is there a problem with what I said? Things were already like this. And besides, if you say you're not, then you're not? You didn't stop that unscrupulous doctor over there when he spoke just now. Did you feel that the face of your hospital was a little too much to hang on to before you came out to speak? I don't have the word apologize in my dictionary. If you want me to apologize, come up with your own real skills. At this time, Lin Qiu's face was not at all disdainful, although the woman in front of him could have a good look and a good figure. But Lin Qiu was not the kind to treat people differently with his eyes, so he directly shook his head and rejected the woman's proposal to demand an apology from herself. Then this gentleman, since you want me to show my real skills, I would like to ask this gentleman, how can I be considered as having real skills, and how can I make you feel that I have real skills? Lin Qiu's words caused this female doctor in front of him to also become interested, and directly said so with a provocative look thrown at Lin Qiu. Afterward, she directly took off her doctor's white coat. What are you doing? Seeing this situation, Lin Qiu first froze, then looked at this woman in front of him with a wary face. Isn't this gentleman unconvinced? We can go outside and spar. It just so happens that I've learned a little bit of kung fu, so I can try your hand, sir. This female doctor surnamed Li directly gave Lin Qiu such a sentence that made Lin Qiu almost not drop his jaw in shock. Taking another look at the woman's arms, she actually possessed muscles that an ordinary woman would never be able to possess. Moreover, at this time, Lin Qiu also perceived that after this doctor surnamed Li had shed his doctor's uniform, his aura instantly became different, with a great sense of being a practicing doctor. I say this doctor. The real skill I'm talking about is your doctor's real skill. I didn't say I wanted to compete with you in fisticuffs. Besides, it's only right for me to win against you as a big man. It's embarrassing to lose to you. We have to compare what you're good at, right? After Lin Qiu withdrew her eyes, she waved her hand at the female doctor in front of her, signaling that what she wanted to compare was not the doctor's real skill or this. You want to compare medical skills with me? Then am I not bullying you? I've never done anything that bullies people. After the female doctor surnamed Li heard Lin Qiu say this, she first froze for a moment, then shook her head and directly rejected this proposal from Lin Qiu. That, you two interrupt. Can you treat me first? Xia Miao sat on the side of the chair and watched the several people in front of her constantly arguing, while the injury on her own foot was left unattended until now. She could only somewhat helplessly interrupt Lin Qiu and this female doctor surnamed Li to speak. Hearing these words, Lin Qiu and the female doctor surnamed Li, the two people at the same time, some embarrassment, looked towards Xia Miao sitting on the upper side of the chair. Afterwards, the female doctor surnamed Li hurriedly pulled up her white coat and put it over her body before casting an apologetic look at Xia Miao. I'm really sorry. I'll come and treat you now. After saying these words, the female doctor surnamed Li squatted down, and then placed her hands on Xia Miao's ankle, and after carefully groping for it for a few moments, her index finger and finger exerted force at the same time. Ah! Accompanied by Xia Miao, after a painful voice came out of her mouth. This female doctor surnamed Li patted her hand and stood up. It's already done. After saying this to Xia Miao, the female doctor surnamed Li looked in Lin Qiu's direction. It's still something. The technique is good. After seeing the female doctor surnamed Li stand up, Lin Qiu nodded and said this in praise. Is this good? After Xia Miao, who was sitting on the chair, heard the conversation between the two, she stood up and tentatively used her injured foot to point on the ground. It doesn't hurt as much. After seeing this situation, Xia Miao had an unexpected expression on her face before turning around and looking over at Lin Qiu next to her. You see, or have to come to the hospital. Hospital doctors in the hospital at once will be my feet to cure, which is like you have to let me take some strange herbal medicine. Xia Miao glared at Lin Qiu reproachfully, then looked at the female doctor standing next to her with a smile on her face. Our healing techniques are different, and these two strokes he made just now didn't seem to be taught in a hospital. Am I right? Once Lin Qiu heard this, He looked at the female doctor next to him and asked the female doctor with a snicker in his eyes. After the female doctor heard Lin Qiu's voice as he spoke, the expression on her face changed before she sighed and raised her head with a smile as she nodded at Lin Qiu. As much as it's hard to admit it, it's true that it wasn't learned in the hospital, but that doesn't affect the fact that I healed this young lady's foot injury as a doctor. After the female doctor said this to Lin Qiu, she then looked at Lin Qiu's face and opened her mouth. However, just as she was about to say something, the male doctor walked over from the back. See, this is what the hospital is capable of. Chapter 17, Written Exam. You're not capable and you're still here talking so much? Alright, hurry up and take your friend and get the hell out of the hospital. I don't want to see you. The male doctor's tone was very unpleasant as he pointed at Lin Qiu's nose and berated him. Even if I can, I'm still better than you. What's the saying? You can you up no can no BB. You line you just now how not to cure. Now here to say these nonsense. The horse after the cannon hit good. Lin Qiu listened to this nasty fly, and then began to buzz on the side directly to him to a burst of mouth-spitting fragrance. You're good then why don't you cure? In the aspect of healing I'm just worse than you. Saying something about your own healing method being different. I think it's just bragging there. A broken worker who came out of nowhere and still dares to be arrogant in the hospital. While saying these words, the male doctor straightened his collar and had a proud expression on his face, as if his position as a doctor was higher than Lin Qiu's ranger by an unknown number of levels. But it's this crappy worker. I guess he's better than you quack doctor in this aspect of healing. If I were you I'd quit this hospital job and find a good place to work. Lin Qiu didn't get angry because someone said he was a broken worker. Instead he lightly touched the top of the clothes on his body twice and said to that doctor with a confident face, You're better than me. If you're better than me today, I'll eat wherever the dog s. The male doctor immediately came when he heard this. The fire directly walked to Lin Qiu-shan. Before a hand yanked Lin Qiu's collar and said to Lin Qiu with a red face, Please take your claws away from my clothes. Don't dirty my clothes. After pinching the top of this male doctor's wrist with 2 fingers, Lin Qiu said to this male doctor expressionlessly. He then removed his hand and proceeded to slap the edge of his clothes twice, as if this male doctor had soiled his clothes. The most outrageous thing was that Lin Qiu also took out a handkerchief from the side of his pocket, wiped it twice on his own fingers, and then threw the handkerchief into the garbage can, without even looking at it more than once. Since you have to compare, let's go out and compare to see whose medical skills are better. Lin Qiu faintly said this to the male doctor. As soon as the male doctor heard Lin Qiu say this, he crossed his hands on his waist, then made an exasperated expression on his face and nodded at Lin Qiu. Alright, then let's compare pharmacological general knowledge. It just so happens that the hospital is evaluating the doctors again in the past 2 days, so let's compare who scored higher. After saying this, the male doctor opened his own computer, and immediately after that, a set of exam questions appeared on the computer, looking like it was the exam questions that the hospital used to test whether the doctor's level was online or not. You're using my computer. The female doctor pointed to her own computer after seeing this situation. Lin Qiu who sidewalked towards the location of the female doctor's computer. 3, 2, 1 start. The two of them started the exam at the same time at the female doctor's command. The male doctor on the side had a nervous and serious look on his face as he tapped his fingers on the top of the keyboard. Lin Qiu, on the other hand, had a breathless look on her face as she slumped down on the side of the chair then casually tapped on the keyboard. Done. After 10 minutes, Lin Qiu casually pushed the keyboard back into place then stood up and stretched. The male doctor froze in Lin Qiu's direction after hearing him say that then continued to stare at the computer screen and work on the exam seriously. Phew. After another almost 10 minutes of time the male doctor let out a long breath and then pointed at his computer screen and looked in Lin Qiu's direction smugly. See? 95 points. Only 2 questions wrong from a perfect score. Now do you know the gap between the two of us? This competition is about who has good grades, not who is faster. The male doctor said this to Lin Qiu with a smug face, as if he was satisfied with his score. 95 points nowadays and there are still people who are so proud? You're a doctor. Every question you got wrong is a sign that you don't have a good grasp of general pharmacology. This lack of place is likely to explode when you are healing a patient. You are being irresponsible for the patient's life. Sweeping a glance at the male doctor's computer screen, Lin Qiu faintly said this to the male doctor, with such a big mouth. I'd like to see how many points you've made. As soon as he heard Lin Qiu say this, the male doctor stood up from his position and walked over towards the opposite side of the female doctor's position. However, when he got down in front of the computer screen and took a look at it, he froze for half a day. The female doctor froze for a moment when she saw the male doctor standing there motionless, and then quickly walked behind the male doctor. Immediately after that, the expression on her face changed for a moment, then she withdrew her gaze to look in Lin Qiu's direction. How about it? Do you still think that I've got you wrong now? A quack is a quack. It's better if you don't come to work at the hospital in the future, or else a doctor who has eaten. TSK, I'm afraid you'll smoke the patients when you talk. sweeping a glance in the direction of the male doctor. Lin Qiu spoke to the male doctor. As soon as he heard Lin Qiu say that, the male doctor's face became very expressive, wanting to have a fit but being too embarrassed to open his mouth due to what he had just said. What are you still standing there for? Where is there a dog in this neighborhood? Shall I take you to find one where you go by yourself? After seeing the expression on the male doctor's face, Lin Qiu was also unreasonable and directly asked another follow-up question to the male doctor. I didn't expect you to be quite powerful, but this doesn't mean that he can't. I have to compare with you. But what makes a doctor powerful isn't grasping this knowledge, but actually diagnosing the patient's condition based on the patient's situation. The two of us will then take the two patients who will arrive at the hospital in a while as the conditions for the written test to see who is more powerful in diagnosing the patient's condition. In this regard, after the female doctor surnamedly heard what Lin Qiu said, she directly made such a proposal to Lin Qiu unconvincingly. Her words were undoubtedly also a relief to that male doctor. Oh, you want to compete with me as well? Then I wonder what your bet is again. Upon hearing that this female doctor was also going to compete with himself, Lin Qiu cast a playful look at the female doctor. If I lose, I'll worship you as my teacher in the future and follow your ass to learn your medical skills. As soon as she heard Lin Qiu say these words, the female doctor first froze, then stared at her own eyes very seriously and responded to Lin Qiu. Chapter 18, The Patient Comes. Worship me? This sounds good. Okay, I promise you. As soon as Lin Qiu heard this female doctor say this bet to worship himself as a teacher, he held his chin and thought for a while, nodded his head and directly agreed to this matter. Don't think that you can definitely defeat me on your own. So what if you lose? Hearing the mutterings from the side of Lin Qiu's mouth, this female doctor with the surname asked a rhetorical question to Lin Qiu. If I lose, I'll immediately apologize to you, to all the doctors in your entire hospital. Not only that, I'll write a letter of apology tomorrow, stand at the main entrance of the hospital, and read it out loud to the two of you while there are the most people, and also send a banner over to the two of you. Facing the doubt in the female doctor's mouth, Lin Qiu directly proposed his solution to the female doctor in front of him. Alright, it's a deal. As soon as Lin Qiu's words fell, the female doctor directly stretched out her own little thumb at Lin Qiu and said in a very bold manner. As soon as Lin Qiu took a look at the female doctor's outstretched finger, he faintly smiled and at the same time also stretched out his own little thumb and hooked it together with the female doctor. My name is Li Qiu. Remember, you are the one who lost under my Dr. Li Qiu. After the two little thumbs gently touched, this female doctor withdrew her palm. In this short moment, this female doctor named Li Qiu suddenly lost half of that reserve of the doctor from a moment ago and said this to Lin Qiu in a very bold manner. My name is Lin Qiu. Remember your master's name. Remember to call me Master Lin when you address me in the future. Looking at Li Qiu in front of him, Lin Qiu stretched out his own finger and tapped it twice on the top of his chest, twisted his head and then walked directly to the side of that male doctor. What are you still sitting here for? Couldn't you hear what I just said? Besides, where am I going to sit if you sit here for a while? I'm the one who's going to replace you as the doctor here next. Lin Qiu waved his hand at the male doctor after walking next to him. Hearing these words coming out of Lin Qiu's mouth, the male doctor became unusually angry, pointing at Lin Qiu without uttering a word for half a day. But in the end, he sighed and gave way to his position. Dr. Li must win him over and kill this guy's sharpness. The male doctor walked to the position of the emergency room door and turned back to Li Qiu leaving this sentence. Li Qiu didn't respond to this male doctor, but smiled as she sat on the edge of her seat, followed by Lin Qiu sitting across from her. We can say in advance, if it's a common cold or something there's no need to compare, and those who can come to the hospital in the middle of the night usually won't have a cold or something like that condition. After waiting for a while, Li Qiu suddenly poked her head out from behind the computer and looked in Lin Qiu's direction. I understand. Lin Qiu, who nodded, looked to the side at Xiao Miao Miao, who at this time had all started dozing off. Why don't I give you the car keys? You can go to the car first and sleep for a while. There should be a prepared blanket in the car. Looking at Xiao Miao Miao's constant dozing there, Lin Qiu tentatively asked Xiao Miao Miao, no need, I'll be right here. I'd like to see how you can prove your medical skills, and I'd also like to see whether it's you apologizing or her worshipping today. This kind of hilarious thing, I am very fond of it. Xiao Miao Miao, that was a master of watching lively things, directly shook her head after hearing the words coming out of Lin Qiu's mouth and refused Lin Qiu's request for her to leave, instead waiting here for Lin Qiu and Li Qiu's match. Why do you keep acting like a curious baby? If it wasn't for you being so curious, we wouldn't have to run here in the middle of the night. I accompanied you to the hospital tonight when I was supposed to be working. I just had to miss work on my first day. Remember to make up my paycheck when you get back. Facing Xiao Miao Miao's curiosity, Lin Qiu spoke to Xiao Miao Miao without any good humor. Your one day's salary is only $100 or so. This young lady is in a good mood today. This young lady will give you 200. Xiao Miao Miao boldly drew out two large red bills from her own bag, handed them to Lin Qiu and said to Lin Qiu smugly, "Then I'm not polite. There's no reason to refuse when someone brings money to the door." Directly after receiving 2 red $100 bills from Xia Miao Miao, Lin Qiu slipped them inside his pocket before looking to the side. "Make way. Quickly make way." Just as Lin Qiu had just turned around and was about to play with his cell phone, suddenly an urgent voice came from the outside of the emergency room. "Coming to work." Hearing this voice, Lin Qiu casually picked up the white coat that the male doctor had just left here and put it over his body, glancing provocatively at Li Qiu on the opposite side. Right at the same time that Lin Qiu had just put on his clothes, the door of the emergency room was directly pushed open with a hand, followed by 2 men rushing and holding 2 figures at the same time. "Doctor, help. There was a car accident on the road just now." Lin Qiu, who heard the commotion, had just turned around and saw the 2 men covered in blood, each of them holding a woman in their arms. What is this situation? After seeing this situation, before Lin Qiu could say anything, Li Qiu walked out from the back and frowned. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and send the people to the operating room." In the face of this situation, Lin Qiu was very calm and directly said this to the 2 of them, then quickly walked out from the emergency room. Hearing Lin Qiu say this, Li Qiu also realized that she shouldn't have asked this question, and quickly followed behind Lin Qiu to give him directions. The 2 of them then opened the door to the operating room, and the 2 men placed the patient on the top side of the operating room bed. "You 2 go ahead and register. Leave the matters here to the 2 of us." Lin Qiu waved his hand indifferently at the 2 men standing on the inside of the operating room, signaling that they could leave. Once the 2 men heard this, they quickly retreated from inside the operating room. As for Lin Qiu, he glanced at the woman beside the hospital bed and first put his hand on the location with the most bleeding, then raised his hand on the top of the woman's wrist. "What are you still hitching around here for? I've already notified the other nurses and doctors to rush over. Hurry up and send them for some checkups first." Facing such a situation, Li Qiu next to Lin Qiu said this while helping the patient in front of her to stop the bleeding. "There's no need to check. The woman beside me has some stab wounds to her lung lobes, and there's still residual glass slag inside her body. Just need to take it out." Chapter 19, Surgery completed. Lin Qiu looked at this patient in front of him with a flat face. Then he raised his hand and picked up a scalpel placed on the side. "What are you going to do? Are you going to operate on her alone?" Li Qiu saw this operation of Lin Qiu and a shocked expression appeared on her face. Surgery was never something that could be done by one person. Which surgery mustn't have several doctors assisting a lead surgeon there from the side to operate the surgery? Especially for a surgery like this. Once there was the slightest delay, then the patient's life would be delayed. Then what? When those doctors of yours come? When those doctors of yours come, you will only be able to do one surgery. I will operate this one myself. Don't you want to compete? Now is the chance to compete. But I hope you can be careful with your patients. Don't imitate me. You're not capable enough. Never think of doing surgery yourself. After saying these words to Li Qiu, the scalpel in Lin Qiu's hand cut open the patient's clothes. Then in front of Li Qiu's face, Lin Qiu started to operate right there, while Li Qiu was looking at the patient in front of her with a difficult face, until a few doctors walked in after a while and saw that Lin Qiu was already treating the patient there with masked gloves on, while Li Qiu was still standing on the side with an embarrassed face. "Dr. Li, we came over to assist." Several doctors quickly surrounded Li Qiu's side before preparing to perform the surgery. It had to be said that other than the male doctor Lin Qiu encountered at the beginning, whose medical ethics and quality were not very good, the quality of these doctors who just came in were all good. After they came in, they didn't wonder about Lin Qiu being there alone to perform the surgery, much less who Lin Qiu really was. Instead, they went to Li Qiu's side first to prepare to save the patient. Under the auspices of Li Qiu, the surgery on this side also began to operate. At this time, outside the operating room, 2 men with bloodstains on their bodies and Xia Miao Miao stood outside the operating room at the same time, waiting for the results. The 2 men were worried about their friends and relatives having problems, while Xia Miao Miao was waiting for the results of this competition. "Bring me a bit of water to clean the wound." Lin Qiu shouted in the direction of the several doctors at the back of Li Qiu while operating on the operating table for the patient. "I'll go." After hearing this voice, one of the doctors quickly walked over towards Lin Qiu's side after collecting a bit of water for washing the wound from the side, while Lin Qiu received the water to clean the wound. Without saying a word, he started to clean the wound for the patient, and then picked up a needle and thread to stitch up the wound for the patient. "All right." Lin Qiu patted her hand and looked behind her. Seeing that Li Qiu's group of people in the back were still conducting the surgery, Lin Qiu walked out towards the outside of the operating room. "Wait." Seeing that Lin Qiu was about to leave, at this moment, Li Qiu raised her hand and wiped the sweat on her forehead and called out to Lin Qiu. "What's wrong?" Hearing Li Qiu's voice, Lin Qiu turned his head to look in Li Qiu's direction. "Help! This patient's situation is a bit bad. One more hand is more power. Help, come and see what should be done." Hearing Lin Qiu's inquiry, Li Qiu said this to Lin Qiu urgently, and Lin Qiu walked over without hesitation. After all, this was a matter of human life. He then saw that this patient's wounds were already showing some signs of heavy bleeding. This patient is in a similar situation as my patient. How can you cut from this position? You will undoubtedly injure his other internal organs this way. And with such a large cut, are you killing or saving lives? Seeing the patient's condition, Lin Qiu snatched the scalpel from Li Qiu's hand. Saying so reproachfully, Lin Qiu first cleaned the patient's wound once more, then quickly sewed up the patient's wound here and gently made a small cut with the scalpel on the outside of the patient's lungs. Then Lin Qiu pressed his finger near the wound, then lifted up the tweezers and quickly pinched a few pieces of broken glass out. At the same time, a tiny surgical needle was stabbed through the small wound he had just made. Immediately after that, Lin Qiu quickly stitched up the several wounds on this patient's lungs that had been scratched. Go check the patient's blood type and then give the patient a blood transfusion. After instructing the several doctors next to him, Lin Qiu raised his own palm and began to press it onto the top of the patient's chest. At this moment, no one noticed that from the top of Lin Qiu's fingers, several white gases drilled into the patient's chest. After a while, several doctors ran back, holding blood packets that matched the patient's blood type. The doctors operated for a while and successfully delivered the blood into the patient's body. Seeing this situation, Lin Qiu then raised his palm. This is already fine. Send the patient out of the operating room to rest. Saying this to the few doctors beside him, Lin Qiu walked out towards the outside of the operating room. Dr. Li, who is this doctor? How come I've never seen it before? Is this the new specialist in our hospital? Finding that the patient is out of life-threatening danger, several doctors opened their mouths to Li Qiu and asked, "No, he's not a doctor inside the hospital. He's the one who accompanied the patient to be treated inside the hospital. A person who I made a bet with just now to see whose medical skill is more advanced. But I didn't think that he's actually really that good." Li Qiu looked at Lin Qiu's back as he left and actually accidentally told the truth. However, when these doctors heard what Li Qiu said, they didn't blame Li Qiu for letting Lin Qiu directly into the operating room for treatment. Instead, just like Li Qiu, each and every one of them looked at Lin Qiu's back that had just walked out of the operating room with a surprised expression on their faces. Doctor, how's it going?" As soon as Lin Qiu had just walked out of the operating room, the two men directly pounced up, holding Lin Qiu's two arms left and right, and asked Lin Qiu with a nervous face, "Don't worry, it's already fine. The patient is out of life-threatening danger. He'll be out in a while, but don't make a lot of noise after you come out. Don't get excited like this. The patient's wounds have just been stitched up. It's possible that the movements will be too great, causing the wounds to rupture again. Let them rest for a few days and they'll be fine." Lin Qiu took off his own mask and said very professionally to these two men beside him. Then he looked in Xia Miao's direction. "Your feet don't hurt anymore? And you specifically ran to the outside of the operating room. It's not like the way you were when you came just now." Chapter 20, Worshipping Lin Qiu. Seeing Xia Miao's figure standing outside, Lin Qiu asked at her, then quickly took off the white coat that was over the outside. Carrying the clothes in his hands, Lin Qiu didn't hear Xia Miao respond and looked up in Xia Miao's direction. Lin Qiu's gaze was focused on Xia Miao, and he saw this scene. At this moment, Xia Miao seemed as if she hadn't heard what Lin Qiu had just said at all, stretching out her head and constantly looking towards the operating room. "Let's go." Lin Qiu pressed his hand on Xia Miao's head and led Xia Miao in the direction of the emergency room he had just come from. "Quickly release your hand." After being pressed on her head by Lin Qiu for a few steps, Xia Miao raised her own hand to take Lin Qiu's hand off her head and stared in Lin Qiu's direction. "What are you doing? Don't you know that you won't grow taller by touching your head?" Taking out the small mirror she had with her, Xia Miao straightened her hair while complaining to Lin Qiu. "Alright, how grown up are you? Do you still need to grow taller now? Could it be that you're preparing to grow yourself into a pole?" As soon as he heard these words from Xia Miao, Lin Qiu looked up and down at Xia Miao and then walked forward again with his own hands behind his back. Xia Miao's height was definitely not short. At 1.7 meters, with her two long, straight legs, her figure was nothing to write home about. Who would mind being taller? "Wait, who are you calling a pole? I'm the devil's figure." Hearing these words from Lin Qiu, Xia Miao put away her mirror and stuffed it back into her bag while chasing towards Lin Qiu's back while shouting at Lin Qiu, "Devil body. Are you trying to say you have a devil body and an angel face? I think you have the body of an angel and the face of a devil, right?" Lin Qiu walked ahead without looking back and responded to Xia Miao who had uttered these words. "Back so soon? Did you find yourself disgraced? Just a savage like you who came out of nowhere. You still dare to spread your wildness in the hospital. You dare to go and operate on that kind of patient. Aren't you afraid that the patient's family will beat you to death?" Seeing Lin Qiu walk into the emergency room, the male doctor, for some reason, actually unconsciously stood up from his position to make room for Lin Qiu. However, after he stood up, he realized that the seat belonged to him, and then sat down again somewhat angrily, glancing in Lin Qiu's direction and saying something to Lin Qiu in contempt. And when Lin Qiu heard these words, he just smiled without saying anything and quietly sat down on a chair next to him. Wasn't you arrogant just now? Didn't you dislike me non-stop just now? What's wrong? How come you don't say a word now? Were you hit by my words and are now too embarrassed to open your mouth to speak? Apologize to me now. I have endured you for so long. I just can't stand to see this arrogant and ugly face of yours. Apologize to me now and I will forgive you for your mistake. Otherwise, believe it or not, I will pack you up now. Lin Qiu's silence was only exchanged for the male doctor's intensification. When the male doctor saw Lin Qiu sitting there without saying a word, he directly rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of Lin Qiu, pointing at Lin Qiu's nose and saying this with a stern face, having the urge to make a move on Lin Qiu. However, before Lin Qiu could roll his eyes and speak to him, he only saw a hurried figure suddenly appear outside the emergency room. After rushing in, the figure stood directly in front of Lin Qiu and then stared at him with dead eyes. Dr. Li, you're back. How was it? Is this kid not capable of anything? Is it because its treatment messed up the patient in a bad way? Now let me clean him up. Running back inside the emergency room is Li Qiu. After seeing Li Qiu come back, the male doctor sizes up Li Qiu. After realizing that Li Qiu's eyes were dead set on Lin Qiu, half a day without saying a word, he proudly said this to Li Qiu, and then lifted up his own fist and prepared to smash it on Lin Qiu's face. You're too godly. How did you do that just now? It's the first time I've seen a person do a single surgery, and the wounds left behind from the one just now are unbelievable. How did you remove those glass from inside the patient's body? Plus the patient's bleeding at that time, bleeding was already simply too late. And how did you stop the bleeding for the patient? This is simply too powerful. Li Qiu directly pushed away the male doctor standing next to her, then tugged on one of Lin Qiu's arms with an excited face and said such a large amount of words to Lin Qiu. Shouldn't we be talking about worshipping the master now? Lin Qiu just looked at Li Qiu in front of him with a teasing look after hearing these words and asked Li Qiu rhetorically. Yes, willing to gamble, master is above. Accept Li Qiu's obeisance. Hearing Lin Qiu say this, Li Qiu directly took half a step backward, then kneeling on one knee, hands clasped on top of his head, directly to Lin Qiu came so a salute. Let Lin Qiu, male doctor and Xia Miao Miao. The three of them were caught off guard by the action. After standing up, Li Qiu hurriedly turned around and ran to the side, picked up a paper cup, after which poured a cup of water and once again knelt down on one knee and placed it in front of Lin Qiu. Master, there is no tea nor wine here. Here is water instead of tea and wine. Please master, drink the water. Finishing these words to Lin Qiu, Li Qiu holds the cup of water in her hand and lowers her head straight down to look at the ground, while Lin Qiu is also a bit overwhelmed by this stance. Okay, I understand your feelings. Get up. It's just a bet. No need to be so serious. Seeing Li Qiu's half-motionless appearance, Lin Qiu hurriedly took the cup he handed over from Li Qiu's hand, then raised his hand to help Li Qiu up. Lin Qiu didn't have a bad impression of Li Qiu, this doctor, from the beginning when he was watching from the sidelines, to later on, the way he treated Lin Qiu. He was only defending his dignity and the dignity of the other doctors. He didn't say a single word to this male doctor, and even when Lin Qiu asked Li Qiu only spoke out righteously and didn't say anything more. This caused Lin Qiu to be impressed with this female doctor a long time ago. No, a great man's word is a team of horses, since the words have already been said, and if you say you'll be a master, I, Li Qiu, am not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. From today onwards, you'll be my Li Qiu's master. Li Qiu, who had just stood up from the ground, immediately showed a serious expression on her face once she heard Lin Qiu say that it was just a bet. Chapter 21, 100,000 Reasons. Lin Qiu took a look at this situation. If he didn't agree to accept Li Qiu as his disciple today, Li Qiu had the urge to spar with himself. Okay, if you say you want to be a master, this matter is settled. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu could only nod helplessly. I didn't see. You still have such a skill. It's hard to believe that you really are a divine doctor. I still misunderstood you. When Lin Qiu walked out of the operating room just now, Xia Miao Miao had thought that Lin Qiu was just in there to assist from the sidelines with some of the work of handing things out. After the other doctors in the room finished treating the two patients, he came out first without him, and that's why he said something to the patients. Later, Lin Qiu returned to the emergency room, facing the male doctor's words. Lin Qiu did not say a word, not the slightest rebuttal. This kind of behavior, but also let Xia Miao Miao solidified the idea that Lin Qiu's medical skills are not very good. However, it was only at this moment that Xia Miao Miao realized that Lin Qiu really had the ability to treat patients. And just now in the operating room, Lin Qiu should have done something extraordinary. Otherwise this Li Qiu did not need to be so excited. Childish and genuine. You yourself missed the chance to be treated by me, a divine doctor, and now you want me to treat you. You don't have a chance anymore. Originally, If I had treated you today, you would have recovered by now. Nothing would have happened. But you had to come to the hospital. The pain in the next few days as well as the aftereffects emanating from the injured chi. You'll just have to suffer on your own. Glancing at Xia Miao's foot, Lin Qiu said this to Xia Miao, then stood up and patted his butt, walking out towards the outside of the emergency room. Alright, there's nothing wrong with your foot anymore. I still have to go back to work. This unexplained absence of mine. If the boss finds out, won't the boss have to dock my pay again? If it's not that I have a better relationship with Huang Tao, and he covers for me on weekdays not to report these things, otherwise my wages would probably have been deducted already. After faintly saying this to Xia Miao, Lin Qiu walked to the outside of the emergency room, and Xia Miao also limped along. But right behind the two of them, there was another person who was going to keep following the two of them. I say, big brother, why are you still following me? I want to go back. This middle of the night, you hospital doctor, you do not go back to continue to properly duty your night shift. You follow us too. Is it possible that you still want to go with us? He has been walking to the outside of the hospital gate. Lin Qiu only sighed helplessly and turned his head to look at Li Qiu, who was following the two of them, and asked Li Qiu, you're my master now, and I'm just an apprentice who doesn't know much about anything. Surely wherever the master goes the apprentice goes. Is it hard to believe that you're going to leave your apprentice alone in this hospital? I haven't even learned this skill yet. Once you leave from here today, where am I going to find you? Hearing these words, Li Qiu's face revealed an aggrieved expression that was completely inconsistent with her personality and temperament as she looked at Lin Qiu in front of her. This is my business card. The place where I work is in the Shennongjia research base. You can also add my contact information. I will send you the location. You wait until tomorrow when you wake up from your sleep and then come over. I'm a little scared to be alone in the middle of the night. Handing over his business card to Li Qiu's hand, throwing down such words to Li Qiu, Lin Qiu walked towards the side of the Mercedes. Master, I'll look for you tomorrow. Wait for me. Just as Lin Qiu put his hand on the door handle of the car, Li Qiu's voice reached Lin Qiu's ears through the hospital location. The helpless Lin Qiu could only sigh, then pulled open the car door and sat in. Quickly tell me what exactly happened in the emergency room at that time? How come you came out in 3 or 2? And that Li Qiu, as soon as she came out, she was short to your master, looking as if she admired you very much. What exactly did you do in there? I am really too curious. As soon as the car started, Xia Miao couldn't hold back her curiosity and started to inquire at Lin Qiu. Have you ever heard the saying that curiosity killed the cat? All of this that happened tonight is all from your curiosity. You should change this too curious problem. Sweeping a glance at Xia Miao next to him, Lin Qiu only said this to Xia Miao, and did not tell Xia Miao what had happened. Along the way, Xia Miao was the embodiment of 100,000 reasons, constantly asking Lin Qiu this question, while Lin Qiu drove the car without saying a word, not even looking at Xia Miao. Why are you like this? I'm talking to you. Don't you know that answering other people's questions is the minimum respect for others? Xia Miao, who had been talking to herself for half a day, realized that Lin Qiu had never answered herself and directly raised her own hand and was ready to slap it towards Lin Qiu's shoulder. However, just at this time the front of the car turned violently, almost not knocking Xia Miao's head to the edge of the glass. What's wrong? What's going on? What happened? Seeing this situation, Xia Miao hurriedly raised her hand and grabbed the handrail on the upper side of the car window, and then looked left and right with a nervous face. Can you sleep for a while, please? You have a lot of problems that have seriously affected my ability to concentrate on driving. Once I say a couple more words to you in a while, I reckon that the two of us are almost going to become a delicacy for the animals in this forest. Lin Qiu turned on the car's headlights, shone them on the rugged road ahead, and said this to Xia Miao. Hearing these words, Xia Miao looked ahead and to the left and right before covering her mouth and nodding to Lin Qiu. However, Xia Miao's silence didn't last long before she moved her hand away from her mouth. I'm still curious as hell, so just tell me a little bit first, just a little bit without affecting anything. Asking another question to Lin Qiu, Xia Miao blinked her own big, curious and innocent eyes at Lin Qiu, who was seriously driving the car beside her. Any questions? Can't you wait for that doctor called Li Qiu to ask her tomorrow when she comes over to pay her respects? I really don't want to answer these questions of yours. After we go back in a while, you go back to the base and sleep honestly, while I still have to go inside my forest and have some things to be busy with. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiu helplessly looked at Xia Miao next to him and said these two words to Xia Miao. Chapter 22. Ah, rascal, sleeping is sleeping. Upon hearing this, Xia Miao directly turned her head and held her mouth, no longer looking in Lin Qiu's direction. Soon the car stopped inside the Shennongjia base. Lin Qiu put Xia Miao in front of the door of the room and drove himself forward to find Huang Tao to return it. After returning the car, Lin Qiu didn't return to his residence, but returned to the place he was guarding. Mr. Lin Qiu, you're back. Lin Qiu pushed the door and just entered the side of that cabin of his. A voice instantly came in. and instantly the lights in the entire cabin automatically lit up. Mr. Lin Qiu, your coffee hasn't been drunk just now. I've already automatically heated it up for you. It tastes just right now. Lin Qiu walked to the table and just sat down. A cup of coffee was placed on the table. Seeing the coffee on the table, Lin Qiu gently nodded, then picked up the coffee and took a sip. Immediately after that, a tablet was delivered to Lin Qiu. All of the things that old Mr. Qin has asked for are in this tablet. I have already collected all of the data before you came. Placing the tablet in front of Lin Qiu, the voice once again explained to Lin Qiu. Ha! Lin Qiu stretched and yawned after drinking his coffee, nodding lightly before opening the tablet and casually flipping through it. After reading what was inside, Lin Qiu shook his head helplessly and stood up. What's there to operate on? Go to sleep first and help him deal with it tomorrow when he sleeps up. Remembering that Qin Su had given him a time limit of 15 days, Lin Qiu was a bit helpless. This kind of simple thing was a breeze for him. I'm still sleepy after drinking a cup of coffee. Let's sleep first. After sitting on the bed, Lin Qiu quickly took off his shoes and clothes. Then he got under the covers and huffed and puffed. Xia Miao Miao, who had returned to her room, was a little afraid of shrinking under the quilt, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money. Other things Xia Miao Miao can still accept, but now she is sitting in the quilt side. As soon as she closes her eyes, remember the forest side of the squirrel's bigger than a person and that long two-head of the snake. But in the end, Xia Miao Miao still lost to the sleepy insects and fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning of the second day, a guest was welcomed outside the Shennongjia base, and this guest stood outside the Shennongjia base looking left and right, while the base in front of him, which was completely shrouded in glass, hadn't yet opened its doors. What are you looking at here? Just as the silhouette was holding his cell phone and wondering if he should make a call, a voice suddenly rang into his ears. Master? Hearing this voice, the silhouette immediately turned his head to look behind him, only to see Lin Qiu yawning while walking towards her, and this guest who appeared outside the Shennongjia base at this moment was no other than Li Qiu. You ran over here early in the morning. How long have you been standing here? Nodding gently at Li Qiu, Lin Qiu was also too lazy to correct her name for herself and faintly asked Li Qiu. Not long. Originally I wanted to call you master, but I was afraid that I came too early and disturbed your rest. I didn't think that you actually got up so early. Master, what are you doing? Seeing that Lin Qiu actually walked back from the direction of the distant forest, Li Qiu asked Lin Qiu suspiciously. What else can I do to go? I'm a forest ranger in the middle of the night, naturally going to the forest to cut down trees. Pointing to his clothes, Lin Qiu walked past Li Qiu's body, stood in front of the glass door's access control, and pressed his hand on the place where he recorded his fingerprints. Ding! Accompanied by a sound, the glass door in front of him slowly opened, and Lin Qiu also stepped in. Go! What are you still standing there for? After taking 2 steps and realizing that Li Qiu didn't follow, Lin Qiu turned his head and hooked his hand at Li Qiu. Coming, master. After answering, Li Qiu hurriedly followed behind Lin Qiu. Along the way, Li Qiu followed behind Lin Qiu and looked at Lin Qiu's back several times, wanting to open her mouth to speak, but all of them retracted again. After walking for some more distance, Li Qiu really couldn't help herself and suddenly opened her mouth to Lin Qiu. Master, this is where you work, right? This place looks too mysterious as well. After saying these words, Li Qiu's gaze went to Lin Qiu's face. While Lin Qiu didn't stop herself, she just faintly responded to Li Qiu. This way of responding made Li Qiu a bit embarrassed because she had other words she wanted to say to Lin Qiu. However, these words should not have a chance to be said for a while by the looks of it. Li Qiu had no choice but to follow behind Lin Qiu until the two of them appeared outside of a small glass house. After Lin Qiu put his hand on the doorstop, the door to the room opened automatically. Feel free to sit down. Walking inside, Lin Qiu casually pointed his finger at the position of the sofa and said so, while he himself walked in the direction of the room. Li Qiu looked around this room and realized that the decorations inside this room all looked a bit luxurious, but for the appearance of these things, Li Qiu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's only natural for someone with high medical skills like Lin Qiu to have some income. Ah, rascal! Just as Li Qiu had just sat on the edge of the sofa, an ear-piercing scream came into Li Qiu's ears, followed by Lin Qiu retreating from inside his room with an embarrassed face. Master, what are you? Seeing Lin Qiu's lousy face, Li Qiu asked Lin Qiu suspiciously, or Lin Qiu hurriedly waved his hand and quickly walked to Li Qiu's side. She sat down on the sofa and even took a cup of water from the nearby water dispenser and poured it into her mouth to hide her embarrassment. After a while, Xia Miaomia walked out from inside the room with an ugly face and stood beside Lin Qiu with 2 eyes staring straight at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu! Seeing Lin Qiu ignoring herself, Xia Miaomia gritted her teeth and called out to Lin Qiu. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. As soon as Lin Qiu heard Xia Miaomia call out to himself, he hurriedly raised his head and waved his hand at Xia Miaomia, explaining sharply, Who let you barge into the inside of my room? Seeing Lin Qiu in this state, Xiao Miao Miao crossed her hands on her waist and directly questioned Lin Qiu. I said, big brother, that's my room. You're the one who ran inside my room to rest. How did I know that you would appear inside my room? Chapter 23, Lin Qiu seeks help. At this moment, Lin Qiu looked as innocent as he could be. The room was occupied by someone else and he accidentally barged in. Not only was he scolded, but now he has to face questioning. It's you yourself who told me. There are so many rooms in this house, which one I want to sleep in? This big night back. How do I know which one is your room? It's not like I looked closely yesterday. Also, you left me a girl alone in this Shennongjia base. I was shrunk in the house in the middle of the night. Can I not be afraid? What else do you want me to do under panic? One day Lin Qiu actually refuted himself. Xiao Miaomiao was even more angry and asked several questions back at Lin Qiu. Okay, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'll apologize to you. Okay, first sit. A lot of anger hurts your body. It's easy to grow wrinkles when you're angry. Hearing these words, Lin Qiu moved to the side while patting the top of the sofa and persuaded Xiao Miaomiao. Hearing the words long wrinkles, Xiao Miaomiao subconsciously touched her face twice before sitting on her but on the edge of the sofa beside Lin Qiu. You're the one with long wrinkles. Your whole family has long wrinkles. Cursing at Lin Qiu, Xiao Miaomiao picked up the water cup that Lin Qiu had just drank from and took a sip directly from it. That's my water cup. Xiao Miaomiao had just finished the water in the cup in one gulp when Lin Qiu's ghostly voice came from her ears. When Xiao Miaomiao heard this voice, the water had already entered her throat and it was too late to spit it out. Xiao Miaomiao directly choked and then coughed right where she was. You're doing this on purpose. This early in the morning, you broke into my room, and you gave me the water you drank. I think you're 80% intentionally coming to bully me. Xiao Miaomiao, who put down the water cup, coughed for a while. Xiao Miaomiao glared at Lin Qiu and directly raised her hand and yanked on Lin Qiu's collar. There are still guests here. Seeing this situation, Lin Qiu pointed in Lin Qiu's direction and persuaded Xiao Miaomiao. Hearing this voice, Xiao Miaomiao hurriedly looked over in the direction of Lin Qiu's finger, and then saw Lin Qiu sitting there with a smile at the corner of her mouth looking over to her side. Seeing that Lin Qiu was still here, Xiao Miaomiao let go of Lin Qiu's clothes, then sat aside, straightened her hair, smiled and nodded to Lin Qiu. I'm really sorry. This guy is simply too infuriating. Anyone who encounters this guy's temper is no better. Seeing that Lin Qiu didn't make a sound, Xiao Miaomiao also explained to Lin Qiu, then glared at Lin Qiu again and stepped her foot, which was placed underneath the coffee table, on top of Lin Qiu's foot surface. It's understandable to understand naturally. After Lin Qiu heard Xiao Miaomiao explain to herself, she also responded to Xiao Miaomiao. After the two of them finished saying this, all three people sitting here were momentarily plunged into a weird awkwardness. Master. The weird atmosphere lasted for a while, but in the end, it was Lin Qiu who opened her mouth to break the deadlock and called out in Lin Qiu's direction. Lin Qiu, who heard Lin Qiu's voice, hastily reacted and looked in Lin Qiu's direction. Master, I have an unforgettable request that I want to talk to you. Master, do you think it's okay? After hearing Lin Qiu's response, Lin Qiu hesitated somewhat for a while before asking Lin Qiu, what is it that you have to say directly? Seeing this hesitant appearance of Lin Qiu nodded to Lin Qiu. Master is like this. My grandfather is sick, and has already gone to various famous hospitals and visited some of the more powerful doctors, but in the face of his condition, everyone is almost at their wits' end. And I saw your techniques as well as your medical skills. It looks like you are very powerful. I wonder if you can help my grandfather check his condition. Lin Qiu lowered her head and placed her hands between her legs, somewhat nervously asking Lin Qiu, not even looking up to look directly at Lin Qiu's face. The impression that Lin Qiu had left Lin Qiu in the hospital at that time was that she was very bold and didn't look like a doctor. Instead, she looked like a martial artist, while the current Lin Qiu was showing her shy side again. What is your grandfather's condition? How come other doctors won't be able to cure it? Lin Qiu, who heard these words, asked to Lin Qiu in doubt. My grandfather suffers from Alzheimer's disease, and you also know that this condition cannot be cured with the current medical level. I don't expect that my grandfather's condition can be cured. I just hope that it can be kept under control, and I don't know why, but the Alzheimer's disease that my grandfather suffers from is deteriorating at a very impressive rate. That's why I want to ask Master. You see if it's possible that you can control this condition. As for the remuneration, it's all negotiable. As long as my grandfather's condition can be controlled, the price of the healing master, you can mention whatever you want. Hearing Lin Qiu ask about her grandfather's condition, Lin Qiu hurriedly said this to Lin Qiu. Okay, I know about this matter. I can go and help your grandpa to have a look, but I don't dare to give you any guarantees. As you can see, I'm not a full-time doctor. I'm just a forest ranger. Lin Qiu heard these words from Lin Qiu and nodded at Lin Qiu. Hearing this conversation between the two, Xiao Miaomiao on the side first froze for a moment. Then she remembered that last night in the hospital, Lin Qiu seemed to have shown his hand in the operating room. Xia Miao, who remembered this matter, hurriedly looked in Li Qiuxia's direction, then opened her mouth to Li Qiuxia and asked, "What exactly happened yesterday in the operating room?" Dr. Li, is it hard to believe that this guy can really cure diseases? And from the time he came out from inside the operating room, why did you keep changing your mouth and calling him master? Is he really that powerful? Xia Miao first looked at Lin Qiu next to him, then his eyes were fixed on Li Qiuxia's body. He had been curious about these questions since last night, curious until this morning when he finally had the chance to ask about this matter. Master, he completed 2 surgeries yesterday in the operating room alone, and there was also a patient who was bleeding profusely due to my mishandling of the operation, and Master alone was able to control his condition and took over my mess and cured the second patient as well. At the same time, Master, he determined the patient's condition without going through any instruments, as well as the way he did the surgery was exceptionally subtle. I've never seen a doctor who can take out a foreign object from inside a patient's body through such a small wound. Chapter 24, A Little Powerful. Li Qiuxia's eyes were all lit up as she portrayed what happened inside the operating room at that time. The way she looked at Lin Qiu was even more admiring. Did the two of you make some secret agreement and team up to trick me? Is he really that godly? Hearing these words from Li Qiuxia, and then taking a look at the almost exaggerated expression on Li Qiuxia's face, Xia Miao only had a capital I don't believe on her face at this time. After asking these words, Xia Miao turned her head with her eyes staring deathly at Lin Qiu next to her, then opened her mouth to Lin Qiu and said, "Rascal, do you think the two of you are working together to cheat me? What benefits did you give Dr. Li to make her actually help you in this way, and also made a special trip over early this morning to put on such a show? I felt that there was something fishy about this matter on my way back yesterday, and the more I thought about it, the more outrageous I felt. You're a forest ranger, and we're both about the same age. Where did you learn this medical skill? These are all obviously fake, and you are in order to fulfill the lie you told me in the forest to deliberately team up with Dr. Li to cheat me, right? How much benefit did you give to Dr. Li?" Xia Miao now confirmed that this matter was Lin Qiu and Li Qiuxia teaming up to lie to themselves. "I'll explain again. You're the one who broke into the inside of my room. I'm not a rascal, and please stop calling me that." As soon as he heard himself being called a hooligan again by Xia Miao, Lin Qiu was left with 2 big heads and said this directly to Xia Miao in a corrected manner. After saying these words, Lin Qiu turned his head to look in the direction of Li Qiuxia next to him again and then said to Xia Miao next to him self-consciously, "And I'm not that boring to find someone else to work with in order to fulfill a lie? Besides, I have a salary of $3,000 a month. Do you think Dr. Li looks at my $3,000 salary?" Only after saying this did Lin Qiu fix his gaze on Xia Miao's face. "I won't believe this matter anyway. If you want me to believe it, you'll have to bring me along when you go to treat Dr. Li's grandfather again." This analysis of Lin Qiu's made Xia Miao also feel that Lin Qiu had a point, but she also had a stiff upper lip and was unwilling to admit this matter. So she said this to Lin Qiu. She wanted to take this opportunity to see what other secrets Lin Qiu had on her. Lin Qiu was really too mysterious. From being a lousy forest ranger in the mouths of his relatives, he suddenly transformed into a doctor who actually had amazing medical skills, and this Shennongjia in the side of all the secrets. All of these are let Xia Miao some want to understand. From her decision to come with Lin Qiu, this Shennongjia embarked on the train the first time. Xia Miao feel as if they have stepped into a mystery in the same. The centerpiece of this mystery was Lin Qiu in front of her. "You can follow if you want to. Why make so many excuses?" As soon as he heard Xia Miao say this, Lin Qiu looked at Xia Miao's face. In this instant, Xia Miao only felt as if she didn't have the slightest secret in front of Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu's pair of eyes directly seemed to see through her. "Rascal! Still looking." After pushing Lin Qiu, Xia Miao twisted her head to the side, but at this moment, Xia Miao's face was flushed red, her heartbeat accelerated, and the whole person was shy. "Master, then it's not too late. We'd better hurry up and go. I just received news yesterday that my grandfather's condition has deteriorated another step. My parents' side asked me to go back and find a way to see my grandfather. And the reason why I'm so obsessed with learning medicine is also for this very thing. I've already greeted the hospital side. The hospital will give me a leave of absence without pay for this recent period of time, and I will also concentrate on staying on your side to study. Master. So please, Master, you first see if you can go to help my grandfather look at the condition. If you can't get away, I can find a way to give you leave. Our Li family in this area of Yunzhou is also considered some power." Li Qiuxia was worried that it was inconvenient for Lin Qiu's side to leave, so she said this to Lin Qiu, and the subtext of this sentence was that Li Qiuxia's back was still a powerful family. "What's so inconvenient about leaving? I'm a forest ranger. This Shennongjia base is still functioning normally with one less me. Besides, how long can the effort of going to cure a disease take? I'll go and have a look first. A round trip in Yunzhou is just a waste of a day, and the time I work, that's at night. So going forward to your house to take a look at the situation for your grandfather won't affect the slightest amount of time, and I don't need to take time off. Once he heard this, Lin Qiu said this to Lin Qiu and then stood up from the sofa. Let's go. Choose a day. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do today, so I'll go over and take a look for your grandfather first. Go early and come back early. Just don't delay me from going to work in the evening. After Lin Qiu finished saying this, he drilled into the room. Then a rustling sound came from the room. After a while Lin Qiu, who had changed his clothes, appeared in front of the two women. Lin Qiu could have relied on his face to eat, and he appeared to be looking a little unruly in his ranger's clothes. It was because of that set of clothes plus Lin Qiu's careless personality that caused Lin Qiu to look a bit sloppy. But people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Just changed a suit of clothes. Lin Qiu looks immediately a little different. Let's go. What are you two doing frozen here? Seeing both of them standing frozen in place staring at themselves, Lin Qiu suspiciously looked around his body and frowned as he shouted at Lin Qiu and Xiao Miaomia who were in front of him. The two people who heard Lin Qiu's shout came back to their senses at the same time, and then awkwardly exchanged glances with each other as they both stood up from the edge of their seats. If you can't go, don't force yourself. The injury on your foot isn't fully healed yet. Seeing Xiao Miaomia stand up, the expression on her face involuntarily twitched. Thinking that it must be because of some pain caused by the sprained foot last night, Lin Qiu said this to Xiao Miaomia. I can do it. A little injury is nothing. Xiao Miaomia's feet had already started to hurt again just now, and now that she heard Lin Qiu say this, she unconsciously wrinkled her brow. However, she still said this to Lin Qiu and then took the lead in the direction of the door. But that limp and the stubborn expression on her face made Lin Qiu have to cast a strange look at Lin Qiu. Don't mind her. Let's go. Chapter 25, Past Lives and Present Lives. Faced with this situation, Lin Qiu was also too lazy to say anything more and gave Lin Qiu a look that it's okay to take a step towards the outside. Subsequently, a group of 3 people walked out of the Shennongjia base. Master, wait here for a moment. I've already had the car come over to pick us up. When Lin Qiu came here, he didn't inform Lin Qiu how he found the Shennongjia base, and at this moment, Lin Qiu said this to Lin Qiu, and Lin Qiu then thought on second thought. Lin Qiu thought that he must have been sent over by a car. As expected, the 3 people did not wait long. A car stopped at the entrance of the Shennongjia base. Seeing this car, Xiao Miaomia's face revealed an unexpected expression. Dr. Li, is this your family's car? When this car was parked here, Xiao Miaomia knew that Lin Qiu's family side was definitely not worse than her own, and Xiao Miaomia's car was that one open-top Maybach worth more than $10 million, and at this time parked in front of the eyes of this one Maybach bulletproof customized model. Absolutely no worse than her that one car. Although Xiao Miaomia's car was a gift her mother bought for her, it did give her mother a pain when she bought it. More than $10 million was indeed not much for Xiao Miaomia and her family, but it was definitely not a small number either. You say this car this car is my own car. Usually the driver will be based on what people in our family need to be picked up and then go and drive what car. Our family side a dozen drivers. Usually some busy. Today I still gave the driver a word in advance. Otherwise today I still have to find a way to drive back on my own. And my car skills are indeed a little embarrassing. Facing Xiao Miaomia's inquiry, Lin Qiu said this to Xiao Miaomia in reply. Hearing Lin Qiu say this, Xiao Miaomia's face expression froze a bit. I didn't think that Lin Qiu's family's condition is actually good to such a degree. A seemingly ordinary female doctor is behind such an illustrious life. It is true that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. I say you two in the end still go or not? A car here, what good to study? Did not think that there will actually be girls like to study the car. These are not all boys usually do things. Seeing the 2 people talking endlessly about this car, Lin Qiu frowned and walked to the side of the car, pulled open the door and sat on the passenger seat. Seeing that Lin Qiu had already sat inside the car, Lin Qiu also smiled apologetically at Xiao Miaomia, and then walked over in the direction of the Maybach. When Lin Qiu walked to the car, the driver had already run down the car and opened the door for Lin Qiu. As soon as Lin Qiu sat in the car, the driver rushed to the other side and opened the door for Xiao Miaomia. Lin Qiu was walking faster, so the driver didn't even react when he pulled open the car door. Uncle Lu, please send us back. After Xiao Miaomia sat inside the car, Lin Qiu directly said this to the driver. Okay miss. After answering, the driver drove the car towards the outside of Shennongjia. This trip is 10 minutes long. The car hard on the road for more than 3 hours, and Lin Qiu sitting in the back row has long been in the unknown time, and Xiao Miaomia 2 people fell asleep together, sitting on the co-pilot generation of Lin Qiu. At this time also have some sleepy. The scene in front of Lin Qiu gradually became blurred. The consciousness of the whole person also seems to fly out from the bridge, as if back to the roof of a company building in a trance. And at this time, Lin Qiu, who was standing on the roof of the building, glanced downwards, a bitter smile appearing on his face, betrayed by the people closest to him. Desperate, nothing could change his fate except a death. the young business genius would actually come to such a point. In the end, Lin Qiu then took a step and stepped on the air, before falling from the sky. With the appearance of this scene, Lin Qiu directly and instantly regained his sobriety, violently sat up straight from the edge of his seat, and took in 2 large breaths. Sir, what happened? Is it uncomfortable? Lin Qiu's appearance attracted the attention of the driver on the side, who inquired at Lin Qiu. It's fine, nothing happened to me. I just fell asleep and my body instinctively reacted. Hearing the driver's inquiry, Lin Qiu pulled out a tissue from the tissue box on the side and gently wiped his forehead, shaking his head at the driver. Such a scene hadn't appeared in Lin Qiu's dreams for a long time. Lin Qiu looked at the car from the outside and recalled the scene where he had just appeared in this parallel world. Lin Qiu was a business wizard in an ancient country, who had built a tens of billions of dollars business empire by himself in his 20s. But just when everyone thought that the young tycoon would create miracles next, a shocking news reached everyone's ears. The young tycoon's property was transferred to the company's shortfall. The capital chain broke. Overnight paradise fell to hell. More surprising to everyone is that on the second day, the young tycoon will be from their own company upstairs jumped down. The end of his young life. At the beginning of this matter in that ancient country, but also caused a lot of sensation. However, few people know the details of this incident. The young tycoon was betrayed by his closest friend and her partner at the same time. The two were in cahoots, shorting the young tycoon's company and threatening him with something he cared about, so that he had to end his life. And this young tycoon is sitting in the car at this time. Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu and the rebirth of this parallel world. Every time you think of these things will have nightmares. Such nightmares had lasted for several years before they became less frequent as Lin Qiu gradually adapted to this parallel world. The current Lin Qiu hadn't dreamt of such things for several years, but suddenly this nightmare reappeared on Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu calmed down for a moment and took a look at Xia Miao Miao and Li Qiuxia, who were still sleeping in the back seat of the car, and then withdrew his gaze. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. If it wasn't for this pair of heaven-defying looks, Lin Qiu would definitely have spent his life honestly being an inconspicuous forest ranger. Glancing at the mirror on the sun visor of the car and touching his face, Lin Qiu lamented helplessly. However, he didn't utter a word, but closed the sun visor and then leaned back on the seat of the car. Chapter 26, Private Road. During the next part of the journey, Lin Qiu stayed awake the entire time observing the sights flashing past in the surroundings. Lin Qiu had long been familiar with this area near the Shennongjia, and Lin Qiu had even come to Yunzhou City many times. However, at this point in the journey, Lin Qiu realized that he seemed to have never seen it before. Lin Qiu, who had absolute confidence in his memory, slowly closed his eyes, and an overhead view of Yunzhou City instantly appeared in his mind. Driver Master, I want to ask which road this section of road belongs to, and which area we are in. How come this road I take has never been traveled before? Unable to resist his curiosity, coupled with Lin Qiu's usual vigilance, Lin Qiu eventually asked this question to the driver next to him. Sir, this road doesn't belong to any of the roads in Yunzhou City. If you really want to talk about it, this road belongs to the western suburb area of Yunzhou City, but it's a private road of the Li family, and this area has also entered the scope of the Li family manor. This area is all the private property of the Li family. Lin Qiu's inquiry caused a smile to appear on the driver's face. Pointing at the area in front of him, the driver uttered a piece of news that made Lin Qiu still a little slightly surprised. I didn't expect the Li family to have some strength. Retracting his surprise, Lin Qiu gently nodded. The car advanced along this straight road for about 10 minutes before it finally stopped outside of a manor. Sir, we have arrived at the Li family's manor. Looking at the manor that appeared in front of him, the driver's voice also reached Lin Qiu's ears, and then the driver turned around and looked at Li Qiuxia and Xia Miao Miao, who were still in deep sleep at the back. Third miss, we have arrived. At the same time the driver's voice fell, Lin Qiu also looked at the back of the car. The sleeping Xia Miao Miao and Li Qiuxia's eyelashes gently fluttered at this time. Are we there already? Patting her neck that was a little sore after sleeping, Xia Miao Miao glanced out the car window. Aha! Li Qiuxia also stretched her back and responded to Xia Miao Miao's question. And then the car door on both of their sides was opened by the driver. Lin Qiu, who was not used to being waited on by others, pushed open the door and stood outside the car, waiting for the two women. Welcome home. Third miss. Just as Xia Miao, Li Qiuxia and the two of them walked to Lin Qiu's side and approached the manor's main door, a row of security guards and a row of nannies stood neatly on both sides of the main door and bowed to Li Qiuxia, who had walked to the door. Li Qiuxia seemed to have already seen these things and was not surprised. Without too much expression, she just nodded gently to these people and led Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao to walk in like this. Just before a few people could take a few steps, a sightseeing bus stopped in front of the trio. The road in the back is a bit long. Let's take the car there. Li Qiuxia gently lifted her skirt and sat on the upper edge of the sightseeing bus, pointing to the two people who hadn't gotten on the bus yet, Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao, to point to the seat across from her. Lin Qiu still had a plain look, but Xia Miao Miao, who had come from a rich and noble family, seemed to be a bit unable to accept everything in front of her. The courtesy of the security guards and nannies at the entrance, the manor that was so large that it had to be traveled in a sightseeing car, and the vague sound of the driver talking to Lin Qiu, and vaguely heard the driver say to Lin Qiu, "This is a private area and private road things. Everything here makes Xia Miao Miao feel fresh. All these things are not in their own homes." All make Xia Miao Miao a little surprised. The sightseeing car eventually stopped in front of a house. "Miss, the master and madam heard the news that you are coming back and have already arranged everything for you. Now the master and madam are waiting for you inside." The driver, who got down from the sightseeing car, points to this two-story villa in front of him and bows slightly to Lin Qiu. "Mom and dad are back too?" Lin Qiu obviously looks a bit surprised by this news, but still quickly steps down from the sightseeing bus. "Master, then let's go in first." With both hands on Xia Miao Miao's arm, Lin Qiu tugged Xia Miao Miao in the direction of this two-story villa, while Lin Qiu, with his hands in his pants pockets, also leisurely followed behind. The front door of the villa had already been opened for the trio when they approached. Following Lin Qiu into the gate of the villa, the first thing that appeared was the Li family manners parlor. At this moment, a middle-aged man and a woman are sitting on the sofa and looking over. They are Lin Qiu's parents, Li Runyao and Lin Xiuxian. Feeling the gaze, Lin Qiu also met the direction of the gaze and looked over. The middle-aged man who appeared in front of Lin Qiu's eyes had a Chinese character face, and between his eyebrows and Lin Qiu had a similarity of 8 points. And the whole person sitting there gave off a feeling of not being angry and authoritative. And the middle-aged woman sitting on the side didn't have the slightest trace of age on her face, looking like Lin Qiu's sister. Lin Qiu smiled at Li Runyao and gently nodded. After feeling the gaze from Lin Qiu, Li Runyao also slightly hanged his head. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. Let me introduce you guys. This is my newly recognized master, Lin Qiu. His medical skills are very impressive. This time I am bringing Master Lin back to take a look at Grandpa's condition. This is Master Lin's friend Xia Miao Miao." Lin Qiu lightly ran beside Li Runyao and Lin Xiuxian, pointing in the direction of both Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao, and introduced herself to the two. "Hello uncle, hello auntie." The two of them, Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao, greeted Lin Qiu's parents just as soon as Lin Qiu finished her introduction. "Don't stand here, hurry up and sit down." Xiuxian stood up and pointed to a seat on the side to greet the two of them. "Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao, why did you lose so much weight? I said I won't let you go to the hospital. You can't eat or sleep well in the hospital. Your father insisted on letting you go. Look at how much weight you've lost this time." Lin Xiuxian, who withdrew her gaze, one hand tugged on Lin Qiu's palm, the other hand rested on Lin Qiu's face. With a heartbroken face, she stroked on Lin Qiu's face. At the same time, while saying these words to Lin Qiu, Lin Xiuxian's gaze was somewhat displeased as she looked at Li Runyao at the side. Ahem. Faced with such a scenario, in order to diffuse the embarrassment, Li Runyao raised his hand to block his mouth and gently coughed twice. "There are still guests here. What is the decency of the two of you acting like this?" Li Runyao said to the mother and daughter in front of him with a dignified face, then turned back to look in the direction of Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao. "Lin Qiu, right? I heard Xia say that your medical skills are very impressive. I wonder which hospital you are in." Li Runyao asked such a question to Lin Qiu as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 27, Coming Over to Get Beat Up. "Uncle Li, I didn't serve as a doctor in the hospital. I'm in other professions." Under Li Runyao's gaze, Lin Qiu gently shook his head, denying his identity as a doctor. "Oh, if you're not a doctor, why did Xiao Xia say that you have amazing medical skills?" As he said these words, Li Runyao's gaze glanced towards the face of Lin Qiu, who had just sat beside him. "Master's medical skills are amazing. That's something I've seen with my own eyes." Feeling his father's face with a doubtful gaze looking over to his side, Lin Qiu said with a confident face, patting his chest to Li Runyao with assurance. "Then I don't know where Lin Qiu is in her senior position? Is it a career related to a doctor?" As soon as he took a look at Lin Qiu's face, Li Runyao withdrew his gaze and looked in Lin Qiu's direction, asking another question to Lin Qiu. "I'm working as a forest ranger in the Shennongjia base." Lin Qiu did not have the slightest bit of concealment about his job, and directly told Li Runyao about his own job. Forest ranger? After Lin Qiu's identity came out of his mouth, not only Li Runyao, but even Lin Xiuxian, who was talking to Lin Qiu, obviously froze for a moment. A forest ranger can treat other people's illnesses? Li Runyao's face even turned a bit ugly and questioned Lin Qiu in a not-so-friendly manner. "Could it be that I still have to tell you again about the fact that I have already taught myself all of these things in my last life and even won a few awards for research results?" Although Lin Qiu thought this in his heart, he didn't say so on his lips and only gently nodded to Li Runyao. "Nonsense, where are you a liar from? Cheating our family Xiaoxia and still actually dare to come to our Li family with Xiaoxia? Really think that I, Li Runyao, am the kind of cutie that can be fooled around with?" Seeing that Lin Qiu actually nodded very seriously, Li Ranyao instantly raised his hand and slammed it on the table in front of him, standing up his body in a grumpy tone. Xia Miaomiao, who was sitting beside Lin Qiu, was frightened by Li Ranyao's sudden action and moved her body towards Lin Qiu's side, wanting to hide herself behind Lin Qiu's back. Father, my master is truly a man of ability, although I don't know why he is in the capacity of a forest ranger, but his medical skills are really very high, and he can complete an operation by himself in the hospital. In the face of Li Ranyao's shocking anger, Li Qiuxia, who was on the side, directly stopped in front of Li Ranyao, then tilted her neck and explained Lin Qiu's matter to Li Ranyao. Xiao Xia, you're afraid that you've been cheated by this kid. Now there are more cheaters, but the one who dares to cheat to the head of the Li family, this kid is still the only one. Come people, give me the third Miss Pull aside. Not long after this voice of Li Ranyao fell, several black-clothed bodyguards rushed in. Father, things really aren't what you think. Listen to my explanation. Li Qiuxia, who was dragged by the bodyguard's arm, still wants to explain to Li Ranyao, but at this time Li Ranyao has already taken off his jacket. Kids, stand up. I'm going to let the entire Yunzhou city know what happens to those who cheat on our Li family. Little girl, you don't have to worry. I, Li Ranyao, never hit women. I will clean up this kid today. After cleaning up, there will be someone who will send you to the hospital since, oh yeah, you know medical skills yourself. You can cure yourself. Standing in front of Lin Qiu, Li ran to emanate an aura from his body. This aura, at a glance, was the aura that only people who practiced martial arts for many years would possess. I thought that I was asked to come and help cure the disease, but I didn't realize that I came to beat me up. Can. Looking up at the furious Li Ranyao in front of him, Lin Qiu stood himself up and swept a glance at Li Qiuxia in the distance and shook his head with a cold smile. Master Li's hands are easy to break. Your family's things here. Let's go outside. Besides, there are still female family members here. It's easier to hurt them, don't you think? Lin Qiu raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the gate, casting a provocative look at Li Ranyao in front of him. Not the slightest bit of panic or fear could be seen from amongst Lin Qiu's eyes. Very good boy. You have guts. There is no one with more balls than you in Yunzhou City. No one in the entire Yunzhou City besides you dares to talk to me, Li Ranyao, like this, and to go out with me in single combat, just for your kid's guts. Today, as long as you can walk through 5 moves from my hands, I'll let you go. Lin Qiu's words reached Li Ranyao's ears. Li Ranyao, as if he had heard some heavenly joke, pointed his finger at Lin Qiu's chest, turned around and walked out towards the outside of the villa. Just stay here. I'll take you away from here in a while. Lin Qiu couldn't see any expression on his face at this moment, and gave Xia Miaomiao an admonition with a flat face, then followed behind Li Ranyao and walked out from the villa. My Li family is famous for its ancient martial arts in the entire Yunzhou City. An estate is a place where thieves never dare to think about, and crooks are even more afraid to hit the idea of my Li family members. You kid should not be a person in Yunzhou City, but this matter will be clear to you in a while. Standing still outside and watching the unperturbed Lin Qiu walk out from the villa, Li Ranyao directly reminded to Lin Qiu, uttering his identity. It's useless to say so much. Don't you want to beat me up? Do it. Although Lin Qiu could not see any expression on his face, the current him was extremely impatient. Originally, he was invited to come and help, but after coming here and not even saying anything, he suffered from this Li Ranyao in front of him questioning him, and now Li Ranyao was going to take a shot at him. Lin Qiu wasn't interested in talking any more nonsense with him here. Now he was going to see Li Ranyao's tactics, and then take Xia Miaomiao back inside the Shennongjia base to continue looking at his forest. You guys let go of me and spread your hands. After Lin Qiu went out with Li Ranyao, Li Qiuxia struggled in the hands of a few black-clothed bodyguards and shouted at them in a very angry manner. Little Xia, it's not like you don't know about your father's decision. Stay here honestly and wait for your father to resolve this matter. Your social qualifications are still shallow. Encountering crooks is a normal thing. The bodyguards face Li Qiuxia's struggle. One by one, their faces show difficulties. At this time, Lin Qiuxian walks right in front of Li Qiuxia and scolds Li Qiuxia. Mom, master, he is really capable. I saw it with my own eyes. He is not a liar. You quickly make father stop. Li Qiuxia was very worried at this time that if Lin Qiu were to be hurt by his father, then she would never have the face to see Lin Qiu again. Chapter 28, Hot Face on a Cold Ass. Lin Qiuxian, who was standing beside Li Qiuxia, did not respond to Li Qiuxia's words, but instead gave a wink to the several bodyguards beside her. And then the force of the several bodyguards pressing on Li Qiuxia's hands unconsciously increased by a few points. Xia Miaomiao had also appeared at the location of the villa's main entrance when Lin Qiu and Li Ranyao walked out. Looking at Lin Qiu and Li Ranyao, who were standing on the field, Xia Miaomiao was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Pulling out her own cell phone, she hesitated as to whether or not she wanted to call the executors of Yunzhou City and ask them to come and save Lin Qiu. However, just as Xia Miaomiao hesitated, Li Ranyao let out a cold snort from the side of his mouth, and his entire body was like an arrow that had left the string as he rushed towards Lin Qiu's body. in the face of Li Renyao's fist that leapt up high and smashed down. Lin Qiu didn't seem to see it, and just stood there dumbfounded. It was both as if she couldn't react to such an attack, and as if she was scared by the momentum of Li Renyao's punch, so much so that she froze directly in place. Lin Qiu. Such a scene caused Xia Miaomiao, who was next to him, to anxiously shout in Lin Qiu's direction. If that scene just now had made Xia Miaomiao a little worried, then this next scene directly made Xia Miaomiao freeze. Who exactly was Li Renyao? And what was the identity of the Li family? Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomiao weren't too sure, but that didn't stop Xia Miaomiao from being able to see Li Renyao's powerful strength. Li Renyao gave off a very powerful feeling from the way he walked and the aura he stood there. Moreover, the move he had just used was also very powerful, but it was such that the fist that Li Renyao had slammed over with his first attack was now being received by Lin Qiu with the palm of his hand in a light manner. Such a scene even Li Renyao himself did not expect. Lin Qiu could use a palm alone, and received his own attack blandly. However, Li Renyao obviously knew something. Li Renyao, whose fist was caught by Lin Qiu, directly twisted in the air, and then his whip leg directly came towards Lin Qiu's neck. Bang! After a muffled sound, there was no imagined scene of the whip leg kicking his head, only an arm was raised, blocking the whip leg next to his ear. The two consecutive attacks did not cause any damage to Lin Qiu. Instead, Li Renyao, who was easily blocked by Lin Qiu, braced his hands on the ground and did a direct flip, pulling himself away. Kid, what kind of kung fu did you learn? Li Renyao did not launch another direct attack on Lin Qiu. Instead, he opened his mouth to inquire in Lin Qiu's direction in a vigilant manner. What? To get beaten up and tell others about the kung fu you learned? This is the first time I've heard this reasoning. Does Uncle Li still want to make a move? If you want to do it, then continue. If not, I'm going to take my friend and leave. Lin Qiu wasn't interested in telling his cards to Li Renyao. Patting the dust standing on the edge of his wrist, he asked calmly in Li Renyao's direction. Don't think that just because you've learned some kung fu you can flaunt your power in my Li family. Although you came prepared, my Li family is much more powerful than you can imagine. Standing in place, Li Renyao, who suddenly stood in a horse stance, raised his hands shoulder to shoulder and pushed his palms violently in Lin Qiu's direction. Then under Lin Qiu's gaze, all the muscles on Li Renyao's body seemed to have become swollen by a circle. The Li family is an ancient martial arts family. Now I'll let you try the power of my Li family's family heirloom kung fu. Once again charging towards Lin Qiu's body, Li Renyao's attack was obviously much sharper than just now. Even the top of the ground that he stepped on when his feet charged forward had a crack appearing on the top of it, which showed just how powerful Li Renyao's attack was this time around. Even though Lin Qiu had just calmly taken down Li Renyao's attack, Xia Miaomiao was still a bit worried for Lin Qiu at this time, and stood on the side unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat, looking at Lin Qiu's direction with a nervous face. The same punch, the same result. Lin Qiu once again raised his palm to faintly catch this punch from Li Renyao. However, this time before Li Renyao could transform his means of attack again, a man's only foot suddenly appeared on Li Renyao's chest, and then Li Renyao flew out from in front of Lin Qiu. You're not my opponent. This time is the last time I'll leave you alone. If I attack again, I'll be rude to you. Under Xia Miaomiao's dumbfounded gaze, Lin Qiu swept a glance at Li Renyao who was barely able to stabilize himself by taking a few steps backward on the ground, and with a nonchalant notice to him he took a step towards Xia Miaomiao's body, preparing to take Xia Miaomiao away from here. The brat has no one in his sight and is arrogant, Iron Mountain leaning. Lin Qiu's words clearly angered Li Renyao, who suddenly raised his elbow, and his entire body, like a cannonball, crashed over towards Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, be careful. Xia Miaomiao, who noticed Li Renyao's movements, shouted a reminder to Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, on the other hand, swept a flat gaze at the charging Li Renyao, and just as Li Renyao was about to get close to Lin Qiu suddenly crouched down his body, and a sweeping leg kicked Li Renyao's ankle, which had landed on the ground, directly on the top of his ankle. After a muffled grunt, Li Renyao directly fell to the ground, while Lin Qiu circled around from his side and stood beside Xia Miaomiao. Let's go. Don't stay here. Don't stand here with a hot face on someone's cold ass. Giving a wink to Xia Miaomiao and nudging in the direction of the Lin family's front door, Lin Qiu inserted his hands into his pockets and prepared to walk away thinking about the direction of departure. Want to leave? That's impossible. Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomiao did not walk a few steps back. Once again came Li Renyao's voice, and Li Renyao, one foot on the ground, the other was just kicked by Lin Qiu in the foot. At this time gently point on the ground also face ugly spoiled Lin Qiu's back to open the appropriate. All give me out to take that kid down. Li Renyao at this time has been riding a tiger. He did not deal with Lin Qiu, let him lose face. Li Renyao already do not care about other what etiquette face and other things. Directly rushed to the bodyguards of the Li family, shouted a voice. Not long after the words fell, more than 20 black-clothed bodyguards came out in an instant from all parts of the Li family's manor, surrounding Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomiao in the middle. What exactly does this Li family want? Auntie can tolerate it, but uncle really can't tolerate it anymore and has to force my hand. Li Renyao's move completely angered Lin Qiu, scanning the circle of more than 20 bodyguards beside himself. His mouth issued this voice. Hearing this, Xia Miao raised her head and looked towards Lin Qiu's face. Lin Qiu's handsome side face became cold at this time. Chapter 29, Finding Another Job. This was the first time Xia Miao saw Lin Qiu with this expression, and this expression made Xia Miao always feel a chill on her back for some reason. Hide to the side. After Lin Qiu's figure rushed out again, the only thing left in place was this one figure. Xia Miao then saw Lin Qiu, meeting the direction of a bodyguard and charging straight over. Take him down for me, don't beat him to death. Make a half mutilation and throw him out from inside the Lin family. Once Li Renyao saw that Lin Qiu still dared to take the initiative, he directly gave an order to the bodyguards. After Li Renyao gave the order, the bodyguards also took the initiative to attack towards Lin Qiu's body. But Lin Qiu at this moment, as if he didn't see the bodyguards behind him, slammed his fist towards the face of the bodyguard who was closest to him. In the face of Lin Qiu's fist, the bodyguard was so arrogant that he actually raised his fist and prepared to exchange wounds with Lin Qiu. However, Lin Qiu's speed was obviously faster, and while his head was slightly tilted to avoid the bodyguard's fist, Lin Qiu's fist also smashed into the bodyguard's face. This punch directly smashed the bodyguard, who retreated several steps from his original position, and finally, his eyes rolled over, and he fell straight down. Killing a bodyguard with a single punch caused all the other bodyguards to obviously pause for a moment, but they still lunged towards Lin Qiu's body. Raising his own palm, he blocked the fist of the person behind him that was smashing over, followed by a back kick. Another bodyguard was kicked out. Lin Qiu, who had kicked this bodyguard, directly bent his waist, and then a foot brushed past the top of his head, and bending his waist, Lin Qiu came to an unusually bizarre position, and a foot directly kicked, from the back, the chin of a bodyguard at the back. As soon as the bodyguard who had been kicked in the chin fell down, Lin Qiu once again made a magnificent turn directly from the air, and kicked the face of one of the bodyguards with his other foot. A series of attacks directly caused a few of these bodyguards to be instantly cleaned up by Lin Qiu before they could even get close. The battle continued, but this battle that seemed to have a huge difference in strength ended cleanly, and the ending was even more eye-opening, only to see Lin Qiu, who was supposed to be on the inferior side, standing in the middle of more than 20 lying bodyguards patting his palm with a flat face. From the beginning to the end of these more than 20 bodyguards, not a single one of them could touch the corner of Lin Qiu's clothes, and solving these people was also a smooth flow, as if these people were not even on the same level as him. I'm only going to say this once. Listen carefully, I'm going to leave now. I don't have the slightest interest in your Li family. Don't pester me, and don't let anyone stop me. If you dare to stop me again, the hand won't be as light as it is now. Just prepare to carry all of your family's bodyguards to the hospital. Sweeping a glance in Li Renyao's direction, Lin Qiu coldly threw down such a sentence and once again brought Xia Miao with him as he took steps in the direction of the gate of Lin Li's family manor. Just now, the sound of Li Renyao shouting for the bodyguards had already attracted both Lin Shuxian and Xia Miao out of the villa, and Lin Shuxian with Li Qiuxia, who was being detained by 4 bodyguards, saw the commotion outside. Although she didn't know what had just happened, the fact that Li Renyao was standing there on his tiptoes and that there were more than 20 bodyguards sprawled on the ground all proved that Li Renyao had been defeated by Lin Qiu's hands, and that more than 20 bodyguards hadn't been able to stop Lin Qiu. Master, Li Qiuxia, while everyone was frozen, broke free from the 4 bodyguards and directly chased after Lin Qiu in the direction he left. Ran Yao, Lin Shuxian didn't go after Li Qiuxia after she fled. Instead, she walked over to Li Renyao's side, looked at Li Renyao who was standing here, his face green for a while and white for a while, and gently called out to him, "Could it really be that I was wrong? This kid's hands are actually so amazing. Our bodyguards in the middle of the engagement didn't even touch the corners of his clothes, and it seems like I wasn't able to get him to use his true strength. I always felt like he was just teasing us by dealing with us. Can it be that this brat really has the ability to cure his father?" Li Renyao heard Lin Shuxian's voice next to him and glanced in the direction of Lin Qiu who had left in the distance, and as if he was speaking to Lin Shuxian, he said this again as if he was talking to himself. "Maybe we really did misunderstand this youngster called Lin Qiu, but your speculation is not unreasonable. After all, I wouldn't believe this kind of thing if it were me." Lin Shuxian sighed from the side, then also sighed with emotion. Master, don't go." Li Qiuxia caught up with Lin Qiu's back and tugged on Lin Qiu's arm with an anxious expression on her face. "I'm not your master. Don't call me master. I can't afford this title. I'm still the first time I've seen calling my own master to the side of the house and letting my own father clean up his master. Where is this coming to cure your grandfather? This is completely coming to the Hongmen banquet to come. I for one don't have any perverted hobbies to stay here and let others abuse me." Shaking off Li Qiuxia, the hand that was tugging at his arm, Lin Qiu walked towards the front, still minding his own business, not even looking at Li Qiu. Master, things aren't what you think they are. I didn't know this situation would happen either. I didn't know about this matter at all. It was all my father's own doing. I apologize to you for this matter. But master, please, you just help my grandfather to take a look. If you don't care about him, my grandfather probably won't be long before he may not recognize anyone. Li Qiu took a look at Lin Qiu, no longer paying attention to herself, and once again stopped in front of Lin Qiu's body with an anxious and pleasing expression on her face, pleading to Lin Qiu. Ms. Li, first of all, let me correct one thing for you. I am not your master. It was nothing more than a bet in the first place, and that's because the bet was brought up by yourself. I have no intention of accepting you as my disciple. Lin Qiu took a step backward, keeping a distance from Li Qiu, then raised one of his fingers and very seriously started to tell Li Qiu about his thoughts. Secondly, I can come here with you solely because I think that you, Li Qiu's person, is quite good. I'm willing to waste this time to come over and help you look around, but who knows that your family will actually be like this. I don't even mind too much about the hot face on a cold ass thing, but your family's family is completely arbitrary and bossy. If I'm not good enough today, I mustn't have both my legs broken or be seriously injured? For this kind of big family's disease I won't go to cure. I can't cure it either. You guys better find another job. Chapter 30, Sorrow That Floats to the Ceiling. At this moment Lin Qiu, who was standing in front of reappeared, raised his palm and put up his index and middle fingers. The last and most important point. My Lin Qiu's time is very precious. I came here with you to waste time, not for you to humiliate me, so forgive me for not accompanying you anymore. Leaving these words behind and ignoring Li Qiu, who was frozen in place, Lin Qiu directly tugged Xiao Miao Miao, who was frozen at the side, and led her in the direction of the Li family manors gate without looking back. Li Qiu looked at the back of Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao Miao. An anxious but helpless expression appeared on her face, and finally clenched her teeth and stomped her foot, but still chased after Lin Qiu's back. Master, I know that today's matter has made you very angry. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my parents, and as for the matter of the cure, I'll leave it at that. But master, you are the one I picked up. How can I send you back? The same way you didn't reject my worship at the very beginning, now you can't reject it either. Anyway, I am relying on you. Li Qiu said these words with a serious face, then followed behind Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu was very clear in his heart that Li Qiu didn't have any bad intentions towards him, but today's matter did make Lin Qiu a bit unhappy. Now that he saw Li Qiu once again chasing after him and saying such words, Lin Qiu really didn't want to vent his displeasure on Li Qiu anymore and could only allow Li Qiu to follow behind him. Finding that Lin Qiu didn't reject himself or drive himself away again, Li Qiu, with a wry look on her face, took out her cell phone and sent a message. When the three of them once again appeared at the entrance of the Li family manor, the familiar Maybach was once again parked at the entrance location, and the driver stood beside the car, smiling at the three of them. Master, let's go. Jumping to the front of the car, squeezing the driver's eyes, Li Qiu personally pulled open the door of the car, made a gesture of invitation, bent her waist, stood beside the car, and said this in Lin Qiu's direction. Lin Qiu didn't reject Li Qiu's action, walked to the side of the car, raised his hand on the car door, pulled open the door and sat in directly. However, Lin Qiu was still sitting in the co-pilot's seat, while the position behind Li Qiu was where Xiao Miao Miao walked over. You don't blame Lin Qiu. After all, this matter today is really a bit embarrassing. It's normal for Lin Qiu to be upset. If it were me, I would probably be very upset as well. When Xiao Miao Miao walked to Li Qiu's side, she ambushed Li Qiu's ear and quietly whispered 2 sentences to Li Qiu and then sat in the car. When Li Qiu saw the kind smile on Xiao Miao Miao's face, she nodded to Xiao Miao Miao and sat beside her. Please uncle, send us back. Li Qiu's voice traveled from the back to the ears of the driver in the front, who nodded at Li Qiu in the back and started the car and drove in the direction of Shennongjia base. Where's little Xia? Xiaoxiao chased after them, did she? Li Ranya was helped into the inside of the room by Lin Qiu and looked around, realizing that he didn't see Li Qiu's figure. Just now, all of his attention was focused on Lin Qiu, and he didn't care about Li Qiu running off to chase Lin Qiu from the side. Lin Qiu turned to Li Ranya from the side and nodded gently. I don't even know what to say about this matter, but this young man called Lin Qiu actually defeated me without any effort and easily defeated more than 20 bodyguards. This young man's strength is a bit surprising. My Li family is an ancient martial arts family no matter what. I've been practicing martial arts for so many years. I've never encountered anyone who could easily defeat me. Who knew that this youngster would actually defeat me in 3 or 2 moves? The Li family where Li Renyao was from was a famous ancient martial arts family in Yunzhou City. The gongfu practiced by their Li family was a gongfu named 8 Extremes, and it was because of this that the Li family had an almost transcendent strength in Yunzhou. Li Renyao was one of the best amongst the recent generations of the Li family who practiced this technique called 8 Extremes, so he was very confident in his own hands. On a normal day, More than 10 strong men were not difficult for him, but today a person so much younger than him actually defeated him. Similarly, many of these bodyguards inside the Li family manor were still his Li Renyao's disciples, and one by one they also practiced ancient martial arts. But Lin Qiu faced these 20 or so people who practiced ancient martial arts, and they were still easily taken care of by him. It might be true that the two of us have looked away. The current era is no longer our era. It's now the world of the young people, and you've reached the age where you have to serve your old age. Ran Yao, if you're really worried about the safety of your father's condition, I think you'd better contact Xia after your foot recovers and look for this young man called Lin Qiu. I think whether or not father can control his condition really depends on this youngster called Lin Qiu. Although Lin Xuxian would hardly refute Li Renyao on the upper side of the Li family's matters, big and small, during the weekdays, it did not mean that Lin Xuxian did not have her own abilities and power of speech. On the contrary, although Lin Xuxian was not very meddlesome on weekdays, but once she gave her opinion, Li Renyao would almost never refute her opinion. You're saying that you're asking me to make amends and apologize to such a little guy? I can't do such a thing. Where would I put this old face of mine? As soon as Li Renyao heard these words from Lin Xuxian, his reaction was a bit drastic. Directly stalking his own neck and staring with an unbelievable face, he asked this rhetorical question to Lin Xuxian. This is just a suggestion from me. I don't know why. I always feel that my father's condition is still only curable by this young man called Lin Qiu. Of course, if you don't listen to it, I don't have anything else to say more to you. You look after yourself. Anyway, your daughter has already run away with him, and the people have also been beaten away by you. The Li family has always been in your hands, and today I've already helped you bully my precious daughter. I don't care if anything else happens. Lin Xuxian threw down these words, turned around and walked towards the upper floors, while Li Renyao saw Lin Xuxian reacting in such a way, stood in place and raised his own finger, wanting to call out to Lin Xuxian. However, after opening his mouth for half a day, in the end, he did not say anything, but in a helpless sigh, sat down on the sofa and lit up a cigarette. A wisp of smoke from the cigarette slowly drifted towards the sky, and Li and Yeo's sadness also drifted to the ceiling just like the smoke. Chapter 31, A Woman's Friendship. Don't worry, miss. I will definitely bring your words back to inform master and madam. Li Chuxiao's driver brought the three back to the entrance of the Shennongjia base, and after both Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio left from the car, Li Chuxia turned to the driver in the car, not knowing what to say. As Li Chuxia, Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomio walked towards the Shennongjia base, the driver stuck out a head from the window, leaving such a voice. The black Maybach slowly drove away from the outside of the Shennongjia base. A day's work for nothing. In a while after going in, I'll have someone pack a room out for you as well. It just so happens that Xia Miaomio stays here alone, and I'm afraid that when I'm not around at night you'll be right to accompany her. Let's put aside this matter of learning medical skills today. From tomorrow onwards I will systematically teach you the medical skills that I know myself. Lin Qiu walked towards his own residence in the middle of the Shennongjia base while arranging the next thing to Li Chuxia beside him. At this moment, Li Chuxia followed behind Lin Qiu as if she was a well-behaved little sheep, and when Lin Qiu said something, Li Chuxia responded without saying a word more. Xia Miaomio was probably also scared by Lin Qiu's skill today, and after coming down from the car, she also did not say a word. Lin Qiu returned to the residence, did not pay attention to. The two went straight back to their own room side of the blanket up, hooting and hollering. Xia Miaomio and Li Chuxia sitting on the sofa side. The two embarrassed smile, and then there is a hit and miss chat up. At night time, Lin Qiu is still a person with a flashlight to the direction of their own, responsible for that piece of the Shennongjia pine forest to go to guard their own pine forest. Xia Miaomio and Li Chuxia were not as bold as Xia Miaomio was last time and followed Lin Qiu to the pine forest he was guarding. However, the reason why this is like this is still Xia Miaomio's credit is quite a lot. Xia Miaomio gave Li Chuxia a description of the scary scene in the forest, said that is a realistic, that is a horror. Meow meow, how did you and master meet? Are the two of you on very friendly terms? Not long after Lin Qiu left, Li Chuxia sat on a bed with Xia Miaomio. For some reason, the two of them, Li Chuxia and Xia Miaomio, had actually become friends naturally, and the two of them had gotten close to the point where they could sit on the same bed and talk to each other after Lin Qiu had slept for a while. Me? Not bad. In the face of Li Chuxia's inquiry, Xia Miaomio couldn't tell Li Chuxia that she was arranged to come on a blind date with Lin Qiu, and could only describe the connection between herself and Lin Qiu in terms of the two people's current explicit relationship. Then you're so happy. Surely you haven't been taken care of much, right? Master is good with his hands and knows medicine. I just don't know why you would be willing to be a forest ranger in the middle of this deep mountain forest. He could have been treated better. Li Chuxia also can't understand that Lin Qiu, who is good at medicine and also has such a powerful hand, would prefer to be a forest ranger in the middle of the Shennongjia base. It was reasonable to say that with Lin Qiu's conditions, there were plenty of lucrative jobs waiting for Lin Qiu. Who says it isn't? I am also a little elusive. To his conditions, other not to say light. He this looks, TSK, 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 that is, debut as a star is also a lot better than the current situation. Xia Miao Miao's mouth lightly sked twice, bringing up the words that relatives were saying at New Year's Eve. Master, this face value is definitely more than enough to be a star. Li Qiu naturally also got a good look at Lin Qiu's looks. Other than that, this face value of Lin Qiu definitely belongs to the top of the food chain. Can't figure it out. Who knows what's in his heart all day, but this thing you did today must have upset him. I'm actually not too familiar with him. The two of us met when we were very young to see each other again have been to this year's New Year's time. This time is my non-stalking him. Let him bring me to his workplace. Otherwise I also do not know that he works in such a place. As for his current temperament, other such things how? I also can't say somewhat, but he can let you come back. Think should not blame you in his heart. Tomorrow time to perform well to say a few good words. I estimate that this matter is also so past. For Xia Miao, Lin Qiu was now really a puzzling figure. Lin Qiu had come to the Shennongjia base, and what he had shown along the way was a far cry from what he had shown at home. Who at home would know that Lin Qiu possessed amazing medical skills, and who would know that Lin Qiu could beat 20 people with one ball? At this time, Xia Miao's attitude towards Lin Qiu was slowly changing, but he himself wasn't very clear about it. It can only be like this. This thing is quite embarrassing. If I had known that my parents are such a behavior, what did I say at that time? I will not let them two people back. They two people like to blindly stir up things. Now if the master doesn't care about my grandpa, the next time my grandpa goes back, who knows if he still recognizes me? Mentioning her grandfather, the expression on Li Qiu's face becomes a little bleak. Are you close to your grandfather? I see that every time you talk about your grandfather, there's always an unmistakable worry in your eyes. Xia Miao was more curious about this grandfather of Li Qiu's, and when Li Qiu brought up her grandfather once again, Xia Miao aptly raised this question. I grew up with my grandparents. My parents were busy with their own things outside all day back then and couldn't take care of me at all. My grandparents were the people I was closest to throughout my childhood, but my grandmother died a few years ago due to illness, and my grandfather, in my impression, that is Superman. There is nothing he cannot do things. The body is also very tough. I didn't realize that now he actually suffers from Alzheimer's disease as well. Li Qiu mentioned his grandfather before when the eyes are all bright light, but in the mention of his grandfather's disease, the light in the eyes in an instant went out. Lin Qiu, this guy, if I were him I wouldn't care about your parents, go and treat your grandfather first. Facts speak louder than words. Why bother to talk when you can prove things with actions? I'll help you tomorrow. By then the two of us will be begging him together. Let him go and treat your grandpa. Never mind your mom and dad. Women's friendship was like that. The friendship that had just been established was already a lot stronger than Lin Qiu. Chapter 32, Herb Outline. Lin Qiu, who was still walking in the forest at this moment, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! Achoo! Inexplicably, he sneezed, and it was still 2 sneezes in a row. Lin Qiu drew out a tissue underneath his nose, gently wiped it, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Shennongjia base. As the saying goes, 1 thought, 2 curses, 3 colds. Lin Qiu always felt in his heart that at this moment, someone was saying bad things about himself, but Lin Qiu still shook his head helplessly and continued to walk towards the place where he was working. Returning to the inside of the cabin, Lin Qiu directly laid down on the bed. I'll leave the outside to you tonight, so keep your eyes peeled and don't let anyone steal the tree. Lying on the bed, Lin Qiu didn't know who he was talking to and shouted this, and soon a voice in response came over. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, you can rest assured that I will do my job. Hearing this, Lin Qiu silently nodded, and then pulled out a picture album from under the pillow, and after opening the album, all the paintings inside were Lin Qiu's memories of his last life. On the top of the album was a picture of Lin Qiu wearing a bachelor's degree, a picture of Lin Qiu wearing formal clothes, and a picture of Lin Qiu wearing an undershirt, holding a weapon in her hand, and a mysterious person fighting against each other. Lin Qiu could really be described as an all-rounder in his last life. Everything that he wanted to learn, he would quickly learn. Just like every boy grew up with a dream of being a hero, Lin Qiu was no different. That's why at a very early age he went ahead to learn Kung Fu from a master. When he was reincarnated into this body again, this Kung Fu Lin Qiu had been practicing it since he could barely control his body. And now Lin Qiu had 20 years of Kung Fu in one punch. This was why Lin Qiu could easily deal with Li Qiu's father. I really want to go back. Looking at the ceiling above his head, he sighed Lin Qiu half of his body and fell into a deep sleep. And in his dream Lin Qiu seemed to have re-entered his old world again and all those tragedies hadn't happened. This is for you. Lin Qiu, who came back from the pine forest, saw that Li Qiu had gotten up early in the morning and was boxing outside. When passing by Li Qiu, Lin Qiu pulled out a book from his bosom and threw it directly into the air in front of Li Qiu. Steadily catching the book that Lin Qiu threw out, Li Qiu directly rushed in Lin Qiu's direction first and clasped his fist. Many thanks, master. After thanking him and standing up straight, Li Qiu looks down at the book that Lin Qiu threw to him, outline of medicinal herbs. Lowering her head and glancing at the name on the book, she flips over to the back of the book again and realizes that a person with the name Autumn Leaves Ruyun authored this book. Opening the book and flipping through the contents, Li Qiu finds that this book is densely packed with all kinds of herbs. Each herb has a pattern drawn on it, and underneath there are detailed explanations of the contents and how to use them. Seeing the contents, Li Qiu understands Lin Qiu's intention. He must be letting himself memorize all the contents of this book. Clenching the book in her hand, looking at Lin Qiu's back as he walks into the room, Li Qiu rushes to follow. You're back? As soon as Lin Qiu entered the door, he saw Xiao Miao, who was sitting next to the table drinking milk and eating breakfast. Just came back. How was it? Is the free ranger breakfast at the Shennongjia base to your liking? Lin Qiu couldn't make out any expression on his face as he sat down next to the dining table, picked up a set of chopsticks and asked Xiao Miao such a question. You call this a ranger's free breakfast? It was fine if Lin Qiu didn't say these words, but as soon as Lin Qiu said these words, Xiao Miao's face directly appeared with an unexpected expression, and it was no wonder that Xiao Miao was surprised, because Lin Qiu's breakfast table side of the sky flying, running on the ground, swimming in the water, can be said to be complete, neatly in Lin Qiu's large table side of the set of 7 or 8. Xiao Miao thought it was when this breakfast was delivered. Huang Tao, in order to take care of Lin Qiu, brought him and Li Qiu specially sent over the meal. Due to their early departure yesterday morning, it wasn't time for breakfast when they left the Shennongjia base, but now when she heard Lin Qiu say that this was also his staff meal, Xiao Miao only had disbelief on her face. That's right, this is the staff meal. After eating these for breakfast, there should be someone sending fruit over in a while. I left early yesterday morning, so it's normal that I didn't get to eat, and there will be someone to recycle the utensils after these are finished. Lin Qiu stuffed a chicken wing into the side of her mouth with a flat face, then vaguely also explained to Xiao Miao. Alright, I shouldn't have asked, it's me being talkative. You're a forest ranger when it comes to nothing but wages. You're more arrogant than the bosses in those big companies. Lin Qiu's this expression let Xiao Miao know that he should not have asked this question. Waved his hand at Lin Qiu signaling that he would not ask again, followed by Xiao Miao also began to seriously eat breakfast. Master. After the two ended talking, Li Qiu then walked in from her position at the door and called out to Lin Qiu. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Didn't I already give you a book to use for studying just now? Just follow that book and learn well. Lin Qiu had just eaten a chicken leg and looked back in Li Qiu's direction when Li Qiu's voice came from the side. Master, those magical herbs you mentioned, and the things drawn on them, part of them I've seen before, and the other part one haven't even seen these things. Can they really be used to cure diseases and save people? This parallel world that Lin Qiu was currently living in, there was simply no such thing as the so-called Chinese medicine that Lin Qiu had previously studied. All the doctors in this world were using the most advanced instruments along with medicines for treatment. Lin Qiu throwing Li Qiu such a book really put Li Qiu in a difficult position. Of course you can cure diseases and save people. This is another treatment method called Chinese medicine. Although you haven't heard of it or seen it before, but you can completely learn the things on it. After you learn the things on it, you can come back to me and I will teach you new things. Lin Qiu confirms this matter to Li Qiu with a serious face. Okay, master. Li Qiu didn't continue to ask questions once she took a look at Lin Qiu's expression, much less refute it. Turning around, she was ready to walk out from the inside of Lin Qiu's room. However, just at this time, Huang Tao suddenly appeared in Lin Qiu's room. Mr. Lin, after breakfast, I wonder if I can make other arrangements. Chapter 33, Catching Bear Cubs. Huang Tao still had the same look of a well-mannered and humble gentleman. Head Huang is looking for me. Is there anything I can help you with? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu suspiciously looked in Huang Tao's direction. It's like this, Mr. Lin. Recently there have been a few bears infested near our marginal forest, and these bears are highly likely to pose a danger of attacking the personnel of our Shennongjia base. So I would also like to ask for Mr. Lin's help to go to the edge of the forest to scout out what exactly has happened that these bears would run into the edge of the forest. In the past they always lived in the depths of the forest. They didn't violate each other with us and wouldn't attack humans on their own accord. And just in the last few days the surveillance equipment would often find bears going back and forth outside of our Shennongjia base. As Huang Tao said these words, he pulled out a few photos from his own bosom and handed them to Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu placed them in front of his eyes and looked through them, realizing that it was just like what Huang Tao had said. There were often bears hanging around in the recent days. Okay, no problem. This matter is handed over to me. It just so happens that I have nothing to do in these 2 days to go to the forest to catch a bear cub back to play for 2 days. Returning the photo to Huang Tao's hand, Lin Qiu said with a relaxed face that he was going to go to the forest to catch a bear cub. This matter came out of Lin Qiu's mouth with these words. As if what he was going to catch was not a bear cub but a small cat or puppy or something like that. You're going to catch a bear cub? I'm going to. Xiaomiaomia was very rare about everything. Hearing that Lin Qiu was going to explore the side of the forest and also catch a bear cub on the way back, Xiaomiaomia jumped to Lin Qiu's side with a face of excitement and tugged on Lin Qiu's arm. Listen carefully, I'm going to the forest to investigate why bears often come to the neighborhood of our Shennongjia base. If you want to follow me, aren't you afraid that the grizzly bear will call you to eat it in one bite? Lin Qiu made a scared expression on his face and raised his own hands, mimicking a grizzly bear. What am I afraid of with you? Since the person in charge of Huang dared to let you go to the forest alone, it is bound to be that you have a corresponding way. That's why I'm not afraid. You have to take me along. I want to go and see. Xiaomiaomia with Lin Qiu with these days of time. The courage is more and more big. Facing the black bear of this thing at all did not bring fear. She knows Lin Qiu is bound to have a way. Okay, then you first go to change clothes. This way there is certainly no way to go to the woods. And I also go to get ready. Small Li, you go? Lin Qiu let Xiaomiaomia go ahead to change her clothes, while she herself rushed in Li Qiuxia's direction to ask Li Qiuxia if she wants to follow along. Can I go along too? Hearing this, Li Qiuxia's face reveals an unexpected expression. Lin Qiu was able to give him that book this morning, and now he's inviting him to go with him to the edge of the woods to catch the little grizzly bear cubs. These two things make Li Qiuxia's heart, not to mention how happy she is. This look represents that this Lin Qiu is not angry with her, and the next step is to let Lin Qiu go back with her for treatment, and the hope will become a lot bigger. Aha! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qiuxia hurriedly nodded to Lin Qiu, indicating that she would also follow along. Then you also go and change your clothes. Now I'm also going to go and change my clothes. After changing our clothes we'll gather at the door and leave immediately. Lin Qiu, who turned around and walked over in the direction of his bedroom, left this sentence to this Li Qiuxia. Afterwards, the three of them went back to their respective rooms and started to change their clothes. Not long after, all three of them appeared at the door of Lin Qiu's residence, and at this time, Xiaomiaomia had changed into a clean cowboy outfit, and the whole person stood there, full of sunshine and vigor. But what made Lin Qiu a little surprised was still Li Qiuxia. Li Qiuxia went in and changed into a dry black casual outfit and came out, standing there with a feeling of power. Thinking about it again, when Li Qiuxia was moving around in the hospital and had to fight with herself one-on-one, Lin Qiu's mouth appeared in a curve. What are you giggling about there, Lin Qiu? The smile that appeared on Lin Qiu's face made Xiaomiaomia a bit puzzled. Xiaomiaomia put her face in front of Lin Qiu's body and looked at Lin Qiu's eyes to ask Lin Qiu what she was snickering over. Nothing. Hurry up and get going. We must hurry back before it gets dark. The forest at night is a bit dangerous. Gently shaking his head, Lin Qiu put on his duffel bag and led Li Qiuxia and Xiaomiaomia out towards the outside of the base. Big brother, we've harvested quite a lot in the past 2 days. Further into the depths of the woods that Lin Qiu and the others were heading to, 4 men in camouflage clothing were sitting around a dead grizzly bear with shotguns in their hands. One of them, a man who looked like a monkey with a sharp mouth and cheeks, gave a thumbs up to a man sitting next to him while pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and handing one over. The man who was addressed as Big Brother by this skinny monkey-like man had a deep scar that looked like a centipede hovering over his face, and the whole man gave off a feeling of being uninviting just by sitting there, receiving the cigarettes, pulling out a lighter. After lighting it, the man at the head nodded gently. These 2 days have been solved. 3, and then solve 2 can be closed. This forest is also someone in charge. Outside that Shennongjia base seems to be responsible for the management of this forest, although I do not know that the base inside are what people, but still have to be careful some. All these things we are doing are out of order. Be careful. The scar-faced man rushed at the skinny monkey-like man and the other 2 men and gave them some serious instructions, then took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth, and then took out a stout piece of wood from behind himself. Let's throw this bear into the car, then rest for a while, see where there are other bear dens nearby, and then put the traps in advance. There must be other bears present at the heels of this one. Dropping his cigarette on the ground and stomping it out with his foot, the scar-faced man stared at the stout log on the ground and walked over to the grizzly, then began to tie the bear to the log with a rope. The other 3 also rushed over to lend a hand when they saw the situation, and the 4 of them rushed towards the outer edge of the forest with the bear on their shoulders. Lin Qiu, I suddenly remembered something. What happened to the snake with 2 heads that I encountered that day in this forest? And also, before this I also encountered a squirrel that was about the size of a human, and that pine cone it was holding in its hands was spicy big. Chapter 34, The Hunter in the Forest. Stepping into the forest once again, Xiaomiaomia's memories of that night all came flooding back to her for a moment. Looking at Lin Qiu who was standing beside him, Xiaomiaomia directly made an exaggerated gesture and asked at Lin Qiu about this matter that he had already faded into oblivion over the past few days. What are you talking about? What squirrel as big as a human? What with the thing with 2 heads? How could there be such a creature? Xia Miao Miao's words made Lin Qiu look at the little cutie with the like eyes, looking at Xia Miao Miao's face, looking up and down at her. What do you mean by this look? I really saw it that night, and besides, didn't you drive the snake with 2 heads away when you came over? Are you trying to say that I was hallucinating? Lin Qiu, don't fool me. I was wide awake at the time. I just saw that snake that was thick and long and had 2 heads. It was too scary. Xia Miao Miao faced Lin Qiu scowling and stretched herself to glare at Lin Qiu. Meow meow. Is the squirrel as big as a human and the snake with 2 heads you mentioned inside this forest? Li Chuxia stood on the side listening to the conversation between Xia Miao Miao and Lin Qiu, and her face revealed an expression that was completely different from Xia Miao Miao's. Li Chuxia looked as if she was still a bit excited. With excitement on her face, she walked over to Xia Miao Miao, holding her arm by her side. That's right. It's in the side of this forest. I definitely won't remember it wrong. This guy Lin Qiu definitely has some secret to hide from us. Humph. If he doesn't say it, I'm still too lazy to ask. Glaring at Lin Qiu, who was on the side, Xia Miao Miao pouted and twisted her head to the side, not looking in Lin Qiu's direction anymore, while Lin Qiu just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. At night, we can hunt a few rabbits at the edge of the forest to go back and make a barbecue for dinner. It's just that I don't know if the wild boars in the forest have appeared in the past 2 days. It's been a long time since I've eaten these wild flavors inside the forest. The 3 people stepped on the edge of the leaf-covered forest and looked around while walking. Lin Qiu suddenly held his chin as if he had remembered something and spoke out such a proposal to Xia Miao Miao and Li Chuxia, the 2 beside him. You still know how to hunt? Rabbits and wild boars, what do you use to catch them? Are you able to catch the boars or beat the rabbits? Xia Miao Miao seemed to be a bit angry because Lin Qiu hadn't answered his question, and as soon as Lin Qiu's words fell, he directly looked in Lin Qiu's direction questioningly. I don't need to catch up to the boar, much less beat the rabbit. I just need to be able to catch up to the rabbit and then pack up the boar. Isn't that enough? Xia Miao Miao didn't realize that the words she just said, there were some errors in logic. Lin Qiu directly on this Xia Miao Miao's this error. Once again to Xia Miao Miao with look at the little cute, like eyes, he looked in Xia Miao Miao's direction. I made a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue is not okay? Xia Miao Miao's face flushed red and she directly pointed in Lin Qiu's direction, so angry that she stomped her feet in place. Li Chuxia, who was on the side, watched the 2 people bicker and a helpless smile appeared on her face. Just as the 2 people were bickering, suddenly a sound of wings stirring came from above their heads, and when the 3 people raised their heads they only saw a pheasant that had been hanging with a long tail, flying past their heads. This is a good thing. Looking at the pheasant flying past his head, Lin Qiu had a small smile on his face before he was ready to bend down. However, before Lin Qiu could make this movement, suddenly a loud sound came from the side of the forest. Bang! This sound was a gun, and after the ringing sound, the pheasant that had just flown past their heads directly fell headfirst from the air towards the ground. Finding that the pheasant had already fallen from the sky, Lin Qiu then withdrew his movements and put his hands behind his back, glancing in the direction of the ringing sound just now. The sound was clearly a gunshot, and after the gunshot, a man who looked to be in his 40s appeared within the 3 people's line of sight. Is this the hunter from the forest? After the Hanyu appeared, Xia Miao Miao had a puzzled expression on her face as she sized up this Hanyu who came from the distance. Lin Qiu also looked over in the direction of this person, wearing a black leather jacket. He was picking a wooden stick in his hand, with 3 or 4 pheasants already hanging from the stick. It looks like today he came here specifically to hunt pheasants, and the other hand carrying a long-barreled shotgun, black muzzle, at this time also smoking white soot. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 men, the Hanyu very skillfully picked up the pheasant on the ground, tied a knot in the leg of the eye with a thin rope, and dropped it behind his stick, before turning his head to look over in the direction of Lin Qiu's 3 men. Little doll, there are bears in the forest these 2 days. What are you guys doing here? Hurry back, don't get caught by the blind bear for dinner. The Hanyu waved his hand at the 3 people, signaling the 3 people to hurry and leave from the forest. Uncle, are you a hunter inside this forest? Xia Miao Miao, however, didn't care at all about the words the Hanzi gave her, but instead, with a curious face, she took a few good steps in the direction of this Hanzi, looked at the Hanzi's hunting rifle and the several pheasants jumping on the Hanzi's shoulders, and asked such a question to the Hanzi. That's right, hunting is what I do for a living. Our family lives not far from here. The Hanyu looked at the playful and cute Xia Miao Miao in front of him, and also had a naive smile on his face as he nodded at Xia Miao Miao. Uncle, we've also come to hunt inside this forest, but we're not catching pheasants. We're going to catch a small bear cub to go back. After the hunter's voice fell, Xia Miao Miao nodded at the hunter, and then with a playful expression on her face, she told the hunter in front of her the reason for their coming inside the forest this time. Catching bear cubs? Just the 3 of you? There are also 2 girls. Xia Miao Miao's words caused a puzzled expression to appear on the hunter's face, and after sizing up the 3 of them, Xia Miao Miao, Li Chuxia and Lin Qiu, he asked this questioningly to the 3 of them from the side of his mouth. That's right, uncle. Just the three of us is already enough. Xia Miao Miao nodded seriously in the face of the hunter's questioning. The three of you are unarmed and have nothing. Just like this you still want to catch bear cubs. I see when the big bear blind comes out and slaps one. I guess it doesn't take more than a couple of times to slap all three of you into their supper. You think the bear blind is the forest side of those hares? Or are you guys in the cartoon to see the side of those naive cute creatures? Chapter 35, Can't Let People Look Down on You. The hunter was shaking his head while he was recounting how awesome the bear blind was, as if to persuade the three of them to go back. The bear blind isn't as scary as you think, and it's not the first time you've come to the curtain to catch bear cubs to go back and play. Lin Qiu looked at the hunter standing here with a face full of disbelief from the side, and said something faintly out of his mouth. Just you? Young man, how many times have you already caught a blind bear? You people are really interesting. Just you want to catch the blind bear, and have already caught it several times. Really fast laugh off my teeth. I have hunted for so many years. I have not seen anyone who can catch the bear blind cub with bare hands in the forest side. If you guys can catch the bear blind, the sky is falling. Reaching out and pointing to the sky above his head, the hunter swept a circle of Lin Qiu and the three of them with a face of contempt before passing by the three of them on his own. Even so, as he walked away, the hunter couldn't help but to look over the three of them with a mocking gaze. We can definitely come back with a bear cub. Naturally, Xia Miao Miao couldn't stand such a look from the hunter, directly clenched her own fists and shouted in the direction the hunter left, then looked in Lin Qiu's direction. Lin Qiu, you can definitely catch a bear cub, right? I believe in you. We must catch a bear cub. We definitely can't be despised by others anymore. What gives him the right to despise us? Xia Miao Miao clenched her fists. Her face hung with a somewhat displeased look. Phase Lin Qiu side walked over. While people waved their small fists and spoke to Lin Qiu. Don't always care too much about other people's gazes, and don't always care too much about other people's opinions. It's very tiring to always live in other people's eyes. In the face of the hunter's mockery and the words he said, Lin Qiu, on the other hand, had a flat face, and even didn't forget to comfort Xia Miao Miao with a sentence. No master, I think Miao Miao is right. Absolutely not to let others look down on you. Who knows that at this time, Li Chuxia suddenly stood beside Xia Miao Miao, clenching her fist with the same expression of righteous indignation. In the face of these two united living treasures, Lin Qiu responded to them with only a sigh and a figure that continued to walk deeper into the forest. Miao Miao, I don't know if I can do it, but creatures like bears aren't invincible, so when the time comes, even if master, he won't be willing to make a move anymore, I can still give it a try. Li Chuxia stood beside Xia Miao Miao, clenched her own fists, thinking in the side of her heart that she, at least, is a person who has learned kung fu, and directly and seriously shook her own fists at Xia Miao Miao. No need for us two hands. Believe me, Lin Qiu certainly have a way. We early especially fell in the back inside this forest. Who knows what other dangers. Xia Miao Miao looked at Lin Qiu's back as he walked away, tugging on Li Chuxia's arm, while chasing in Lin Qiu's direction. He gave a wary glance to the surroundings. With Lin Qiu at his side, Xia Miao Miao didn't lie in those dangers. Not knowing why Lin Qiu was there, he was especially at peace. But if Lin Qiu wasn't at his side, Xia Miao Miao only felt that this forest had suddenly become exceptionally scary. Qin Lao, I don't know how this matter of Mr. Lin's is going. Why is there no movement at all for so many days? At this time in a building in Yunzhou City, the man in military uniform who was looking for Lin Qiu in the first place, Qin Su, was sitting in a room with his military uniform on the side. The man's face had a somewhat anxious expression on his face as he asked Qin Su in front of him about Lin Qiu's status. I'm not too sure about this matter, but I think that with Lin Qiu's character, since he agreed to do it, he will definitely help us with this matter. It might be because this matter that the two of us entrusted him with was too easy, so Lin Qiu didn't rush to solve it. Let's wait a little longer. Wait, this matter should come to fruition. Thinking back to what he had asked Lin Qiu to do, and then thinking about Lin Qiu's ability, a helpless smile appeared on Qin Su's face as he slightly shook his head. Old Mr. Qin, this Mr. Lin is such a capable person. Why has he been shrinking inside the Shennongjia base willing to be a forest ranger? As long as he is willing, I think that by now he would have already been a well-known figure in our dragon country. The man in military uniform nodded and responded to Qin Su before asking this doubt in his mind to Qin Su. Generally, what is in the mind of a powerful figure like this? No one knows. This kind of thing, if you want to know, you can only go and ask Lin Qiu himself, but he is carefree in this way, with less worries, which is like us mundanes, running back and forth for merit and fame day after day. In the end, we are still not living a life as dashing as Lin Qiu. After these words fell, the two people, the man in military uniform and Qin Su, looked at each other as if they saw what was in each other's hearts, and finally, in a sigh, the conversation between the two people came to an end for the time being. Wait, Xia Miao Miao and Li Chuxia were still thinking inside their heads about the hunters looking down on them, and they wanted to catch the bear cubs to prove themselves, but suddenly Lin Qiu, who was in front of them, raised his hand and stopped the two of them from advancing. What's wrong? This voice of Lin Qiu directly made the two of them, Xia Miaomio and Li Qiu, come back to their senses and stand still. Looking at this palm that was blocking their body, Xia Miaomio's face was full of puzzled expressions. There are traps here. There are also traps. I guess someone wants to hunt something here. Let's hide. Trap clip this kind of thing. One stepped on the estimate of this little leg cannot be saved. Lin Qiu pointed to a location not far in front of him, and then walked towards a side detour. Trap? Master, how come I don't see anything? Looking a few more times in the direction Lin Qiu pointed, Li Qiuxia's face was in a daze. Glancing at Xia Miaomio next to her, Li Qiuxia realized that Xia Miaomio similarly had a helpless look on her face in regards to what Lin Qiu was saying under her breath. Can't you guys see it? On top of the location not far in front of us, the dirt is obviously newly covered, and the leaves around it have become quite sparse. And just now the position roughly 2 meters in front of us above the leaves actually covered a lot. This is obviously a trap made by someone else. As for the traps, can't you smell the bloody odor that permeates the air? This is obviously the smell coming from the traps. Lin Qiu, who explained to the two people beside him with a plain face how he had discovered the trap and the beast trap, did not stop. Master, you are also too god. This kind of thing we too all did not see. If it is not master you are in the words. It is estimated that the hunters in this forest side first caught us both. Chapter 36, Thief in the House. The expression of envy and admiration. At this time, in Li Qiuxia's eyes when she looks at Lin Qiu, it directly turns into a nearly substantial light. As a forest ranger, this is my job. The forest is my home. What has been moved in my home? A little more strange things. Can't I see it? Whenever the side of the house has been burglarized, if you still can't see it, then it's a disaster. Lin Qiu squinted his own eyes and glanced towards 4 weeks, saying these words as if he had a point. However, the two people following behind, Li Qiuxia and Xia Miaomio, seemed to have no feeling for these words. Big brother, isn't that the hole in front? What we solved 2 days ago was the male bear amongst this pair of blind bears. The thin monkey swept a glance in the direction that Scarface was looking towards, pointing to the hole not far away, inquiring to Scarface. That's right, it's here. There should be a female bear in there now. I just don't know if there are any cubs. If there are cubs, the whole 2 sold to the circus can also earn a lot of money. But now we have to find a way to the ground side of the mother bear to lead out. If we are a few like this, venture into the words. I guess the bear blind man is afraid of a slap to our brains. Open the scoop. Looking at the cave not far away, Scarface stood up and began to fumble around in the backpack behind himself. Big brother, if I were to say to just hang around the entrance twice, find someone to lure him out, and then the few of us will take care of him with a few shots, why bother? Skinny Monkey used to work with Scarface in other lines, but Scarface entered the poaching business not long ago, and found that there is oil and water to be salvaged, and Scarface pulled Skinny Monkey into the gang to work with him. This time as the Thin Monkey is the first time to participate in hunting. Before, the Thin Monkey has been unable to speak, but familiar with a set of procedures. The Thin Monkey cannot help but ask Scarface out of their own doubts. Brother, you remember, we came here to poach. Poaching is naturally to make money. We are not ordinary hunters. Hunting is to sell the meat of the prey to make money. We hit the bear blind is to pick the skin of the bear blind. This bear blind skin must be complete. The more complete the bear blind skin is worth more money. Once the shot is fired, more. Hit it with 1,000 holes. How can this skin be sold at a good price? Sweeping a glance at the complacent Thin Monkey next to him, Scarface nonchalantly spoke to the Thin Monkey about the purpose of their trip and how they could make money. Looking at the not-so-patient expression on Scarface's face, Thin Monkey wisely shut his mouth. In a moment, we'll first throw this in, get that blind bear out, and then bring it over towards the trap we've prepared. After fumbling around in his bag for a while, Scarface pulled out something that looked somewhat similar to a grenade and stuffed it into the Thin Monkey's hand. I say, big brother, you did not say do not let the bear blind's fur damaged. This thing thrown in, that is not directly the bear blind to blow into pieces? Looking at this grenade-like thing in his hand, the Skinny Monkey had a puzzled expression on his face and looked at Scarface. This is a smoke bomb. Throw it in to force the blind bear out. Scarface used to look at the cutie, general eyes, swept a glance at the Thin Monkey next to him, and then pulled out something from the side of his own bag, handing it to the hands of the other 2 beside him. In a moment, you 2 will be responsible for stunning the blind bear after it falls into the trap. At that time, while it faints, I'll go up and directly skin it. Arranging everyone's tasks, Scarface gave a wink to the Thin Monkey next to him. Don't worry, big brother, I'll go now. Skinny Monkey does the job. 1 is better than 2. Big brother, you just wait for my good news. Throwing down these words, Thin Monkey then got up alone and walked in the direction of the cave entrance not far ahead. The remaining 3 people gazed nervously at the movement in the distance. Soon an earth-shattering roar resounded from the edge of the forest, followed by Thin Monkey running lifelessly in the direction of the trap they had set up. Running over. There's a bear. Lin Qiu, who was walking in the forest, suddenly moved his ears, then frowned at a direction he was looking towards, and reminded Xia Miaomio and Li Qiuxia beside him. Where are their bears? How come I didn't see it? Xia Miaomio had an agitated look on her face and looked around left and right, realizing that she didn't see a bear. It's not far from the place we just came from. I think the trap just now was used to catch bears, but all the bears inside this forest aren't allowed to be caught. It's definitely someone sneaking over to poach. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Qiu had just been observing around the location where the trap was for 4 weeks, intentionally or unintentionally, after he discovered the trap. Because Lin Qiu felt at that time that the trap was not designed at all like an ordinary trap used to catch prey, but instead it was like it was designed to catch that kind of large beasts. The only large beasts in this forest besides wild boars were bears. After walking this distance, Lin Qiu was trying to find out if there were any other people in this forest besides the hunter at the beginning. At this moment, when the roar sounded, Lin Qiu knew exactly what the person who set this trap was here for. Lin Qiu then led Xia Miaomio and Li Qiuxia towards the place that they said they had just passed by. When Lin Qiu and the three of them walked back to the location where the trap was just now, Xia Miaomio let out a scream directly from her mouth. This was because at this moment, Xia Miaomio saw a bloody scene. A man was holding a long knife in his hand and was disemboweling a grizzly bear. Who is it? The scream naturally attracted this person's attention as well, only to see this person standing up with a long knife in his hand, vigilantly looking over in the direction from which the scream was emitted. And 3 figures immediately appeared behind this person, gripping the shotguns in their hands, and vigilantly looked towards the 4 weeks. Discovered. Looking at the stunned Xia Miaomio beside him, Lin Qiu sighed as he stood up and directly walked out from behind the tree trunk he had just hidden behind. You people are really bold. Poaching has come to the forest under my control. Don't you know that all the bears in this forest cannot be captured? You 4 are so bold. Just this one bear is enough for you 4 to squat in the enforcer's building for a few years. After Lin Qiu walked out, he directly swept his gaze flatly over the bodies of the 4 people. Kid, what the hell are you again? When did this forest become yours? Chapter 37, Eat soft but not hard. Laozi also said that this forest is mine. This forest was contracted by me, the things inside. Which one I want to catch, which one I want to get on, which one, and it's none of your business. Skinny Monkey jumped out from the back of Scarface, pointing to the forest directly behind him and patting his chest, with a very unhappy expression on his face. Kid, I advise you not to mind your own business. A few of us are ready to leave after this job. Don't want to start any conflict with you here. Be smart and go to the side to hide. Wait for the old man to finish cleaning up this bear. How do you like it? Anyway, don't come to the old man's head to look for trouble. Even if you're outside that Shennongjia base inside the people, that's so what? You don't think about your own safety. Don't you think about the 2 beauties next to you? The thin monkey's words fell. Lin Qiu had not yet opened his mouth. Scarface with a bloody knife in his hand in the back of Lin Qiu's Li Qiuxia and Xia Miaomio face swept a glance, his eyes in the middle of the full of a threat. Good guys, stealing my things from inside my house, even if it's not enough, you still have to threaten me, and you're also going to do something to my friends. You guys are really bold too, but it doesn't matter. I've always been a person who eats softness but not hardness. Since you guys have to threaten, then you'll have to leave something here. As Lin Qiu said these words, he suddenly crouched down, then stood up again after touching his palm on the ground without a trace. The brethren really don't want to go to the executor's place to squat, so today you 3 have to forget about this. Don't worry, the brethren don't do that kind of killing, but boy, you may have to sleep for a while. And those 2 beautiful brothers in the back have not touched a woman for a while. Just lend the brothers a use. Backhandedly gripped the short blade in his hand, raised in the position of the chest. The upper side of the scarred face grimace looked in the direction of Lin Qiu, and the rear of the thin monkey is also from the waist to draw out a stick. The other 2 is the hands of the shotgun aimed at the direction of Lin Qiu. Li Qiuxia, 3 to me and 1 to you. Is there a problem? Facing the 4 people who were about to strike at him, Lin Qiu didn't have the slightest bit of panic on his face. Instead, he looked in Li Qiuxia's direction with a slight smile. I can also deal with 2 of them. Being from an ancient martial arts family, Li Qiuxia naturally wasn't worried about these poachers in front of him making a move. Facing the one that Lin Qiu had arranged for him, Li Qiuxia instead wanted to deal with 2. As you wish. Then we'll see whose hands are faster. After saying these words, Lin Qiu's gaze instantly became stern. On the other hand, the 4 people, Scarface and Skinny Monkey, directly rushed over in Lin Qiu's direction. Put down your guns first. Aiming at the 2 people with shotguns at the back, Lin Qiu's hand exerted a fierce force, and 2 stones flew out of Lin Qiu's hand, hitting the wrists of the 2 people with shotguns at the back. After the 2 men's wrists were in pain, their hands were loosened, and the shotgun instantly fell to the ground. Do it! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qiu shouted out and then directly rushed over in the direction of Scarface, while Lichuxia also rushed over at this time with great speed in the direction of the two poachers at the back who were covering their wrists. The battle between the 6 people started instantly. Lin Qiu looked at the short blade that Scarface stabbed over in front of him, and rolled his feet, easily dodging the short blade that was stabbing at his chest, and then lifted his palm and directly pinched Scarface's wrist. Before Scarface could react, Lin Qiu's hand violently exerted force, and as soon as he yanked Scarface's body forward slightly, but when he tried to stabilize his body, a knee had already appeared at the position of his face. Big brother, let me help. Just as Scarface was knocked to the point of blackness and felt the sky spinning, Thin Monkey swung his stick and rushed over from the back, wanting to support Scarface. Kid, give me death. The Thin Monkey swung the stick in his hand round and directly towards Lin Qiu, slamming it down. However, when his stick was about to touch the back of Lin Qiu's head, a head instantly blocked the middle between Lin Qiu and the stick, and the owner of this head was none other than Scarface. Ah! A scream rang out. Scarface directly covered his head on the ground, while the sight of the Thin Monkey holding the stick in his hand, looking at the scar on the ground, face for a moment some at a loss for words. One's own people beating one's own people would be a bit too much. It's better to let me beat you up. A fierce arrow stepped forward, a hand on the skinny monkey's hair, yanking his hair downward. Lin Qiu's knee also lifted up in the same direction. The skinny monkey's face and Lin Qiu's knee also came into a close contact. However, compared to the Thin Monkey and Scarface, the fighting strength was really a level worse. Lin Qiu this knee down. The Thin Monkey directly 2 eyes rolled over and fainted. After quickly packing up the Thin Monkey and Scarface, Lin Qiu twisted his head to look towards Lichuxia's direction. At this time, Lichuxia has also already knocked the 2 people holding double-barreled shotguns to the ground, and is fighting with the other person in a mess. Be careful. Right at this moment, Lin Qiu suddenly saw that the person lying on the ground touched his hand to the top of the double-barreled shotgun that had fallen aside. Without hesitation, Lin Qiu directly threw the short knife that he had just snatched from Scarface's hands violently in the direction of the man holding the double-barreled shotgun on the ground. The man's hand had just rested on the edge of the double-barreled shotgun when a short knife stabbed down directly from the side, piercing through his palm and the double-barreled shotgun together and nailing them to the ground. Ah! An ear-piercing scream rings in Lichuxia's ears, while Lichuxia just happened to kick the man in front of him over at this moment. After resolving this opponent of his, Lichuxia mercilessly turned around and used another kick to knock out the man on the ground who had been stabbed through the palm by the flying dagger that Lin Qiu had thrown at him. After resolving these 2 opponents, Lichuxia then patted her palm with satisfaction. How was it, master? I'm not bad. Lichuxia had a smug expression on her face at this moment, as if she was waiting for Lin Qiu to praise herself, but what she waited for was a faint nod from Lin Qiu. Not bad, but some negligence. In the future, when dealing with the enemy, you must be ruthless and directly disable him. You are creating danger for yourself again by leaving combat power for the enemy. Lin Qiu is referring to the man on the ground who just tried to take the double-barreled shotgun with these words. Lichuxia naturally knows what kind of situation it will be for her once she lets that man get his hands on the double-barreled shotgun. Playfully spitting out her tongue at Lin Qiu, Lichuxia stood behind Lin Qiu and didn't say anything else. And at this moment, when Xia Miao Miao saw what was happening here, her face no longer knew what expression to use to describe her surprise. You two are also too strong. Chapter 38, Acquiring a Bear Cub. Xia Miao Miao, who froze for a moment after coming back to her senses, rushed at the 2 people in front of her, Lin Qiu and Lichuxia, and gave a thumbs up to one of them. Alright, I've already notified the base to have someone come and take these 4 guys away. Let's go see how many bears these 4 guys have caught in the forest. Lin Qiu put away his cell phone and found a rope to neatly tie the 4 people who had fainted on the ground to the side of a thick tree. After doing this, Lin Qiu looked around for a while, his eyes locked onto a car that was parked in the distance. Under Lin Qiu's leadership, the 3 of them walked towards the 4 poachers' car. The car they drove over was a pickup truck, and at that moment, another bloody bear skin was being thrown in the back of the pickup truck. These guys were just plain bad. When she saw this bearskin, Xia Miao Miao's face turned pale again, and she forced herself to hold back the nausea in her heart, covering her nose to Lin Qiu and Lichuxia beside her, the 2 of them complaining about the behavior of these 4 poachers. These 4 guys will pay for their behavior, but as I see it, these 4 guys should have hunted the male and female bears in the litter. I just don't know if there are any cubs left behind. Lin Qiu swept a glance at the edge of the bearskin, and then stated his speculation. Lin Qiu, then let's go and take a look. These 4 bad guys hunted and killed this pair of grizzly bears. If they left behind little bear cubs, how pitiful it would be. Xia Miao Miao, who was already feeling uncomfortable in her heart because of this hunting thing, was even more sympathetic once she heard this and started urging Lin Qiu. Let's go. Since these 4 guys were able to lure this grizzly bear into the trap, I'm sure the bear's den shouldn't be too far away from here. because a normal mother bear would never go too far away from her cubs. Leaving these words behind, Lin Qiu walked towards the distance, while Xia Miaomiao and Li Qiu rushed to follow. And then a group of 3 people walked for some distance before discovering the cave where the smoke was dissipating. This is the place. I didn't expect that these 4 guys have quite a complete set of tools. Smoke bombs are all over. Looking at the smoke drifting out from the cave, Lin Qiu couldn't help but leave such a sentence, then walked in towards the cave on his own. When the 3 of them entered the cave, they found a sleeping bear cub on top of a small nest made of grass. Yeah, there really is a little bear cub. This is too cute. After Xia Miaomiao saw the bear cub, she hurriedly walked over to the bear cub's direction, ready to hug the bear cub. But just as she was about to bend down, a palm directly yanked his arm. Lin Qiu, what are you doing? Xia Miaomiao, who was being tugged by Lin Qiu's arm, directly turned back and looked at Lin Qiu with some dissatisfaction. What do you want to do? Don't tell me that you're going to hug this little bear. Do you not want your hand anymore? Xia Miaomiao, wake up a bit. This bear in front of you is not a Muppet you bought in the toy store, much less any other small pet. This is a wild little grizzly bear, although it's a bit smaller, but a bite off your little thin arm is definitely not a problem. In the face of Xia Miaomiao's skepticism, Lin Qiu frowned and pointed at the small bear cub next to him and said this to Xia Miaomiao. Lin Qiu's words also instantly woke up Xia Miaomiao, who then realized how stupid she had just done this act, and hastily retracted her hand, smiling awkwardly at Lin Qiu. Alright, bring this little guy back to the base. Anyway, these recent days are also lacking a companion, so raise this little guy by my side first. Raising his hand and pinching the neck of this little bear cub, Lin Qiu directly lifted the little bear cub up. Seeing the little guy opening his eyes and waving his limbs, Lin Qiu faintly smiled. Then carrying the little bear cub, he walked out towards the outside. Wait for me. As soon as she saw Lin Qiu leaving, Xia Miaomiao hurriedly followed her, while Chuxia followed behind Lin Qiu the entire time, just like Lin Qiu's bodyguard. When Lin Qiu and the 3 of them walked back to the place where the 4 poachers were trapped just now, the Shennongjia base had already sent a lot of people, and directly took these 4 guys towards the outside of the forest and were preparing to go. After seeing Lin Qiu, one by one, they greeted Lin Qiu. Mr. Lin, thanks to you. No wonder there are always grizzly bears around the base in the last 2 days. After half a day it turns out that there are these poachers inside the forest. This kills 1,000 daggers. After I go back, let's see how I can clean up after them. Huang Tao saw the figure of Lin Qiu's trio and greeted Lin Qiu's trio as he walked over, saying a thank you to Lin Qiu. There's no need for head Huang to be so polite. It just so happens that I did it in passing. But there's also one thing I have to trouble head Huang with. It's whether or not you can give me a whole iron cage after you go back, and then bring this little guy an extra meal every day when you deliver it. Lin Qiu lifted the little bear cub in his hands and waved it in front of Huang Tao's face, making his request. No problem, Mr. Lin's willingness to bring this little guy is this little guy's luck. If he is just left in the side of this forest, it is estimated that in a few days, he will be the fruit of other animals in this forest. Huang Tao looked twice more at the little bear in Lin Qiu's hand, and watched the little guy drop into Lin Qiu's hand with a look of hopelessness there, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Head Huang then will leave first. Remember to make sure to let these 4 poachers know how powerful they are. Just as Lin Qiu was about to leave, Xia Miaomiao didn't forget to run in front of Huang Tao and gave him a word of advice. Don't worry, Ms. Xia, I'll make sure to complete the task in this matter. In the face of Xia Miaomiao's exhortation, Huang Tao was also as polite as ever, saying goodbye to Huang Tao and his group. Lin Qiu's trio walked at the forefront of the group heading back to the Shennongjia base, but just as the 3 of them were about to leave Sanlian, a familiar figure appeared in front of the 3 of them. "Oh, isn't this the hunter uncle? How's the harvest today?" Xia Miaomiao, who could see the silhouette, directly shouted at the silhouette, and the silhouette carrying the prey in his hand, heard Xia Miaomiao shout and directly looked over towards Lin Qiu's 3 people. The hunter, who had a flat gaze, froze for a moment when he saw the bear cub in Lin Qiu's hand. How about Uncle, who was the one who said that it was impossible for the 3 of us to catch the bear cub at that time? Uncle, what do you see here? Chapter 39, Two-Headed Snake Jr. Xia Miaomiao at this time had a smug look on her face, pointing at the small bear cub that Lin Qiu was carrying beside her, rushing towards the hunters in the distance, raising her own eyebrows. I didn't expect you guys to actually be able to traitorous luck pick up a bear cub. No, I have to take my chances inside the forest as well. The first reaction of the hunter in the face of Xia Miaomiao's words, first shocked, and then a back to God, immediately also walked in towards the forest. This reaction of the hunter directly brought a smile to all 3 faces. Let's go back. Without paying much attention to this hunter, the 3 of them went straight back to the inside of the Shennongjia base. Next, Xia Miaomiao's daily task was to watch Lin Qiu and Li Qiu discussing about medical matters, while she herself was feeding the bear cubs that had suddenly become well behaved at home for some unknown reason every day. However, Lin Qiu did not leave the blind bear at home. Every night Lin Qiu would take this little bear cub to the guarded piece of pine forest. Time passed calmly for a week. This night Lin Qiu, or as usual, with a small bear cub to their own pine forest hut. But halfway Lin Qiu's cell phone suddenly rang. Silent night, Lin Qiu's cell phone ringing alarmed the woods. This has been asleep past the flock of birds suddenly began to fly up the sky and a few bats across. The entire scene looked a frightening sight, but Lin Qiu had long been surprised by these situations. Kicking the little bear that was preparing to go in the other direction with his foot, Lin Qiu walked straight to a rock and sat his butt on it before pressing the answer button. Elder Qin, still up this late? Lin Qiu, who picked up the phone, grinned widely and inquired to Qin Su on the phone. People doze off less when they're old. I'm really sorry to bother you, Mr. Lin, this late. But, Mr. Lin, I came over today because I wanted to ask how the matter that I asked Mr. Lin to do a few days ago is going. After all, this matter isn't something that I'm alone in. There are other people who are going to intervene in this matter as well. The tone of Qin Su on the phone looked a little awkward. He really didn't want to rush Lin Qiu, but after so many days had passed, Lin Qiu hadn't moved at all, making Qin Su a little embarrassed. At that time, he had patted his chest to others to ensure that Lin Qiu would step in and solve this matter in 3 or 2 times, but this matter had not moved, and some other partners had already urged this matter several times. Qin Lao, you said this matter This thing I have already thought of a good countermeasure, but recently these days some things to delay. Tomorrow morning I will send courier will I do out of things to send you over. At this time, sitting on the top of the stone, Lin Qiu's face showed a trace of embarrassment. What he promised Qin Su was indeed not difficult, but due to the fact that it was not challenging, Lin Qiu directly ignored this matter. If it wasn't for a phone call from Qin Su today, Lin Qiu would really have completely forgotten about this matter. However, when Lin Qiu arrived at his residence in a while, he would soon be able to make a countermeasure to solve the difficulties Qin Su was experiencing, so he didn't put this matter too much on his mind either. That's good. That's good. Mr. Lin, you have your own things to be busy with. This I know very well. This matter of mine can wait for a few more days. Mr. Lin, might as well finish your own matters at hand first. Once Qin Su on the other end of the phone heard that Lin Qiu had other things to be busy with in these recent days, he hurriedly explained to Lin Qiu inside the phone. Elder Qin, it just so happens that I've finished all my things. Today I'll go back and revise it again, and send it out early tomorrow morning on time. Besides, doesn't it take time to receive an express delivery? These words made Lin Qiu sweat even more, so Lin Qiu hurriedly confirmed this matter to Qin Su inside the phone. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. I won't bother you, Mr. Lin. You, Mr. Lin, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Qin Su inside the phone said these words and waited for a while, realizing that Lin Qiu on the other end did not move. Before he hung up the phone, putting away his cell phone, Lin Qiu sighed helplessly, stood up and turned around to continue walking towards the forest. Just at this time suddenly a black shadow rushed directly towards Lin Qiu's body, followed by a swing of its tail, which was about to whip on Lin Qiu's body. Xiao Air, I haven't cleaned you up in the last few days. Is my skin itching again? Facing such a scenario, Lin Qiu still had a flat face, directly raised his palm to block the tail that was flung over, then looked at the two-headed snake spitting out letters in front of him and frowned. As soon as Lin Qiu's words were spoken, the two-headed snake seemed to have heard something horrible, and hurriedly shook its head and came over to Lin Qiu's body, using its 2 snake heads, which were even bigger than Lin Qiu's, to rub against Lin Qiu's face left and right. Okay, your scales are cool and whooshing. Don't rub against me. It's weirdly creepy at night. Raising his hand and pushing away the 2 snake heads, Lin Qiu slapped the head of this two-headed snake in front of him without any good humor. At this moment, the two-headed snake was as well behaved as a little sheep, quietly following Lin Qiu's side. However, the appearance of the two-headed python made the little grizzly bear cub next to Lin Qiu's feet feel scared. Lin Qiu took 2 steps and didn't notice the little grizzly bear following him. When he turned back, he only saw the little bear cub's head lying on the ground, his 2 paws resting on the top of his head as high. Just like you. Go out and don't say you're a bear. Raising his hand to pinch on the piece of soft flesh at the back of the little grizzly bear's neck, he lifted the little grizzly bear up and placed it in front of himself, staring at the little grizzly bear's timid eyes. Lin Qiu didn't have the heart to nod on the little grizzly bear's nose. At this moment, the little grizzly bear was like a child who had done something wrong, blinking twice at Lin Qiu with its innocent little eyes as if it was telling Lin Qiu that it had done something wrong. Go away. Don't be afraid. Little Two has no thoughts about this little trinket of yours. And this little trinket of yours probably isn't even enough for it to fill its stomach. Placing the little grizzly bear on the ground, Lin Qiu glanced at the 2-headed giant python next to him and sighed, then continued walking in towards the forest. At this moment, these 3 bizarre figures, if there were other people here, it was estimated that their legs and stomachs would have been scared already. A dozen meters of 2-headed giant snakes. and a small grizzly bear all obediently followed Lin Qiu's side. Alright, I'm going to go back to sleep. You have to keep an eye on this forest for the past 2 days. The outside piece of forest has been a bit uneasy in recent days. Quite a few poachers came in, although I caught them. These few poachers still hunted this little guy's parents on the outside of the forest. Chapter 40, Don't look at the monk's face. Look at the Buddha's face. The next time this kind of ungrateful fellow breaks in, just eat him for me. Walking to the front of the hut, Lin Qiu twisted his head to look at the two-headed python that was following him, slapped the top side of its snake head, and barked at the python. The python then nodded very spiritually at Lin Qiu before twisting its body and burrowing into the depths of the forest. Playing worker working soul, working or human. Reciting the content of a video he swiped on Shake-Toon today, Lin Qiu sat beside his desk with a helpless face and flipped through the things Qin Su handed over on his tablet computer. Qin Su came to Lin Qiu to help, is to let Lin Qiu for a dying technology company out of ideas. This technology company is Qin Su, a very good friend left behind technology company. The company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Qin Su's good friend was also in an accidental traffic accident, and his son and daughter-in-law accidentally killed, leaving only a not very young granddaughter in charge of the company. This has been a broken capital chain of the company. In Qin Su's help to find a few investors, but these people, although in the way of Qin Su's face, to choose to help. But the nature of the businessman, no profit is not early. They cannot directly money on a technology company cannot be saved on the side. So Qin Su thought of Lin Qiu, wanting Lin Qiu to do a development plan for this technology company, so that this company to come back to life. Similarly, if Lin Qiu's approach could save the company and bring the tech company back to life, then Lin Qiu could hold 10% of the company's dry shares and become one of the company's shareholders. Originally, this 10% of the shares for Lin Qiu really does not have any temptation, but Lin Qiu is also in the way of Qin Su's face, so he agreed to this thing. After quickly sorting out his thoughts and reviewing a series of conditions such as the company's detailed products and business market, Lin Qiu closed his eyes. Relying on the genius businessman's mind in the last life, he quickly made some decisions, wrote a document of all the things, and then printed it out with the printer next to him, and neatly packed it in a file bag. Only after doing this did Lin Qiu let out a long breath, then patted the little grizzly bear by the window. Sleep. Lin Qiu came here to work every day under a beautiful name, but in fact, the real ranger at the edge of this forest was none other than that giant python with 2 snake heads. His task was to sleep inside the forest, and there were quite a few other creatures in this forest besides the python, all of which were drummed up by Lin Qiu to help him watch the forest. He was typically an idle person as a forest ranger. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Qiu, holding the file bag in his hand, leisurely returned to the base, and sent the things to the base, the place specially responsible for sending express delivery, and only then slowly walked towards the residence again. However, when Lin Qiu walked to the entrance of his residence, he found that Xiao Miaomio and Li Qiuxia had both long since gotten up and looked around at the entrance, as if they were waiting for Lin Qiu to return. Hurry up! Lin Qiu appeared within the two people's line of sight, and Xiao Miaomio elbowed Li Qiuxia to give Li Qiuxia a wink. Li Qiuxia, who had been pushed by Xiao Miaomio, showed a trace of difficulty on her face, and after some hesitation, she still walked over in Lin Qiu's direction. Master! Standing in front of Lin Qiu, Li Qiuxia very respectfully turned to Lin Qiu and politely called out. During this recent period of time, Li Qiuxia had long since lost the polite look that she had just met Lin Qiu, and recently, she had been calling Lin Qiu by the name of Xiao Lin Zi without moving. Suddenly this polite look, in turn, made Lin Qiu froze. Lin Qiu looked Li Qiuxia up and down. There was not the slightest bit of doubt in his eyes. Instead, he had a flat face and spoke to Li Qiuxia. I know what you want to do, but I'm telling you that this matter is not negotiable. I will never go to your house again, just based on your father's attitude. I, Lin Qiu, am a man with backbone. If you really want to cure your grandfather, then learn from me and go back to cure your grandfather yourself. I can't do anything if I can't learn it. Opening his mouth and rejecting what Li Qiuxia wanted to say next, Lin Qiu directly walked straight towards the direction of the house. However, before Lin Qiujing arrived at the house, there was another person who fell behind Lin Qiu. It was none other than Xiao Miaomio. I say Lin Qiu, you this person how this way, as the saying goes, do not look at the face of the monk, look at the face of the Buddha. Although that day at the side of the house of Qiuxia, Uncle Li was very rude to you, but you think about it, for a father which is not worried, their daughter was cheated, worry about their daughter's safety, and again, you have not been hurt by anything, but instead, you injured someone else inside the house. Now you go and help Qiuxia's grandfather to see what's wrong. You're not looking at Uncle Li's face, you're looking at Li Qiuxia's face. Why aren't you a reasonable person? Xiao Miaomio all but stopped Lin Qiu with her own mouth, hands on her waist, nonchalantly, and said this. Everyone has their own bottom line. Everyone has their own principles. Although it is said that you don't look at the face of the monk to see the face of the Buddha, but do you think that my relationship with Lin Qiu is already so good that I cannot care about my own bottom line problem? Neither of you two should say any more about this matter, and if anyone says more, please leave from my place. Lin Qiu, who usually looks relatively kind and always has a big grin and is full of smiles, directly and very nonchalantly said such a sentence as soon as this matter was brought up, and then ignored the two people, Xia Miaomio and Lin Qiu, and returned to the room on their own. What's wrong with this Lin Qiu? Why is she as careful as a woman? Xia Miaomio turned back and glanced in the direction of Lin Qiu's back, and she couldn't help but start spitting at Lin Qiu. I think master should be more mindful of this aspect of things. It's okay, I can still wait. The expression of Lin Qiu in this matter was rather dark, but he didn't blame Lin Qiu, nor did he say anything to blame Lin Qiu. He just talked to himself. However, Lin Qiu's words also have a few points of truth. Lin Qiu is precisely because the last life was betrayed by the people around him. So for this matter of friends, Lin Qiu has always been in the heart of the side of a bit of a sticking point, and Lin Qiu that day in the case of Lin Qiu good intentions to help and made such a mess, directly let Lin Qiu would have been traumatized by the heart. On this matter is very resistant, is not willing to go to Lin Qiu to help again. Chapter 41, Waiting in Line. Alright, it looks like it'll have to be this way. Xia Miaomio nodded on the side and turned around to walk in towards the room as well, while Lin Qiu stayed outside alone, flipping through and studying the book that Lin Qiu had left for him. Just as Xia Miaomio was sitting on the sofa and staring at the door of Lin Qiu's room, suddenly Xia Miaomio's phone rang. The rapid ringing of the phone scared Xia Miaomio, directly pulling her back from her daze. Xia Miaomio, who had returned to her senses, hurriedly took out her cell phone, and after seeing clearly the name of the caller, Xia Miaomio used her index finger to click on the answer button. Meow meow, what are you doing? As soon as the call was connected, a human face appeared on Xia Miaomio's cell phone screen. I'm. The person on the phone posed this question to Xia Miaomio, which in turn put Xia Miaomio on the spot. Xia Miaomio couldn't help but hold her index finger, and her two eyes rolled upwards, pondering what she should do. I don't know what I'm doing, since I came to this Shennongjia. I don't know what I'm busy with all day, but after you asked me that, I suddenly remembered that I do have something left to do. After thinking for a while, Xia Miaomio remembered that she did have things she hadn't done, and immediately, Xia Miaomio took her cell phone and walked over to the side. What is this going to be? How come you're alone? Where's little brother? Where did little brother go? The one who made this phone call was Xia Miaomio's best friend Su Qingming. Su Qingming made this phone call to visit Xia Miaomio and to take a look at Lin Qiu. What am I going to do? I'm going to feed the bear cubs we caught. Su Qingming, did you call here to greet me or to see little brother? Seeing Su Qingming make this call, only asking about herself and turning her head to inquire about Lin Qiu's whereabouts, Xia Miaomio glared at Su Qingming on the screen without any good reason. Harm. I'm not asking in passing. Of course I'm calling in order to visit you, and by the way, I'm asking what things you and your little brother are busy with, and whether or not your feelings have warmed up recently. If you don't want it, remember to introduce it to me. I'm still waiting to line up behind you. At this moment, Su Qingming's face was full of nymphomania. If not for Xia Miaomio stopping her with her eyes in time, it is estimated that Su Qingming's saliva could flow down. Xia Miaomio took Su Qingming in her cell phone and walked to the side of a cage, then opened the cage door and poured out some more from a plastic bag on the side. The roasted chicken that Huang Tao had sent over. My gosh, there's actually a little bear cub. Su Qingming, who was on the other end of the video, saw the bear cub in the cage. A surprised expression appeared on her face. Just now her mind was all hung up on Lin Qiu. She didn't even listen to what Xia Miaomio said very carefully. How about awesome? This is the one Lin Qiu, and I went to the Shennongjia forest and caught it. Mentioning this little grizzly bear, Xia Miaomio's face was filled with a smug look. My gosh, this is too awesome. I'm going to catch a bear in the forest after I go. Su Qingming couldn't mention how envious she was of Xia Miaomio's ability to catch little grizzly bears. You're really coming? Xia Miaomio had a surprised expression on her face, having thought that Su Qingming was joking with her. She didn't realize that Su Qingming was really prepared to come here as well. Yeah, didn't we all agree? You wait until I'm done with this recent period of time, then I'll come over. With a smug look on her face, Su Qingming winked at Xia Miaomio inside the video. Then you have to hurry up and come. I'm usually bored to death here by myself. This neighborhood is full of woods, and there are those strange animals inside. I'm scared and bored. Xia Miaomio was looking forward to Su Qingming coming over to accompany her. Don't worry, I'll come over when I'm done, but if little brother comes out later, remember to give me another video. I just don't have anything to do at the moment. Alright, let's not talk about it for now. You feed your little bear first. After Su Qingming threw down these words, she directly disappeared from the front of the video. Looking at the hung-up phone in her hand, Xia Miaomio sighed, then raised her hand and touched the top of the bear's head twice. turning herself around and walking back towards the sofa. This is the place, isn't it? The three people inside and outside Lin Qiu's house at the Shennongjia base did not know that a Maybach had already parked outside the Shennongjia base at this time. Yes, Master, this is the place. Last time I came here to pick up Miss Li Qiuxia's driver nodded back to Li Renyao, who was sitting in the back of the car. After you go down there in a while, you have to restrain your temper and talk nicely with that little brother surnamed Lin. Watch your attitude. This time we can really be begging for an errand to come. If this little brother Lin doesn't agree to save my father's life, and my father's condition continues to deteriorate, I'll see what you'll do. After seeing this place clearly, Lin Qiuxian, who was sitting on the side, pushed Li Renyao to be a bit, frowning her own eyebrows, and admonished Li Renyao on the side. You can rest assured, this time I know what I should do. After all, we are at fault for apologizing at the door first. This kind of thing I'm still very clear. Li Renyao smiled awkwardly and pushed open the car door and walked out, while Lin Qiuxian also followed beside Li Renyao. The two of them then arrived at the entrance of the Shennongjia base. After staying in Yunzhou City for so long, I didn't even know that outside of our Yunzhou City, there is still the existence of such a base. This base is a big deal. Just such a whole glass-built protection. Absolutely pricey. Standing outside the glass wall of the Shennongjia base, Li Renyao's mouth couldn't help but praise the construction of the Shennongjia base. Is this something you're concerned about? What you have to worry about now is how we should go in. How should we apologize to others after we go in? And what should we say? Lin Suqian spat at Li Inyo while pulling out her phone and dialing Li Qiuxia's number. Sitting outside the room, Li Qiuxia, who is seriously studying the knowledge on the book, hears the ringing of the cell phone, and pulls out the phone from her pocket to read the notes on it. Li Qiuxia puts the phone to her ear. Mom, why are you suddenly calling me? Is there something wrong? Li Qiuxia, who picked up the phone with a puzzled expression on her face, asked Lin Qiuxian inside the phone. Xiuxia, your grandfather's condition has deteriorated again. If it continues like this, there's really no way out. Chapter 42, Apologizing to Lin Qiu. You've been studying with that little brother surnamed Lin for such a long time. Does he have medical skills or not? Whether or not he can cure your grandfather, you give me an accurate statement now. Your grandfather's condition can't be delayed any longer. This could possibly be our last chance. Lin Qiuxian's serious voice traveled into Li Qiuxia's ears. The expression on Li Qiuxia's face became grave at this moment. Is Grandpa's condition getting worse again? Mom, I've already told you all about this matter in front of me. Master, he's really a capable person. The knowledge he's teaching me is exactly what I've never heard of before. I've never seen these miraculous treatments before. He definitely has the ability to cure Grandpa. No matter how bad it is, Master can also help Grandpa control his condition. But now it's already a very difficult thing to get Master to help cure Grandpa. I even mentioned this matter to him today and was directly rejected by him. He told me that if I mention this matter again, I should not continue to stay here. Thinking about Lin Qiu's attitude when she mentioned this matter to him today, Li Qiuxia didn't dare to talk to Lin Qiu about this matter anymore. Now that she continues to study with Lin Qiu, she may still have a chance to cure her grandfather with her own ability, but now if she is driven away by Lin Qiu, there is no longer any possibility of curing her grandfather. Lin Qiuxian directly glared at Li Renyao next to her after hearing these words from Li Qiuxia. Xiaoxia, this matter is indeed your father's fault, but I feel that we can still undo and make up for this matter. Now you come to the outside of the Shennongjia base. I'm currently with your father just outside of the Shennongjia base where this little brother Lin is working. You pick the two of us up and go in. The two of us will pour a good penny into this little brother Lin and see if there's any chance we can get him to treat your grandfather for you. At this moment, Lin Qiuxian still wanted to try to communicate with Lin Qiu again. You guys are outside the base now? But I haven't told Master about this matter yet. What should I do in case he's a bit upset after you guys come in? Li Qiuxia is now also a bit torn. Should he let his parents come in? In case if they come in and Lin Qiu is directly unhappy about this matter, then he will definitely be driven out from here by Lin Qiu at that time. Similarly, there were also Lin Qiuxian and Li Renyao who were standing outside the door. If it was really according to what Li Qiuxia said, and Lin Qiu directly kicked Li Qiuxia out, then there would really be no more chance. Let's do it this way. The two of you wait at the entrance of the base for a bit longer. I'll come out to pick you up right away. Anyway, when I learn it, I guess Grandpa won't be able to wait for that time. So why don't we bet on it? If Master is willing to forgive Father's behavior and is willing to treat Grandpa, then everything will be fine. If he wants to drive me away, then I have no choice. After agonizing for a while, Li Qiuxia finally made the decision to first pick up his parents and bring them in to apologize to Lin Qiu, hoping that Lin Qiu could forgive Li Renyao's behavior in front of him. Alright, your father and I will wait for you outside. After saying these words, Lin Qiuxian hung up the phone. Well, what did he say about little Xia? Is that little brother Lin willing to help heal father? Li Renyao had only heard a few words from the phone, so he wasn't sure what kind of attitude the current Lin Qiu had. You still have the nerve to ask. If it wasn't for your father's illness, it wouldn't have dragged on until this time. Shennongjia told me that what he learned from Lin Qiu was very magical, and that Lin Qiu definitely had the ability to help his father control his condition, and could even cure him. But now this little brother Lin has already given Shennongjia notice today, telling him to stop mentioning this matter of curing his father's illness, and if Shennongjia mentions this matter again, he'll kick Shennongjia out of this base and tell Shennongjia not to come here again. It's all because of you. If you didn't do these things at that time, where would there be so much trouble? If the two of us had made amends and apologized today, and this little brother Lin wasn't satisfied, Shennongjia would have inevitably been kicked out as well. Then father's condition won't have any chance of being cured. I'll see where you'll go to cry then. Sweeping a glance at Li Rengyao, Lin Qiu roughly recapitulated what was said on the phone just now to the Li Rengyao next to her. This matter I already know I'm wrong. I didn't mean to do this. I was worried that Xiaoxia was cheated. Who would have thought such a young lad, a forest ranger, would actually have great medical skills and such good hands? If I had known about this situation earlier, I would have definitely entertained him as our Li family's most honored guest. But it's useless to talk about blaming me for this now. It's better to go in later and properly apologize to this little brother Lin. Li Rengyao himself was now regretting that behavior at first, but there was no medicine for regret in the world. All he could do now was to go in later and properly apologize to Lin Qiu. Meow meow. Li Qiu hangs up the phone and walks into Lin Qiu's place, looking at Xiao Miao Miao, who is sitting on the sofa while playing with her cell phone. She hesitates for a moment and gently calls out to Xiao Miao Miao. What's wrong? Xiao Miao Miao had been playing with her cell phone, had been a little sleepy. Hearing Li Qiu call her voice, Xiao Miao Miao suspiciously raised her head and looked at Li Qiu, who stood in the doorway, hesitant. Can you give me a favor? Li Qiu hesitantly asks this question to Xiao Miao Miao, who is in front of her. What's the matter, you just say? Why a look of hesitation? Li Qiu's appearance made Xiao Miao Miao's already somewhat curious heart even more puzzled. That my parents went to the outside of the Shennongjia base and asked me to pick them up and bring them in. They said they wanted to apologize to Master. I don't know what to do now, because my grandfather's condition has worsened, and no one but Master can cure him if Master doesn't help him treat him again. My grandfather probably won't last long. I'm worried that my parents coming in will make Master even more upset and drive me away from here. But if I don't let my parents come in and keep learning from Master here, by the time I'm done and can treat my grandfather is afraid that he won't be able to wait that long. With a difficult expression on her face, Li Qiu told Xiao Miao Miao about her difficulties. Since it's like this, it's fine, you go ahead and pick up your uncle and auntie and come, and Lin Qiu, this side is over to me. I'll let him treat your grandpa today no matter what. The big deal is that both of us won't be staying here is all. Chapter 43, The World Kisses Me with Pain. Xiao Miao Miao directly stood up and took this matter for Li Qiu. Meow meow. Thank you so much. Li Qiu at this time, after hearing these words from Xiao Miao Miao's mouth, the expression on her face couldn't be more grateful. You first go and fetch your uncle and aunt in. Don't let the two of them wait outside for a long time. I'll go and find Lin Qiu to talk about this matter. Xiao Miao Miao urged herself to this Li Qiu. Then she turned around and walked to the doorway of Lin Qiu's room. After seeing Li Qiu walk out from the inside of the room, only then did Xiao Miao Miao raise her hand and gently knocked a few times on the door of Lin Qiu's room. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Qiu, who was lying on the bed boredly watching the news, just now didn't hear the conversation between Li Qiu and Xiao Miao Miao outside the door of her room, and now when she heard the knocking on the door, Lin Qiu's body that had leapt up from the bed went to the door and pulled it open with one hand. What is it again, missy? Still letting people rest? Lin Qiu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, Xiao Miao Miao, from the very beginning of the appreciation to now. This period of time to see a lot, have been a little aesthetic fatigue. Lin Qiu, I have something very serious to say to you. You come out, you don't stay in the room. Xiao Miao Miao made her place for Lin Qiu and pointed in the direction of the sofa, signaling Lin Qiu to sit on the sofa before talking to him. The serious look from Xiao Miao Miao caused Lin Qiu to be stunned at first. Then Lin Qiu nodded and walked over in the direction of the sofa. Why is the whole day mysterious and inexplicable? What's going on here? Sitting on his butt on the side of the sofa, Lin Qiu swept a glance at Xiao Miao Miao, who was walking over like this side, leaving such a voice if nothing else from his mouth. Xiao Miao Miao, on the other hand, walked over to Lin Qiu with a serious face and took a deep breath after sitting down. Lin Qiu, I feel that I need to have a good talk with you about this matter. Li Qiu has been staying here for a while. I think he should be considered a friend. And she calls you Master Long, Master Short all day long and treats you with respect. Now his grandfather is seriously ill and wants you to help save his life. You shouldn't refuse him, although I don't know what exactly has happened to you, and I'm a little bit mindful of this matter, a little bit jealous, and that day indeed when her father did this behavior I was also very angry, but on second thought, have pity on his father. His father was merely worried that Li Qiu had been cheated, just like your identity as a forest ranger, As soon as I heard that, I didn't believe that you could cure people. If it wasn't for the hand you showed inside the hospital, who would believe that you, a forest ranger, could treat people for them? The expression on Xia Miao Miao's face at this time was unusually serious. She had never been so serious. This was the first time Lin Qiu had seen Xia Miao Miao so serious. Lin Qiu, who was a bit puzzled, echoed Xia Miao Miao on the side and nodded to Xia Miao Miao. Don't be in a hurry to nod your head first. I haven't finished my words yet. In the face of Lin Qiu's nodding, Xia Miao Miao directly raised her own palm, stopping Lin Qiu from continuing to nod. Okay. Facing the serious Xia Miao Miao, Lin Qiu hurriedly nodded at Xia Miao Miao. Lin Qiu, I don't understand the things that have happened to you before, but there is a saying that I believe you should have heard before. The world kisses me with pain and I return it with a song. I'm not preaching to you, but I don't want you to hold on to the things that happened in the past, so I hope that you can help Li Qiu this time, and I won't hide it from you. Right now Li Qiu's parents have appeared outside the Shennongjia base. Li Qiu has now gone to pick them up. After Li Qiu's parents come here in a while, they will make amends and apologize to you, and you have to do what you want you to do. But as long as they sincerely apologize to you and don't do anything excessive again, I still hope you can help them. Xia Miao Miao was very serious and spoke words of persuasion to Lin Qiu, and Lin Qiu realistically froze after these words were said, and then slowly dropped his head, not knowing what his expression looked like now, or what kind of thoughts were in his heart. However, Xia Miao Miao had been sitting quietly next to her, waiting for Lin Qiu to respond. Alright, as long as his parents come over in a while and have a good attitude, I'm willing to help his grandfather with his diagnosis. Lin Qiu was silent in place for a while before raising his head to look in Xia Miao Miao's direction. Lin Qiu agreed to this matter, and only then did Xia Miao Miao breathe a sigh of relief, and after taking a long breath, she patted her own chest, and while Lin Qiu wasn't paying attention, a hint of a cunning gaze flashed across her face. As soon as the two of them finished their conversation, a silhouette walked in from outside the room, standing at the door of the room, his hands in front of his body. His face was full of hesitation, and he didn't dare to look directly at Lin Qiu, but only tentatively looked this way. Alright, I already know all the things. If there's anything you have to say, you can just say it directly. Facing this look of Li Qiu standing in the doorway, Lin Qiu sighed. Master, my parents are at the door right now. They want to make amends to you. Is it okay if I let them in now? Li Qiu then, after Lin Qiu's words fell, glanced at Xia Miao Miao next to him, getting a look from Xia Miao Miao. Looking straight, this is when he opened his mouth and pointed in the direction of the door towards Lin Qiu, saying the thing that his parents were right outside the door. Aha! Lin Qiu's response was simple and dry, with only a nod of agreement and a displeased voice. Thank you, master. Li Qiu's face was full of joy as she bowed to Lin Qiu, turned around and walked out quickly towards the outside of the room. When the sound of footsteps came from outside the door again, Li Qiu walked in from outside with the two of them, Li Runyao and Lin Xiuxian. Master, Li Qiu, who walked in again, called out tentatively in Lin Qiu's direction. Mr. Shaolin. Mr. Lin. Li Qiu greeted Lin Qiu, while the two people next to her, Li Runyao and Lin Xiuxian, were not idle and hurriedly greeted Lin Qiu. Uncle and Auntie and Xiuxia, don't stand. Do sit down first and speak slowly about anything. Lin Qiu did not respond to the trio, while Xia Miao Miao on the side pulled out 3 paper cups and placed them on one side of the sofa, pouring water while greeting Li Runyao. Lin Xiuxian. Li Runyao and Lin Xiuxian found out that Lin Qiu did not pay attention to the two of them, although they were a little embarrassed, but what they came here for today, the two of them were very clear in their hearts, so the two of them hurriedly sat on the side of the sofa after Xia Miao Miao's words fell. Say it, what exactly is the matter that you came here for today? As soon as the two people's butts hit the sofa, Lin Qiu's voice came over. Chapter 44, Lin Qiu's Conditions. It's like this, Mr. Lin. I came over this time mainly to make amends and apologize to you, Mr. Lin. Last time it was because I was too reckless. I didn't ask the matter clearly and arbitrarily thought that you, Mr. Lin, had come to our Li family to recruit you. For this matter, I'm here to make amends to you. This matter is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Xiao Xia, how proud a person Li Runyao was, a hallowed ancient martial arts family, the head of the Li family. Now facing Lin Qiu was like a well-behaved lamb, directly opening his mouth to apologize to Lin Qiu. I know it's your fault. Then what? I haven't seen you come over to apologize for so many days, and I didn't find out that you asked Li Qiu to help convey your apologies, and today you suddenly ran over. Let me guess why you came over. Lin Qiu's words were very nonchalant after Li Runyao explained so much. Lin Qiu raised his own head, his gaze sharply looking at Li Runyao's face while Lin Qiu's face was wearing a teasing smile. Is it because Grandpa Li Qiu's condition has further deteriorated, and has now started to appear to be illiterate, confused in his consciousness, and even laughed from time to time there all by himself? It is precisely because of the emergence of this kind of situation, and you know what kind of result will be after this kind of situation. So there is no way but to treat a dead horse as a living horse and come to me. You want to see if I can cure Lin Qiu's grandfather's condition or not. If I can cure it, you'll be here today to persuade me with good words. No matter what, you'll be begging me to go over and save Lin Qiu's grandfather's life. If I can't cure it and I can't cure it, I think today you just came over to symbolically apologize to me. You wouldn't have flipped out with me on the spot. After all, my stature is there. Last time you also saw it, but again want you to apologize to me or look at your good face. That is an impossible thing. After all, you are the head of the titular Li family, and I'm just an inconspicuous forest ranger in the base of the Shennongjia. I don't know if what I said can be analyzed reasonably. Is it what you have in mind, Li family head? This analysis by Lin Qiu caused the smiles hanging on the faces of both Li Rengyao and Lin Qiuxian to be a little too taut. The only thing left on the two people's faces at this moment was embarrassment and a touch of emptiness from being seen through. Oof, not talking is by me right. Lin Qiu was never that kind of cheap bones. I went up to the door to help save for you guys free of charge. One does not charge your Li family a penny, two does not need your family to do anything for me. I am totally looking at Lin Qiu. This girl is still quite interesting, so I am willing to help. You kicked me out. There has not been a single message. Now there is really no way out before you come to beg me. You have played a good hand and pinched a good hand. Lin Qiu's language is getting sharper and sharper. Everywhere to Li Renyao's heart. If placed in other places or the person in front of him to change a person, Li Renyao now also shall not be two big mouths to draw up. But now he not only can't draw, is Lin Qiu now stand up to draw him a big mouth. He still have to give Lin Qiu to compensate for the smile, because now in front of the body sitting not only Lin Qiu this identity, there is also Lin Qiu grandfather's life safety. Lin Qiu, say a few words to get over it. Uncle Li and Auntie are our elders no matter what. You're going a bit overboard in this manner. In the face of Lin Qiu's verbal attack, Lin Qiu dared to intervene, and Lin Qiuxian and Li Run want two people, and really can not return the mouth. Now can help Lin Qiu's only remaining Xia Miao Miao. Lin Qiu's eyes for help stopped at Xia Miao Miao's face, did not move away from the child. Xia Miao Miao also finally seized the Lin Qiu spoke of this gap. With the elbow touched the Lin Qiu, whispered in the Lin Qiu's ear to the Lin Qiu persuasion. You all don't need to be in charge of this matter. Just listen to me. I'm likewise still willing to go back with you today and save Lin Qiu's grandfather for him. But let me tell you, this time I'm not going to help as a friend, but as a doctor to save Lin Qiu's grandfather's life. And there are three conditions for me to cure and save people. Lin Qiu put up his own three fingers and looked in Li Renyao's direction. Once Li Renyao and Lin Qiuxian both heard that Lin Qiu was willing to save Lin Qiu's grandfather, joy appeared on both of their faces at the same time, and even Lin Qiu beside them was happy. Mr. Lin, don't talk about three conditions. It's 30 of 300. As long as it's something my Li family can do, I can promise you, Mr. Lin. Li Renyao looked very brash at this moment, directly patting his own chest and assuring Lin Qiu, don't be in a hurry to guarantee first. Just listen to me finish my words. Li Renyao's appearance caused Lin Qiu's face to still have no half-expression change, and Lin Qiu's unhurried voice once again entered Li Renyao's ears. Li Renyao hurriedly made a serious expression, as if he was a child listening to his teacher's serious lecture, with a very proper attitude and a straight waist. My three conditions. First, this rescue is not free, but I also have a sign that I don't want money until I'm cured. So I'll make it clear to you first, my price for medicine is not low. The cost of my medical treatment for Grandpa Lin Qiu this time is 20 million. It was only supposed to be 10 million, but I'm in a bad mood, so I'm going to charge 20 million. This is my first request. Don't worry, this money is not my lion's share, but it's a fee that I'll charge only after I've cured Grandpa Lin Qiu, right after I've cured him for him. Lin Qiu put away his ring finger, leaving behind his index and middle finger, and spoke his first request to Li Renyao in front of him. This is no problem at all. This is no problem at all. The issue of money seemed to be very reassuring to Li Renyao as he hastily nodded to Lin Qiu. Don't be in a hurry. Now listen to my second request. My second request is that after I have cured Grandpa Lin Qiu, this is something that you absolutely cannot divulge. I don't want others to know that I can cure diseases for people, especially this disease that Grandpa Lin Qiu is suffering from, that there is no way to be able to cure right now. People are afraid of being famous. Pigs are afraid of being strong. Lin Qiu had now thought it through. He couldn't make himself too good. People who were too good would inevitably have any problems. Only by secretly developing his strength, the more inconspicuous he did on the surface, the longer he could live this way. The lessons from his last life, Lin Qiu directly converted into the experiences of this life. Chapter 45, Son, you're back. After mentioning his second request, Lin Qiu raised his third finger. Li Renyao and Lin Qiuxian, who were sitting on the side, the two of them listened very attentively to Lin Qiu's fingers and Lin Qiu's face for fear of missing any details. However, Lin Qiu held up his three fingers and delayed speaking. just as Li Runyao and Lin Qiu. The two of them were somewhat unable to hold back and were about to open their mouths to ask questions of Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu's voice then leisurely came into their ears. As for this third request, I haven't thought about it for the time being. After I think about it, I will mention it to you guys since then. At that time, your Li family must fulfill this third request of mine. If you agree to these 3 points, we can leave now. If you don't agree to it, you two directly please return. Also, don't try to have to promise first, and then you guys can try to back out after I've saved Li Qiu's grandfather. I can tell you two very clearly here, if you guys back out, you will definitely suffer 100 times more severe retaliation than Li Qiu's grandfather's serious illness. If you don't believe me, you guys can give it a try. When Lin Qiu said these words, the entire person's body instantly became much more stern in aura, and the usual playful, cynical and loose look was completely nowhere to be found. Instead, it was replaced by a look full of majesty, giving people a feeling of having been in a high position for a long time. This feeling made the Li Runyao and Lin Qiu on the side feel the pressure multiply, while the two Li Qiu and Xiao Miaomiao's faces were filled with doubt. Don't worry Mr. Lin, when my Li family speaks, a promise is a promise. Since we have promised you Mr. Lin that we will absolutely not go back on our words, these 3 requests of yours Mr. Lin we can completely agree to. It's just that I don't know if Mr. Lin can move now and go to the Li family to help my father take a look. If Mr. Lin can indeed save my father, after the deed is done, in addition to agreeing to those conditions of yours Mr. Lin, the Li family will, since then, have other heavy gifts ready. Against the pressure brought by Lin Qiu, Li Runyao stood up and bowed slightly to Lin Qiu in front of him. Go! As soon as Li Runyao's words fell, Lin Qiu stood up from his position under the gaze of the crowd. A small action of getting up caused all 4 people present outside of Lin Qiu to have joyful expressions on their faces. Thank you master, thank you master. Li Qiu continuously thanked Lin Qiu from the side, while Lin Qiu raised his own palm and gently waved it, signaling that Li Qiu did not need to do so. Under the gazes of several people, Lin Qiu slowly walked out from the side of the room. Dad, Mom, let's go too. Li Qiu stood beside Lin Qiu and took her arm, dragging the two of them towards the outside. Seeing this, Xiao Miaomiao also quickly followed out, then surpassed Li Qiu's family of 3 following Lin Qiu's side. Lin Qiu, I didn't expect you to be quite black in your heart. You're a big mouth. You dare to ask for $20 million to cure someone else's illness. Xiao Miaomiao walked beside Lin Qiu, always feeling like he should say something, but he didn't see that Lin Qiu's face twitched when he said those words. I call this a fair price. After all, no one can heal Li Qiu's grandfather except me in this situation right now, so they should be thanking me for giving them such a chance to pay out money. Otherwise the money is just placed in their home and it's impossible to make one Li Qiu's grandfather's condition to get better. Lin Qiu had a smug smile on his face and threw down this sentence before walking towards the black Maybach outside. You really do have a thicker skin than the corners of a city wall. This pass of yours is a typical way to take advantage of the fire. After you go out, don't tell anyone that you and I, Xia Miaomiao, know each other. Xia Miaomiao in the back looked at Lin Qiu's complacent back and couldn't help but spit at Lin Qiu. Mr. Lin. The Li family's driver gave a very polite greeting to Lin Qiu as he drove him to the side of the car. Facing the polite driver in front of him, Lin Qiu kindly smiled at the driver and nodded his head. After all, this driver was just a driver of the Li family, and Lin Qiu did not take his anger out on this driver because of his dissatisfaction with the Li family. On the contrary, Lin Qiu instead felt that this driver in front of him looked much smoother than Li Runyao who was following behind him. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Noticing that Lin Qiu looked very polite, the driver pulled open the car door with a smile on his face. But Lin Qiu did not walk towards the back seat of the car, because there were 5 people present at this moment, including the driver. There were 6 people in total, and the car just sat down 6 people. If Lin Qiu sat at the back, it would mean that Lin Qiu would have to sit with one of the 2 people, Li Runyao or Lin Qiu. Originally, the car can sit 5 people. Due to the Maybach interior space is more spacious, so it can sit 6 people, but the back of the 4 people sitting together will inevitably be a little crowded. Lin Qiu did not want to sit with them, so Lin Qiu pulled open the door of the passenger side of the car and sat in the car. After fastening the seatbelt, closed his eyes and began to take a nap. In the back of the Li Runyao, Lin Qiu, Li Qiu and Xiao Miaomiao, 4 people walked to the side of the car. Found sitting in the passenger seat of the Lin Qiu, 4 people looked at each other and then in order to sit in the car. The first to get into the car was Li Runyao, followed by Lin Qiu, Li Qiu and Xiao Miaomiao. After everyone was seated in the car, the driver started the car and rushed over in the direction of the Li family manor. Son, you're back. When the group of people appeared in front of a villa in the Li family manor, an old man leaned on his walking stick in his hand towards the group of people, and while walking, he opened his mouth and said this. Runyao, Is this father regaining his sanity to recognize you? When these words reached the ears of the crowd, Lin Qiu had a happy expression on her face. It was because Li Qiuxia's grandfather had recently reached a point where he didn't recognize anyone during this period of time, and would often hug those servants inside the Li family manor and call their names indiscriminately. It was also because of this situation that the two had decided to go to the Shennongjia base to look for Lin Qiu. But at this moment, Li Qiuxia's grandfather had actually uttered these words to the few of them, causing Lin Qiu's face to show a hint of joy. As for the Li Renyao on the side, when Lin Qiu's words fell, a trace of joy likewise appeared on his face, and after exchanging a glance with Lin Qiu, he greeted Li Qiuxia's grandfather's direction and walked over. Father, can you recognize me now? Chapter 46, Rescuing Grandpa Li Qiuxia. Standing in front of Grandpa Li Qiuxia, Li Renyao inquired at him, "Who are you? Don't block me, I'm going to see my son." But something that blew everyone's mind happened. Li Qiuxia's grandfather suspiciously swept a glance at Li Renyao next to him, lifted his palm and gently pushed Li Renyao away, and walked over in Lin Qiu's direction. "Son, haven't seen you for so long. Why have you lost so much weight? But you've grown taller. You must have suffered a lot growing up. Come over here, I've left a lot of delicious food for you." Pulling his hand on the top of Lin Qiu's arm, Li Qiuxia's grandfather tugged Lin Qiu, and walked over in the direction of his house. Such a scene caused the expressions on both Lin Qiu and Li Renyao's faces to freeze, while Xia Miaomiao on the side somewhat wanted to laugh, but felt that it was a bit inappropriate to laugh under such an occasion, forcing herself to hold back the laughter in her heart. "Don't worry, in a moment I will cure the old man and come out again. You guys just stay outside and don't come in." Lin Qiu was dragged by the arm, but also did not forget to give some instructions to the few people at the back. Leaving these words, Lin Qiu was dragged by Li Qiuxia's grandfather into the house. Entering the inside of the house, Lin Qiu circled around the Li family's old man's house was cleaned exceptionally well. It looked like this was a place that had been taken care of by the Li family's servants as a priority. "Just stand here, I'll go get you something." The old master patted Lin Qiu's shoulder and then walked in the direction of one of the rooms inside on his own. Lin Qiu, on the other hand, didn't stay where he was as the old master had said. Instead, he followed behind the old master while drawing out a very small silver box from amongst the clothes on his wrist. Lin Qiu cast out the small box, from which he drew out a silver needle. 3 or 2 steps to catch up with the old master in front of a silver needle gently stabbed in the old master's neck and shoulders between a position on the side. At the same time the silver needle pierced into this position. The old man in front of him had a wobble in his feet, and his body fell straight down toward the ground. However, Lin Qiu appeared behind the old man and held him up, putting Li Qiuxia's grandfather's arm on his shoulder. Lin Qiu helped Li Qiuxia's grandfather into the bedroom. After flattening Li Qiuxia's grandfather on the bed, Lin Qiu removed his jacket for him. Finding a stool to sit beside the bed, Lin Qiu put 2 fingers on Li Qiuxia's grandfather's wrist, and then quietly felt the changes in Li Qiuxia's grandfather's pulse. Retracting his index finger, Lin Qiu placed his silver-colored box on the upper side of the bedside table. Pulling out a silver needle from it, he gently stabbed it on the top of the old man's forehead, and took out another silver needle and stabbed it on top of an acupoint on the top of his ear. Next, Lin Qiu kept repeating the action of going to the silver needle and stabbing it, his movements getting faster and faster, his palms flipping, leaving a phantom shadow in place, along with Lin Qiu letting out a long breath. More than 20 silver needles in the box of silver needles. All of them were stuck on Grandpa Li Qiuxia's head. However, after Lin Qiu finished sticking the silver needles, it was only the first step only to see Lin Qiu help Li Qiuxia's grandfather up from the bed and let him lean on top of the head of the bed. And Lin Qiu's finger pinched a seal and pointed on the top of Li Qiuxia's grandfather's forehead. Along with Lin Qiu, only white breath entered into Li Qiuxia's grandfather's forehead from his fingertips, and the silver needle on his head began to shake at the same time, the frequency of the silver needle shaking faster and faster. Lin Qiu's forehead also began to appear beads of sweat, until Lin Qiu's gaze from the plane suddenly became heavy. Finger veins in an instant all burst up. Lin Qiu's mouth out issued a broken shout. In the instant that this cry came out, the more than 20 silver needles on top of Grandpa Li Qiuxia's head seemed to be stimulated by something, and all of them flew up from the top of Grandpa Li Qiuxia's head for a moment. Lin Qiu's fingers flew in the air, catching all these 20 silver needles and putting them back into the box. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Lin Qiu began to put his clothes back on for Li Qiuxia's grandfather. Exiting the room, Lin Qiu gently closed the door of the room and walked out towards the outside with his hand behind his back. "How is Mr. Lin? My father, how is he doing?" Lin Qiu had just walked out from amongst Li Qiuxia's grandfather's room when he saw Li Renyao, and with an excited face, he pounced to his side and tugged on his arm. "Family Master Li, it's almost time to do what was promised." Lin Qiu looked at the innermost part of Xia Miaomiao's direction to the side with a flat gaze, and also instructed Li Renyao before pulling out his arm. "Does Mr. Lin mean that my father's condition has been brought under control?" Li Renyao didn't have the luxury of hoping that Lin Qiu could cure his father. He just hoped that Li Qiuxia's grandfather's condition wouldn't continue to deteriorate. So at the same time Lin Qiu said those words, Li Runyao rightfully assumed that Li Qiuxia's grandfather's condition had been brought under control by Lin Qiu. Grandpa Li Qiuxia's condition has been completely cured. It won't be long before he wakes up. Now I need to find a place to rest for a while. I don't want anyone to disturb me. I wonder if Family Master Li can provide me with such a place. Lin Qiu's ears heard these words from Li Runyao, and only gently shook his head. Then with a questioning expression on his face, he looked in Li Runyao's direction. Cured? Lin Qiu's words exploded like a flat thunderbolt amongst Li Runyao's ears. Not only that, even Lin Xuxian and Li Qiuxia, who were standing at the side, both of them were filled with surprise. That's right, it has been cured. Facing several people's surprise and Li Runyao's inquiry, Lin Qiu lightly responded to them. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. I'll have someone prepare a room for you right now. You can rest first. After you're rested, I'll immediately cash in the $20 million you requested, and I'll transfer it to your account right away. After these words of Lin Qiu's fell, the wrinkles on Li Runyao's face all gathered together in an instant, and his face was as if a chrysanthemum had bloomed full of smiles as he waved at the butler outside. Go to Mr. Lin to pack an upper room out to bring Mr. Lin to rest. Must take good care of Mr. Lin. Once there is anything that makes Mr. Lin dissatisfied with the place, I take you to be asked. Putting away his smile, the majestic Li Runyao commanded the housekeeper next to him. Alright, family head, I'll go now. After nodding, the butler hurriedly walked over to Lin Qiu's side and made a pleased gesture to Lin Qiu. You stay here, I'll go rest first. Chapter 47, The Redundant Xiao Miao Miao. Leaving behind these words, Lin Qiu followed the butler in the direction of the guest room in the distance. Cough, come on people. Not long after Lin Qiu left, such a voice came out from the inside of Li Qiuxia's grandfather's room. This voice caused Li Runyao's spirit to be shaken and he hurriedly rushed in towards the room. Li Qiuxia also stood in hesitation, and finally showed an apologetic expression to Xiao Miao Miao, and brought her mother to rush in the room, leaving Xiao Miao Miao alone for a while. The only person left in the room was Xiao Miao Miao. The helpless Xiao Miao Miao looked around, not knowing where to go for a moment. Inside the room, Li Runyao was standing in front of an old man with a lowered brow. When Lin Xuxian and Li Qiuxia walked in, the old man also pointed to the position next to Li Runyao, signaling the two to stand in front of him. Li Qiuxia and Lin Xuxian both froze at the same time, but under the gaze of the old man they still stood in front of the old man in a well-behaved manner. Li Runyao. Ah, Li Runyao, you've grown in skill. During this period of time when I was delirious, your majesty is not small, and your skill is not small either. The old man said these words to Li Runyao without any good humor. Hearing this, Li Runyao was still a bit puzzled, but did not dare to refute. Facing Li Runyao, who has a respectful and lowbrow face, Li Qiuxia's grandfather turns his head and looks in Lin Xuxian's direction again. And you, Xuxian, as Li Runyao's wife, you obey Li Runyao in every way. You are harming him with this look. You should have stopped him in time when there was something you felt was wrong. Don't say that you don't have this right. From a long time ago this right I have handed over to you. Obviously having this right, you still have to obey him at every turn. I hope this is the last time. If this happens again in the future, I'll help you clean up even him. Throwing these words at Lin Xuxian, Li Qiuxia's grandfather shifted his gaze to Li Qiuxia again. Little Xia, come here. When his gaze shifted to Li Qiuxia's grandfather's eyes and expression instantly became a different person from just now. The gaze that Li Qiuxia's grandfather looked at the two people, Li Runyao and Lin Xuxian, just now was as stern as it could be. He even had a hateful attitude towards Li Runyao. But at this moment, when facing Li Qiuxia, the old man's eyebrows are smiling and his face shows a kind gaze. Grandpa, you're finally getting better. If you're no good anymore, Xiaoxia doesn't know what to do. Xiaoxia is too worried about you. Li Qiuxia snuggles beside the old man like a good little bird. Let Xiaoxia you worry. Master also knows that Xiaoxia you have made a lot of efforts for Grandpa's recovery during this period of time. Although Grandpa was a bit delirious in the front, but the memory is still left inside Grandpa's head. It's not that I just regained my sobriety. What happened recently? I can all know it clearly. This brat Li Runyao, relying on himself to have a few skills one day, he has no one in his sight and is arrogant, making you all suffer along with Xiaoxia, gently rubbing on Li Qiuxia's head. Grandpa Li Qiuxia once again glares at Li Runyao next to him. Father, why are you so harsh on me? I don't even know what happened. Father, why are you reprimanding me? Looking at Grandpa Li Qiuxia in front of him, Li Runyao couldn't mention how puzzled he was. Why did you reprimand you? Do you think I'm old and confused? I don't know what you did. I won't tell you more about what happened in front of me. Let's talk about that Dr. Shaolin who cured me. This Dr. Shaolin is simply a miraculous doctor. Although my sanity was still a bit unclear during the course of treatment, I could see everything that happened in my eyes, imprinted in my mind. As for the things that happened in front of me, although my sanity was also a little unclear at that time, but this Dr. Shaolin could actually help me comb through my memories. Well, the things that happened in the front so that I can also see at a glance? For this kind of powerful character, you actually drove people out from the side of the house in the first place. You think that this matter is unknown to me. Letting Li Runyao also didn't expect things to happen. The first thing that Li Qiuxia's grandfather did when he came to his senses, he would actually choose to first stand up for Lin Qiu and scold himself. Father, I have already apologized to Mr. Lin for this matter and have also obtained Mr. Lin's forgiveness. With a bitter face, Li Runyao hurriedly explained this matter to Grandpa Li Qiuxia in front of him. Don't give me this nonsense. Apologize. Why should I apologize? It's not because you didn't do a good job in the front that you need to apologize in the back. If you didn't do such a thing in the front, why do you need to apologize to others in the back? Although Li Qiuxia's grandpa looks kind, but when he starts to lose his temper, the aura on his body directly presses down on Li Runyao and he can't breathe. Alright, hurry up and go out. You stay here seeing you. I feel like I'm having a heart attack myself. Go out and tell Mr. Lin to take care of me. After Dr. Shaolin has rested, I want to meet Dr. Shaolin, and likewise I want you to arrange a good meal for me by the side of the house to entertain Dr. Shaolin, impatiently pointing at Li Runyao in the direction of the room's door. Li Qiuxia's grandfather directly drove Li Runyao out, while Lin Qiuxian didn't dare to stay in the room for more than a few moments, and he hurriedly followed Li Runyao when he was heading outside. Xiaoxia, thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, my old bones would have almost returned to the earth. Placing Li Qiuxia's hand in his palm, Li Qiuxia's grandfather gently rubbed his wrinkled and calloused hand over Li Qiuxia's hand. Grandpa, you are the closest person to Xiaoxia. These are things that Xiaoxia should do. At this moment, Li Qiuxia looks at her closest grandfather in front of her, with a happy smile on her face. Alright, let's both of us go out for a walk as well. Standing up on his crutches, Li Qiuxia's grandfather gently pats his waist twice, and then walks out of his room under Li Qiuxia's assistance. Xia Miaomiao, who was already a bit pressed at the door, finally saw Li Qiuxia walk out from the room. Just now, Li Runyao and Lin Qiuxian came out and were going to arrange a room for Xia Miaomiao to rest, but Xia Miaomiao refused. Xia Miaomiao claimed that she wanted to be when Li Qiuxia came out and Li Qiuxia had something to talk about. However, when Li Qiuxia came out and looked at the old man that Li Qiuxia was holding in her hands, Xia Miaomiao sighed somewhat helplessly. She had just forgotten that Li Qiuxia's family would definitely want to spend some time with Li Qiuxia's grandfather after he was cured again. The current her standing here is a redundancy. Chapter 48, A Man's Tenderness. Originally, there was still Lin Qiu. She could have left with Lin Qiu or stayed here to talk with Lin Qiu, but Lin Qiu went to the guest room alone to rest. The current Xia Miaomiao couldn't mention how much she regretted it, but luckily Li Qiuxia walked out from the room and saw Xia Miaomiao standing here alone. Then after whispering a few words to the old man next to her, she greeted Xia Miaomiao's body and walked over. Miao Miao, how come you're the only one left standing here? Did my parents not arrange a room for you to rest in after they came out just now? Li Qiuxia, who walked over to Xia Miaomiao, looked around and didn't see Li Runyao or Lin Qiuxian's figures. Uncle and auntie were going to arrange it for me just now, but I gave it a refusal. I had thought that you would come out soon, but I forgot about your grandfather wanting you to stay with him for a while. See if you can arrange a room for me now. I'll go rest now. Xia Miaomiao slightly embarrassedly made this request to Li Qiuxia. It's fine, Miao Miao. Since you don't want to go to the guest room side to rest, you can stay with me and my grandpa. My grandpa is an interesting person, as well as his stomach is filled with endless stories. Li Qiuxia pointed to the back of the two people, just sitting on the edge of the taisher chair carried over by people, the direction of Li Qiuxia's grandfather, patting his stomach. Then I have to listen to a story. I love listening to stories the most. These words made little Miao Miao's eyes light up and hurriedly took Li Qiuxia by the arm and was about to walk over in the direction of Grandpa Li Qiuxia. Aha! Li Qiuxia glanced at Xia Miaomiao next to her. A heartfelt smile appeared on her face. She responded to Xia Miaomiao, and led Xia Miaomiao in the direction of her grandfather. Miao Miao, thank you for today. Although I don't know how you convinced Master how to talk to Master, but I think with that attitude and temper of Master's, it definitely wasn't that smooth. And you also must not have suffered less from Master's white eyes. But whether or not you can agree to this matter, must have your not small credit. I am here to say thank you. If it wasn't for you, it's estimated that I would have been expelled from the Shennongjia base by Master. Li Qiuxia walks beside Xia Miaomiao very sincerely and expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Xia Miaomiao. We're not friends. It's only right for friends to help each other. So you don't have to thank me. If you really want to thank me, you still have to thank Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, he was obviously very resistant to this matter, but in the end, he still chose to come and help. That's because he didn't intend to ignore this matter in the first place. Think about when you first mentioned this matter to him. Did he have any hesitation or reluctance? None of it, right? He is actually also a warm-hearted person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. But this time the matter did make him a little sad. In the face of Lin Qiu's thanks, Xia Miao didn't directly accept Lin Qiu's thanks. Instead she mentioned Lin Qiu to Lin Qiu. Xia Miao didn't forget who was the one who really made the payment this time, and thought of Lin Qiu's reaction when she mentioned this matter to him. Xia Miao was a little helpless. Lin Qiu's knife mouth and tofu heart. Let Xia Miao see the gentle side of this mysterious man. Thinking of Lin Qiu, a knowing smile appeared on Xia Miao's face, although she didn't know why she looked like this. But Xia Miao felt that puns were indeed quite good at times. Meow meow? Lin Qiu looked at Xia Miao who suddenly stood still next to her with a strange smile on her face, and somewhat puzzled, she gently tapped on her shoulder. Being tapped by this, Xia Miao directly came back to her senses, hanging a puzzled expression as she looked at Lin Qiu beside her. What happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly get lost in thought? Thinking of something happy? Lin Qiu was wearing a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth at this time, looking at Xia Miao in front of her. Nothing, but what did you say just now? I was a bit distracted and didn't hear it clearly. Xia Miao hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. I'm saying that on Master's side I will of course go and apologize. And I'm not the only one. Our whole family up and down will go together to thank Master. Cocking her neck a bit and showing a smile to Xia Miao, Lin Qiu pulled Xia Miao to her grandfather's side. Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is Xia Miao, a friend I just met. After the two of them walked to Lin Qiu's grandfather's side, Lin Qiu pointed at Xia Miao next to her and introduced herself to her grandfather. Good day, Grandpa. At the same time that Lin Qiu finished introducing Xia Miao, Xia Miao also greeted Lin Qiu's grandfather in front of her with a smile on her face. Hey, this little girl is really handsome. Grandpa Lin Qiu heard Xia Miao's greeting and responded with a smile on his face, then also gave a thumbs up to praise Xia Miao. Grandpa, no. Xia Miao was praised by Grandpa Lin Qiu so much, and in turn, she was still a bit shy. My old man has never lied to anyone, never said anything. The truth is this. How can I not let people say it? Lin Qiu's grandfather said these words at the same time, pointed to the maid just moved over the other two chairs, signaling the two to sit down. Afterwards, Lin Qiu, Xia Miao, and Lin Qiu's grandfather, the three of them actually even chatted here. Elder Qin, your delivery. A company employee on the upper floor of a company in Yunzhou City delivered a document to Qin Su. This should be what Mr. Lin sent over. I'll take a look at it first. Receiving the courier, Qin Su's face showed a hint of seriousness as he put his hand on the courier's bag and untied the rope that was wrapped around the courier's bag. Rather, the military man next to him saw the document and let out a long breath. Whether this company dies or lives depends on this proposal from Mr. Lin. Holding the proposal in his hands, Qin Su sat down on the sofa while muttering and started flipping through it. However, during the process of flipping through it, the man in military uniform on the side noticed that the expression on Qin Su's face became more and more wonderful, from the beginning of a calm face to suddenly wide-eyed. Then the corners of the mouth began to appear a curvature, and this curvature is constantly expanding, until finally when Qin Su closed the hands of the document, a bright laughter directly began to echo in this room. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Lin is really a strange person. How could I have never thought that Mr. Lin would actually make such a plan to save the company in this way? It's true that we are still more foolish. Chapter 49, Farewell to the Li family. The man in military uniform on the side looked at Qin Su who was overjoyed on this side, and the expression on his face gradually stretched out. For Qin Su to have this reaction, it meant that the program that Lin Qiu had sent over to him was definitely a feasible and very useful program. Otherwise Qin Su wouldn't have been able to be so happy. I'll go greet Xiao Shui. You believe me this time with Mr. Lin's proposal. Your investment will definitely make you a fortune. Qin Su quickly reloaded the proposal in his hand back into the craft paper bag, winding the silk thread on top of the craft paper bag at the same time greeting the man in military uniform next to him, getting up and preparing to leave from here. Elder Qin, since there is no problem with this side of things, I also have to go back to report. This time out of the time is a bit long, and the upper side is still waiting for me to go back to repeat things with them. Although the military man's position is not low, but in his upper side there are higher level people waiting for him to go back to report. In the face of such a situation, the military man is not prepared to continue to stay in this Yunzhou city. This time the thing trouble you. After 2 days I will also go back to the capital. When I return to the capital, then I will thank you for this matchmaking thing. Hearing this from the man in military armor, Qin Su got up and was ready to see him off. Elder Qin, it's better for you to go ahead and send off the program. I'm leaving directly on my own side. There will be a car picking me up at the company's entrance in a while. The man in military attire raised his hand on Qin Su's arm, gently shook his head, stopping Qin Su's idea of sending himself off, leaving behind such a sentence. He himself turned around and walked out towards the outside. Saw the man in military attire. Lin Qiu took the folder in his hand and walked in a direction towards the upper floors of the company. Appearing outside of an office that said General Manager, Qin raised his own palm and gently knocked on the door. Xiao Shuai opened the door. I am your grandpa Qin. In the middle of the most luxurious guest room of the Li family, an ancient martial arts family in Yunzhou City, Lin Qiu sat cross-legged in place and took a deep breath, slowly lowered his palms, sank them in the dantian position, exhaled the turbid qi in his mouth and opened his eyes. It's true that with the current situation, it's still a bit laborious to force such a treatment, but it's good that it worked. Glancing at his palm, Lin Qiu stood up from the edge of his seat, straightened his clothes, and then pushed the door and walked out. As soon as Lin Qiu went out, someone immediately greeted him in Lin Qiu's direction. Hello Mr. Lin, I am the butler of the Li family. The family head and the old master are waiting for you Mr. Lin on the other side. This way please Mr. Lin. Appearing in front of Lin Qiu was a man whose looks looked very kind. The man's face was covered in smiles as he bowed and made a pleased gesture to Lin Qiu. Trouble. Nodding his head, Lin Qiu followed behind the man and together they walked in the direction of the Li family's meeting room. Dr. Shaolin. Quickly this way please. The old man of the Li family, who was originally talking to Lin Qiu, saw from afar that Lin Qiu followed the butler over this way, stopped his conversation with Lin Qiu, and greeted Lin Qiu with a smile on his face in Lin Qiu's direction. At this moment, the old master of the Li family was in high spirits. The cloudy air that was in his eyes before Lin Qiu treated him had long since disappeared, and it looked as if the whole person had become 10 years younger. Elder, almost 2 meters away from the Li family's old man, Lin Qiu stood still and greeted the Li family's old man, Lin Qiu's grandfather, with his hands clasped in front of him. Divine Dr. Lin need not be polite. The one who should be polite should be this old bone of mine. I didn't expect that this old bone of mine would still have a day to regain his sanity, and it's still under the hands of Divine Dr. Lin. It's true that there are talented people in the rivers and mountains, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Nowadays, it's all about you youngsters. Dr. Lin has such amazing medical skills at such a young age. His future is unlimited. Waving his hand at Lin Qiu while praising him, Lin Qiu, Grandpa turned his head to look in the direction of Li Rengyao who was standing at the back. Why don't you hurry over here? What are you doing standing there dumbfounded? The old man's voice is not big, but it sounds very majestic, and Li Rengyao is like a well-behaved sheep after this voice falls, running towards Lin Qiu's grandfather's body, where there is still his majesty of a Li family head. Divine Dr. Lin, what happened in the front was our Li family's fault. Now I'll let this brat make amends to you again. Dragging Li Rengyao, who had walked beside him, to Lin Qiu, Elder Lin Qiu unconsciously slapped his palm on top of the back of Li Rengyao's head at the same time as he spoke to Lin Qiu, as if he was reprimanding a small child. However, after experiencing this action, Li Rengyao actually lowered his head very naturally and walked in front of Lin Qiu. Divine Dr. Lin, sorry. It was me who was reckless in front. This is Divine Dr. Lin, your treatment fee is all in this card. The password I have left on the card for you. Li Rengyao drew out a bank card from his own bosom and handed it over in front of Lin Qiu with both hands, apologized to Lin Qiu and lowered his head without looking in Lin Qiu's direction, facing the Lin bank card that Li Rengyao handed over. Lin Qiu did not even hesitate and directly took it from Li Rengyao's hands. Family Master Li, don't forget that I have 2 other requests. Leaving behind these words, Lin Qiu waved at Xia Miaomiao, who was laughing and fighting with Li Qiu there on the side. What's wrong? You're not going to go back today. If you don't, I'll leave you here and go back myself. Xia Miaomiao walked back to Lin Qiu's side with a joyful look still on her face, but Lin Qiu's voice rang in her ears. Lin Qiu, what are you doing? Everyone is having a good time. Look at you. Lin Qiu's words instantly made the smile on Xia Miaomiao's face freeze, raising her own hand to reach for Lin Qiu's waist, followed by a stabbing pain coming from the soft flesh of Lin Qiu's waist. This action of Xia Miaomiao was done so stealthily that no one else saw this action, but the slightest change of expression on Lin Qiu's face was seen by Li Qiu's grandfather. What's wrong with Divine Dr. Lin? Not feeling well? Li Qiu's grandfather could really treat Lin Qiu as a baby now. A slight change in Lin Qiu's expression caused Li Qiu's grandfather's concern. No, there's nothing wrong. Grandpa, I have to go back. My work is about to start, so I won't continue to bother you at your home. Chapter 50, You're the master and I'm the master? I wonder if I can trouble old master to arrange a car for us to send the 2 of us back. Taking advantage of this moment when Li Qiu's grandfather inquired, Lin Qiu directly raised the matter that he was going back to the Shennongjia base to Li Qiu's grandfather. Mr. Lin is going back here. Right, Mr. Lin, my father has already arranged for the people at home to prepare a sumptuous meal for you, so please ask Mr. Lin to discuss it, so that you can have a casual meal before you leave. The Li family side will go back. The car is arranged for you. This news of Lin Qiu wanting to leave reached Li Renyao's ears. Li Renyao had an anxious expression on his face and rushed over to persuade Lin Qiu, but he knows, if Lin Qiu just leaves, he will inevitably receive another reprimand in a while. Family Masterly, dinner is not necessary. It's getting late. I still have my own work to do. Pulling out his own cell phone and glancing at the time, Lin Qiu gently shook his head at Li Renyao and declined his invitation. Since Divine Dr. Lin still has things to be busy with, then we won't force you to stay Divine Dr. Lin. But if Divine Dr. Lin needs any help from the Li family in the future, just ask. As long as I still have these old bones, the Li family will unconditionally help Divine Dr. Lin. Li Qiuxia's grandfather glared at Li Renyao, who was next to him. Then he was ready to get up to see him off. There's no need to send off. Old master, your body has just recovered. You must pay attention to rest during this recent period of time, but be sure to remember to keep exercising. Exercising every morning and evening will help your health. Lin Qiu has a very good impression of Li Qiuxia's grandfather. This old man in front of him looks like he gives off a very kind feeling, and Li Qiuxia's grandfather, whether he is doing things or talking, makes Lin Qiu feel the demeanor that a real Li family head should have. Don't worry, Divine Dr. Lin. I will definitely strictly follow your instructions, Divine Dr. Lin. The old master had a smile on his face as he answered these instructions from Lin Qiu. Little Xia, see your master off for me. Li Qiuxia's grandfather turned back to look in Li Qiuxia's direction and gave Li Qiuxia a wink. Grandfather, father. Then I'll go back to his place with master to continue going to study. Li Qiuxia saw the wink made by the Li family's old master and hurriedly said goodbye to her father and old master. No need, just stay at home. The book I left you is all the things I would have. Just like the kind of acupuncture method I used to treat your grandfather today. It's also already detailed in the book. Just study it well. What made Xia Miaomiao and Li Qiuxia and everyone else present didn't expect was that Lin Qiu actually rejected Li Qiuxia's idea of following them back. Lin Qiu, why don't you let Qiuxia continue to study with you? She'll at least have a companion with me there. The first person to object to this was none other than Xia Miaomiao. Xia Miaomiao had a hint of displeasure on her face as she looked at Lin Qiu beside her and questioned her. Doesn't Li Qiuxia need to continue to go back to work inside the hospital? Other people also have other people's own life. Old follow me around. Like what words? Lin Qiu sniffed and threw two questions directly at Xia Miaomiao. Seeing that Xia Miaomiao was still ready to speak, Lin Qiu's voice once again reached the ears of Xia Miaomiao and everyone else. Am I her master or are you her master? I have the final say in this matter. This matter is settled. Alright, hurry back. If you don't want to go back, you stay here as well. Lin Qiu rolled Xia Miaomiao's eyes, turned around and walked out towards the outside. Facing this situation, Xia Miaomiao looked somewhat awkwardly at Li Qiuxia on the side, while Li Qiuxia sighed helplessly and then said to Xia Miaomiao, "It's okay Miao Miao, I'll see you off then." After saying these words, Li Qiuxia took Xia Miaomiao's arm and followed Xia Miaomiao towards the outside. The group of people rode in the Li family's sightseeing car, and by the time they reached the outside of the Li family's manor, the Maybach was already parked there steadily. Goodbye master. Miao Miao, remember to come over to me when you're free to have fun. I'll be there if I have something or not. Outside the car window, Li Qiuxia waved her hand to Xia Miaomiao sitting inside the car with a reluctant face, and the black Maybach slowly drove towards the far side of the manor. On the way, Xia Miaomiao was constantly whining about this matter, while Lin Qiu just seemed to not hear it, sitting inside the car with his eyes closed the entire time, taking a nap. Mr. Lin, it's here. When the Shennongjia base reappeared in front of the few people, the driver on the side very politely turned to Lin Qiu and spoke softly. The driver's voice was not too loud and not too small, worrying about both startling and waking Lin Qiu from his dreams. However, Lin Qiu's movement of closing his eyes along the way was nothing more than laziness in responding to all that whining from Xia Miaomiao, who had been wide awake the entire time. And when the driver's voice reached Lin Qiu's ears, Lin Qiu opened his own eyes. Mr. Lin, I'll send it here. The car steadily stopped outside the Shennongjia base. The driver pushed open the door and stepped out, opening the door for Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomiao. When the two stepped out of the car, the driver nodded at the two. Trouble master. After opening his eyes and thanking him, Lin Qiu took Xia Miaomiao and walked inside towards the Shennongjia base. Do you know why I didn't continue to bring Li Qiuxia back again? It wasn't until they reached the door of Lin Qiu's residence that Lin Qiu suddenly asked such a question to Xia Miaomiao. Why? Xia Miaomiao, who had been whining all the way to the door, hadn't been able to get a response from Lin Qiu, and originally, she wasn't even going to mention this matter anymore, but she hadn't expected that Lin Qiu would actually mention this matter to her at this time. I'm doing this solely because the old man of the Li family has woken up, and Li Qiuxia should have her own life as well. Doesn't following my side all the time mean that she doesn't need to live the life she was meant to live? You think everyone else is as idle as you are. What Xia Miaomiao didn't expect was that Lin Qiu's words actually educated her. Xia Miaomiao, who was frozen in place, didn't slow down for a moment, and when she reacted, Lin Qiu had already walked into her room. Lin Qiu, What do you mean by this? Are you saying that I have nothing to do in a day of idleness? Or that I can't do anything? Outside of Lin Qiu's room, Xiang Miao Miao slapped the door of Lin Qiu's room and shouted a few words to Lin Qiu inside the room. Lin Qiu, who was sitting on the inside of the room, heard the shouts from outside and only had a small smile on his face. Humph. Stinking Lin Qiu, you really think that you're great just because you know a little bit of medicine and earn a little bit of money. Just wait, Xia Miao Miao, know a lot of things. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. Chapter 51, The Story of Meng Jiangnu. Xia Miao Miao stomped her foot outside Lin Qiu's room and turned around in a rage and went straight into her room. Ha! In the afternoon, Xia Miao Miao yawned as she stretched out of her room. At this time, Xia Miao Miao realized that today, Lin Qiu actually did not come out of his room for the first time. Usually at this point in time, Lin Qiu would be in the living room waiting to eat dinner before heading to the forest. Worried that Lin Qiu had missed the time to go to the forest, Xia Miao Miao walked to the outside of the room and raised her hand to gently tap on the door twice. Lin Qiu, wake up, it's almost time for you to work. Xia Miao Miao's voice sounded outside the room door, and Lin Qiu in the room was sitting in front of the computer when he heard Xia Miao Miao's voice calling out to him. Lin Qiu closed the computer and turned around to walk to the door of the room. I don't have to go inside the forest tonight because I'm going to plant trees in a new clearing tomorrow. It just so happens that tonight we'll see how you usually spend the night alone when I'm not around. The two of us can still be together at night. A lone man and a woman, sharing a room. Pulling open the door to his room, Lin Qiu had a bad smile on his face as he looked at Xia Miao Miao in front of him. Lin Qiu, you rascal, what are you thinking? Lin Qiu's words caused Xia Miao Miao's face to instantly escalate a blush. Remembering the last time she changed her clothes and Lin Qiu suddenly barged in. At this moment, Xia Miao Miao's face was as red as a tomato. I just want to say that you have someone to accompany you at night so you don't have to be afraid anymore. And you can look for me if there's anything you want. What are you thinking? How am I a hooligan again? My day is also too wronged. Meng Jiangnu are not as wronged as me. If you continue to be like this, I'm going to go and cry the Shennongjia base down. Suddenly being called a rascal again. Lin Qiu had an innocent expression on his face. How are you not a hooligan? Last time, he even broke into the room to watch me change clothes. Facing Lin Qiu's rebuttal, Xia Miao Miao subconsciously blurted out the last time Lin Qiu broke into her room. I say, Missy, how come you still remember this matter? I really didn't mean it last time. Not realizing that Xia Miao Miao still remembered this matter until now, Lin Qiu hurriedly explained to Xia Miao Miao. Anyway, you're just a rascal. Ignore you. Leaving these words behind, Xia Miao Miao turned around and walked in the direction of the living room. Lin Qiu looked at this and sighed helplessly, preparing to retreat to his room. However, just at this time, Xia Miao Miao suddenly turned her head to Lin Qiu and opened her mouth to ask, what was that Meng Jiangnu you were talking about just now? What is he I've never heard of before? Xia Miao Miao pondered over the name that Lin Qiu had just mentioned, somewhat curious as to what kind of stunt this one was again. Meng Jiangnu? You don't even know Meng Jiangnu? Meng Jiangnu cried at the Great Wall. Out of instinctive reaction, Lin Qiu directly asked a rhetorical question to Xia Miao Miao. What's the Great Wall again? What are you talking about? How come I haven't heard anything you said at all? As another new vocabulary word popped out of Lin Qiu's mouth, the puzzled expression on Xia Miao Miao's face grew even heavier, not understanding what exactly Lin Qiu was talking about. The moment this question came out of Xia Miao Miao's mouth, Lin Qiu realized that there was no Great Wall in the middle of this world, much less Meng Jiangnu. It's a story. Maybe you haven't heard of it. Forget it, it's fine. Lin Qiu had a regretful expression on his face and gently shook his head. No, you have to tell me a story that I haven't heard before. Quickly tell me what exactly is the story? Who knew that Xia Miao Miao suddenly turned around at this time, staring at Lin Qiu with her eyes deadpan, asking Lin Qiu to tell him this story. Alright. Walking out from the room, Lin Qiu slowly closed the door to his room and walked over in the direction of the sofa. In this world, this was the first time that Lin Qiu had mentioned something from the previous world to someone, and Lin Qiu had never thought that this listener would actually be Xia Miao Miao. However, since Xia Miao Miao was here to ask him about it, Lin Qiu was willing to tell Xia Miao Miao about it, and incidentally recalled the memories of his previous life. Even though the memories of his previous life were short-lived and did not appear to be that good, but if Lin Qiu had to choose again, he would still be reluctant to leave the previous world. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qiu poured a cup of water for himself and Xia Miao Miao and leaned against the sofa, raising his head to look at the ceiling above his head to fall into memories. And a ghostly voice came out from Lin Qiu's mouth. In the legend there is a very powerful building. The name is called the Great Wall. The Great Wall is similar to the fortresses we built for war in ancient times, but he was built very long to defend against other countries attacking, so it was also called the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. Lin Qiu's head recalled that 10,000 miles Great Wall. His heart was incomparably emotional. When he thought about it, his dream had always been to go to the 10,000 miles Great Wall once. but from the time he was born until the time he was killed, Lin Qiu had never been able to go to the 10,000 miles Great Wall once. Lin Qiu's sudden mention of the new stuff was completely attracted Xia Miao Miao's interest and attention. Xia Miao Miao's eyes from the time Lin Qiu began to say these words has always been converged on Lin Qiu's face, as if even save a small fangirl in general. Sweeping a glance at Xia Miao Miao, who had a serious face, Lin Qiu continued to open his mouth and narrate to Xia Miao Miao. And the background of this time story is similar to the background of those countries that existed in a very distant time here in our place. Think about how long it would have taken to build such a structure with the level of technology and manpower at that time. And the story begins with the construction of the Great Wall. That's about it for the story. Now you know the storyline, right? After recounting the story of Meng Jiangnu crying at the Great Wall, Lin Qiu sat up straight from the sofa and looked at Xia Miao Miao on the side. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Miao Miao was completely immersed in the story, and even had tears in her eyes. This Meng Jiangnu is too pitiful, and the people who made the Great Wall too hateful. People like this should be severely punished. Lin Qiu, in the future, use this thing less to describe yourself. You're being disrespectful to Meng Jiangnu, who has such a tragic life. Lin Qiu's voice tore Xia Miao Miao back from the middle of the story, and Xia Miao Miao, who had just come back to her senses, directly and very seriously said this to Lin Qiu. Am I not wronged? Am I not miserable? Why can't I use it? If you wrong me again and bully me again, I'll go out and cry too. And I'll cry this Shennongjia base down for you to see first. Lin Qiu had an aggrieved expression on her face, pointing at herself with a pitiful glint in her eyes. Chapter 52, The Little Tree Planter. Where are you, pathetic? It's written all over your face. Damn it. Anyway, forbidden is forbidden. But this story of yours is still quite interesting to listen to. Quickly tell me if you have any other stories. Xia Miao Miao had already been enamored by Lin Qiu's stories at this point, and hurriedly inquired at Lin Qiu again to see if he had any other stories that she had never heard before. Stories? I have a lot of stories here. Besides Meng Jiangnu crying at the Great Wall, there are also stories about Nuwa creating man, Quafu chasing the sun, Jingwei filling in the ocean, Neza messing with the sea, and the Great Palace of Heaven. All kinds of stories. So many that I can't even tell them all in 3 days and 3 nights. With the phrase stories, Lin Qiu's head instantly floated with all kinds of characters from the stories he had heard in his past life's memories, and he cast a very proud look at Xia Miao Miao, listening to the various novel terms and the names of so many stories that came out of Lin Qiu's mouth. Xia Miao Miao couldn't mention how curious she was. Standing up directly from where she was sitting, she sat down next to Lin Qiu and tugged on Lin Qiu's arm. Lin Qiu, quickly tell me these stories. I've been bored to death these past few days. It's rare to hear a story. You tell me these stories. When the time comes, I'll be able to go out and tell these stories to others. Stories that others have never heard before. Xia Miao Miao was now like a child pestering her elder to tell her a story, and Lin Qiu was just shaken around by Xia Miao Miao. Don't shake it. Don't shake it. If you shake it again, it will fall apart. Okay, I'll tell you. It just so happens that there's nothing going on today, so I'll tell you, okay? The body swayed back and forth in Xia Miao Miao's hands, and Lin Qiu's voice was also in the midst of the swaying, which was transmitted into Xia Miao Miao's ears. Wait for me. As soon as Lin Qiu's words fell, Xia Miao Miao immediately let go, lifted her fingers from her hand that was tugging on Lin Qiu's arm, made a pause gesture at Lin Qiu, and dove headfirst into the room where she was resting. After a while, Xia Miao Miao walked over to Lin Qiu holding a large pile of chips and various snacks. But that wasn't the end of it, piling the snacks on the coffee table, while Xia Miao Miao rushed into the bedroom again, this time coming out with a blanket in his arms, sitting on the edge of the sofa, covering the blanket on his lap. He tore open a bag of potato chips and stuffed a piece into his mouth. Xia Miao Miao held his chin in both hands and gave Lin Qiu a wink while chewing, signaling that Lin Qiu could start telling the story. You're running to me for lazy people to listen to books, aren't you? This maneuver by Xia Miao Miao made Lin Qiu feel doubly helpless. You're the one who promised to tell me a story. I prefer to eat something when I listen to a story. Besides, it's almost nighttime, and it's still a bit cold at night. Tugging at the blanket in her arms, Xia Miao Miao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this behavior of hers. The expression on her face was calm and relaxed. Fighting workers, working souls, working our people. In addition to working here every day, I also have to take care of you as a big lady. At that time is really a hot brain to bring you to the Shennongjia base to the side. If there is no you at this time, I have long been leisurely lying in bed counting sheep to go. Xia Miao Miao's this Missy's mannerisms made Lin Qiu could only be helpless, saying the mantra that he often hung on his lips. But in the end, under Xia Miao Miao's compulsion, Lin Qiu was able to tell Xia Miao Miao the stories he knew, one by one, like pouring beans. Mr. Lin, everything has been prepared. Now do you think you should set off to the empty land that the base just discovered to plant? Early in the morning of the second day, Xia Miao Miao was lying on top of the sofa sleeping soundly, when she suddenly heard Huang Tao's voice coming from her ears. frightening Xiao Miao so much that she rushed to open her own eyes, covering her head with the blanket to glance a few times from amongst the cracks in the direction of the doorway. Let's leave now. Go early and come back early. Didn't sleep much last night. Among the cracks, Xiao Miao also saw a sleepy Lin Qiu, yawning and stretching, standing opposite Huang Tao. Alright Mr. Lin, then I'll go ahead and arrange for them to depart. Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave first. Huang Tao gave Lin Qiu a very gentlemanly goodbye and retreated from the room. Have you seen enough? Get up and wash your face and brush your teeth if you've seen enough. If you don't get up, I'll leave first. You're still staying here alone today. At the same time Huang Tao exited from the room. Lin Qiu's gaze swept directly to the upper edge of the sofa. I'm going. Who said I'm not going? You don't want to leave me here alone. Go do interesting things on your own. Planting trees, I'm going. I used to be very good at the tree planting activities organized by the school when I was in elementary school. Sitting up from the sofa, her body quickly ruffled her messy hair with her hands on her head. Xiao Miao proudly proclaimed her previous achievements to Lin Qiu, and then dive into the bathroom. In the face of such a Xiao Miao, Lin Qiu only responded with a helpless shake of his head, and then sat himself down at the doorway, waiting for Xiao Miao to finish washing up from the bathroom. Let's go! Xiao Miao shouted with an excited expression on her face as she walked out of the bathroom, pointing in the direction of the doorway. Lin Qiu, on the other hand, stood up from his position in silence and led Xiao Miao towards Shennongjia, the middle of a forest outside of the base, walking in slowly. Are you alone? Or is it that Head Huang has already rushed ahead with the others to the planting place? After walking out from the base, Xiao Miao realized that it was just the two of them and inquired to Lin Qiu suspiciously. It's just the two of us. Head Huang just sent some things for tree planting over first. The next tree planting task relies on the two of us. It was supposed to be me alone, but you yourself insisted on coming, and said that you yourself are a small expert in planting trees. In a while then the two of us will plant together. Lin Qiu helplessly spread his own hands, indicating that there were only two people, him and Xiao Miao, on this planting mission. Only the two of us. So roughly how many trees do we need to plant? Xiao Miao pondered how many trees the two of them could plant while raising this doubt to Lin Qiu. In Xiao Miao's opinion, the task that only Lin Qiu could accomplish alone should only be a few dozen saplings, and at most, 100 would be almost done. However, the next number that came out of Lin Qiu's mouth directly almost didn't make Xiao Miao's jaw drop in shock. Just 10 or 20,000 trees. Not much, as long as the two of us move fast. If we're lucky we'll still be able to come back in time for tonight. Chapter 53, The Laundry and Cooking Wager. Calm. Unusually calm voices came out from Lin Qiu's mouth. What Lin Qiu said about the 10 or 20,000 trees was as if he was talking about eating a bowl or two of rice at noon. Last night during Lin Qiu's storytelling, Xiao Miao's sense of mystery towards the man in front of her deepened a few more points. But now Lin Qiu's bragging appearance made Xiao Miao's impression of Lin Qiu instantly replace the Lin Qiu who had blown all sorts of steam at the very beginning and used the Shennongjia base's money to give himself face. Just the two of us planting 20,000 trees in one day? Lin Qiu, are you kidding me? You think I didn't hear you? Just now Head Huang said to let them go over first. Surely there are already people who are already there. You're only going to do the hard labor. Don't brag here. Hurry up and go. Go early and come back early. Rolled Lin Qiu a white eye. Xiao Miao directly jumped over Lin Qiu himself, walked in front of the child, as if he seemed to be able to recognize what place to go. However, after a few steps, a fork in the road appeared. Xiao Miao could only look to Lin Qiu, who was behind her, for help. Let's go. Why don't you go? What's the point of stopping here? Isn't Miss Xia able to recognize the road? There was no rebuttal to Xiao Miao's comment about blowing her own mind. But at this moment, Lin Qiu's face was full of a teasing expression. Bantering had become a daily routine for both Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao. You go first. Xiao Miao puckered her mouth and retreated aggressively to the side. This maneuver by Xiao Miao caused Lin Qiu to have an incomparably dejected expression on his face. As he walked past Xiao Miao's body, Lin Qiu didn't forget to glance at Xiao Miao before raising his own head and walking forward in a lofty manner. Stinky Lin Qiu. Dead Lin Qiu. You just know how to bully me. Lin Qiu hadn't even taken a few steps when Xiao Miao's voice behind her whispering about herself came from her ears. Want to sneak cursing? You also lower your voice a little bit. I have heard all of them. If you say me again I can run away. Then see if those bear-blind big snakes in the side of this forest will not be friendly with you. Xiao Miao, who was talking to herself with her head down, suddenly heard Lin Qiu's voice and raised her head to see Lin Qiu stopping in front of her and turning her head to look herself up and down. Thinking of the big snake with two heads inside the forest, Xiao Miao only felt a gust of wind blowing behind her and shivered as she hurriedly chased after Lin Qiu. You're great, you're great. Let's hurry up and go. Tugging at the corner of Lin Qiu's coat, Xiao Miao glanced around vigilantly, as if the two-headed python called Xiaoer that Lin Qiu was talking about would rush out from the side at any moment. Xiao Miao on the side finally fell into silence. Only then did Lin Qiu nod in satisfaction, leading Xiao Miao to continue walking towards the front. The two of them soon passed through the forest in front of them and appeared on the top of a wide open space. This is it. Today's task is to plant all of this open space with saplings. Lin Qiu raised his hand and pointed around the edge of the huge clearing in front of him, explaining to Xiao Miao about their task today. Such a big piece for the two of us, Lin Qiu. Are you preparing to work in this forest until your next life? Xiao Miao had thought that Lin Qiu bragged that he could go back today, and must have come over to plant a few saplings, and 100 or 200 Xiao Miao felt that it would be difficult to finish today. Who knew that it was actually such a huge piece of open space? Then how about we two make a bet? Lin Qiu, however, did not have the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he looked at this huge open space in front of him with a flat face, and such a voice came out from the side of his mouth. Bet on what? Xiao Miao directly asked a rhetorical question to Lin Qiu at the same time he finished speaking, as if she was afraid that Lin Qiu would back out. Asking me in such a hurry? What's wrong? Is it because you think you're going to win? Alright, then we'll bet on laundry and cooking for a month. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Qiu's face more than once, but this smile was not seen by Xiao Miao, who had heard the bet that Lin Qiu had said. The meals here are sumptuous, but they're still not as good as the ones you make yourself at home. And the clothes? I don't really like wearing clothes that come out of the washing machine, but there's never been anyone to wash them for me, so since you've brought them to my door by yourself, I'll be polite. Lin Qiu raised the bet and then stretched out her palm, closing the other fingers only revealing her pinky. Xiao Miao looked at Lin Qiu's outstretched fingers and without the slightest hesitation, she directly stretched out her own little thumb and hooked it together with Lin Qiu, then spoke to Lin Qiu. This is obviously what I'm going to win. I really don't know who gave you the courage to bring up such a bet. Then you're ready to honestly cook for me for a month and wash my clothes for a month. Your cooking is still quite good. Retracting her own fingers, Xiao Miao had a winning expression. Then we'll start. Lin Qiu pulled out his own cell phone from the side of his arms while turning to Xiao Miao and wiggling his pinky. Ready to start. Machine 1. Machine 2 start seeding. Machine number 3. Machine number 4 prepare to fertilize and sprinkle. Opening up a program programmed on his phone, Lin Qiu tapped on it a few times and then started barking orders at his phone. Who are you talking to and what the hell is machine number 1 and machine number 2? Lin Qiu's maneuvers made Xiao Miao a bit confused. You'll know in a moment. Lin Qiu still maintained a mysterious look, but after a short while, Xiao Miao did know why Lin Qiu dared to make this bet with him with a confident face. It was because not long after Lin Qiu's words fell, a roar suddenly came from the side of the forest. As Xiao Miao looked over in the direction of the roaring sound, two huge machines came out from the forest, with the saplings Lin Qiu was talking about on the side of the machines. Does Mr. Lin now immediately execute the planting order? The two machines slowly stopped in front of Lin Qiu, and a mechanical voice came out from the machine closest to Lin Qiu. Start immediately. Keep the distance between each tree at 1 meter. Lin Qiu stood in place and issued an order to the two machines in front of him, and immediately the two machines began their tree planting task. The tree planting speed of the two machines was very fast, and wherever the set passed, the trees were immediately planted. The two machines were planting trees at the same time. From the side of the forest also scurried out two small robots. These two robots and these two machines planted every sapling. Underneath the buried nutrients watered. Chapter 54, AI Intelligence Planting Trees. Be careful, don't step on the saplings. Machine 3, the tree on the right is leaking. Is your program having problems today? Lin Qiu didn't walk into the middle of this open space. Instead, he stood by the side and issued orders to the robot. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin forgot to refuel himself last night, and this morning's refueling was a bit rushed. It might not be functioning properly yet. Originally, Xiao Miao was already a bit puzzled by Lin Qiu's order. When robot number 3 answered Lin Qiu's sentence, Xiao Miao realized that these robots were actually still AI intelligent and had their own thoughts. You're cheating. You're abjectly cheating. You can't count this way. You didn't tell me that you still have such a machine hidden behind this. I'm not convinced. The speed of the machine planting has far exceeded Xiao Miao's imagination. After less than 2 hours of time, this piece of open space in front of them has been planted half of them. This made Xiao Miao know that she was bound to lose to Lin Qiu today, and immediately filed a protest against Lin Qiu. We only talked about planting trees. We didn't say how to plant them, and you didn't ask me about it from the beginning to the end. You just said that the two of us couldn't finish planting them, and I didn't ask you to help out now. Didn't even let you get involved. One person took care of this matter. How am I being a cheater? Is it hard to believe that you can't afford to lose? Do you want to cheat first yourself? Facing Xiao Miao's protests, Lin Qiu had an innocent expression on his face, making it seem as if he was as aggrieved as a victim. You're powerful. You're capable. Lin Qiu's words left Xiao Miao speechless, and she could only point at Lin Qiu's nose and let out a harsh word at Lin Qiu. I know I'm awesome myself and I know I'm a capable person. This matter doesn't need you to remind me. What you should consider is how to do laundry and cooking after you go back. That's what you should worry about. Lin Qiu's face did not change and his heart did not skip a beat. With a smug expression on his face, he looked in the direction of the open space in the distance. Scoundrel! The angry Xia Miao Miao threw down these two words, took her cell phone and walked to the side by herself, dialing a call. Soon, Su Qingming's face appeared on the upper edge of the cell phone screen. Miao Miao, where are you? Is it in the forest? Did you go with Lin Qiu into the forest of Shennongjia to have fun? Su Qingming looked at the trees behind Xia Miao Miao with excitement and curiosity on her face as she asked Xia Miao Miao on the other side of the screen. That's right. I came with this scoundrel Lin Qiu to plant trees inside the forest. This guy told me that I have to plant 10,000 to 20,000 trees today, to fill up this clearing in front of me, and I don't believe he can do it in a day. Then this guy lied to me and wanted to make a bet with me. Who knows, he actually got a set of tree planting machines with AI intelligence from somewhere. Do you think this guy is really bummed? Lifting up his own cell phone to convert the camera of the 4 robots Xia Miao Miao that were planting on their own in the distance, he glared at Lin Qiu next to him and accused Lin Qiu's crimes to Su Qingming on the phone. Little brother is so powerful. Even the AI intelligent machines used to plant trees. This is too amazing. I haven't even seen an AI intelligence used to plant trees. Isn't AI intelligence usually used in some high-precision laboratories? We haven't even been able to allocate an AI intelligence robot among our labs. Su Qingming replied with an envious expression on his face, responding to Xia Miao Miao's tirade against him just now. Su Qingming, are you out of your mind? I was telling you that this guy is a scoundrel. Who mentioned the AI only thing to you? Whose side are you on exactly? I seriously doubt you. Is this guy on the same side as me or not? Why are you helping this scoundrel everywhere? Su Qingming's words almost didn't make Xia Miao Miao explode with anger. Xia Miao Miao now only wanted to hang up the phone and no longer pay attention to Su Qingming. Don't. Of course I'm on the same side as you. Miao Miao, guess where I am now? Su Qingming realized that Xia Miao Miao was a bit angry and hurriedly started to change the topic to Xia Miao Miao. Due to the fact that Xia Miao Miao's thoughts just now were completely taken away by these few intelligent robots, she didn't notice what the environment on the other end of Su Qingming was. It was only after Su Qingming raised this question that Xia Miao Miao carefully observed the environment Su Qingming was in. And this was clearly not Su Qingming's laboratory, nor was it Su Qingming's dormitory. Are you in a car or at the airport? This place looks somewhat familiar. After carefully recognizing the place, Xia Miao Miao finally got a clear view of Su Qingming's location, which was somewhat like a high-speed train station and somewhat like an airport. Bingo! I'm at the airport right now, preparing to fly to Shennongjia. You'll be able to see me early tomorrow morning, so come over early to pick me up. Su Qingming moved away from her cell phone, allowing Xia Miao Miao to see the scene around her on the other side of the screen. You mean you'll be there early tomorrow morning? That's really great. I haven't seen you for a long time. Hurry up and come quickly, there are a lot of fun things to do amongst this Shennongjia base. The fact that Su Qingming would be able to arrive at Shennongjia early tomorrow morning caused Xia Miao Miao's face to finally reveal a happy expression. That's for sure. But I still want to see little brother this time. Little brother is so handsome. I can't hold myself back. You must pull me back when I go then. Otherwise I'm afraid that I'll abduct your family's little brother for you. As soon as Su Qingming opened her mouth to speak, she was bound to bring up Lin Qiu. But as soon as she did, Xia Miao Miao's face darkened. Tomorrow you'll figure out how you can find a place on your own. You'll be on your own if you come and can't find a place anymore. Su Qingming's mention of Lin Qiu's side of the story directly made Xia Miao Miao no longer willing to continue this phone call with Su Qingming. Ignoring what Su Qingming was saying on the other end of the phone, Xia Miao Miao directly tapped her finger on the hang-up button, accompanied by a crisp ringing sound. The video call between the two was instantly cut off. It's really going to piss me off. Sliding the phone into her pocket, Xia Miao Miao crossed her hands on her waist, looking like she was infuriated by Su Qingming's words and behavior. Mr. Lin, the mission has ended successfully. Are we now heading to the cabin in the forest or back amongst the base? The machine had also successfully finished Lin Qiu's tree planting mission while Xia Miao Miao was being exasperated by both Lin Qiu and Su Qingming at the same time. You guys go back to the base, just in time to give the No. 3 machine maintenance. The No. 3 machine recently looks like the system needs to be updated. Chapter 55, Lin Qiu. It's time to eat. Lin Qiu glanced at that No. 3 AI intelligent robot standing next to him with a somewhat helpless expression on his face. Just now, during this process of planting trees, the No. 3 AI intelligent robot had made a few minor errors. So Lin Qiu decided to let this 3 good AA intelligent robot go back and re-update the system to fix its faults. After the 4 intelligent robots left, Lin Qiu took out his own phone again, tapped on the program that controlled the robot just now, and tapped on it a few times. Okay, let's go. Go back. I have a ton of clothes still waiting for you to wash them for me. Putting the phone away in his pocket, Lin Qiu looked to Xiao Miao Miao next to him. Just leave. You think I'm afraid of you? Isn't it just washing clothes? Who doesn't know how to do laundry? Xiao Miao Miao at this time, even if she was reluctant, she was not willing to let people say that she had put herself down, and she stiffly told Lin Qiu that she would do the laundry. It's good that you will. I'm still afraid that you'll wash my clothes and break them for me. My clothes are quite expensive for one piece. Several tens of dollars. Lin Qiu only felt as if he liked bullying Xiao Miao Miao right now, and bullying Xiao Miao Miao was also a pretty happy thing. Hanging a smile, Lin Qiu brought Xiao Miao Miao back to the Shennongjia base. The washing machine is in that utility room next to the kitchen. I've already thrown my clothes on the sofa for you. Do a good job. There's also dinner. Don't forget about dinner. I'm going to go rest for a while first. I still have to go to the forest at night. Remember to prepare my dinner for me before taking me inside the forest. Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao Miao both returned to the Shennongjia base. Lin Qiu, after drumming in his room for a while, he walked out holding a large pile of clothes and threw them on the side of the sofa. He pointed to a room next to the kitchen and threw down the words for Xiao Miao Miao to work well, then walked into the room by himself. Looking at the side of the sofa, a large pile of clothes, Xiao Miao Miao's face showed a trace of difficulty. Where she has done this kind of thing, although there is a washing machine, but Xiao Miao Miao will not use However, Xiao Miao Miao is not the kind of person who is easy to lose. Walked to the middle of the utility room, opened the door of the utility room. Inside, a washing machine quietly lying there, waiting for Xiao Miao Miao. How does this thing work? Lin Qiu's room was very advanced, but the washing machine was an old antique that looked like it had seen better days, making Xiao Miao Miao's head spin. Standing next to the washing machine, Xiao Miao Miao studied the washing machine up and down, but realized that she still couldn't operate it. Haven't eaten pork yet, haven't seen a pig run? I don't believe I can't operate it today. Opening the washing machine to put clothes, Xiao Miao Miao brainlessly stuffed all of Lin Qiu's clothes in, tightly and directly filling the washing machine to the brim. Patting her palm, Xiao Miao Miao took a lot of effort to close the lid of the washing machine. This, then this, and finally, after a flurry of operations on the side of the washing machine's buttons, Xiao Miao Miao stood aside triumphantly. But Xiao Miao Miao's triumph did not last long. The washing machine suddenly began to tremble. Discovering the shaking of the washing machine, Xiao Miao Miao had some panic, and thought that she had broken the washing machine, and then directly pressed her body on the top of the washing machine, wanting to stop the shaking of the washing machine. But in spite of this, the washing machine continued to shake. Shut it down. Reboot. Xiao Miao Miao could only use the best trick to turn off the washing machine, but when she pressed the off button, no matter how hard she pressed, the washing machine was still shaking on its own. Xiao Miao Miao can only look to the side of the plug of the washing machine and yanked off the plug. The washing machine only stopped shaking. After a while, feel the time is almost. Xiao Miao Miao once again plugged to plug, but she then plugged in the washing machine began to shake up. In the face of this scene, Xiao Miao Miao stood aside with a somewhat ugly expression on her face, hesitated for a while. Xiao Miao Miao suddenly thought of shutting down and restarting. Since it does not work, perhaps open a beat, this old antique will be able to return to normal. In the past, when she was a child, she often saw those servants at home and the use of the equipment is broken. When the equipment will be patted on the top and beat, the equipment will be good. Thinking of this, Xiao Miao Miao decided to do the same thing, raised her palm and began to slap on top of the washing machine. But after 2 or 3 slaps, Xiao Miao Miao looked at her red palms. A trace of aggression appeared on her face, and she directly pushed open the door of the utility room and walked out from the inside. Outside the door of Lin Qiu's room, she found a piece of stick that was not too big and not too small, and once again walked back. The whole person was furious, as if Wu Song had gone up the mountain to fight the tiger back then. After the door of the utility room was closed, a banging sound rang out from the inside. Nyan Lin shows this house soundproofing is really some excellent. Otherwise at this time Lin Qiu rushed out can still save their poor washing machine and those clothes inside the washing machine. But sitting inside the room, Lin Qiu simply do not know at this time his old antique washing machine and those miserable clothes are suffering from the destruction. Xiao Miao Miao, who had been drumming in the utility room for a while, looked at the smoking washing machine in front of her and the tattered clothes inside. After opening the lid, her face had a somewhat ugly expression. She did not know how to explain this matter to Lin Qiu in a while. Sitting in the utility room, Xiao Miao Miao thought about it and decided to close the door of the utility room, and then think of other ways. Now her priority was to make a dinner for Lin Qiu. After all, Lin Qiu would have to go to the forest in a while. Walking out of the utility room, Xiao Miao Miao straightened her somewhat messy hair in front of the mirror, washed her hands and pulled out her cell phone, then began to study the recipe. After a while, a burst of black smoke drifted out of the kitchen, and Xiao Miao Miao was full of excitement, carrying a plate on the table. After a few times in and out, the table was finally filled with 4 or 5 plates and a pot of black, unknown paste. This was the dinner that Xiao Miao Miao had prepared for Lin Qiu today. Lin Qiu, it's time to eat. Undoing the apron around her waist, Xiao Miao walked to the outside of Lin Qiu's room door and raised her hand to tap on the top of Lin Qiu's room door a few times. A knock sounded on the door, and Lin Qiu jumped down from the bed, put on his clothes, and after straightening himself, he pushed open the door of his room and walked out. But as soon as he came out, a pungent smell made Lin Qiu's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. What's the situation? Chapter 56, The Hangtag on the Clothes. Looking at the black smoke in the room that hadn't completely dissipated, Lin Qiu thought that there was a fire inside the house and hurriedly looked around the room carefully. Finding that the black smoke was drifting out from the kitchen, Lin Qiu directly crossed over Xiao Miao and entered the kitchen. Looking at the messy kitchen, Lin Qiu's heart was dripping blood. No one knows. In fact, Lin Qiu and this room side most cherish is their own kitchen. On weekdays, Lin Qiu would cook a sumptuous meal for herself when she had nothing else to do, and this was also Lin Qiu's own pastime when she had nothing else to do. But at this moment, Lin Qiu's beloved kitchen was filled with black smoke everywhere, and the various vegetable leaves scattered inside the black stuff on the wall next to the pots and the grease stains splattered everywhere made Lin Qiu incomparably mad. Lin Qiu, what are you doing inside the kitchen? Come eat quickly. Don't worry about the kitchen. I'll go back and clean it up later. Xiao Miao herself was actually a bit flustered, but in order to show Lin Qiu the few meals she had drummed up for the first time in the kitchen, Xiao Miao still urged at Lin Qiu. Coming. Lin Qiu clenched his own teeth and squeezed out 2 words from inside his teeth as he turned around and walked over in the direction of the dining table. I'm warning you, after I go out at night, you'd better restore my kitchen to its original state. If I come back tomorrow and my kitchen isn't back to normal, I'm not done with you. Picking up his chopsticks and picking up his bowl, Lin Qiu denied Xiao Miao, and with a glance, he stretched out his chopsticks and prepared to clip a piece of something on the side of the plate on the table to eat. But when he looked at the 5 plates in front of him, each plate was filled with black objects. Puzzled and looked towards Xiao Miao's face. What are all these? Are you sure this is something for people to eat? After poking the top of one of the plates twice with his chopsticks and realizing that his chopsticks couldn't even poke through the skin of those black objects, Lin Qiu's face became abnormally ugly. This is braised pork ribs, but at that time, the fire was turned on a little too high, and I also played with my cell phone for a while to forget about it, and it burned a little bit mushy, but trust me, this thing is definitely edible. Xiao Miao reached out and pointed to the plate under Lin Qiu's chopsticks and introduced to Lin Qiu what this black mass was. What about this one? Using his chopsticks to pick up a thin black thing, Lin Qiu looked in Xiao Miao's direction again. This is white flour. Originally I wanted to make a hot and sour noodle out of it, but I forgot to add water. Then after I threw it in and poured a bit of oil it became like this. And this one is the beef soup I made. This one is the best. This one I still think is good. Pushing the pot on the table and pushing the black sticky stuff inside in front of Lin Qiu, Xiao Miao proudly introduced her masterpiece to Lin Qiu. I suddenly remembered that things inside the forest are rather urgent. I won't eat the rice first. You eat it yourself first. Putting down his chopsticks, Lin Qiu directly stood up. His body rushed in the direction of the gate, afraid that if he stayed here for one more second, he would be poisoned to death by Xiao Miao's dark cuisine. What are you doing to go ah? I haven't even eaten the rice yet. I worked hard to make this. Lin Qiu, come back here. The Lin Qiu who grabbed the door and walked out made Xiao Miao freeze in place for a moment. Reacting, Xiao Miao directly chased after him and shouted in the direction of the Lin Qiu who ran away. Not long after the sound traveled out, Xiao Miao saw Lin Qiu's figure visibly shaking in the distance, almost not falling to the ground. Is it that scary? Lin Qiu fled without looking back, causing Xiao Miao to somewhat doubt her cooking skills as she sat herself back down at the table. Picking up the chopsticks, she clamped a piece of the legendary braised pork ribs and stuffed it into the edge of her mouth, and Xiao Miao's face directly swelled into the color of pig's liver when she took a bite. My teeth! Accompanied by Xiao Miao's screams, the table of 5 dishes and a soup, and ultimately it is difficult to escape the fate of the trash can. But the good thing is that the Shennongjia base side of the meal after not long was sent over. Xiao Miao finally ate a full meal. However, after eating, Xiao Miao did not do his thing, because now he had a very important thing to solve. That is, the washing machine and Lin Qiu's clothes. She knew that Lin Qiu would definitely not be finished with herself if she saw such a sight, and all she had to do was to rush to fix all of this before Lin Qiu came back. However, Xiao Miao didn't know how to wash clothes, or repair a washing machine, much less mend the tattered clothes that had perished underneath it. Xiao Miao sat on the sofa, thinking about it, and suddenly had a flash of light. Her eyes lit up, and came up with an excellent solution. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Qiu yawned and returned to the Shennongjia base from the forest, and saw Xiao Miao hanging clothes outside with a hanger. Lin Qiu, you're back. Quick, quick, quick. You go and find person in charge Huan to borrow a car. Let's go and pick up my best friend. She's coming to look for me inside the Shennongjia base today. She's going to accompany me this summer vacation. Hanging the last piece of clothing on the drying rack at the doorway, Xiao Miao Miao ran to Lin Qiu's body and started urging at him. Your best friend? Puzzled, Lin Qiu looked at Xiao Miao Miao twice more, but still walked over to where Huang Tao was. After a while, the black Mercedes-Benz car stopped in front of Xiao Miao Miao. Xiao Miao Miao sat in the car, and Lin Qiu drove the car in the direction of the airport in Yunzhou City. Due to Xiao Miao Miao's urging, Lin Qiu didn't even have time to take a look at the clothes hanging on the drying rack, and on one of the clothes, the hang tag was still swaying in the wind. Xiao Miao Miao had thought of the perfect solution yesterday, and that was that money could make the devil work. After Lin Qiu left, Xiao Miao Miao pulled Lin Qiu's clothes out of the washing machine, and then on her cell phone. According to the style of all of Lin Qiu's clothes, Xiao Miao Miao bought new ones for each piece. After being processed at the dry cleaners overnight yesterday, they were sent over early in the morning. As for the messy kitchen, Xiao Miao Miao also hired a group of people to clean up the Shennongjia base. As for the broken washing machine, Xiao Miao Miao directly bought a new one, while Lin Qiu's old antique washing machine was sent to the waste recycling station. Busy overnight, Xiao Miao Miao did not sleep much. This time sitting on the co-pilot's seat soon entered the sweet dream. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Qiu looked at Xiao Miao Miao, who laughed out loud from time to time in her dreams, and sighed helplessly, not realizing that she had suffered such a new opportunity in her home. The car traveled very smoothly, and Xiao Miao Miao's sleep continued. Chapter 57, Su Qingming. The car steadily stopped outside the airport. Lin Qiu glanced at the direction of the airport, then looked at the sleeping Xiao Miao Miao next to him and sighed as he lifted his palm, ready to slap Xiao Miao Miao's shoulder. However, in the moment when the male lead's palm hovered in midair and was ready to shoot down, Xiao Miao Miao's eyes opened, looked at the palm that appeared in front of her, then looked at the male lead next to her, and instantly clasped her hands on her shoulders, and looked towards the male lead's direction with a wary face. What are you doing? Crossing her arms over her chest position, Xiao Miao Miao couldn't mention how vigilant she was at this moment. We're here, what do I want, and what can I do? A series of two questions were thrown out from Lin Qiu's mouth, and Lin Qiu directly pushed open the car door and walked down, not paying any more attention to Xiao Miao Miao who was sitting inside the car. Xiao Miao Miao was also a bit embarrassed at this time. She took 2 deep breaths in the car and slapped her hand on her face twice before pushing open the car door and walking down. Xiao Miao Miao walked down from the car and found that Lin Qiu stood aside and ignored it, not having the slightest desire to pay attention to herself, so she had no choice but to walk alone in the direction of the airport. Here, Miao Miao, I'm here. As soon as Xiao Miao Miao approached the airport, a woman wearing black eyeglass frames and a ponytail wearing a cowboy suit waved in Xiao Miao Miao's direction. This person is no one else. It's none other than Xiao Miao Miao's best friend, Su Qingming. Su Qingming was able to see Xiao Miao Miao at the airport for no other reason than the fact that there were so few people at the airport. The silhouettes that walked in from the outside were actually no one else except for Xiao Miao Miao, and Su Qingming only swept a glance to see Xiao Miao Miao. Qingming, the voice came into her ears, and when Xiao Miao Miao raised her head, she saw Su Qingming in the distance, and quickly walked over in Su Qingming's direction. After the two ran into each other in the middle of the airport, they took each other's hands and exchanged pleasantries for a while. Where's little brother? Su Qingming had just finished exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Miao Miao, so she looked around, searching for Lin Qiu. Outside, a sentence of little brother directly caused Xiao Miao Miao's face to become very ugly, pointing in the direction of the outside of the airport and turning around. Without looking back, she walked towards the outside. Miao Miao, don't go ah. Xiao Miao Miao left without looking back, causing Su Qingming to chase after Xiao Miao Miao in a somewhat panicked manner in the direction of Xiao Miao Miao. The two people walked out from the airport one after the other. Miao Miao gambling directly sat in the passenger seat, closed the car door, no longer pay attention to, standing outside the car Su Qingming. Let Su Qingming how to knock on the car door outside. Xiao Miao Miao is pouting her mouth, while head twisted to the other side. You're Xiao Miao Miao's best friend, right? Just at this time, a magnetic voice entered Su Qingming's ears. Su Qingming raised her head and saw a white-looking man with delicate features standing next to the car. Little brother. Standing next to the car was naturally Lin Qiu, and the moment Su Qingming saw Lin Qiu, she lifted up her finger, an expression of surprise appearing on her face, and the sound of her mouth became a bit stuttered. Are you calling me? The title that came out of Su Qingming's mouth caused Lin Qiu to be a bit puzzled, pointing at his own nose as he inquired about Su Qingming on the opposite side of the room. Yes, I've seen you in the video call with Miao Miao. You're even more handsome in person than inside the video. Su Qingming raised her own index finger and pushed the frame of her glasses, nodding very seriously at Lin Qiu. It was only at this time that Lin Qiu carefully observed the Xiao Miao Miao's best friend named Su Qingming standing in front of her. A clean and refreshing cowboy clothes, white face hung in their own exquisite features, some inconsistent black glasses frame, but appeared to be no sense of incongruity. There is also a kind of indescribable temperament on the body. The two people stared at each other for a while, and almost simultaneously lowered their own heads from the embarrassment they saw in each other's eyes. Why don't we just go back first? There's something to say when we get back. Lin Qiu gently raised a hand to the side of her own mouth to block it, coughed twice, and looked in Su Qingming's direction. Okay. Su Qingming somewhat flusteredly pulled open the car door and sat inside the car, gently patting her hand twice on the top of her non-stop undulating chest. Humph. Xia Miaomia turned her head and glanced at Su Qingming who was sitting behind her, and then glanced at Lin Qiu who had just gotten into the car and let out a displeased voice. The two of you are chatting quite happily. Discovering that Lin Qiu and Su Qingming both had their heads down and did not respond to themselves, Xia Miaomiao looked in Lin Qiu's direction in a bad mood and took the lead on Lin Qiu. At first sight, I guess. Lin Qiu naturally didn't care about the unkind look that Xia Miaomiao was giving herself, a breezy expression on her face. Lin Qiu's reaction made Xia Miaomiao feel like she had nowhere to use her strength, as if she had swung her fist hard, but it had hit cotton. Angrily, Xia Miaomiao clasped her hands in front of her chest and directly leaned her head against the seat, closing her eyes. Su Qingming, who was sitting in the back, laughed a little awkwardly and wrapped the black cloth bag in her hands into her arms, not speaking again on the way, until the car steadily stopped at the entrance of the Shennongjia base. Su Qingming only looked outside with a curious face. I didn't think that there would actually be a building like this in a place like this. This is simply too amazing. Getting down from the car and habitually pushing her glasses, Su Qingming couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Let's go. At this point in time almost all the food is ready. If we go back later we won't be able to eat. The two of them, Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomiao, had set off from the Shennongjia base to the airport at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the delay on the road had been almost 4 hours. Now that Lin Qiu had counted the time, it was almost time for lunch at the Shennongjia base, and after urging Su Qingming and Xia Miaomiao beside him, Lin Qiu walked over in the direction of the gate of the Shennongjia base. Lin Qiu himself was too lazy to cook, but Xia Miaomiao's operation of that dark cookbook yesterday had left a shadow on Lin Qiu's heart no less than those black unknown meals on the table. Lin Qiu did not want to go hungry nor did she want to eat those magical foods that Xia Miaomiao had drummed up, so she could only choose to eat on time and on schedule in the Shennongjia base. Lin Qiu's somewhat panicked figure caused Su Qingming to look at Xia Miaomiao next to her in some confusion. Don't look at me. I don't know why. He wasn't this active a few days ago. Chapter 58, Xia Miaomiao's changes. At this time, Xia Miaomiao hadn't realized that the reason why Lin Qiu was so active was entirely because of her dark meal yesterday. The two girls followed Lin Qiu's lead as they walked into the Shennongjia base. Su Qingming was as curious as a baby. Far more confused than Xia Miaomiao was when she came to the Shennongjia base for the first time. Along the way, she pointed at all the buildings she saw and asked Lin Qiu a few questions. However, Lin Qiu didn't answer these questions, instead leaving the opportunity to introduce Su Qingming to Xia Miaomiao. After many questions, Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomiao, Su Qingming, three people walked to their own residence. Opened the door. Lin Qiu directly sat on the sofa side. Su Qingming was also greeted by Xia Miaomiao and sat on the other side of the sofa. At this time, Xia Miaomiao acted as if she was the owner of the room and began to pour water for Su Qingming to greet her. Aren't you going to introduce me to your best friend? Shouldn't you be happy that your bestie is here? Why do you keep looking sullen? When Xia Miaomiao sat between Lin Qiu and Su Qingming, Lin Qiu's voice leisurely reached Xia Miaomiao's ears. I don't need you to mind my business. I'll do whatever I want. You stinking rascal. Who wants to talk to you? Xia Miaomiao put her body in Su Qingming's direction and disliked Lin Qiu in a very bad tone. Qingming, there isn't much fun to be had in this Shennongjia base. There are trees everywhere, so you stay with me for a few days and then go back. And I have to tell you, this forest outside is fine, don't go in. There are pine trees taller than a man in this forest. There are pine cones half the size of a man. And the scariest thing is that there's a big python with a 12-meter long body and 2 heads. Xia Miaomiao didn't know why before Su Qingming came. She was looking forward to Su Qingming staying here. However, when Su Qingming came here and appeared somewhat intimate with Lin Qiu, her own mood became a little worse. It was clear that there was no dealings between herself and Lin Qiu, but it was this feeling that was strange. A feeling that hadn't manifested itself when Li Chuxia came here, but when Su Qingming appeared here. Xia Miaomiao had this feeling. A squirrel bigger than a human? A snake with 2 heads? This is too amazing. No, I want to go to the forest to take a look at Miao Miao. Will you accompany me? Instead of dissuading Su Qingming, Xia Miaomiao's words provoked Su Qingming's urge to go to the forest with Xia Miaomiao in front of her. Don't. I don't want to go. It's just too scary inside this forest. Su Qingming's invitation made Xia Miaomiao only feel a chill down her back. Everything she saw in the forest that night, she didn't want to remember anymore. Miaomiao, you're too timid. If you don't want to go, I can have Lin Qiu take me. Xia Miaomiao's look of panic caused Su Qingming to shift her gaze to Lin Qiu. Su Qingming's performance made Lin Qiu realize that the woman named Su Qingming in front of him had a personality that was completely inconsistent with her own looks and temperament. In Lin Qiu's opinion, a girl like Su Qingming was generally considered a lady of the house, and should be a quiet girl on weekdays, but Su Qingming appeared to be incredibly lively. Where there was a quiet look, if you want to go I can take you there, but I'm afraid that by then you will also be like Xia Miao Miao crying. Father and mother ran back. Never dare to go to the middle of this forest. Retracting his gaze that was sizing up Xia Miao Miao, Lin Qiu spread his hands with a flat face, as if he was completely indifferent to this matter. Great, I definitely won't run away. Generally the appearance of such special creatures will inevitably need to be backed up by scientific theories. And it's not that I'm curious about these creatures, but I want to know what exactly caused them to have such a mutation. At this moment, Su Qingming, a trace of a strange light flashed out from among her eyes, with an urge to get to the bottom of anything. So the little bear cub is here. The silence that followed the conversation between the two, coupled with Xia Miao Miao's silence, made the environment of the three people seem somewhat surprisingly quiet for a moment. However, this quiet atmosphere was soon broken by Su Qingming with a single shocked question. Before Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao could speak, Su Qingming had already run to the cage holding the little black bear, directly opened the cage, and reached in, ready to carry the little grizzly bear out. Don't! Such a scene directly caused Lin Qiu and Xia Miao Miao to stand up from the sofa at the same time, wanting to stop Su Qingming. After all, the cage was holding a little grizzly bear. After this little grizzly bear was first brought back and raised for a period of time, it immediately regained its essence, baring its teeth at everyone except Lin Qiu. If it wasn't for Xia Miao Miao giving it food and feeding it for a long time, Xia Miao Miao couldn't get close to it just the same. It was only after this period of time that Xia Miao Miao could barely touch this little grizzly bear's body. But if she wanted to pick up this little grizzly bear, Xia Miao Miao didn't have the guts. However, the two people's words of reminder were already too late. Su Qingming's hand had already reached in. But what happened next was somewhat out of the two people's expectations. The little bear cub actually surprisingly did not resist, but instead was very well behaved and was carried out by Su Qingming from inside the cage. Why is the little guy so well behaved today? Xia Miao Miao felt that the scene in front of her was a bit unbelievable, and stretched out her palm to touch the little grizzly bear's head. However, when Xia Miao Miao's palm was about to touch the top of her head, the little grizzly bear directly bared its teeth and roared at Xia Miao Miao. This roar scared Xia Miao Miao and hurriedly retracted her palm. You heartless one, you're practically identical to Lin Qiu. Retracting her palm, Xia Miao Miao glanced towards the little grizzly bear and then at Lin Qiu, who stood behind her with an innocent look on his face, and couldn't help but spit out a sentence about Lin Qiu and the little grizzly bear. He's him and I'm me. What's it got to do with me? How am I without a conscience? Lin Qiu in the back immediately protested when Xia Miao Miao uttered those words. You know it in your own heart. The only thing that responded to Lin Qiu was a very unkind remark. You two chat. I'll go see how the clothes you washed for me are doing. Seeing that Xia Miao Miao wasn't treating herself too well, Lin Qiu threw down these words, turned around and walked out towards the door. Remember to take a look at how hard I worked when you go out. So many clothes, I washed them clean. Chapter 59, $200,000 washing machine. At this point, Xia Miao Miao no longer had the same emotions that he had just had. All that was left of him now was complacency, showing off his feats to Lin Qiu. However, Lin Qiu didn't stop because of what Xia Miao Miao had said. Instead, he started to go outside to check out his clothes. Didn't this dress lose its color last time I remember washing it? How come the hole here is also good? And this clothes, I am not 2 days ago in the forest side just by the branch cut a place, was also prepared to 2 days to make up a patch to continue to wear. How with the new as well? Lin Qiu looked at the clothes hanging in his room at this time, the outside of the child as if brand new. The expression on his face was puzzled, until Lin Qiu viewed the hang tag hanging on the top of a piece of clothing. Her face completely darkened. Xia Miao Miao, Lin Qiu, who was outside the door, shouted and directly rushed over in the direction of the room. Xia Miao Miao, who was talking to Su Qingming at this time, heard the sound of a pig's cry and stood up from the sofa with a somewhat panicked face, and when she raised her head, she was greeted by Lin Qiu's black face. What's wrong? Xia Miao Miao estimated that Lin Qiu already knew about the fact that he had bought him new clothes, but still looked stiffly in Lin Qiu's direction, ready to weasel out. But when the words of sophistry he had already prepared were almost to his lips, he saw the piece of clothing Lin Qiu was holding in his hand that still had a hang tag. Tell me what's going on here. Pointing at the hang tag on top of the dress, Lin Qiu's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Why do you still have new clothes? It's probably because I forgot to take off the hang tag for you when I washed it. Facing this black face of Lin Qiu, Xia Miao Miao could only put on a look of curiosity and walked over to Lin Qiu's side, sizing up this dress with a face full of surprise. Get out of the way. The more Xia Miao Miao was like this, Lin Qiu knew that things, surely, Wouldn't be only this simple. Lin Qiu swept a glance next to Xiao Miao and directly crossed over Xiao Miao's form and walked over in the direction of the utility room. Don't go. This action of Lin Qiu directly caused Xiao Miao's agitated reaction. Rushing to Lin Qiu's side, tugging at Lin Qiu's arm to stand in place and gently shaking her head at Lin Qiu. But Xiao Miao's violent reaction only strengthened Lin Qiu's idea of checking out his precious washing machine. When he walked into the utility room, the antique washing machine that he had used many times before, with some yellow stains on the white top, had long since disappeared, and what appeared in front of him at this time was a brand new fully automatic intelligent washing machine that had just been listed on the market. What is this thing? Pointing at the brand new washing machine, Lin Qiu looked towards Xiao Miao, who was standing at the door with an embarrassed face. A washing machine. Facing Lin Qiu's inquiry, Xiao Miao withdrew the embarrassment on her face. Her big watery eyes rushed to Lin Qiu and checked, as if to tell Lin Qiu that's such a shallow thing. Can't you see it? I know this is a washing machine. This washing machine is not my precious washing machine. My one went somewhere. Lin Qiu took a deep breath to make sure he wouldn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. It was this next to the washing machine looking into Xiao Miao's face. That washing machine is too broken. He always shakes non-stop. I see him broken on him to the scrapyard. This one is on the market on the side of the brand new washing machine just listed smart home part. A to more than $20,000. I am ready to the 2 days you this room side of all the furniture all change into intelligent furniture. By then after entering the door do not need their hands again operation. Only need to casually a command. You can let the house side of these appliances work by themselves. Xiao Miao had not realized what kind of feelings Lin Qiu had for that one old antique washing machine at this time. And instead, she proudly told Lin Qiu about her next plans. Scrap yard. Lin Qiu's voice had turned into a gnashing of teeth when it came out from inside his mouth again. Do you know what that washing machine is? That washing machine is an antique washing machine that I recovered from someone else's side with heavy money. It retains the washing machine, the most primitive kind of washing method. The clothes that come out of it are the most comfortable to wear. And the person who used to use this washing machine is not an ordinary person. That's a great literary figure. This washing machine alone taken out to auction will have to start at 200,000. You now sold it to the scrapyard, and gave me a 20,000 yuan washing machine back. Xiao Miao, you are really capable. You wait, I'll clean you up when I come back. Lin Qiu threw down these words and directly rushed out from the side of his room. Looking at this situation is ready to go to the scrapyard to redeem his old antique washing machine back. Really bragging. Not just a broken washing machine. How can it be 200,000 yuan? Besides just your monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, you can afford to buy a 200,000 yuan washing machine? Xiao Miao looked at the still closed door, pouted her mouth and muttered in a small voice. Miao, if I remember correctly, a few years ago, there was indeed a great literary figure who had passed away and had a washing machine in his house that had strayed into the world. And this washing machine was finally bought by a mysterious person. According to what Lin Qiu said, I suspect that Lin Qiu's washing machine is most likely the one that was circulating outside at that time. Although Su Qingming indulged in drilling, he usually had another hobby, which was to watch the news. And those strange and weird things on the news usually always drew Su Qingming's surprise. The conversation between Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao reminded him of his reaction when he saw this strange news. At that time, Su Qingming was still wondering which cutie pie would spend so much money to buy a washing machine, and now in bonding with Lin Qiu, Su Qingming felt that Lin Qiu was still a person with depth, who would actually spend so much money on a washing machine left behind by Wenhao. This guy's salary is $3,000 a month for a broken forest ranger. Do you think he could possibly afford a 200,000 antique washing machine? Su Qingming's words had just been said and had made Xiao Miao a little worried. But she sat on top of the sofa with her chin in her hand and thought carefully about how she felt that Lin Qiu could not afford to buy this antique washing machine with a salary of $3,000 a month. Didn't you say he's also a great healer? Maybe he's got other private work outside. I think a great doctor should have a few $100,000 is not a problem, right? Su Qingming completely failed to combine Lin Qiu with a forest ranger whose salary was only $3,000. Chapter 60, Guy Sure Witch. You have a point. But it's not just a broken washing machine. If he comes back and says I'm saying it again, I'll go as far as compensating him for one. Xiao Miao still remembers Lin Qiu's treatment of the Li family's old man in the Li family's manor, and the medical fee was $20 million. Thinking about the passbook that Lin Qiu took out at home on New Year's Eve, Xiao Miao wondered if what was in it was the same medical fees that Lin Qiu had charged for treating the sick and saving the people. In the short time that the two of them were discussing, Lin Qiu had already parked his car in front of the scrapyard. Washing machine? Where's my washing machine? Diving headfirst into the scrapyard, Lin Qiu searched around for his antique washing machine, until the sun was about to set. Outside Lin Qiu's residence at the Shennongjia base, Su Qingming and Xiao Miaomia saw the grimy Lin Qiu pulling his own antique washing machine and re-entering the room. Don't touch my things again. After hiding his precious washing machine, Lin Qiu took a long breath. You're the one who told me to do laundry and cook. It's not like I've done any of these things. I can only do this. Xiao Miaomia also did not compromise in the slightest at this time. Instead, she tilted her neck and pushed all the blame onto Lin Qiu for making him work. On this matter, did I force you to do it? It was you who lost a bet to me. It was clearly you. What does it have to do with me? I don't care anyway. The sound of two people bickering echoed around Su Qingming's ears in the room, and this fight continued until Huang Tao appeared in this room before finally calling a truce. Mr. Lin, robot number 3 has finished updating its system, and has likewise resent over a few growers. Mr. Lin has parked them all in the base, so you can check them out when you have time, and we're also about to plant in another open space. Will tomorrow be okay with you, Mr. Lin? Huang Tao's arrival brought news of another planting. Hearing this news, Lin Qiu nodded at Huang Tao. I will leave early tomorrow morning to go forward for planting. The conversation between Lin Qiu and Huang Tao caused Su Qingming's eyes to light up next to her. She had heard from Xiao Miaomia that the planting machines on Lin Qiu's side were all AI intelligent. Originally, she had thought that she wouldn't have the chance to see these machines again, but she didn't expect that he would have another planting task just after he came. And this time Su Qingming would be able to go and see these planting machines with her own eyes as well. Mr. Lin, then you have a good rest. I'll take my leave first. Yellow Peach came and went quickly with a goodbye and turned around and left from Lin Qiu's place, leaving behind Lin Qiu and Xiao Miaomia, Su Qingming and the two of them. Lin Qiu gave a meaningful look. Xiao Miaomia turned around and returned to her room. However, Lin Qiu did not know that Xiao Miaomia's destructive power was far less than 1% of Su Qingming's, who had another nickname in her own school, called Gai Shi Witch. Su Qingming's seriousness in everything he did, along with his curiosity, was what made him famous inside the school. But her curiosity combined with her seriousness was sometimes not a good thing. For example, when Su Qingming saw a new piece of equipment that her mentor had just bought back inside the school, she would have to study the piece of equipment properly to figure out how it worked. There were even many times when the equipment in the school was taken apart and reassembled by Su Qingming with various tools while she was sneaking around. But this dismantling research and reassembly is not every time can be fully realized. There are many times in the school equipment is always in the use of the time suddenly fell off a screw or directly scattered. The school didn't even need to think about such things. They all knew that Su Qingming had done it. In addition to the school's equipment, many other students' things have also suffered. Every time Su Qingming borrowed something, she was very sincere, winking at her schoolmates with her big, innocent eyes. In the end, the things were borrowed to be studied over and over again before being sent back, and the fate of these things was almost the same as that of the equipment in the school. Lending things to Su Qingming was a gamble on whether or not his own things could be reinstalled. But for these things in Lin Qiu's room, Su Qingming had nothing to be curious about. After all, these were all things that had been researched, and there was no point in continuing the research. However, Su Qingming was prepared to study Lin Qiu's so-called AI intelligent growers again tomorrow. Wow, are all your go-karts here this big? Early in the morning of the second day, the three of them stood in front of a new blue machine. Su Qingming was filled with astonishment. That is a tractor. Today the saplings need to be transported there by ourselves on this big guy. Lin Qiu put his hand on the edge of the new blue machine and looked somewhat awkwardly at Su Qingming next to him. A tractor? I've never seen such a big tractor before. How many saplings are there to be pulled over today? It was no wonder that Su Qingming was so surprised. It was really this tractor that she had never seen before. The size of this tractor. It was about the same size as the excavators that she usually saw outside. But there was no need for Lin Qiu to answer his question. Soon a roar came from the distance, and several trucks stopped not far from them. Soon from the Shennongjia base out of a lot of forklifts, these saplings on the back of the huge tractor carriages. Soon carriages will be full, facing the saplings that look like small mountains. Su Qingming now doubted that the big tractor just now could drag so many saplings. Originally, she thought that this tractor was very huge, but now that she was faced with these saplings, Su Qingming didn't have such an idea, and now she felt that this tractor was a bit small instead. Let's go. Sitting on top of the tractor along the ladder that was lowered from the top of the tractor, Lin Qiu waved at the two people below. Su Qingming and Xiao Miaomia glanced at each other and also sat on top of the tractor along the ladder. Two people sat steady body. Lin Qiu opened the tractor. The most front of a cover plate is actually equipped with a liquid crystal controller. Lin Qiu in the upper edge of a few clicks on the tractor will come a roar. Slowly start up. In this way, the three sat on the upper side of the tractor, thinking of the critical edge of the slow driving past. But this time there is no like the front of the child that time directly through the forest, but instead is to take a Xiao Miao Miao. Have never seen the road. Chapter 61, Nuclear Energy Tractor. Why doesn't this tractor have the rattling sound of a normal tractor? and he can actually drag such a heavy thing. What's going on? Surveying the huge carriage behind her and the tens of thousands of saplings located on the upper side of the carriage, Su Qingming's curiosity started to flare up again at this time. Not to mention Su Qingming, is Xia Miaomia themselves are a little curious. Last time they came, Huang Tao has arranged with the people of the Shennongjia, will be sent to the saplings need to be planted in the place, so she did not see this a huge tractor. This tractor is driven by a nuclear reactor. No sound is normal. If it makes a sound, it is estimated that the explosion can be heard when the sound. Clapping his hand on the tractor under his buttocks, Lin Qiu had a breezy face. Nuclear reactor? Two voices came from behind Lin Qiu's back into Lin Qiu's ears, and Xia Miaomia and Su Qingming at the back simultaneously revealed a surprised expression. Xia Miaomia was fine. In front of her, she had already seen Lin Qiu's special car, a high-speed train driven by nuclear energy. So when she heard about this nuclear reactor tractor, she still had a transition. But Su Qingming is not the same. As a famous talent, for most of the knowledge Su Qingming grasp is clear. And nuclear reactor to a tractor on behalf of what technology? Su Qingming heartside has long been full of shock. Is it so rare? You guys don't want to think that this tractor is not driven by a nuclear reactor. Can it pull something so heavy? Lin Qiu has long been strange to this kind of thing. Patted the tractor on his own body mouth side humming a small song lying on the edge of the seat of the tractor. Looking at the surrounding scenery is not comfortable. Nuclear reactor tractor. This must be studied. Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomia, neither of them saw a strange light flash through Su Qingming's eyes, and her hand quietly reached for the inside of a small bag she was carrying. This bag was filled with all sorts of tools for dismantling things. Su Qingming also specifically gave her small bag a name called the 100 treasure bag. At first, it was this famous bag of treasures that made Su Qingming's reputation in the school. However, Lin Qiu, who was lying there, did not know that Su Qingming had already hit on her tractor at this time. The three of them rode in the tractor without needing any maneuvering, and the tractor took them to see an open field where they were planting trees this time. Arriving at their destination, the 4 AI intelligent machines planting trees were already waiting there. You guys move a little faster. Lin Qiu took out his cell phone and tapped on it. The 4 planting robots all awakened and shouted at them. A bed plus a parasol actually popped up strangely on the tractor, and Lin Qiu laid down on the bed and started to take a nap. Lin Qiu, what do you mean by that? What about just you having the two of us? Lin Qiu's contentment made Xia Miaomia, who was sitting in the back and bearing the sun, quit. Xia Miaomia moved forward and pushed Lin Qiu, who was lying on top of the tractor. Can't you two hold it yourselves? There is a button on the left-hand side, press it and it will come out. I don't say 3 people in this tractor is 5 people. 8 people lying on the top are no problem. Turned over, swept with the rest of the eyes. Xia Miaomia. Lin Qiu helplessly pointed to a yellow button next to Xia Miaomia's hand. When Lin Qiu used his finger, Xia Miaomia also looked to the yellow button next to her own body, lifted her finger and clicked on it, and a soft bed to cool down popped out directly from underneath. Happily rolling over and lying on the bed, Xia Miaomia's face only then revealed a satisfied expression. However, among the 3, only Su Qingming did not choose to lie on the bed. Instead, she sneaked a glance at the ladder that went down from the tractor, and then while the two of them closed their eyes, Su Qingming quietly climbed to the top of the ladder, flipping out a wrench from her treasure bag. Su Qingming took a look at the screws next to the tractor, and pushed up the frame of her black glasses, a serious expression on her face. On the upper side of the tractor, Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomia were bathed in the shadows of such scattered parties, and the sound of even breathing had already come from them. In the open space in the distance, 4 tree planting machines were also planting in full swing, while underneath the tractor, Su Qingming was studying the structure inside this tractor with a serious expression. Wonderful, wonderful. This is simply a cross-generation technology, but why would this technology appear on a tractor? A waste. Using the pliers in her hand, she pinched out a thread, and after studying it for a while, Su Qingming simply stuck her head into the tractor's shell. But at this time, Su Qingming's face expression was all a look of hatred, as if these things should not appear on the tractor. Tractor use, this kind of thing is a kind of sin. The sun gradually fell from the top of the head toward the mountains in the west, and Lin Qiu lying on the bed also sat up at this time. The body opened his arms and snorted and stretched a lazy waist. The 4 planting machines had honestly finished planting long ago, and all the saplings stood aside waiting for Lin Qiu to wake up from his sleep. Good, we can go back. Sweeping a glance at the already planted saplings in front of him, Lin Qiu nodded with satisfaction and gave his own orders to the 4 machines. Then his hand also tapped towards the tractor's control screen. However, the moment Lin Qiu's finger tapped on the top of the screen, the tractor directly trembled for a moment, and then a burst of black smoke came out from below, as if it was a deflated ball. What's going on? The tractor's abnormality caused Lin Qiu to freeze for a moment, and when Lin Qiu stretched his head to the side and looked over towards the bottom of the tractor, Su Qingming retracted her head from the tractor's chassis while coughing with a face full of black smoke. Cough. What's going on? Could it be that I've hitched this red wire and yellow wire backwards? I remembered that it was clearly like this. Using the back of her hand, she wiped the tops of her eyeglass frames twice to reveal the eyes inside. Su Qingming looked at the red and yellow threads in her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face as if she was recalling where the two threads should have been. Su Qingming, seeing this miserable scene in front of her, if Lin Qiu still didn't understand what was going on, Lin Qiu was afraid that she could only be a cutie. Had been. Directly ignoring the ladder on the top of the tractor, Lin Qiu rolled over and leapt to land firmly on the ground, staring at Su Qingming in front of him with an ugly face. Chapter 62, Something with Ink. Let me explain. I was just curious as to what was going on with the nuclear reactor-driven tractor, so I couldn't help but open it up and study it. I wanted to take a look at it, but the wiring inside was just a bit complicated, and I've never seen such awesome technology before, so I just pulled them off and observed them for a bit, and then put them back on. I really didn't do anything. You believe me? Su Qingming said with this serious look that she almost believed herself, as a repeat offender from, at first panicked to explain to others, and then to the latter's breezy admission of her crime. All of this Su Qingming has long been familiar with the road. Is a calm look. In turn, let Lin Qiu, some reaction. Standing in place and thinking calmly for a while, Lin Qiu then realized that he had been bluffed by Su Qingming. Do you know how precious this thing is? Do you know how complicated the process of repairing this thing once is? You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. How did the lid open? How did the tractor smoke? You're practically a saboteur. Me. Which tendon did I make a mistake? First I invited Xia Miaomio here, and then I brought you, a vandal. Where did the two of you come here to have fun? The two of you simply came over to demolish my Lin Qiu's home. Lin Qiu's fingers trembled as he pointed at Su Qingming in front of him, not even knowing how to describe the innocent-looking woman with a pure face in front of him. And what's wrong with me? The unaware Xia Miaomio saw her head and shouted at Lin Qiu below. This voice was like pouring oil on the fire, adding insult to injury, directly allowing Lin Qiu to be so angry that he almost didn't take a breath. Get up, I'll fix it myself. Waving his hand at Su Qingming, Lin Qiu directly took over the various tools in Su Qingming's hands and dived headfirst into the tractor. Under the watchful eyes of Su Qingming and Xia Miaomio, it was only after a while that Lin Qiu retrieved his head from the tractor's shell with a gray face. Go back, with two simple words. Su Qingming and Xia Miaomio both heard Lin Qiu's gnashing of teeth, and Xia Miaomio secretly snickered in her heart in the face of Lin Qiu's appearance. Su Qingming is a face of innocence. Two people sitting in the back of the tractor heard the tractor start. Actually came like a normal tractor general sound. This moment Lin Qiu's face is completely black. Back to the Shennongjia base. Lin Qiu directly ignored the two. Immediately began to contact the Shennongjia base inside the other people. The tractor back to the place where it came to repair. Only after watching the tractor being loaded onto the side of a large truck and dragged away did Lin Qiu let out a long breath. I'm warning you too that in the future, you absolutely cannot touch my things without my permission. Absolutely, can't. Lin Qiu's finger stretched out in front of the two, wiggling it while squeezing out these 4 words from inside his teeth. Lin Qiu, you're not doing it right. Like this level we can totally apply it to other places. I've already communicated with River just now. She's already told me all about it. The Shennongjia base actually had another nuclear-powered high-speed train dedicated to picking you up when you arrived. All of this is a waste. These can completely work in other fields. You should contribute these technologies. This way is what a contemporary young man with awareness and ideals should do. Su Qingming directly transformed into an enlightened and idealistic young man at this moment and began to persuade Lin Qiu. It's useless to talk to him. This kind of person only has himself in his heart and eyes. How can he have any awareness? If he has awareness, the old sow will get on the tree. This guy looked at the time of reading, did not read properly. With our family Qingming, this kind of talented girl is a heaven and earth. Ideological awareness and how it can be the same. After Lin Qiu's accusation today, Xia Miaomio, who was still a bit uncomfortable with Su Qingming's arrival, instantly switched roles and completely stood on the same side as Su Qingming. Talented girl? Just her? She's not a talented woman. She's just a saboteur. If you really want to compare talents, I, Lin Qiu, can shake him off by 10 blocks, saying that I haven't read a book, and that the two of you were still playing with mud in the kindergarten when I was reading. This sentence as if stepping on Lin Qiu's soft underbelly. The suspicion is that when Lin Qiu studied, he did not use much effort, and this is also Lin Qiu, even more confusingly mixed up a diploma, and ran to be his forest ranger. Lin Qiu's least favorite thing is that others say that he is uncultured. You dumped my family Qingming 10 streets? Lin Qiu, you're not kidding me, right? Which school you graduated from others don't know. I still don't know a second-rate school graduates out. How can you compare to our family Su Qingming? Do you know which school our Qingming is from? School aside, She's currently a master's degree student, and it's highly likely that she'll be guaranteed a doctorate by the school. You're actually saying this kind of thing. Aren't you afraid that people will laugh your ass off? Xia Miao Miao, facing Lin Qiu's reaction, as if she had finally grasped a place where she could attack Lin Qiu, smugly holding Su Qingming's arm, casting a provocative look at Lin Qiu. For so many days she had never won over Lin Qiu in a verbal exchange, and being defeated time and time again had made Xia Miao Miao furious, and now that she had such an opportunity, she would never let Lin Qiu off the hook. Since you have to say that, then why don't we have a match? The current Lin Qiu, facing the party provocation, decided to pull out some real material and properly shock the two people in front of him. Then, how do you say then? Su Qingming didn't say anything the entire time, while Xia Miao Miao directly took over the match proposed by Lin Qiu instead of Su Qingming. Isn't Su Qingming a talented woman? Then let's compare something with ink. Lin Qiu's two eyes dripped and instantly thought of a good idea that could save face. Something with ink? What counts as something with ink? This time the one who spoke up was Su Qingming, who was also tickled by this term of Lin Qiu's. How about composing poetry? I think as a talented woman, you have to write one or two catchy verses in order to be considered a talented woman. Don't you think so? Let's both compare poetry today and see who writes a better poem. Lin Qiu counted her index finger pointing to the sky, a thoughtful expression on her face as she made the proposal of composing a poem. Compose a poem? Yes. Su Qingming had a bright smile on her face and directly answered. Don't say I'm a bully. You choose your topic. Chapter 63, Sanitation Workers as Referees. As soon as Su Qingming agreed to this matter, Lin Qiu's entire body changed in aura. A confident aura flowed out from Lin Qiu's body, and the entire person stood there with his hands behind his back, as if he was a worldly superior, pretending to be a god. Pretending. As this competition to compare who had more ink in their stomachs was about to unfold, Xia Miao Miao seemed to have been affected by the atmosphere, and even the words used to express her dissatisfaction with Lin Qiu's appearance at this time had all changed into literary words. I'm sure I can't come up with the questions. This way I'll take advantage of you. Why don't we do it this way? We each come up with 3 questions, and then we'll make poems, and Miao Miao will be the referee. Whoever makes a good poem wins. How do you think? Su Qingming wasn't like Xia Miao Miao who got a bargain and still sold out. Once Su Qingming heard that she was going to compete with Lin Qiu in her area of expertise, she directly proposed this fair idea. She'll be the referee? If she comes to be the referee, is there any chance for me to win? This person won't work. I won't agree to her coming to be the referee. Referee, I'll find you a fair and just referee with authority to come over. Su Qingming made this proposal of Xia Miao Miao coming to be the referee, which was vetoed by Lin Qiu on the spot. The rest of Lin Qiu's eyes saw a suitable candidate for the referee at this time, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. How come I can't? I'm at least a college student. Can't I tell this bit of common sense? Lin Qiu rejected Xia Miao Miao to be the referee, and Xia Miao Miao was very unconvinced. However, she and Su Qingming both saw Lin Qiu walking towards a sanitation worker inside the Shennongjia base who was leisurely sweeping the base's roads with a broom. Is Uncle Zhang busy? Can you stop for a moment to help us as a referee? Standing beside this sanitation worker, Lin Qiu's attitude seemed very polite. What's the matter with Lin kid? I'm still preparing to finish cleaning up in a while so that I can go back and listen to the theater. The sanitation worker, the man Lin Qiu addressed as Uncle Zhang, removed the cigarette in his mouth from the edge of his mouth. Let you be a referee. Delay your time for 10 minutes. It will be over soon. Just help out. In a while I'll give you the whole sweeping robot out. This way you can listen to your theater out every day and watch the sweeping robot work. Receiving the broom in the hands of the sanitation worker, Lin Qiu's expression was very sincere. Alright, let me see what kind of level the young people are at now. This sanitation worker, who was addressed as Uncle Zhang by Lin Qiu, sighed, and then walked with his own hands behind his back to where Lin Qiu and the others were just now. Lin Qiu, are you kidding me? I can't be a referee. You're not so bad as to find a sanitation worker to be a referee. Couldn't Head Huang do it? The person in charge can be the head of the Shennongjia base and the whole person looks well-mannered and modest. He looks like he's come out of a higher education. He came to be the judge. I think it's the most suitable. Now you find a sanitation worker of such an old age. Are you sure he can tell who did a good poem and who did a bad poem? Looking at the sanitation worker standing beside her, Xia Miao Miao felt that she had been insulted from Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu felt that she couldn't be a referee, and instead, she had gotten a sanitation worker to come over, and Xia Miao Miao didn't hesitate to voice her protest at Lin Qiu. In this Shennongjia base, if Uncle Zhang can't be the referee, there's no one else who can be the referee. Lin Qiu smiled apologetically at Uncle Zhang, the sanitation worker, and then nodded to Su Qingming with a serious face, and his mouth was very serious as if he was telling a fact. The education level of the Shennongjia base has really been low to this extent now. The sanitation workers look like they all have the ceiling of education here in your area. So what else are you going to compare with our family Qingming? Listening to Lin Qiu's tone, it seemed like this sanitation worker was still the ceiling of the education level inside the Shennongjia base, which allowed Xiao Miao to seize another opportunity to start a new round of verbal attacks on Lin Qiu. Since you've already chosen a referee, let's get started. Su Qingming didn't care about any of this. He now wanted to see how much skill Lin Qiu had if he dared to make this proposal. In addition to the man in front of her being handsome, Xiao Miao was also emphasizing Lin Qiu's amazingness to Su Qingming all the time. At this moment, this was an opportunity for her to reacquaint herself with Lin Qiu, who had already done several things that she found amazing in Xiao Miao's mouth. There was also the fact that today, the tractor that she clearly didn't know which line was wrong was back in working order in Lin Qiu's hands in 3 or 2 tries. Although it would end up with a strange tractor rattle, it was another proof that Lin Qiu had the ability to fix the tractor. We're in summer now, so let's start this first verse with summer and make a poem. You first, or me first? Su Qingming raised her head and looked up in the sky, then perked up her ears and listened a bit more, and proposed to Lin Qiu that the two of them would compete, the first having the topic proposed by Su Qingming. Xia, no problem, then you go first. Ladies first. I still have this gentlemanly demeanor. Lin Qiu made a pleased gesture and stood aside and gently nodded. Then I'll go first. Su Qingming nodded and stood in place with her chin in her hand, pondering. After not more than 2 minutes, Su Qingming's eyes lit up, lifting her own forehead, cupping her chin with her hand as she slowly spoke out of the side of her mouth. Cicadas chirping, ancient trees ringing out their songs, the sounding rain both passing by and becoming subtle. The city of Xiako is far away from the Chusei, and Tian Bao Chengping Nai Lahi. A handful of poems made on the spot immediately drew applause from Xiao Miao on the side. Awesome! Did Lin Qiu see that? This is the strength of a talented girl. I'd surrender if I were you. Raising an eyebrow at Lin Qiu, Xiao Miao had a smug look on her face, as if she had made this poem. Cicadas chirping in summer, or a hidden poem. Not bad, not bad. Su Qingming's poem made Lin Qiu couldn't help but nod. The old man who was called Uncle Zhang by Lin Qiu, the sanitation worker on the side, was also stroking the beard on the top of his chin, a smile on his face. Let's not talk about that. What's yours? Take it out and let me see how much ink you have inside your stomach. Su Qingming did not make a sound, but Xiao Miao began to urge Lin Qiu. Don't be in a hurry. Hearing the voice, Lin Qiu waved his hand at Xiao Miao with a confident look on his face. Who am I? I'm Lin Qiu. I'm the man with 300 tang poems inside my stomach. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Qiu's face, and in his heart, he was secretly pleased with himself. Then in front of the 3 people, Xiao Miao sanitation workers and Su Qingming, Lin Qiu started pacing back and forth. Chapter 64, Might. You have summer in Zen. Not bad, not bad. How can I have to come up with one that is much stronger than this one of yours? Otherwise isn't it a bit of a bully? After circling around in place twice, Lin Qiu muttered something out of the side of his mouth and looked in Su Qingming's direction. Su Qingming nodded slightly, and Lin Qiu's voice was heard in his ears. The name of this poem of mine is called About a Guest. Listen up, oh. It rains in every house during the yellow plum season, and frogs are everywhere in the green grass pond. An appointment doesn't come past midnight. Idly knocking on the chess piece to drop the lamp, Lin Qiu calmly finished reading the poem, with a hint of melancholy on his face, as if he was immersed in the poem and didn't slow down. What is it? I thought it was so powerful. The poem our Su Qingming just did was a hidden head poem. What do you have here? Xiao Miao didn't have much research on poetry, and after hearing this poem of Lin Qiu's, a very disdainful expression appeared on her face. But on the side of Su Qingming and the sanitation worker, both of them had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Obviously, the 2 people were also caught up in their contemplation, and it was this poem of Lin Qiu's that made them caught up in their contemplation. It's me who lost. This poem of yours has a strong sense of picture. First it explains the scene of rain during the plum rain season in the south, giving people a feeling of being there. Then it also makes people feel as if the sound of rain is around them, and so is the sound of frogs chirping. It seems to be a very lively environment, but the quietness in the midst of the bustle gives people a sense of tranquility in the middle of a summer night, with cicadas chirping and birds chirping, and frogs chirping. Although my poem came with a hidden head, it really wasn't as good as yours, both in terms of mood and in terms of merit. When Su Qingming savored Lin Qiu's words, a hint of helplessness appeared on her face as she expressed to Lin Qiu that she had lost this first round. Qingming, you don't have to let him. What does he know? He's probably improvising a poem. You can't admit defeat so easily. Besides, didn't he find a referee? Let the referee decide for you too. You didn't let me be the referee just now. I'd like to see what this uncle sanitation worker is capable of. Su Qingming had already admitted defeat, but Xiao Miao was unwilling to admit defeat. Xiao Miao glanced at Lin Qiu with a stalked neck and turned her head back to stare at the sanitation worker next to her. Since this little girl asked me to comment, I'll just say a few words. Just now, This little girl was talking about the first 2 lines of this poem, but this is the true essence of the poem, which is only in the last 2 lines. The last 2 lines really explain the characters and things of the main character in the poem. The protagonist's inner yet slightly anxious waiting for nothing to do, by idly knocking on the chess pieces and quietly watching the flickering lamps. What was expected was the knocking of the better guest, but what was heard was only a burst of rain and the sound of frogs compared to show the author's anxious mood. And the last sentence of the idle knocking chess is a detail describing the master about the guest. After the wine is not, the oil-sealed wick is very long, the master of the boredom, subconsciously will be black and white chess pieces on the chessboard gently knocking. And the sound of this tapping on the chess pieces in turn shook off all the lamps and flowers on the table, a gesture that appears to be idle, but in fact reflects the poet's inner agitation. The sanitation worker was not surprised by his words. As soon as he opened his mouth, a very professional critique came out from his mouth, and this critique said that it made Su Qingming's eyes light up, and even more so, it made Xia Miao Miao on the side dumbfounded. Sanitation worker looked at the 2 little girls next to the face expression is still a little shy, raised his palm and his mouth to block, gently coughed twice and then slowly said, "In fact, this poem is centered around the rendering of this one detailed action of idly knocking on the chess piece to describe. This one action both writes the author's rainy night waiting for guests to visit, and also write the waiting guests a long time did not arrive the melancholy mood. An action a poem, form and spirit, absolutely counts as a masterpiece. So this first yes competition is clearly Lin Qiu's win." The old man's professional analysis, followed by the announcement of Lin Qiu's victory, directly rendered Xia Miao Miao speechless. More so, she didn't know how to argue for Su Qingming anymore. As for Su Qingming, with a breezy face, she nodded and looked over to Lin Qiu's side. "Lin Qiu, then it's your turn for the second topic. You come up with it." The 2 of them, Su Qingming and Lin Qiu, had already agreed just now that each of them would come up with 3 topics, so he handed over the opportunity to come up with this second topic to Lin Qiu. "Is it my turn? I'll think about it. This poem of mine just now is about the melancholy and sadness that comes from the main character in the poem, while waiting for his friend. Since that's the case, this second poem of ours will be about sadness, and grief." When Su Qingming was proposing to Lin Qiu that Lin Qiu should come up with the question, Lin Qiu's heart had already burst into laughter. "When I was in school years ago, when my language teacher stood behind me with all sorts of weapons and waited for me to recite the pinnacle of this 7-syllable poem, how could I have never imagined that there would actually be a day when I would be asked to be the author? Old mister, do in heaven's spirit you can't blame me for borrowing your masterpiece for a bit in this world. After all, you don't appear in the middle of the long history of this world either." In his heart, he secretly stole some joy. Lin Qiu's face showed an expression that did not match his age. A wave of sadness actually spread from this time in Lin Qiu's body. "The name of my poem is called Ascending High, created during one of my trips to the famous mountains. The wind and the sky are high and the apes are wailing. The islets are clear and the sand is white and the birds are flying back. The trees are falling, and the Yangtze River is rolling. I'm always a guest in autumn, and I've been sick for 100 years. Tough and bitter. I hate the frost on my temples, and I'm down on my feet with a new cup of turbid wine." When this poem was read out, Lin Qiu's entire body seemed to be immersed in the poem, raising his head 45 degrees to look up at the sky, the sadness on his face unable to dissolve for a moment. This poem of Lin Qiu's even made Su Qingming's face turn ugly, causing the fingers of the sanitation worker on the side to tremble slightly. "Wonderful, wonderful. This poem is really wonderful. It's really wonderful to the extreme. This poem already has nothing that can be compared to it." This time before Su Qingming could open her mouth to compose a poem, the sanitation worker on the side directly capped it, looking like he was going to declare Lin Qiu's victory in this round of the competition. "I say, uncle, will you be the referee or not? Others haven't said it yet. You look like you're going to declare Lin Qiu the winner. Will you be the referee or not?" Xia Miaomia took a look at this situation and hurriedly opened her mouth wanting to speak up on behalf of Su Qingming, but at this time Su Qingming's palm lifted up, stopping Xia Miaomia from continuing. "I lost. There's no need to compete later. I admit defeat." Chapter 65, The Literary Hero Zhang Dazhong. Su Qingming's face was blithe at this time, as if this matter was nothing at all to him. "The talented girl. Alright, don't be too anxious for the emperor, mind your own business." Xia Miaomia had wanted to open her mouth to argue, but at this time, Lin Qiu's voice leisurely came into her ears. "What do you mean by that? Who are you calling a eunuch?" Xia Miaomia stuck her hands on her waist with a very unhappy expression on her face. At this moment, Xia Miaomia was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Okay, the competition between the youngsters, although today let the old man I have been very surprised, but point to point can be, there is no need because of a small competition, make everyone appear contradictory. The sanitation workers on the side, when Lin Qiu and Xia Miaomia were arguing, rushed to persuade each of the two. "I say, uncle, you're just a sanitation worker. Don't think you're really powerful just because you said something with ink. Who knows if you're working with Lin Qiu and the two of you to deliberately bully the two of us who came from other places. Xia Miaomia was still unwilling to admit at this point that Su Qingming had failed in this matter. And as soon as the sanitation worker opened his mouth to speak, Xia Miaomia disliked him back without any hesitation. The sanitation worker, in Xia Miaomia's words, fell when the expression on his face for a moment became a little embarrassed up, and this time Lin Qiu's expression is really completely pulled down. Xia Miaomiao, you've gone too far. Speaking with elders, how can you also put a little respect? Do you know what this old senior is? I think you are at least a person who has read books. Haven't you studied history and used history textbooks? Elder Zhang is one of the few people living amongst history textbooks nowadays. Haven't you guys seen him before? Xia Miaomiao's words really made Lin Qiu a bit angry, and at this time, her voice seemed a bit icy. However, compared to Lin Qiu's anger and coldness, what Xia Miaomiao and Su Qingming cared more about was the sentence that Lin Qiu had just said. The person who lived in the history textbooks, especially Su Qingming. Su Qingming and this sanitation worker just appeared, felt that the sanitation worker looks a little familiar, until Lin Qiu's these words out. She is just like enlightenment, wide-eyed pointing to the sanitation worker. Finger trembling half a day did not say words. Zhang everyone. Xia Miaomia is also considered to be a person with insight. Su Qingming immediately recognized the sanitation worker in front of her, and Xia Miaomia also did not take long to react. What everyone? Are some false names? The old man I now is the Shennongjia base inside the sanitation workers. Familiar with all, call me Uncle Zhang on it. The sanitation worker surnamed Zhang. After Xia Miaomia and Su Qingming recognized him, instead of being proud, he waved his hand helplessly at the two, as if he didn't care about his name. Everyone, Zhang, I'm a fan of yours. I'm really sorry. Just now I thought you looked a bit alike, but how could I possibly combine a sanitation worker with you? Not recognizing you was an oversight on my part. Su Qingming ran to the side of this Zhang Dazhong, holding Zhang Dazhong's arm with her hand. Her face was full of pleasing meanings and her image did not have a trace of resemblance. I'm sorry, Zhang Dazhong. Just now it was me who didn't know my manners. I'm here to apologize to you. Xia Miaomiao also hurriedly walked to the front of everyone. Zhang lowered her head, and with a very sincere expression on her face, she apologized to the everyone Zhang in front of her. It's alright. What you guys are saying makes sense. Old man, I am also boasting that I have a few talents. Dare to come out and presumptuously comment on the verses of the two of you would have been that this is the thing that I did not do the right thing. Lin kid, you can pit me this time. In the next 2 days you must get me a good meal to help me make up for it. As well as in the future this kind of thing don't call me. While turning to Xia Miaomia and Su Qingming beside him, the two of them said that they didn't care. Zhang Dezhong glared at Lin Qiu, a glance as if he was complaining that this matter today was entirely because of Lin Qiu. Uncle Zhang is really sorry. Today this thing is all because of me. In a couple days I'll bring up 2 jugs of good wine. Get a few small dishes. Our uncle and nephew will have a good drink. Lin Qiu awkwardly scratched the top of the back of his head twice. To the sanitation workers in front of him, Zhang everyone cast an apologetic look. Alright. You young people busy your Yangtze River after the waves. Push the front waves before the waves patted on the beach. Like me, this old bones are old to play. Honestly, after the heat to cleaning is the best choice. Taking the broom in his hand and the dustpan on the ground, Zhang Dekai walked slowly towards the roadside and started to clean up the leaves that fell from the trees. Lin Qiu looked at Zhang Dekai's cleaning figure and swept a glance towards Xia Miaomia next to her. The expression on her face was not very good. Do you think he's angry? Lin Qiu's distant back made Xia Miaomia a little worried. Xia Miaomia suspiciously looked towards Su Qingming, who was on the side, and asked tentatively to Su Qingming, I reckon you should have made Lin Qiu angry this time. After all, that's Zhang Dezhan. You just spoke to Zhang Dezhan like this. If I had invited Zhang Dezhan, I reckon I'd have to be angry too. Su Qingming spat out her tongue at Xia Miaomia, indicating that she was also helpless. This everyone Zhang that the three of them were talking about was a very famous literary scholar in the Dragon Kingdom. This person had famous, award-winning articles in his hands that couldn't even be described as one by one. One would have to find a box or two to fill up. As for the awards, he had one. If one really wanted to use an adjective to describe it, it could only be endless. Every year, I don't know how many awards, without her knowledge and without permission, mailed to his home. But who could imagine that a great literary hero with a national reputation would actually be located in the base of Shennongjia, where Lin Qiu was, working as a sanitation worker? You said that a sanitation worker has such a hidden identity. Would Lin Qiu have any hidden identity as well? An unconscious guess from Xia Miaomia caused Su Qingming's eyes to light up. Let's go back first. Go back and apologize to Lin Qiu. Otherwise today I think the two of us might get kicked out of our home by Lin Qiu. Right now the two of us are the fences. Su Qingming was still awake at this time and knew what she should do at this time. Elbowing Xia Miaomia next to her and rushing to follow Lin Qiu's back. I didn't do anything either. Chapter 66, Lin Qiu got angry. Xiao Miaomio in the back pouted and muttered in a small voice as she hurriedly stood behind Su Qingming. By the time the two returned to Lin Qiu's hosting, Lin Qiu had long since shut himself inside his room, and no matter how much Xiao Miaomio knocked on the door, she froze without seeing Lin Qiu. It's over. This really seems to have pissed Lin Qiu off. Qingming, what do you think I should do? Xiao Miaomio hung her head and sat down on the edge of the sofa with an embarrassed expression on her face. Lin Qiu is probably angry at the moment. She should be fine when she gets over it. Don't be anxious. We'll wait for him to come out at night and then apologize to him. Su Qingming was also a bit embarrassed at this time. He knew that Lin Qiu's anger today couldn't be just because of this one thing of Xiao Miaomio's. There must be a reason why he had dismantled Lin Qiu's tractor in the forest. But compared to the apologies to Lin Qiu, Su Qingming at this time is more curious about Lin Qiu now with advanced equipment to drive the awesome tractor. There was also what Xiao Miaomio had said earlier about Lin Qiu's amazing force value, high face value, magical medical skills plus this current level of culture. If there really was a perfect person in this world, maybe this term was created to describe Lin Qiu. This sentence was the truest portrayal of Su Qingming's heart at this time. Since Lin Qiu had planted trees in the forest today, he didn't have to go to the pine forest at night to keep watch, which also declared that Su Qingming and Xiao Miaomio's plan to wait until Lin Qiu came out in the evening and then apologize to Lin Qiu had completely fallen through. Two people have been sitting on the sofa until the early hours of the morning, only to return to their respective rooms. And at this time the room of Lin Qiu has long been hooting and hollering sleepover. But Lin Qiu and huffing and puffing when, in Yunzhou City, a famous technology company, there is a group of people are there to watch the data on the screen. It wasn't until a green line kept rising that a happy expression appeared on everyone's faces. This is too divine. I didn't think that just one program would bring this company back from the dead. Not only that, this program has also made the company's scale far greater than before. The cheers of the crowd inside also drew a surprised look from a woman standing outside the flower gate, quietly observing it all. Mr. Lin really is a godly man. He actually managed to do this kind of thing with ease. It seems that this time Mr. Zhao Lin stepping in was a correct decision that couldn't be more correct. Qin Su, who was standing at the side, also nodded his own head approvingly. Grandpa Qin, what exactly is this Mr. Lin that you've been talking about all day these past 2 days? How is he so powerful that he saved our family's company with just one proposal? The woman was none other than the granddaughter of the close friend that Qin Su had spoken of at the time, and was also the current chairman of this company. Mr. Lin is a very powerful character. He works inside the Shennongjia base not far outside of Yunzhou City, and if there's another opportunity, I'll take you to pay Mr. Lin a visit. But Mr. Lin has more things to do on weekdays, and he's busy with his work, so it's not something that anyone can meet. Qin Su was so old and called out Mr. Lin in one breath, causing the expression on the face of the woman next to her to flicker. In her memories, Qin Su was already a very powerful figure in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and he was still respectfully calling other people Mr. Lin at such an old age. It could be seen that this person should be an old man with gray hair and a lot older than Ling Su. After imagining this Mr. Lin in her mind, the woman helped Qin Su to walk towards the company's lounge. Qin Su recently this period of time due to worry about the company's employees have been living in the company. The woman also because of Qin Su's sake, a long period of time did not return to their own homes. When the old man is gone, I have to go to the Shennongjia base to pay a visit to this Mr. Lin. Qin Su didn't know that the woman beside him at this time had already made up her mind to go and visit Lin Qiu after he left. Lin Qiu is still angry? I've told you well. Yesterday's matter was my fault. I'm here to apologize to you. I promise that next time this situation won't happen again. Early in the morning on the second day when eating breakfast, Lin Qiu, who was smelling the smell, ended up walking out from inside the room. But as soon as she was out of the room, she bumped into Xiao Miaomio. Xiao Miaomio raised her right hand high, put up the 3 fingers in the middle, and with a serious face, she made her pledge to Lin Qiu. Don't. A big lady like you, an ordinary person like us can't afford to climb up to Miss Xia. I beg you, think about it, or go back. You staying here makes me really a little embarrassed. 2 women and 1 man sharing a room is not to mention. And Miss Xia you this whole time over always like a curious baby, but look down on us inside this Shennongjia base. Especially the matter of disrespecting the elders. I am really somewhat not too fond of it. Waving his hand at Xiao Miaomio, sidestepping past Xiao Miaomio, Lin Qiu did not look at Xiao Miaomio again. Lin Qiu sat on the edge of the dining table on the opposite side of him. Su Qingming saw Lin Qiu expressionless appearance, also ready to persuade it. Lin Qiu, you're also a big brother. Don't talk to me. I'm going to check what's on the side of my house after dinner in a while. Was it unpacked or not? Great talent girl, please. Don't toss this Shennongjia base of ours. The temple inside our Shennongjia base is small. It can't accommodate you 2 big Buddhas. When he thought of the behavior of both Xiao Miaomio and Su Qingming yesterday, Lin Qiu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Moreover, Zhang Dazhong was a person that Lin Qiu respected very much amongst the space. He didn't expect Xiao Miao Miao to open her mouth to dislike Zhang Dazhong and was questioning Zhang Dazhong about this matter. Even though Zhang Dazhong didn't mind, Lin Qiu minded it very much. Putting aside targeting his idol, he also had to defend Su Qingming the entire time, without any semblance of justice. These several things stacked together led Lin Qiu really to Xiao Miao Miao again difficult to rise any good feelings. As for Su Qingming, Lin Qiu did initially have a good first impression of this woman who looked beautiful and had a sense of being a lady of the world, but her next actions made Lin Qiu a bit headstrong. Lin Qiu's reaction was seen in the eyes of Su Qingming and Xiao Miao Miao. The two of them looked at each other and read each other's helplessness in each other's eyes. Going on like this isn't a solution. Qingming, I don't want to be kicked out. It seems like we have to find a way to get some reinforcements to help. Chapter 67, Head of Reinforcements Huang. Otherwise I reckon the two of us will be kicked out of this place by Lin Qiu one day. Xiao Miao Miao had already profoundly realized the seriousness of the matter and looked at Su Qingming next to her with a serious face. Reinforcements? Who else do we know inside this Shennongjia base? Can be our reinforcements? Who else can speak up here in Lin Qiu? Su Qingming had only been in this Shennongjia base for a day or two in the end, so naturally, she was unfamiliar with the Shennongjia base, not to mention that she didn't know which person they could look for to serve as their reinforcements. Go, you come with me. The mountain man has his own plan. Xiao Miao Miao had a mysterious expression on her face and directly stood up. Although Su Qingming was puzzled, she nevertheless followed behind Xiao Miao Miao. The two of them left Lin Qiu's room. Xiao Miao Miao inquired about people she met along the way. In the end, Xiao Miao Miao stood in a house that was almost the same as Lin Qiu's room, and outside, she raised her palm and gently knocked on the door a few times. Miss Xia, the owner of this room, opened the door to his room and saw Xiao Miao Miao standing outside. The expression on the room owner's face proved that the room owner was obviously a bit puzzled as to why Xiao Miao Miao had appeared outside her room. Mr. Huang, I'm looking for you today because there are some things I want to ask Mr. Huang for help. Xiao Miao Miao rubbed her hands together, and with an apologetic face, she stated her intentions to this room in front of her. The owner, Huang Tao. If Miss Xia needs any help, just ask. Huang Tao. When Xiao Miao Miao said her intention, smiled faintly at Xiao Miao Miao and made a gesture of invitation, signaling that Xiao Miao Miao could enter her room and sit down to speak slowly. In the face of Huang Tao's invitation, Xiao Miao Miao looked back. Su Qingming nodded at him, and walked into Huang Tao's room. Looked around. Su Qingming and Xiao Miao Miao face both showed an unexpected expression. This is where a boy's room. Here clean and tidy degree like a museum exhibition hall. The degree of cleanliness inside this room has reached the point of people's hair. Xiao Miao Miao and Su Qingming, two people sitting on the sofa side, were born a trace of guilt. Huang Tao room sofa side, even a wrinkle are not. The two people sat down their bodies, making an extra crease on the upper side of the sofa, and both looked at each other, only to feel as if this thing they had done was a very wrong thing. What to drink? Huang Tao, however, did not have this feeling that the two had. Instead, he took out 2 cups and placed them in front of the two, casting an inquiring gaze at them. No need to bother the person in charge. The two of us came over today, mainly because we want Huang to be in charge. You help. Xiao Miao Miao were still in the mood to continue drinking, hurriedly rejected Huang Tao's good intentions. Miss Xia, Miss Su suddenly came to me today. I think there must be something important. The two of you also please say me. See if I can help myself. Huang Tao was also a bland sitting on the sofa opposite the two. What surprised the two was that Huang Tao's action of sitting down his body actually didn't make the upper edge of the sofa rise a single crease. Shocked, Xiao Miao Miao and Su Qingming, 2 people or you a word. I a word to Huang Tao about what happened in the end, and the two of them to come here for the purpose. The two ended their narration to Huang Tao. Huang Tao seriously nodded at the two, and then slowly opened his mouth and smiled at the two and said, Miss Xia and Miss Su are trying to get Mr. Huang to act as a lobbyist to put in a good word for the two of you with Mr. Lin. Although Mr. Huang can't do anything else, I think my lobbying skills are quite good. So let Mr. Huang do you two ladies a favor and go meet Mr. Lin. Standing up his own body with a smile and a few confident expressions on his face, Huang Tao and Xiao Miao Miao, Su Qingming and the 3 of them retraced their steps and went back to the outside of Lin Qiu's room. A knock sounded on the door, and after a short while, Lin Qiu's face appeared behind the door. Seeing Huang Tao, Su Qingming and Xiao Miao Miao standing outside, Lin Qiu unconsciously frowned and let Huang Tao enter the room. Just as Xiao Miao Miao and Su Qingming followed Huang Tao, ready to enter the room, the response was a tightly closed door. Who does not know Huang Tao and Lin Qiu in the inside in the end said what? Time after almost have half an hour time. Huang Tao this only smiled and Lin Qiu sent under. From the room side came out. As soon as he stepped out of Lin Qiu's room, Huang Tao gave a slight nod to Xiao Miao Miao and Su Qingming, who had been waiting outside with inquiring expressions on their faces. It was as if he was telling the two people that he had not failed the two people's trust and had successfully solved this matter. Mr. Lin, then I still have my own things to go and get busy for a bit, so I won't continue to harass Mr. Lin here. Retracting his own gaze, he turned back around and clasped his hands together, rushing to say goodbye to Lin Qiu. Before Huang Tao left Lin Qiu's residence under the gazes of Lin Qiu, Xia Miaomiao, and Su Qingming, and walked back towards his own residence. Under the gazes of Lin Qiu, Xia Miaomiao, and Su Qingming, come in. This time for the sake of Head Huang's face I won't be general with you two. If there is a next time you two will wait and see. Leaving behind these words, Lin Qiu gave a cold snort and walked back inside the room. Still, Head Huang is powerful. Lin Qiu, a difficult bone to gnaw, was taken down by him. I just don't know what the two of them actually said inside the room. Intentionally or unintentionally, he swept a glance in the direction where Huang Tao had left, and Xia Miaomiao had an expression of admiration on her face. Don't focus on marveling. Hurry up and think of a way to go back and apologize properly to the person. Lin Qiu, raising her hand and nodding above Xia Miaomiao's forehead. Su Qingming also walked into the room. Today, the base is taking a day off. Is there anyone who is ready to go into the city for a stroll? After 2 weeks, Xia Miaomiao, Lin Qiu, Su Qingming, the relationship between the three was finally repaired. This day early in the morning Lin Qiu came back from the prowl and saw the two people who had nothing to do in the living room mentioning a mouthful of things to go to Yunzhou City to the two people. This is not a vacation with you, also do not have much to do with you. You are going to work at night during the day. This is not with a vacation. What is the difference? But Yunzhou City came so long. I have not had a good stroll around. All day long on shrinking in this big fishbowl inside the edge of the child. Thinking about Lin Qiu working at night and coming back during the day. This whole day is not even non-working time. This matter of taking a day off really doesn't have much to do with Lin Qiu either. However, Xia Miaomiao also thought of Lin Qiu's suggestion that she hadn't taken a good stroll around Yunzhou City after coming here, but had instead spent the whole day shrinking in the Shennongjia base. Chapter 68, Piggy's Dream of Getting a Daughter-in-Law. The architectural style of the Shennongjia base was indeed like a large fishbowl, covering all the buildings and people all the way inside, and Xia Miaomiao's analogy could only be described as vivid. I haven't been to Yunzhou City either. Lin Qiu, can you take the two of us there? I don't want to take that broken bus. I doubt that bus could possibly disintegrate halfway through the drive. A bus disintegrating in the middle of nowhere. Won't my beautiful face, slim figure and this amazingly good looks all be ruined? Touching her face, imagining the bus that would clank and clank anytime it came apart when she walked, Xia Miaomiao's face showed a hint of resistance. She didn't want to go on that broken bus. Originally there was no problem. But this description of yours makes me not really want to send you. Want you to feel it. Our Shennongjia base can almost be called a bus that sits exclusively. How good this bus is. In the past when everyone did not have a car to take the high-speed train over, only this bus can take us back to the base. You actually dislike it. Rolling Xia Miaomiao's eyes, Lin Qiu directly sat back in his seat, looking like he wasn't going to get up and go find Huang Tao to rent a car. Don't. Lin Qiu, please, help, okay? Look at you. You're so handsome and talented and capable. Surely you won't be able to bear to watch these two little girls of ours sitting on the upper side of the bus with a face of pain and suffering. Xia Miaomiao sat next to Lin Qiu, her hands wrapped around Lin Qiu's arm and kept shaking her face with a pleasing expression. All right. Playing workers, working souls, working our people. A day by the two of you to bully over. Bear the two of you destructive talent, but also to the two of you to play a job without wages. Lin Qiu shook his head helplessly, while spitting out the crimes of the two Xia Miaomiao and Su Qingming with his mouth. He walked in the direction of Huang Tao's residence. A familiar car with a familiar driver pulled up outside the room, and Su Qingming and Xia Miaomiao, both wearing happy expressions, sat in the car. When Lin Qiu's foot stepped on the gas pedal, the car leapt out directly from its spot with a low roar towards Yunzhou City. Young Master Qian, look! On the main street of Yunzhou City, a magnificently dressed man, with his hands behind his back, was strutting and swaying on the side of the street. He had the air of being the lord of this Yunzhou City. The two men next to him, who were similar to horsemen in general, suddenly lit up and hurriedly used their hands to gently top this arrogant man, pointing in a direction with an excited face towards him. Excellent, young master, or two. What kind of luck did this kid TMD have? When the young master surnamed Qian looked over in the direction of the two lapdog's fingers, he saw two youthful and energetic young girls following an exceptionally handsome man. TMD. What I hate the most is people who are better looking than me and have these two extremely beautiful women with them. No, I'm going to have a good exchange with these two beautiful women today. The young master surnamed Qian shook his head and pulled out a folding fan from inside his own pocket, waving it violently in front of his body as he fanned himself while leaning over in the direction of the three people in the distance. Beauty, hey, don't go away. let's have a chat. Young Master Qian blocked straight in front of Su Qingming, swaying left and right. At this time, Su Qingming stood at the side of the road waiting for Lin Qiu and Xia Miao to enter the store to look at something. Right at this time, this young master surnamed Qian took advantage of the situation and appeared directly in front of Su Qingming. Scram! Su Qingming swept an icy gaze at the young master of the Qian surname and directly spat out the word roll from her mouth. Goo, have a temper, I like this kind of hot chick. Looks refined, with a black eyeglasses frame a look of a lady of the world. Did not think that the bones are still quite hot. Good, little girl, night with your money brother to go. Your money brother tonight to take you to eat fragrant drink spicy, give you to buy clothes to buy bags. As long as Yunzhou City has, you just open your mouth. Your brother Qian can send you over. That is, if you want the stars in the sky of this Yunzhou City, I will contract it out for you. The man surnamed Qian put away his folding fan and casually threw it to the back, then unbuttoned his jacket, revealing the large gold chain hanging around his neck. You say this day is so hot, don't you? Why is this wrist position so hot? In the face of Su Qingming's indifference, this gentleman with the surname Qian undid his wrist again, the top button revealing a large gold watch inside. How come it's so hot? How come it's so hot? Accompanied by the man with the surname Qian repeating these words under his breath, he was seen pulling out all sorts of luxury items from his body, constantly waving them in front of Su Qingming's eyes as if he was showing them off to Su Qingming. Vulgar! Such a despicable voice suddenly rang in the ears of the Chen man who had thought he could easily take Su Qingming down. Get out of the way! Before the man surnamed Qian could speak again, Su Qingming's second voice had already entered the man surnamed Qian's ears. Don't want to pass through here, right? If you want to pass through here, you give brother me a kiss and brother will let you pass. Su Qingming's indifference caused the man surnamed Qian to finally reveal his nature, pointing at his face with a colorful look. With a guy like you still have the nerve to let me give you a kiss? You're not a typical piggyback dreaming of marrying a daughter-in-law. Thinking of beauty? Hurry up and get out of the way. If you don't let me get out of the way, I'm going to be rude to you. Su Qingming opened her mouth and directly threw a hiatus in the face of the guy in front of her. How do you talk? What kind of person is our young Master Qian? How dare you say our young Master Qian is a pig in a poke? Our young Master Qian is 8 feet tall, with a great instrument. His looks are even more seductive, and the moon is closed. Yunzhou City is famous for its beautiful men. Before the man surnamed Qian could open his mouth again, the two lapdogs of the man surnamed Qian directly jumped out from the side to refute Su Qingming's earlier remark. Sinking fish and falling geese? Closing the moon and shaming the flowers? When did these two terms become derogatory terms? Does it mean that it describes a person's looks that can scare the fish to death, stare the geese down, and moreover make the flowers intolerable to look at? As soon as the two men's words fell, a discordant voice traveled from one side into the ears of 4 people, including Su Qingming. Who the hell is lying? Chapter 69, What the hell do you want? The man with the surname Chen was not a cutie pie. Could hear that the voice coming from the side was mocking himself. Whoever strikes up a conversation. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Qiu, who stood beside Su Qingming with Xia Miao and looked the man surnamed Chen up and down. Let's go. This is a cutie. There's nothing to say to him. Su Qingming then explained this man surnamed Qian to the two of them faintly when Lin Qiu and Xia Miao stood beside her. This explanation was brief and concise. Leaving this sentence behind, Su Qingming directly turned around and prepared to leave, while this man surnamed Qian was now turning blue. There's nothing that I can't have in this Yunzhou City. There's no woman that I can't get. Since I told you nicely and you didn't listen, then don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that he was actually ignored by these 3 people, the way the 3 people turned around and walked away, the man surnamed Qian glanced towards the 2 doglegs he brought beside him. The 2 lapdogs of the man surnamed Qian were also worthy of being first-class lapdogs. A look from the man in front of him made the 2 of them understand the meaning of the man in front of them, and the 2 of them rolled up their sleeves and aggressively chased after the 3 of them. Lin Qiu, Xia Miao, and Su Qingming. Stop. My big brother didn't let you guys go. Who the hell dares to go? Stay here for me. The tone of the 2 people was very impulsive. Stopping in front of Lin Qiu's 3 people had a look that if the 3 people dared to take another step forward, the 2 people would be ready to strike. What do you guys want? Xia Miao had a rare chance to come out and have some fun today, but she was suddenly stopped by someone, and she was still so impolite. As a big miss, how could Xia Miao endure this matter? One hand inserted on her waist, one finger pointing at the 2 lapdogs in front of her, very nonchalantly glaring at them with her eyes. I didn't expect both chicks to have quite a temper. The man surnamed Qian swaggered up from the back, using his own lewd eyes to scrape over Xia Miao's body as well, with an expression on his face that could only be described with one word. That is, asterisk. Who is this ugly bee? Just now I saw him talking to you here. Qingming, do you recognize him? The appearance of the man surnamed Qian caused Xia Miao to freeze for a moment. Xiao Miao similarly sized up this man surnamed Qian's body with a despicable gaze, and twisted her head to look at Su Qingming next to her with a puzzled gaze. Who are you calling an ugly bee? Our Qian Gengzi, that's. The two lapdogs next to the man surnamed Qian immediately jumped out, and were about to start their rhetoric of pompous descriptions of the man surnamed Qian again, when a hand suddenly reached out in front of them. Stop, please, don't use that disgusting rhetoric to come over and disgust my ears again. Just now I heard my ears vomit, and now I still want to say it. The person who raised his hand was naturally none other than Xiao Miao. The expression of disgust on Xiao Miao's face was practically flying out of the sky, and the hand that was blocking just now was also quickly withdrawn, blocking the top of his own ears, as if he was really very resistant to the words that were going to be said next. You this little biker, you TMD dare to say Lao Zi again. Xiao Miao's few words successfully provoked the man surnamed Qian in front of her. The man surnamed Qian set aside the two lapdogs and stood in front of Xiao Miao, his eyes flashing through only cruelty. Why do you still dare to hit me not? Then the eyes in addition to Lin Qiu outside Xiao Miao. But who is not a goat? Drumming their cheeks, two eyes staring straight at the money man. Beat you? Lousy today not only want to beat you, Lousy also want to catch you back. Let you know Lousy's power. The man surnamed Qian, faced with Xiao Miao's verbal stimulation, finally revealed his true nature at this moment, directly lifting up his own palm and swinging it towards Xiao Miao's face while also exiting at her in a threatening manner. Even if Xiao Miao's temper is usually bigger and bolder, she is still a girl in the end. In the face of the man surnamed Qian swung over the palm of the hand. Xiao Miao momentarily froze in place, did not dodge, looking at the palm of the hand as about to slap in the face of Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao actually subconsciously closed their eyes. Don't hit me. The closed eyes of Xiao Miao mouth side whispered muttering. This is waiting for half a day. He did not wait for the money man's palm. Carefully opened his eyes. He saw the palm of the man surnamed Qian, less than a centimeter away from his cheek. However, this centimeter distance was an uncrossable distance for the man surnamed Qian at this time, because there was an extra palm on the top of his wrist. I've seen unqualified ones. I've never seen such unqualified ones. Actually even hitting a girl. You've really made me refresh my concept of shamelessness and shamelessness. Holding the wrist of the man surnamed Qian was naturally Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu's face revealed a look that had a few other meanings than Xiao Miao's and Su Qingming's. The two people's despicable gazes, and swept a glance at this man surnamed Qian's face. Spread your hands for me. The man surnamed Qian tried to pull his palm out of Lin Qiu's hand, but no matter how hard he tried, Lin Qiu's palm was like an iron vice clamped on his wrist, and he simply couldn't pull his wrist out. The man surnamed Qian, who really had no choice but to open his mouth and threaten Lin Qiu. Do you know what I am? I am the only son of the president of the Yunzhou Chamber of Commerce. Who dares to mess with me in this Yunzhou city? Kid, if you are sensible, hurry up and let go of my old man. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this Yunzhou city. The man surnamed Qian seemed to be very proud of his identity. His gaze was fixed on Lin Qiu's face, and his eyes were full of threatening intent. What kind of character did I think it was? But after all this time, it's a man with a father. Lin Qiu had turned them into a new breed for people like the man surnamed Qian. That is, people with fathers. Lin Qiu, your description is simply too vivid and too graphic. I didn't realize that this creativity of yours is actually still an ability that I had previously overlooked. It's a good word. This word in Lin Qiu's mouth made Xiao Miao beside him give a thumbs up at Lin Qiu approvingly. Still TMD not letting go. Finding that his verbal threats didn't have the slightest effect on Lin Qiu at all, the man surnamed Qian saw that Lin Qiu and Xiao Miao were conversing, and directly waved his fist and smashed it towards Lin Qiu's face. However, Lin Qiu didn't care about the fist of the man surnamed Qian, and with a fierce force on his hand, he saw the man surnamed Qian's wrist instantly folded behind Lin Qiu's back. His fist also stopped hard in midair, and his face showed an expression that was just like killing a pig. My hand! A mournful scream echoed in front of the crowd. Chapter 70, Temperature Measurement. Have to admire this money man in the air. This scream, but also let a person hear the sad. Listen to the tears. Kid, you TMD dare to move my big brother? The miserable scream of the man surnamed Qian instantly let the next two lapdogs quit. The two left and right rushed up, waving their fists ready to smash over to Lin Qiu's body. However, Lin Qiu was very calm in the face of the two people's attack, and when the fist of the fastest person was about to hit Lin Qiu's face, Lin Qiu raised his hand and grabbed the hair of the man surnamed Qian. With a force in his hand, he directly blocked him to his left, and used the man's face to catch the fist of one of the doglegs. The other doglegger's fist, which was not even close to Lin Qiu's chance, was sent flying out by Lin Qiu lifting his foot and giving a side kick. The three of them didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Lin Qiu, and the dog leg of the popular man surnamed Qian. As soon as he saw that his fist had landed on his big brother's body, he hurriedly recovered his fist, dodged, and prepared to launch a second attack on Lin Qiu. However, When he was about to launch another attack, he saw a black shadow falling from above his head, and this black shadow was the man surnamed Qian. It turned out that Lin Qiu had used the man surnamed Qian as a weapon to slam his head against the still standing dogleg next to him, and the moment the two collided, two screams of misery rang out in Lin Qiu's ears. Lin Qiu on this side of the big show of strength, next to Su Qingming eyes but flowed with a strange halo. As Lin Qiu finished cleaning up the three people and walked back happily and quickly, Su Qingming ran to Lin Qiu's side and took Lin Qiu's wrist. "Little brother, you're too handsome." Su Qingming was full of curiosity about Lin Qiu, and what Xia Miaomio had said to him earlier. Su Qingming was skeptical. It wasn't until today that Su Qingming realized that Lin Qiu's hands were really powerful, and that also proved that the other skills that Xia Miaomio had said to him before were also true. Suddenly rushed over Su Qingming let Lin Qiu surprised. In the view of Lin Qiu, Su Qingming is not able to make such movements of the people, but at this time Su Qingming full of naughty, or there is just faced with the man surnamed Qian that a high cold look. When the man surnamed Qian, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted directly with his eyes rolled back. Xia Miaomio, who was on the side, whose face became a little unhappy the moment Su Qingming took Lin Qiu's arm, also puffed up and walked to the other side of Lin Qiu and took Lin Qiu's arm. "Lin Qiu, you're really getting better and better. Let's go back. I've already had enough of wandering around this Yunzhou city today." Blinking at Lin Qiu, Xia Miaomio's tone of voice at this time was surprisingly a bit on the petulant side. "What are you doing?" Lin Qiu responded to Xia Miaomio by raising his palm and touching the top of Xia Miaomio's forehead. This action of Lin Qiu's made Xia Miaomio frown and smacked Lin Qiu's hand away. Questioning at Lin Qiu, "I felt as if you had a fever, so I took your temperature." Responding to Xia Miaomio's questioning was Lin Qiu's look of entitlement, and while saying these words, Lin Qiu once again raised his palm and tried to press it on top of Xia Miaomio's forehead. "I don't have a fever. Take your hand away." Lin Qiu's one action directly caused Xia Miaomio's only just raised a hint of tenderness to instantly dissipate, very nonchalantly opening Lin Qiu's palm. Xia Miaomio looked at Lin Qiu in front of her with a puff of anger, while Su Qingming, who was standing on the side at this time, raised her palm to cover her mouth and snickered. "You're still here laughing at him bullying me. You don't give me a hand even if you don't. You're still here snickering. Who the hell are you in league with?" Xia Miaomio noticed that Su Qingming was snickering there behind Lin Qiu. She directly walked quickly to Su Qingming's side, then put her two hands on Su Qingming's waist and scratched it a few times. Don't. I was wrong. Being tickled by Xia Miaomio, Su Qingming instantly surrendered, and the three of them walked towards the side of the car in this manner of fighting and fooling around, and behind them, Lin Qiu. They didn't look back. At this time there was a resentful gaze gazing at the three people for a long time. It was the man surnamed Qian. "Dare to hit my old man. I'm not finished with you." The entire Yunzhou city side that has bullied Lao Zi hasn't been able to have a good time. Lao Zi must get you all killed. With his own fist fiercely pounded on the ground, the man surnamed Qian let out a vicious sentence, and was carried by the two doglegs who struggled to stand up next to him and ran in the direction of the hospital. In their opinion, the man surnamed Qian will not let go of the two of them today, because the two of them did not protect the man surnamed Qian in time. According to the man surnamed Qian's vindictive character, since he was so angry today, he couldn't deal with Lin Qiu, but could only turn the spearhead to the two of them, spreading the fire on the two of them. This is not the first time that such a thing has happened, so all the two of them can do is to stop in time, throwing the man surnamed Qian to the hospital first. In the hospital the man surnamed Strong Qian wouldn't directly snap at the two of them, so as to give the two of them a chance to ease the man surnamed Qian's mood. "I'm going to pay Mr. Lin a visit early tomorrow morning. You guys prepare some gifts for me. Remember to make sure to prepare the best gifts." This time the company was able to come back from the dead, all thanks to Mr. Lin. This Mr. Lin is definitely not an ordinary person. And go draft a document. When promised Mr. Lin, if he helped us solve the company's crisis, is to give Mr. Lin to divide 10% of the dry shares, and I just happened to go over this time to bring this transfer of equity to Mr. Lin as well. Inside a technology company in Yunzhou City, the woman who Qin Su had begged Lin Qiu for help at the time commanded the task to the person beside her. Lin Qiu, who was sitting in the car preparing to go back to Shennongjia, didn't know that there would be two sets of people coming to his door tomorrow, one with good intentions while the other was full of malice. But even if Lin Qiu knew about it, Lin Qiu wouldn't care about these things. There were more people who wanted to thank him, and those who wanted to deal with him. This wasn't the first one. "Today I don't need to go to the forest to keep watch at night. I've been eating inside the base a lot lately. I'm tired of eating, so I'll cook today. You two can order whatever you want to eat." Returning to his residence, Lin Qiu announced such good news to Xia Miaomio and Su Qingming who were in front of him. This good news from Lin Qiu caused joy to appear on both of their faces. Xiao Miao had eaten Lin Qiu's cooking before and knew that Lin Qiu's cooking skills were also top-notch. Chapter 71, Dispute. After the two people had combined their efforts, Su Qingming and Xiao Miao nonchalantly told Lin Qiu what the two of them wanted to eat, especially Xiao Miao, who was even more nonchalant, saying several things in a row. Lin Qiu did not reject the two people's request, but instead transferred all these ingredients from the Shennongjia base. All of the ingredients in the Shennongjia base were almost self-sufficient, and no matter when Lin Qiu wanted ingredients, the Shennongjia base could supply them. Lin Qiu was very clear about these things, but Xiao Miao and Su Qingming were not so clear about this matter. So when the two of them followed Lin Qiu to the Shennongjia's ingredient supply place, they saw all kinds of precious ingredients piled up inside. Both of them wondered if the purchasers of the Shennongjia base had gone early this morning and swept away all the vegetable vendors and suppliers in Yunzhou City. But in the end, when they learned from Lin Qiu that all of these things were things that the Shennongjia base had grown on its own, the two people were only able to recover from their surprise. However, despite this, the two couldn't help but gasp in amazement during the process of picking up the ingredients. After picking out the ingredients, Lin Qiu really did just as he had promised the two, and quickly made a sumptuous meal for them. When a delicious dish was loaded onto a plate from the pot, both Xiao Miao and Su Qingming had a strange feeling about Lin Qiu in front of them. However, this feeling had just risen when it was drowned out by the aroma of the rice on the plate. Su Qingming, just now this dish was ordered by me, so eat slowly. When Lin Qiu served the last dish to the table, it also represented the official start of the dinner for the three of them. The moment it started, Su Qingming and Xiao Miao, the two of them couldn't wait to extend their chopsticks to their favorite dish, but soon the two of them weren't satisfied with the dishes placed in front of them, and both of them aimed their gazes in front of the other. Don't be so petty, didn't you eat a lot of the dishes I ordered as well? As Su Qingming took the lead in extending her chopsticks in front of Xiao Miao, the two instantly began a food fight. We'll eat our own. This is what was originally agreed upon. It wasn't just now. You first extended your chopsticks to my side. Just now. Suddenly, not knowing where an extra surge of willpower came from, Xiao Miao kept herself from taking the initiative to lay her hands on the rice in front of Su Qingming. At this moment, Xiao Miao had already stood on the side of morality and righteousness. Using her own gaze to seriously look at the chopsticks, Su Qingming kept reaching over to rebuke Su Qingming for her crimes. If the two of you keep fighting, don't blame me for not giving the two of you a heads up. The two people's battle escalated for a time, and it was even about to start appearing as if they were forcibly grabbing plates and hiding them or washing and cleaning one plate at a time. And just when the two people were arguing at odds, Lin Qiu's quiet voice came into the ears of the two people. The two instantly looked in the direction of their respective plates at the appearance of this voice, and realized that during the time that the two had been arguing about how strong they were, Lin Qiu had actually wiped out almost a third of the food on the entire table. Lin Qiu! A sharp voice came out from the mouths of both Xiao Miao and Su Qingming at the same time. Lin Qiu was also startled by this voice, and when he looked back at Su Qingming and Xiao Miao, he saw a hint of madness and ill will in their gazes. What are you two doing? I'm warning you two. You two don't come over. I'm still a yellow blossom girl. I'm not interested in you two. Lin Qiu subconsciously pulled a mouthful of rice into her mouth. Xiao Miao and Su Qingming stood up almost simultaneously, their bodies leaning towards Lin Qiu's body. Such a scene directly caused Lin Qiu to concede, holding his own rice bowl and jumping a step backward, like a monkey that had its tail stepped on. It's alright, the two of us also have no extra thoughts about you. We just want to try out how good your hands really are, Lin Qiu. Xiao Miao had an evil smile on her face as she sized up Lin Qiu in front of her and then clenched her fists. Su Qingming on the side was not as excited as Xiao Miao, but he was similar, and the expression on his face was telling Lin Qiu that there was going to be a fierce battle between him and Lin Qiu today. Are you two being reasonable? I made the stuff. I gave you two something to eat, and now you two are going to turn around and clean me up? Just because I made something and I ate it? Can't you guys realize who is really the soul in this trio of ours? If you guys clean me up today, will you two still eat next time? Adhering to the principle that good men don't fight with women, Lin Qiu thought about it and decided to appease these two first. Not for the two of us to eat? Lin Qiu, today the two of us would like to see how you are going to not give the two of us food in the future. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiu's threat did not suppress the two people, but instead made Su Qingming and Xiao Miao's expressions on their faces become more serious. Glancing at each other by Xiao Miao opening her mouth to ask the question, the two of them flashed their figures and rushed over in Lin Qiu's direction. Murder! Murder! A left and a right figure caused Lin Qiu to instantly shout out, jumping up from where he was and quickly rushing over in the direction of his room. I'm going to call the Yunzhou City enforcers and arrest the two of you back. The two of you are too terrifying. Lin Qiu, who had returned to his room with great difficulty under the two men's siege, shouted from the inside of his room to the two men outside. Lin Qiu, don't come out if you're capable of going in. If you come out, the two of us will clean you up again. Xiao returned to the room and Lin Qiu. Her face finally returned to the plane. Her eyes vigilantly looked at Su Qingming for a couple of moments more. Her expression plainly turned around and looked in the direction of the dining room table. Her attention was not at all on Lin Qiu's body. Not only was Xiao like this, in fact, Su Qingming's eyes had also been stuck on the food on the table when she and Xiao had just grabbed Lin Qiu. At this moment, the culprit who had just allowed the two of them to maintain their balance, Lin Qiu, had already been forced to, and only the two of them were left in the room. The problems that hadn't been resolved just a moment ago erupted again in this instant. Put down my fish-flavored shredded pork. You're the one who should put it down. Put down my mushu pork. Don't eat that. Don't you clip that either. A good meal was turned into a battlefield by Xiao and Su Qingming. However, what made Lin Qiu somewhat pleased was that the two people who finished eating actually honestly brushed the dishes clean by themselves. Chapter 72, Shennongjia. The food storm disappeared into Lin Qiu's house at the cost of Xiao and Su Qingming breaking up for a day. The night was silent. The second day early in the morning when the birds in the forest had not yet woken up, a burst of automobile sound broke through the quiet of the Shennongjia base. The owner of the car sound was a fleet of cars, at the head of which was a black Bentley, and behind the black Bentley followed two Mercedes-Benzes and three Gold Cup vans. Dare to make a move and bully me. I thought you had much ability. After all, this is just a forest ranger in this Shennongjia base. If I don't whip your tendons and pick your bones today, I won't be surnamed Qian in the future. I'll take your surname in the future. The Bentley's passenger seat was occupied by a man with a hideous face. Taking a closer look at this person was exactly the man surnamed Qian that Lin Qiu had just cleaned up yesterday. The man surnamed Qian had gone back to teach his little brother a lesson after being cleaned up by Lin Qiu, and then began to investigate Lin Qiu's identity. Lin Qiu's identity as a forest ranger was not a secret. Although the Shennongjia base was subordinate to Yunzhou, it was not managed by any organization in Yunzhou. Lin Qiu's identity at the very beginning of the Money Man did not grasp, but also do not know hold Lin Qiu intentional operation, or the system suddenly appeared a loophole. The Money Man was about to give up. Lin Qiu's information appeared in his hands. After reading the above information clearly, the man surnamed Qian had a disdainful expression on his face. I thought how powerful it is. Ordinary family out of a second-rate university, college students and the curtain to do a forest ranger, actually dare to learn others to save the beauty of the hero. Today I would like to see you this Shennongjia base. Can you be guaranteed? Inside the car, the man surnamed Qian was not very willing to mention Lin Qiu from last night until now, because the moment he mentioned Lin Qiu, his full of anger would explode. But at this moment, in this car, besides him, there were other people sitting here as well. After the car stopped, a soft coughing sound came from the back of the car, and it was this coughing sound that immediately made the dissatisfied expression on the Qian man's face disappear. In its place was an extremely pleasing look that looked behind him. Mr. Zhao, this is the place. The guy who took a shot at me is in this place. Today, Mr. Zhao will stand up for me. At the same time that the man surnamed Shen looked back, the true face of the man at the back of the Bentley was revealed. This man had a pale face and a short stature. The whole person looked sickly. Brother Qian, don't worry. Since I, Mr. Zhao, promised to stand up for Brother Qian, this matter will definitely not be ignored. The man looks like he has no hands. The whole person is also very weak. At this time, if not in the car, if Lin Qiu is here, Lin Qiu all suspect a breeze blowing over the man will not be blown by the wind to go with the wind. I'm relieved to have these words from a brother. I'll go to the Shennongjia grounding right now and have them hand the man over. Getting a response, the man surnamed Qian had a scowl on his face for once, and pushed open the car door straight in the direction of the Shennongjia base gate. Is there anyone inside? Get the hell out. Raising his hand and slamming the glass of the gate a few times, the man with the surname of Qian shouted from outside. But at this time, Lin Qiu's room. Lin Qiu has long woken up, sitting in the living room hand holding his earlier. Suddenly more than a few Lin Qiu instructed the base of the people to send the information. Qian Daneng, the son of the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Yunzhou City, arrogant and domineering, doing wrong in Yunzhou City. A few years ago, he bullied a girl, forcing her to attempt suicide and become a vegetable. In Lin Qiu's room, Lin Qiu looked at some of the information that had been sent over in front of him with an interested expression on his face. This Qian Daneng pretty much has no need to exist anymore. I'm somewhat interested in this Zhao Wuji. Putting down the first folder in his hand, Lin Qiu's gaze was directly locked on the second folder, and the news that could be sent back from this folder was a lot less compared to the first one. However, Lin Qiu flipped through the contents of this folder with interest. TND people are not dead inside. I called you cannot hear? All TND give old son roll out open the door. Quickly open the door. Shennongjia base outside of the child Qian Daneng shouted at the Shennongjia base gate child half a day. Discovering that his actions seemed to be useless here, Qian Daneng only felt that the insult he received was somewhat elevated again in this instant. His face was very ugly as he looked behind him at those people he had brought here. All come out for me. Smash this gate open for me. I don't believe that the people inside are all dead one by one. Actually dare to ignore Lao Zi. In a moment go in and Lao Zi will let them know what it means to be powerful. Qian Danang face expression gradually hideous. Rushed to the rear of the car roar face. A voice. Dozens of people quickly came down from the Mercedes and the van. Dozens of people who were all ferocious and hideous. Not a group of people to be messed with at a glance. Qian Daning's order made these people not hesitate to pull out all kinds of guys from the trunk of the car, leaning over in the direction of the Shennongjia base's gate. Offend me and this is what happens. First smash your workplace, then teach the person in charge of your workplace to educate you severely. At that time not only will you be cleaned up, but I will also let you carry Yunzhou City in the middle of the inch. I'd like to see after packing you up in Yunzhou City, who still dares to look for my Qian Danang's trouble, who still dares to touch my Qian Danang's mold. Those people under his hand kept approaching the gate, and the inner drama in Qian Danang's heart was also growing. Seeing that these fierce and vicious people brought over were ready to make a move on the innocent glass door of Shennongjia base, suddenly a loud sound came from behind the glass door. The sound had just disappeared, and the glass door opened automatically, while the group of people in front of Qian Danang held up the weapons in their hands, but at this time they froze. The mission they received from the front gate was to smash the gate, and now the gate is actively open. Several people for a moment do not know how they should operate next, like a turtle, finally willing to come out, right? Today, since you have shrunk your head, I will not let you have a good time. All give me a rush in. Find this person. From the side of their pockets pulled out a photo. A photo in the hands of Qian Danang instantly turned into dozens of. When these dozens of sent down to the hands of these people one by one themselves are given to freeze. Chapter 73, Confrontation. It hadn't occurred to them that Qian Danang had actually come to deal with Lin Qiu so well prepared, even printing dozens of pictures of Lin Qiu and sending them down to each and every one of them. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and get on me. This matter of a group of people freezing in place and not moving made Qian Danang a bit unhappy. Qian Danang walked over to one person's side and kicked him in the ass. Move faster. Retracting his own foot, Qian Danang ruthlessly swept a circle on the others. These people that Qian Danang had brought with him, one by one came back to their senses the moment Qian Danang's chiding voice went out, rushing in the direction of the Shennongjia base gate. Stop. However, before these people could rush to the gate, they were stopped by a group of people, and the person at the head was none other than Huang Tao, the head of the Shennongjia base. Who are you people? What do you want to do? Do you know what kind of place this is? This is the Shennongjia research base. Do you know what the consequences of breaking in here are? Huang Tao swept a circle around the faces of this group of ferocious bodyguards in front of him. UTMD, and what kind of person? I came here to clean up a person to clean up and leave. With you have no relationship. Don't want to get beaten up, all get out of the way. Or you guys find out the person also lying. Otherwise today I see a beat one. What do you care what Shennongjia research base? I want to come when I want to go when I want to go. Although Huang Tao usually looked like a modest gentleman, but he started to lose his temper and stood there, also made people a little scared. So those people that Qian Danang brought over, when Huang Tao walked out, they all stopped in their tracks, but Qian Danang's group of fighters scattered on both sides. Qian Danang walked up from the back. His tone was very arrogant, pointing at Huang Tao and bossing Huang Tao around. Want to go into the Shennongjia base to move others? I think you're not awake. I'll warn you one more time. Quickly leave from this place, or you'll pay for what you did today. Qian Danang was full of words, making Huang Tao unconsciously frown himself, but Huang Tao was not powerful, able to this kind of low-quality people. Although he was very angry, he still forced down the fire in his heart and spoke in a very calm tone. You guys confirmed that you won't let me enter from here today, right? Fine. Have the ability. Then what else do I have to say to you guys? Blast these people apart and go in. Catch that guy out for me. Throwing down these words, Qian Danang directly turned around and walked towards the back of the crowd. Qian Danang's group of thugs. The moment Qian Danang left, one by one, the expressions on their faces became ferocious, drawing out a stick from their own backs, and furiously they were about to come into contact with Huang Tao's group of people. Compared to Qian Danang's group of fighters, all of the people standing behind Huang Tao were the staff inside the Shennongjia base, and these people are generally older. A group of people standing together, average age of more than 50 years old, obviously, not in front of this group of fighters' opponent. Seeing that the two groups of people were about to come into contact with each other, the expression on Huang Tao's face became more and more unsightly. But just at this time a voice rang out from behind everyone. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be that guy who came here on the grounds that he has a father. Why are you taking shots at the elderly and intellectuals? You really have a face. The two sentences were directed at Qian Danang everywhere, and the sound traveled into Qian Danang's ears. Qian Danang had just sat on the edge of a chair brought over by the people below him, now directly stood up from the chair. his body once again leaning over in the direction of the crowd. Kid, you TMD dare to come out, very good. Old son also thought you want to be a shrinking turtle, since you dare to come out. Today will not with these old ungrateful guys general knowledge. Today I came here is to clean up you. By the way, the two superb chicks to bring back, a good appreciation. Like this superb chicks are like roses with thorns, that is to be planted in Moncler outlet store my flower pots. Qian Danang was still thinking about Su Qingming and Xiao Miaomiao even now, and even though the familiar voice from the back had already reached his ears, Qian Danang still rushed to the back of the crowd to respond in such a way. The one who just walked out from the back of the crowd was Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu had been sitting in the house for a while and felt that the time was almost right, so he walked out from the inside just in time to bump into Qian Danang's group of people who wanted to fight with Huang Tao and the others. Lin Qiu, don't be afraid. Today we are here. Whoever dares to touch a hair on your head, I will be the first to not let him go. Although my old man is old, but his hands are not bad. I can write articles by picking up the pencil and putting down the pencil. Old man, I was a good fighter back then. Lin Qiu appeared at the back of the crowd and opened his mouth to speak. Naturally, he also caught the attention of the people in front. The owner of this voice was none other than Lin Qiu and Xiao Miaomiao, and Su Qingming was familiar with Zhang Dazhong. Zhang Dazhong rolled up his sleeves and patted his chest with a serious expression as he saw Lin Qiu's trio walking over. That's right, little Lin Qiu. Leave these people to us to deal with. You don't need to come over. It's not just that he's grown a little taller and stronger. Old man, I'm not afraid of him either. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Usually you take care of us so well. Today I'll just break my arms and legs. I won't let them touch a hair on your head. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We're here to protect you. Standing in front of Lin Qiu were the security guards of the Shennongjia base, the kitchen cooks, the sanitation workers and some other aspects of the researchers inside the base. Each one of them were there to protect Lin Qiu. I didn't expect you to have quite a high prestige in the Shennongjia base. The scene in front of her, Xiao Miaomiao felt that her blood was boiling, but from this, it could be seen that Lin Qiu had a very high prestige in the Shennongjia base. Xiao Miaomiao is not worried about how to solve this group of people in front of her. At that time, Lin Qiu faced more than 20 experts cultivated by Li Qiuxia and her family in Li Qiuxia's house. But these 20 people were not solved by Lin Qiu in 2 or 3 times. At this time in front of this group of people, obviously is where to find the hooligans and those people compared to. Simply not in a class. Xiao Miaomiao thought that if Lin Qiu wanted to solve the group of people Qian Danang brought over, it was just a matter of a few more punches and kicks, and it was no trouble at all. What a deep love, what a crowd of people. But you group of people do have enough guts line. Today since you want to take a beating for him, I will not talk nonsense with you, to fulfill this wish of yours. Chapter 74, Fighting with Robots. Qian Danang didn't care what kind of person was in front of him. He came here today to clean up Lin Qiu, just to snatch away Xiao Miaomiao and Su Qingming, because he had promised the Zhao Gongzi, who was sitting in the car at the back and hadn't come down, that he would bring the Zhao Gongzi 2 very good ones today. Now Zhao Gongzi's people have brought him over. Today if he can't solve this matter, not to mention the Zhao Gongzi side, he has no way to explain. What kind of tactics is Mr. Zhao? Qian Daning's heart is very clear. That is a master who eats people without spitting out bones. When he thought of the usual tactics of this Duke Zhao named Zhao Wuji, Qian Dalong shuddered a little. Although he was the son of the president of the Yunzhou Chamber of Commerce, the strength behind this Mr. Zhao was much stronger than him. Even if he was wasted by this Zhao Gongzi, it was estimated that his old man wouldn't even say a word of justice for him. Instead he would bring up a gift to go to the home company Capelli to apologize. Uncles and uncles' friends, do not need you this way, these people to me to solve on the line. Rest assured, dealing with these guys do not cost much effort, and even do not need my own hand. Lin Qiu's face was full of gratitude at this time, apologizing to everyone while persuading them. Only finally did he walk to the very front of the crowd, turning around and ignoring this group of people brought over by Denang Qian in the back instead. He bowed and thanked these elders in front of him and persuaded them to return to the inside of the base. Lin Qiu, how can you alone be a match for so many people? Everyone staying here is considered to be a caretaker and a helper. After all, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. The one who spoke was still Zhang Dazhong. Zhang Dazhong threw this sentence and looked fiercely at the crowd that was on the other side. Mr. Lin Huang, although I've never fought with others in my life, but today these guys are bold and daring, and they also dared to come inside the Shennongjia base to look for trouble from you, Mr. Lin. Definitely can't just let them off so easily. I've already greeted the base's garrison. They will surely arrive here soon. Huang Tao also didn't support Lin Qiu going up alone to fight against these guys. After all, these people were holding weapons in their hands, and Lin Qiu was single and weak. These people had never seen Lin Qiu put up a fight, even though they had been working together with Lin Qiu for much longer. Lin Qiu treated anyone with a smile on his face from start to finish. Huang Tao's reaction was even more surprising. What's the point of still talking nonsense there? And you guys? You're all waiting there. Are you waiting for Lousy to serve you to go? Hurry up and do it. Hurry up and do it quickly TMD. Qian Danning really couldn't wait any longer. This behavior of the person in front of him, Qian Danning could be said to be disgusted to the extreme. In his hand, he didn't know from where he was also carrying a stick in his hand, holding up his hand, and used the stick in his hand to aim at the direction of Lin Qiu. Isn't it just getting some help? Isn't it just someone? Who doesn't have a few people anymore? Come out. Lin Qiu raised his own palm and also gently tapped the ground a few times, and suddenly it started to vibrate slightly. Even the stones on the ground danced happily. What's going on? What's happening? The shaking of the ground naturally caused the crowd present. Every single person had a surprised expression on their face, seeing that not only Qian Danning and the others didn't know, even Huang Tao's group of people didn't know what Lin Qiu had done. With no one around him to answer, Huang Tao unconsciously cast his gaze on Lin Qiu's body once again, and his gaze hadn't stayed for long before it was caught by the commotion coming from the rear, which was directly in front of him just now. What the TND is this? The shaking just stopped at this moment. Qian Danning's fearful voice came into everyone's ears. Trouble, make way. Make way. I'm going to the front. Su Qingming and Xiao Miaomia squeezed their way to the front of the crowd, and also saw what exactly was behind Qian Danning and the people Qian Danning had brought with him at this moment. A row of silver-colored robots, roughly only 10 of them, stood gleaming in the sunlight. These robots of mine can be both civil and military. They can both plant trees properly inside the forest and also take over for Lin Qiu at times like this. This was the reason why Lin Qiu had been emboldened and unwilling to let the others take action. Although Lin Qiu could do it himself, but Lin Qiu was too lazy to take action against these people that Qian Danning had brought over. The ones he wanted to clean up were naturally Qian Danning in front of him and the person named Zhao Wuji sitting inside the Bentley car behind Qian Danning. A few broken machines think they can bluff me? Brothers on, first smash these robots, then clean up that kid. After all, Qian Danning was just an ordinary person. Where had he seen this kind of formation in front of him? And it was also the first time that he had seen someone fight and call in 10 robots. But this does not mean that Qian Danning is so afraid of Lin Qiu. On the contrary, the more Lin Qiu resisted, the more excited Qian Danning was. Qian Danning brought over the people, heard Qian Danning transfer. The target looked at. Standing at the forefront of the crowd Lin Qiu, these people gripped the cabinet in their own hands, toward the direction of Lin Qiu's 10 robots are going to go. But at this time Lin Qiu likewise tapped on the small program above his phone, and tapped on it to select some sound, which ghostly came into the ears of the row of robots in front of him from the rear. Pack up these guys. Tomorrow plant all of these guys into the ground for me to see if something with brains will grow out of these brainless guys by fall. Lin Qiu left these words to the cell phone in his hand, which was also the location where the voice commands of these AI intelligent robots were inputted, and then looked at what was about to happen on the field. Lin Qiu, can these robots really deal with these guys? Don't break your robots. Su Qingming stood beside Lin Qiu as he gave the order, and of course, he saw that the group of people in front of him, each and every one of them were fierce and vicious. He also saw through the crowd several robots of the same type that Lin Qiu had brought over to plant trees at the edge of the clearing that day. There's no problem, but I'm enough in advance to only give it to you. Don't think about taking this robot of mine apart. I can't take this robot apart. Su Qingming and then Lin Qiu's eyes are saboteurs. Lin Qiu is not like Su Qingming on these robots of his hands. Su Qingming and then Lin Qiu's eyes of destructive force can be more than in front of this group of Qian Danning brought over to the people to be more powerful than how many times? If you don't move, don't move. You have to give people a warning. Lin Qiu's admonition and the vigilant expression on his face made Su Qingming pout. Chapter 75, Robots Show Their Might. Playing God and getting a bunch of robots out to scare who? This kind of thing, a brainless one. It's still not 3 or 2 times to clean up. All give me on. Dismantle these robots into parts for me. Send them to the scrapyard. And at night the brothers can still have a drink. The moment Lin Qiu's robots came out, Qian Danning was still a bit shocked, but when he thought about it, robots and such powerful things only existed in movies, and since the current level of technology simply couldn't build awesome robots, his heart hurriedly let out a sigh of relief and rushed the people under his hand to give orders once again. But although he thought so, but his minions did not think so. A group of juniors holding the sticks in their hands hesitantly looked at the 10 robots. For a moment they did not know whether they should go on or not, until Qian Danning once again kicked a junior's buttocks on the edge. Quickly TMD, give me on, you bunch of waste things. A bunch of useless robots, you hesitate here. Qian Danning was very angry, but this behavior of his displeased these little brothers, because these juniors were the people he borrowed from Zhao Wuji. These juniors, if it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Wuji was sitting in the car, they probably could have pressed Qian Danning here and beat him up right now, even though they couldn't have a seizure. Qian Danning's words made the eyes of these little brothers looking at Qian Danning become unkind. What are you looking at? What's wrong? Is it hard for you guys to still want to beat me up? My big brother Zhao can still be sitting in the car. Don't blame me if you don't do it again. Let big brother Zhao clean up after you guys. Qian Danning typically looked like a fox, pointing to the car in the back with an angry expression on his face. Go! One of the junior brothers who was finally forced to do so raised his own stick and shouted, and charged in the direction of the 10 robots. The others could only choose to follow when this first junior brother rushed over. After all, if they didn't make a move, it wouldn't be good to give an explanation to Zhao Wuji in the car later on. Give me a hard beating on them. Lin Qiu stood at the back and gave an order to the robots. The robots that were instructed by Lin Qiu's order originally had a green glint in their eyes. After Lin Qiu's order was transmitted into their indicators, the green light in the eyes of these robots instantly turned red. The red glow meant that these robots had entered another state, that of combat. The moment the first junior's stick was raised high and slammed down towards the robot's head, the robot directly raised its own mechanical arm, clamped down on the junior's stick, and with a fierce force directly pulled the stick out of his hand. And the other mechanical arm also smashed on top of this first little brother's head at the same time, instantly knocking him to the ground. Yeah, the robot resolved the first opponent without any delay, and Xiao Miao Miao on the side was a bit excited and yelled out a good shout in the robot's direction. The other robots also almost all resolved their opponents in an instant, but since the robots still appeared to be a bit bulky, and the sticks in the hands of these people that Qian Danning had brought over still smashed into the robots' bodies a few times. However, these robots did not know what material they were made of, and their sticks did not even knock off a bit of paint when they smashed on the robots' bodies, but they were knocked down by the robot's backhanded robotic arm and fainted on the ground, and could not get up anymore. Dozens of minions were knocked to the ground by 10 robots in 3 or 2 hits, and the robots hit harder, but it's not the same as ordinary people hitting. The robots instantly killed these juniors as soon as they struck. They didn't even have a chance to wail before they fainted on the ground. None of them were awake. Alright, you guys can go back. With an unsuspecting battle over in front of him, Lin Qiu gave the command to his robots. The robots received Lin Qiu's command, and one by one, they neatly turned around and retraced their steps back inside the Shennongjia base. How about still wanting to continue? Lin Qiu had a teasing expression on his face as he hooked his finger at Qian Danning. You, kid, do you think I've only brought so many people today? Fine. These robots of yours are powerful. I can't beat you. So what? My real killer today is inside the car. If you have the sense to kowtow and apologize to me now, I can still forgive you. If you don't come over to kowtow and apologize to me, I'm afraid that you won't even have the chance to kowtow in a while. Although he didn't manage to beat Lin Qiu severely, Qian Danning wasn't afraid of Lin Qiu now. The Zhao Wuji sitting in the Bentley behind him was Qian Danning's biggest backer and backbone. What other skills are there to take out directly on the line? But hello, I have to give you a good deal first. Come here to find trouble. A moment later your so-called bottom card and killer mace. If it doesn't work for me, you probably want to leave from here today. You can only let the hospital's doctors use a stretcher to carry you. The moment Qian Danning chose to bring someone inside the Shennongjia base to find trouble with Lin Qiu, Lin Qiu had already announced to Qian Danning the result of Qian Danning lying inside the hospital for the next few days. You wait. Qian Danning took a few steps backward. He was really afraid that Lin Qiu would beat him up. He had already seen Lin Qiu's hands that day. If Lin Qiu really beat him up, he probably wouldn't have much of a chance to resist. Big brother Zhao. This guy wants to rebel. He knocked out all the people under your hand. Qian Danning's eyes stared at Lin Qiu with a deadly stare, and his footsteps retreated backward one step at a time. Only when he had retreated to the side of the car, confirming that Lin Qiu would not make a move against him for the time being, did Qian Danning anxiously knock on the car glass. The first time he rolled down the window inside the car, he reported the situation outside to Zhao Wuji inside the car. The expression on his face, not to mention how anxious he was. The reason why Qian Danning was so anxious was because Lin Qiu at the back hadn't made any moves just now, but was now walking towards him step by step. He knew that if he stayed outside the car and Zhao Wuji in the car didn't come down to solve this matter, today he would have to wait for the hospital doctors to come and carry him away from here as Lin Qiu had said. And if Lin Qiu really do something to him, surely will not be like the front that simple lesson a meal. Today he also brought people over to look for trouble. Lin Qiu must also surely will be their own hard to clean up a meal. As soon as Zhao Danning thought of the scene where he was severely beaten up by Lin Qiu and then carried back to the hospital by the doctors of Yunzhou City, he couldn't help but shiver a little with his legs underneath him. Chapter 76, Qian Danning's 3 requests. Zhao Wuji in the car unconsciously frowned while Zhao Danning's report came into his ears. Sweeping a glance towards the car window, seeing that Lin Qiu was walking leisurely towards this side with a flat face, Zhao Wuji wasn't going to sit on the top of the car either. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers at the driver in front of him, and Zhao Wuji's driver hurriedly ran down from the car and opened the door for Zhao Wuji. Lin Qiu had also walked not far from the Bentley by this time, looking at the man who walked down from the car in a white suit, wearing gold glasses and looking well-mannered. A smile appeared on his face. The man in front of him called Zhao Wuji. Lin Qiu had already seen his information. The only son of the Yunzhou city lord. His usual style was very sinister, belonging to the kind of guy who killed without blood and ate people without spitting out bones. The large and small forces and families in Yunzhou City had been more or less fixed by this person. Zhao Wuji was also a name to be feared inside Yunzhou City. Hands down. You hit my people, how dare you? As soon as Zhao Wuji opened his mouth, he placed a hat on Lin Qiu's head, raising his hand and touching the top of his head. Lin Qiu looked at the white-clothed Zhao Wuji in front of him. People nowadays are really evil. You guys brought people here to beat me up by dozens of people bullying me, an unarmed and weak scholar, and now it's turned into me beating up your people. Dare I say that if you guys hit me today, it's my fault if you hit me back. This hat is a really good one. It fits perfectly, but I don't wear it. Lin Qiu had a disinterested expression on his face and spread his palm. You TMD are still arrogant here. Do you know what this Mr. Zhao is? This Mr. Zhao is the only son of the city lord of Yunzhou City. The great young master of Yunzhou City has met the great young master. You are still so arrogant here. Kid sensible, hurry up and roll over to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you kid will definitely get retribution in this Yunzhou City. And this Yunzhou City will have no place for you from today onwards. Don't think that this Shennongjia base of yours can protect you. As soon as Chen Danning saw that Lin Qiu still dared to retort, he very arrogantly pointed at Zhao Wuji beside him, as if he and Zhao Wuji were the two people who controlled Yunzhou City. It's true that those who have a father look for those who have a big father. Nowadays, this era is an era of spelling father. A pity. It's a pity how my father isn't the Yunzhou City lord, or else I could also speak so arrogantly right now. As soon as Qian Dannen's words fell, Lin Qiu, an envious expression appeared on his face. It's useless to say this. Today this matter. How do you have to give me an explanation? Hit my brother and hit the person I brought here today. If Zhao Wuji doesn't look for you to ask for a statement today, in the future in Yunzhou City, won't everyone want to step on my Zhao Wuji's head? Qian Danning still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhao Wuji raising his hand. Zhao Wuji stared sharply at Lin Qiu in front of him, demanding a statement from Lin Qiu. Sir Zhao, then now the person I also hit. I don't know what Sir Zhao wants an argument. What should I do to make up for the trauma that Sir Zhao has suffered? I know that I beat up Mr. Zhao's little brother. Mr. Zhao has a lot of grief in his heart and even left an unhealable trauma in the side of his heart. So I also want to make it up to Mr. Zhao. You just don't know how to do it. So please mention it to Mr. Zhao. Lin Qiu seemed to be somewhat abashed at this point because he heard the identity of this Zhao Gongzi, and with a pleasing expression on his face, he looked at Zhao Wuji in front of him. However, Zhao Wuji still saw that teasing from Lin Qiu's eyes when Lin Qiu said these words, for this matter to be resolved. It's simple. It all depends on my friend. Brother Qian, what request do you have to make? Zhao Wuji turned his gaze to Qian Danning next to him with a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes seemed to contain other meanings. This look from Zhao Wuji made Qian Danning instantly understand what he meant. Puffing out his chest, taking a step forward, Qian Danning raised his finger and pointed at Lin Qiu and opened his mouth. Kid, give the old man a good listen. In order to make this matter a big deal out of a small matter, nothing too difficult. First of all, you have to make amends and apologize to the old me. Secondly, today I brought over these brothers, all were injured by you. Medical expenses have to you to compensate. Thirdly, I also know, brother, that you also didn't mean to offend and don't want to go against us. The reason why this situation has occurred is entirely because of those two chicks behind you. So these two chicks we have to bring back and interrogate them properly at the enforcers in Yunzhou City. Let's see what kind of thoughts they really had when they stirred up trouble for no reason. We'll send them back after the interrogation. Chen Danning in front of Lin Qiu moved his finger away from Lin Qiu's face and eventually pointed in the direction of Su Qingming and Xiao Miaomia to bring out his demands. After mentioning these demands, Chen Danning glanced towards Zhao Wuji's face at the back, and when he saw the approving expression on Zhao Wuji's face, Chen Danning knew that his demands had been mentioned in Zhao Wuji's heart. Having known Zhao Wuji for so long, Chen Danning's understanding of Zhao Wuji could be said to be that as soon as Zhao Wuji's but lifted the money, Danning knew what Zhao Wuji was farting about. What kind of person was Zhao Wuji? Zhao Wuji is a man of no profit. He can come with himself on this trip solely because he is the son of the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Yunzhou City, and he hasn't made a lot of offerings to Zhao Wuji on weekdays. And Zhao Wuji came over today certainly did not mean to return empty-handed. Not to mention that he gave Zhao Wuji said here are two excellent chicks. Zhao Wuji in addition to these, certainly the money side will not return empty-handed. That's why there were these three requests from Chen Danning. Of Qian Danning's three demands, only Lin Qiu apologizing to him was for himself. The remaining two demands were each for Zhao Wuji. No problem at all. It's just that I don't know how much the medical expenses will probably cost. I'm a small forest ranger with a salary of only $3,000 a month. I don't know if I can afford to pay it or not. Qian Danning's three requirements. Lin Qiu had a hesitant expression on his face after hearing it besides a smile. As if these three requirements he could both fulfill and have his own difficulties. 10 million. So many brothers, every one of them has been seriously injured. In addition to the medical expenses and nutritional expenses, there must also be a mental damage fee. A total of 10 million charged you. But not too much, right? Qian Danning then Lin Qiu's question. Just said it then raised his finger. Couldn't wait to propose the amount of medical expenses to Lin Qiu. Chapter 77, Can you wait 300 years? My gosh, it's going to be $10 million? My monthly salary is only 3,000. I can save 36,000 a year without eating or drinking. 10 years is 360,000. 100 years is 6 million. If you want to save enough for $10 million, you have to live for 300 years. Lin Qiu raised his own palm and counted with his fingers the time it would take for him to pay 10 million. There's no problem with 10 million. Can you guys wait for me to live for 300 years first before I give you 10 million? After determining the time and money, Lin Qiu raised his head and looked at the Qian Danning in front of him with an inquiry in his eyes. Lin Qiu had a very innocent and pitiful expression on his face as he said these words. A look of an ordinary little commoner being oppressed by the bourgeoisie. However, beside Lin Qiu, the two people, Xia Miaomio and Su Qingming, covered their mouths and began to snicker. 300 years? Are you kidding me? UTMD can live for 300 years? Qian Danning widened his own eyes and cursed directly at Lin Qiu at the same time Lin Qiu said this time of 300 years. You want so much money. That's my financial strength. If you can wait, then I can't do anything if you can't. Helplessly spreading his hands, Lin Qiu had an indifferent look on his face. Lin Qiu's indifferent attitude made Qian Danning very unhappy, but he couldn't do anything about Lin Qiu, so he could only turn around and look in Zhao Wuji's direction for help. Don't worry, I'll just take care of this matter. Brother Qian, just stay in the back for a while. Zhao Wuji raised his hand and patted Qian Danning's shoulder twice, giving him an expression of you don't worry, before taking a step towards Lin Qiu himself. I've heard that you have good hands, and I happen to have studied taekwondo for a few more years, and I think I'm pretty good. After all, I haven't lost a single match since I started studying until now. That's why I want to spar with you. You don't need to hold back because of my status. I won't use my status as the son of the city lord to oppress you no matter what harm I suffer from you today. An opponent can be much harder to find than a confidant. Raising his head and staring into Lin Qiu's eyes, Zhao Wuji had a smile on his face. Lin Qiu issued a challenge, and also relieved Lin Qiu that he didn't have to take into account his identity. A few words were said with full sincerity, half of which didn't have the stance of a city lord's son. More than that, it looks as if he really wants to spar with Lin Qiu in general. However, when a discerning person listened to Zhao Wuji's tone, where could he not hear that Zhao Wuji was telling Lin Qiu to be careful when he struck out in a while, and not to forget his identity? When ordinary people heard these words, it was estimated that 9 times out of 10 when Zhao Wuji struck out, he would not fight back, letting Zhao Wuji beat him up, and the matter would just go away. But Lin Qiu was clearly not an ordinary person. Taking a step backward, he raised his own index finger and hooked it at Zhao Wuji, with the meaning of you let your horse come over. This brother, then I'm here. Lin Qiu's gesture caused Zhao Wuji to be stimulated, taking a step backward, lifting his own foot, and also giving Lin Qiu a seemingly kind reminder. However, before the words fell, his right foot had already lifted up and kicked directly towards Lin Qiu's head. Taekwondo? Just this? Raising his left hand and lightly blocking this kick from Zhao Wuji, Lin Qiu looked into this Wuji's face with a disappointed expression. It's not over yet. Zhao Wuji's right foot had just been placed down, and his entire body flew up in the air with his left foot, once again pumping it towards Lin Qiu's head. But the same plot happened once again, and even this time Lin Qiu blocked it even more easily. With the palm of his right hand raised to directly grip Zhao Wuji's left foot, Lin Qiu glanced at Zhao Wuji, who suddenly showed a terrified expression in the air, and with a fierce force in his hand, Zhao Wuji was directly thrown out casually by Lin Qiu, and smashed heavily on the ground. Not having tasted a single defeat, then today you must be made to feel the taste of defeat for life to be complete, without having been defeated. Your kung fu will not continue to grow. Today I have done you a big favor. No need to be too thankful, I'll just give 10 million. Throwing Zhao Wuji out casually to practice the ball, he patted himself on the back and with a flat face demanded repayment from Zhao Wuji in the distance. Zhao Wuji, who was lying on the ground, his body unconsciously began to shake at this moment. He was Zhao Wuji, the son of the Yunzhou city lord. He had never suffered such a great grievance. No one had ever dared to treat him like this, but at this moment he was thrown out by Lin Qiu. When had he ever suffered such a great grievance? When had he ever been humiliated like this? Zhao Wuji shouted under his breath. His entire body directly climbed up from the ground. His eyes reddened as he once again rushed over in Lin Qiu's direction. Why are you still in a hurry? This kind of thing like a body hand doesn't work is not working. It's not like you're powerful just because you shout loudly. You're not very good at this. You still need to practice for 2 more years. You're rushing over now. besides looking for a beating yourself. I really can't figure out what other purpose you have. Kid listen to my advice. Hurry back, you can't grasp the wonders of Taekwondo. Zhao Wuji's reaction seemed to scare Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu took a step backward, then ran over to Zhao Wuji in the distance and persuaded him bitterly. It was fine if Lin Qiu didn't speak. As soon as Lin Qiu spoke, Zhao Wuji seemed to become even more frantic, and with a strange shriek coming out of the side of his mouth, he directly slammed his fist towards Lin Qiu's face. Zhao Wuji's punch did not have any routine, did not have any rules and regulations, just like the street children, two shrews in the street scolding the street at the beginning of a fight. Lin Qiu, facing this kind of Zhao Wuji, didn't even need to be vigilant or pay more attention and directly lifted his foot, sending Zhao Wuji flying out with a kick. The same parabola, same position. Zhao Wuji once again landed on the top of the position where he was just thrown out by Lin Qiu. Nice! Zhao Wuji landed on the top of this position. Lin Qiu seemed to have done something extraordinary, clenching his own fists, suddenly squatting down a bit. His tone sounded as if he was happy. Why are you so happy? You're not just defeating a second-generation ancestor who doesn't seem to have any fighting ability. Look at you, as if you've defeated the world's #1 martial arts master. Xiao Miaomia would always come out very promptly and tear down Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu swept a glance at Xiao Miaomia next to her and then proudly raised her head. What do you know? I'm so happy. It's entirely because the force of my kick was grasped perfectly. Look at where he's falling right now. Isn't it the same position he landed in when I threw him just now? Chapter 78, you can't grasp it. If you look at his position on the ground at this moment, the palm prints and other positions, aren't they all almost exactly the same as the position just now? But it's still a bit of a pity that his left leg didn't land on top of that print just now. But next time I'll be a bit faster and make 2 more kicks. This way I'll be able to adjust his application in the air to the point that when it falls it will fit perfectly with the previous imprint. After taking 2 more glances at where Zhao Wuji fell, Lin Qiu discovered the imperfections of what he had done from it. His tone suddenly turned a bit regretful, but as if he was cheering himself up, he clenched his own fists. You say you this person, how so damaging it? Kicked people out, not to mention also when the last time the same position. You are not hurtful, insulting, extremely strong. Xiao Miaomia naturally knew what Lin Qiu meant and directly followed Lin Qiu's subtext in this sentence. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. I'm going to get you killed today. Zhao Wuji crawled up from the ground once again at this time. His clothes were covered in dust, his white suit was stained with yellow dirt, and his face and hair were also stained with dirt. At this time, he was like a madman. His eyes were red, and his palms waved a few times in the sky, looking like he wanted to tear Lin Qiu alive. Is this practicing Taekwondo and going crazy? This reaction of Zhao Wuji caused Lin Qiu to unconsciously take a step backward, both like he was talking to himself and asking the person beside him. Mr. Zhao, are you alright? The scene in front of him made Qian Denong realize that things were a bit bad, and immediately ran to Zhao Wuji's side with a flutter, sizing up Zhao Wuji's body and attentively starting to clean up the dust that stood on Zhao Wuji's body. Scram! Originally, he was still carefully patting the dust on Zhao Wuji's body, when suddenly Qian Danong only felt a huge force coming from beside his body. When he was pushed by this force and flew in mid-air, he saw Zhao Wuji's right foot that was slowly lowered. If you're capable today, I'm not done with you on this matter, we'll come back. Today I'll let you know how powerful I am. Zhao Wuji once again pulled back, with the appearance of never stopping until he defeated Lin Qiu. Kid all told you Taekwondo, this one of the doorway you can't grasp. You put your hand down. Stop practicing Taekwondo. Let me come, I'll practice Taekwondo. Lin Qiu put out a righteous look, as if Taekwondo was a very scary thing and was not willing to let Zhao Wuji take it on, but rather he would take it on. Die. Zhao Wuji's body once again rushed over this way, but at this time, he was in a very weird position, because one of Zhao Wuji's palms had been placed behind his back until he was about to appear in front of Lin Qiu, when the hand that Zhao Wuji had been hiding behind his back was suddenly brought out. A blackened hole was aimed at Lin Qiu from this Wuji's hand. Lin Qiu, be careful. There was a gun. The 2 people who were closest, Xiao Miaomia and Su Qingming, saw this blackened hole and reacted at the same time to what exactly this object was. Today you must die. No one can save you today. Dare to hit me. I, Zhao Wuji. Since I was a child, no one has dared to touch a single hair on my head. You actually dare to hit me. Aiming the pistol in his own hand in Lin Qiu's direction, the voice from Zhao Wuji's mouth had become extremely hideous. Bang! A loud ringing sound instantly echoed in the outer edge of the Shennongjia base in the proximity of the children. At this time, a burst of wings came from above the forest. The sound of waving countless birds flew from the trees towards the sky. However, the hideous expression on Zhao Wuji's face was just about to ease, but he realized that this shot of his was actually dodged by Lin Qiu. To actually be able to dodge it, then let me see just how well you can dodge it. Along with the voice from his mouth, came Zhao Wuji's finger, frantically knocking on the trigger as 5 consecutive bullets flew out from the muzzle. However, the bullets seemed to be forever one step slower than Lin Qiu. each time hitting the position Lin Qiu had just moved away from. And there was also a bullet that hit the Bentley behind him. Die! Die for me! You're not dead yet! Zhao Wuji had squeezed into the pistol in his frantic hands, clearly out of bullets, yet he was still there desperately pulling the trigger. Hey man, brother, wake up, you're out of bullets. The feeling from his shoulder and the voice that appeared in his ears instantly restored a trace of clarity to Zhao Wuji from the midst of his madness. By the time he twisted his head, Lin Qiu's face had appeared behind him, and along with that face there was an ever-enlarging fist. Having a gun is marvelous. Arrogant with a gun. Still dare to scare me with a gun. 3 consecutive punches slammed into Zhao Wuji's face, and while Lin Qiu was slamming the 3 punches, he also interspersed a voice after each punch. What kind of taekwondo do you learn? What is the use of taekwondo? But you are still defeated in the hands of my farmer's 3 punches. The 3 punches directly smashed Zhao Wuji. The pistol in his hand was unconsciously loosened. At the same time, Lin Qiu looked at the fist in his hand with a satisfied expression on his face, and also incidentally gave Zhao Wuji a sales pitch for these 3 punches of his. This time Zhao Wuji completely recognized the gap between himself and Lin Qiu, and took another look at Qian Danning, who was lying on the ground. The whole person turned back while staggering and ran to his Bentley next to him. You wait, this matter is not over between the two of us. Throwing down these words, Zhao Wuji hurriedly waved at the driver next to him, who had already been stunned. The driver, also panicked, sat inside the car and was ready to start the car. Zhao Gongzi, don't go. Zhao Gongzi, still have me. I haven't gotten into the car yet. Don't leave me here. Qian Danning heard the rattling sound coming from the Bentley. The car, panicked, climbed up from the ground, while running towards the side of the car, while shouting from his mouth, just let them go? Lin Qiu didn't have the slightest idea of stopping the two from escaping, but quietly looked in the direction of the Bentley. Xiaomyomia couldn't help but ask Lin Qiu her doubts when she saw Lin Qiu's unresponsive appearance. Don't let them run. It's hard not to arrest them both and lock them up in our place. Don't they need to eat? Could it be that the two of them don't waste food? Will you give them both food, or will you give them both drink? Or are you willing to give up your room for the two of them to stay here for the time being, so that after a while, when you feel your hands are ready, it will be more convenient to challenge me? Xiaomyomya's words directly attracted a big blank stare from Lin Qiu. Chapter 79, The Man Who Visited. Is that what I meant? I meant to pack the two of them up hard and not let the two of them escape like that. Who told you that I'm going to leave them here? Xiaomyomya was furious as she stomped her feet while accusing Lin Qiu. Alright, leaving them here will lead to countless troubles. Let them go back. I think they should have already grown a memory as well. Waving his hand and turning around, Lin Qiu walked over in the direction of Huang Tao's group. Head Huang, I've troubled you all with today's matter. There's nothing more to do now, so everyone hurry back. Everyone, I've troubled you all today. Saying a thank you to the crowd, Lin Qiu's gaze gratefully looked around at everyone. What are you saying, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin in our base. That's a treasured figure in the base. You usually don't help us much, and we didn't do anything. As Lin Qiu's words fell, someone at the back suddenly shouted, ha ha, I can't afford this title. Lin Qiu was a little embarrassed by the compliment himself and scratched the back of his head. Soon the crowd outside had all dispersed. Lin Qiu glanced at Xiaomyomya and Su Qingming at the back, nodded at the two of them and took a step back towards the base. At this time, the Bentley that escaped from the Shennongjia base rushed towards the direction of Yunzhou City at an extremely fast speed, and halfway there, it nearly collided with a Porsche. But when such an accident happened, the Bentley didn't even stop and directly fled from the side. What's wrong with this people now? Why is driving like this? After nearly knocking someone over, they actually fled like this without even saying hello. A woman in the car saw such a situation and couldn't help but say this. Mr. Lu, these people rely on their own. A little bit of money has long been unself-conscious. You see, that car also means that the people in the car is bound to be extraordinary. Since they're like this, we don't have anything to say. Didn't you make this trip over to find Mr. Lin? It's better not to cause trouble. The driver at the front driving the car had an explanatory voice coming from the front row as the woman in the back row finished speaking. I wonder how Grandpa Qin is doing. Will he meet this crazy guy? The woman addressed as General Manager Lu looked towards the back for a few moments, a worried expression on her face, and after some hesitation she pulled out her own cell phone and dialed the phone number. Grandpa Qin, have you encountered a crazy Bentley in the back, driving very fast? The woman's worried expression didn't dissipate, and the voice of the person inquiring into the phone was somewhat eager. I encountered that car, but nothing happened. We still have a little time before we arrive. Don't care about them. This matter I will arrange for someone to check next. In the end, what kind of person is crazy racing on this road? The tone of this Grandpa Qin on the phone wasn't very good either, but they all understood that there were still important things to do right now, so they all ignored this black Bentley. And sitting inside this Bentley was none other than Zhao Wuji Qian Danning. The two of them, they had already been scared out of their wits by Lin Qiu and didn't dare to stay in this part of the area near the Shennongjia base at all. Okay, Grandpa Qin. Retracting her gaze, the woman responded to the person on the phone before moving the phone away and gently hanging up. What kind of person is Mr. Lin? With a thoughtful expression on her face, the woman quietly leaned back on the top of the chair in the back row. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Shennongjia base, and the woman on top of the car walked down from the car. Standing at the entrance of the Shennongjia base, raising her hand and pressing the doorbell on the base's gate. Due to the situation of Zhao Wuji and Shen Daneng, the people in the Shennongjia base were still a little nervous. Hearing the doorbell ringing, the security guard of the Shennongjia base walked to the back of the gate, looked outside for a couple of moments, and realized that it was a woman before he let out a long breath, opened the gate, and walked out from the inside. Miss, who are you looking for? The security guard looked up and down at the woman. Seeing that the clothes on this woman were each worth a lot of money, and the expression on his face looked a lot more respectful. I came here to visit Mr. Lin Qiu. Mr. Lin. The woman faced the security guard's inquiry, and was also very polite as she pulled out her business card and handed it over to the security guard's hand. Miss Liu. Mr. Lin should be in his own house at this moment, but I have to give Mr. Lin a notice first, otherwise Mr. Lin's side probably won't see you. Reading clearly from the business card, the woman's name, the security guard pointed to the security booth behind himself, turned around and walked in towards the inside of the security booth. Lin Qiu, phone call. Having just returned to the side of the house, and not having rested for long, Xia Miaomia's voice rang out from the outside of the room again, and Lin Qiu sighed helplessly and walked out of the house. Looking at the landline phone that Xia Miaomia was holding in her hand, you walked over and picked it up and placed it in your ear. Mr. Lin, there's a young lady outside by the name of Liu, saying she's looking for you. Do you think I should let her in or stop her here? The security guard's voice came out from inside the phone. Hearing Lin Qiu froze. Miss Liu, I don't know any girl named Liu. You let him in first. Let him come to where I live. I'll see what kind of person it is. Lin Qiu thought for a while and realized that he didn't know anyone with the surname Liu. But Lin Qiu still asked the security guard to let this person in and see for himself. Alright Mr. Lin, I will arrange for someone to bring this Miss Liu in now. Hanging up the phone, the security guard then walked out from the side of his security booth and nodded to this Miss Liu in front of him. Just at this time, a Volkswagen's car stopped at the back, followed by an old man walking out from the inside. The old man walked out from inside the car and stood beside this Miss Liu, and even smiled at the security guard in front of him. Are the two of you together? The security guard, who had already let this woman in, saw the appearance of this old man and twisted his head to look in the woman's direction. We're together. We're just not sitting in a car. Did the security guard brother Mr. Lin give you a response? Can we go in? The woman nodded at the security guard in confirmation, her gaze tinged with doubt. Mr. Lin, this side you have given me a response that you can be let in. Now I will let someone take you in. Xiao Wu Xiao Zhou, the two of you take this young lady and the old man inside Mr. Lin's residence. Mr. Lin is already waiting there. Chapter 80, Greetings to Mr. Lin. Accompanying the guard's words, two other younger guards walked out from amongst the security guard's booth, smiling and nodding at the woman and the old man. Standing behind the two security guards, the old man had a smile on his face, while the woman's eyes were filled with curiosity, itching to observe and survey every part of the Shennongjia base in detail. This is Mr. Lin's residence, old man, young lady, the two of us will take our leave first. Bringing the two of them to Lin Qiu's residence, the two security guards outside said a very polite goodbye to the two of them, turned around, and left through the outside of Lin Qiu's residence. This is Mr. Lin's residence. Well, it looks plain and ordinary. There's nothing rare about it. Grandpa Qin, is Mr. Lin really that powerful? Until this time appeared in the front of the house. The woman or some do not believe that all this, really just Lin Qiu a person to do their own company back from the dead such a thing. Although this matter is hard to believe, it was just so easy for him. He was just so simple. All of this is the work of Mr. Lin alone. It was Mr. Lin who came up with that proposal that brought your company back from the brink of bankruptcy. You've seen the program yourself. He did come from one person. This old man surnamed Qin. If you just come out right now, he can draw out at a glance that this old man surnamed Qin is none other than Qin Su. And the woman standing across from Qin Su who had issued the question was none other than the granddaughter of Qin Su's friend, and was also the current owner of the tech company on the verge of bankruptcy that Lin Qiu had brought up the production program for at the time. So that's how it is, Grandpa Qin. Then okay, I know. I'll go knock on the door. Once again getting a definite answer from Qin Su, the woman then nodded her head and took a step towards the door of Lin Qiu's residence in the front. Ding dong, accompanied by two crisp ringing sounds. In the room, recalling Lin Qiu stood up and walked to the doorway. Putting his hand on the door handle, The door of the room that was pulled open as soon as he pulled it open revealed the tense face of one of the women in the outside child. "Who are you looking for?" Seeing that it was a woman outside, Lin Qiu furrowed his own brows and questioned the woman in front of him. Just now he had heard the security guard informing him that there was a woman who wanted to see him. Lin Qiu had thought to see if he could recognize before making a decision. But now he found out that he had never seen such a woman before, so Lin Qiu spoke in a somewhat less than favorable manner. "Hello, this gentleman. I've come to visit Mr. Lin Qiu Lin. I wonder if you could help inform me." Lin Qiu's question made the woman in front of him a little nervous. Stoned and looking up at Lin Qiu's face. "What is it that you are looking for, Mr. Lin? Just say inform me directly." Mr. Lin is resting. Lin Qiu straightened his waist, put his hand on the top of his chin, and pretended to be serious as he began to tease this woman in front of him, because Lin Qiu saw Qin Su's figure from a distance, and probably knew what kind of person the woman in front of him was. "This gentleman is really sorry. I came here today to thank Mr. Qin for helping my company and bringing it back from the dead. I don't have any other thoughts or other meanings, so I'd also like to ask you, sir, to help me hurry up and inform me, and you have to help me convey to Mr. Lin that my grandfather is waiting for him outside right now. My grandfather's surname is Qin. As long as you tell Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin will know by himself." Lin Qiu's attitude was not good, but this woman's attitude did make Lin Qiu unexpectedly polite. After Lin Qiu rejected his offer and insisted on his own ideas, words fell. The woman still explained a lot to Lin Qiu, and even moved Qin Su out. "Alright, I won't tease you either. I'm Lin Qiu, what's the matter, come in and say it." Lin Qiu knew that jokes should be kept in moderation, and with a helpless sigh, he gave way to his body and made a gesture of invitation. "Sir, don't joke with me. I'm really waiting to pay my respects to Mr. Lin, so I'd also like to ask you, sir, to help convey that I'm waiting to meet him." Unexpectedly, after Lin Qiu had done his self-introduction and the gesture of please, instead of making the woman believe in his identity, the woman did not have the slightest interest in her true identity, but instead wanted to meet the person he was talking about himself. "I'm Lin Qiu. I'm the one you're looking for, Mr. Lin, the real deal at a good price." How could Lin Qiu not think that he would one day be the one to explain these words to someone else in order to prove himself? It was Lin Qiu. "This gentleman, if you continue to look like this, then I'm going to get angry. Although I'm a person who looks better to talk to, it doesn't mean that I can be casually bullied by you. I really came to find Mr. Lin for something important. I want to thank Mr. Lin him face to face. If you continue to pester me like this, I think that when Mr. Lin learns about these things, he will definitely be rude to you as well. So I still hope that you will hurry up and relay this matter for me." The woman's face finally rose a hint of sulking at this moment, with the air of Lin Qiu not being done with Lin Qiu if he didn't let go. Fine. I'll go and inform you now. Lady, don't be angry. Don't be angry. This way please." With this situation, Lin Qiu no longer dared to continue teasing this woman, stepping aside and turning around to take 2 steps inside, rushing towards the woman to make a please gesture once again. At this time, Xia Miaomio and Su Qingming, who were sitting on the sofa, had their gazes converging in the direction of the doorway at the same time that the commotion at the doorway reached their ears. Seeing Lin Qiu's innocent face as he took a few steps backward and made a gesture of invitation, both of them covered their mouths and laughed softly. The woman did not walk in towards the inside after Lin Qiu made the please gesture. Instead, she looked behind herself, and it was only after Qin Su took a step closer to the side that the woman let out a long breath, greatly dropping the look of wariness. When he turned his head again and saw that Lin Qiu was still standing in place, not informing for him, the expression on the woman's face flickered once more. This time even vaguely some of them could not hold down their anger, and opened their mouths to Lin Qiu. "This sir, I don't need you to entertain me. What I need is to see Mr. Lin, so please also rush to inform Mr. Lin. As for here I can wait for Mr. Lin to come out." The woman's words were clearly urging the Lin Qiu in front of her to go in and inform him for him. Lin Qiu was indeed in a difficult position at this time as well, as he didn't know exactly how he should go in and inform, in order to make this woman in front of him fulfill her purpose and allow him to hand himself over. "Mr. Lin, don't come back." Well, finally at this time, Qin Su's voice came into Lin Qiu's ears. Chapter 81, Qin Su, Elder Qin. When this voice entered Lin Qiu's ears, Lin Qiu had also noticed the impatience in the eyes of the woman in front of him, looking like she would explode at any moment. However, when Qin Su's voice rang out, all the helplessness in the woman's eyes dissipated in an instant, and was replaced by a look of hope and curiosity as she looked behind Lin Qiu's back and to the left and right. Only after realizing that there was no one, did she look back to Qin Su, who had just walked over from the back. In confusion, under the woman's gaze, Qin Su stood beside the woman, a smile on his face as he nodded at Lin Qiu in front of him. "Elder Qin personally made a trip today. It's really flattering to the kid. From the last time we parted, Elder Qin's spirit looks even better. Lin Qiu ignored the dismayed expression of the woman next to him at this moment, and instead focused all of his attention on Qin Su. Mr. Lin is polite. Old man, I'm already half buried in the yellow earth. What this mental state looks like, I myself know very well, but it's also considered to be borrowing Mr. Lin's auspicious words. Let's see if the old man's body can hold out for a few more years. When all the children and grandchildren in the family are all able to stand on their own, the old man I'll be spreading my hands and riding a crane to the west. Qin Su removed his gaze from Lin Qiu's body and stopped on the woman's body, intentionally or unintentionally speaking, as if he was hoping that Lin Qiu could help this woman next to him. Elder Qin, also don't just focus on the two of us talking. Won't Elder Qin introduce this one next to him? Qin Su's subtext wasn't that hard to figure out, and Lin Qiu also happened to follow this and looked at the woman next to him. The woman. At this moment, when this voice of Lin Qiu's came into his ears and his eyes converged on himself, his entire face turned red and he could not wait to find a rock to dig a hole to burrow into and hide himself. How he did not put in front of this handsome-looking man in his early 20s and Qin Su in the mouth of that Mr. Lin to converge together. Originally, he thought that the man in front of him would most likely be the disciple of Mr. Lin in Qin Su's mouth, but the reality had ruthlessly taught her a lesson. The guy in front of him who didn't look like Mr. Lin was actually the Mr. Lin in his mouth. This is the orphan left behind by that friend of mine that I mentioned to you last time, Mr. Lin, Lu Shueching. Mr. Lin's last proposal was also made for his company. Little Snow, don't greet Mr. Lin yet. Qin Su didn't know what was said between the two just now, but at this moment, he introduced Lu Shueching to Lin Qiu again and urged Lu Shueching to greet him, completely failing to see Lu Shueching's lowered head as well as the expression on her face that had already turned red. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin, I am Lu Shueching. Very happy to meet you. Thinking about how she had just treated Lin Qiu's clothes nonchalantly and her pushy stance, Lu Shueching knew that she had really disgraced herself today. No, she didn't blame herself too much. Instead, she raised her head somewhat grudgingly and looked at Lin Qiu in front of her, as if all the blame was all on Lin Qiu's shoulders. Very happy to see you. Don't stand here. Come in and sit down better. I have two other guests here. I'll introduce them to you. Just now, he did not invite Lu Shueching in to sit. At this time, Qin Su was here. Lu Shueching could not sit, but Qin Su had to come in and sit. Mr. Lin, is this still a friend here? If there's a friend here, we won't continue to bother Mr. Lin, or just get busy with your own things first. As soon as Lu Shueching heard that there were other people inside, the expression on his face became even more awkward. How could he allow himself to make a fool of himself in front of Lin Qiu? Next, to make another fool of himself in front of Lin Qiu's friends who had heard the commotion just now. He immediately grabbed onto the words that Lin Qiu had said and prepared to beat a retreat from here and leave. It's fine. These two friends of mine, there's no relation. Come in. And Qin Lao, the two of us, but the last time we hurriedly parted, have not properly sat down to eat a meal and drink a cup of tea together. Today you have to show me the face to stay here with me for a while longer. At Lu Shueching's reaction, Lin Qiu just smiled lightly and extended another invitation to her, then turned his head in Qin Su's direction and extended an invitation to Qin Su as well. Just as Mr. Lin said, Qin Su didn't see the side that kept giving him a wink. Lu Shueching went into Lin Qiu's house on her own and saw Xia Miao Miao and Su Qingming sitting on the edge of the sofa and nodded at the two of them. Qin Su had already gone in. Lu Shueching could only sit on the sofa and nodded to Xia Miao Miao and Su Qingming. Let me introduce you all. This is Xia Miao Miao, and this is Xia Miao Miao's best friend Su Qingming. Lin Qiu did not take a seat, but stood beside Xia Miao Miao and Su Qingming, showing to Qin Su and Lu Shueching, introducing the two. After the four nodded to each other, Lin Qiu walked over to Qin Su and Lu Shueching again. This is Ms. Lu Shueching, the CEO of Yunzhou City Qingxue Technology Company. This is Qin Su, Elder Qin. Lin Qiu placed his hand on the other side and introduced Qin Su and Lu Shueching to both Su Qingming and Xia Miao Miao again. Xia Miao Miao didn't have much of a reaction to Lin Qiu's introduction, grinning heartlessly at Su Qingming, but suddenly widened her own eyes. Lin Qiu, what did you just say this old Mr. Qin's name was? Su Qingming froze for a moment, immediately reacting, looking into Lin Qiu's face with an excited expression. Qin Su, old Mr. Qin. Lin Qiu was not surprised by Su Qingming's reaction, but instead faintly introduced himself again to Su Qingming. The smile on Qin Su's face was a bit awkward in the face of such a reaction, and he nodded at Su Qingming. Elder Qin, I'm really sorry, please forgive my rudeness, but I didn't expect to actually see Elder Qin here. The smile on Qin Su's face caused Su Qingming to directly stand up and bow to Qin Su. It's fine, it's fine. Where's all the red tape? Come here, are ordinary friends. Mr. Lin and I are friends from years past. You don't need to be so serious. Just take it easy. Rushing to stand up and help Su Qingming up, The aforementioned shook his head at Su Qingming with a smile on his face, stating that Su Qingming needn't be like this. No no no, Elder Qin, you are our national treasure scientific academician. I'm a current graduate student, and likewise as a young researcher, I have to hold a minimum of respect for my seniors. Chapter 82, Why is the vacation so long? This reaction of Su Qingming's looked at the eyes of Xia Miaomia, who froze at the side. He did not expect Su Qingming to actually react so drastically, and this old man in front of him didn't look like any dignitary. Instead he looked like an ordinary neighborhood old man. But even if Xia Miaomia usually didn't care about these things anymore, a national treasure scientific academician, he could still know what kind of conceptual identity this was. Alright, all of you just don't be polite here. Sit down first, I'm going to rush it so that Head Huan can arrange for some food to be sent over, and then we're going to have a good chat here. Elder Qin is also a long-sleeved researcher at the Shennongjia base, but he hasn't been inside the base for a while, so you guys didn't get to meet up. Su Qingming and Qin Su were polite back and forth here, making Lin Qiu on the side a bit helpless. In order for the two to not continue to be embarrassed here, Lin Qiu spoke out and interrupted the two's politeness. Being interrupted by Lin Qiu, Su Qingming only then sat down in her own seat. Qin Su rejoined her own position. Qingming. Su Qingming returned to her own position on the side of Xia Miaomia, elbowed Su Qingming, and then clicked on her cell phone screen. Xia Miaomia's meaning of this action is very simple, is to let Su Qingming take a look at her cell phone. Su Qingming nodded, turned her head and looked again. Next to Qin Su smiled and nodded once again, which pulled out his cell phone. Lowering her head and glancing at it, a line of text appeared on top of Su Qingming's message at that moment. What is this rather amiable-looking old man next to you? Why are you so polite to him? And just now you said he was some kind of academician? Xia Miaomia had already been curious about Qin Su's identity for a long time, and as soon as this Su Qingming returned, Xia Miaomia immediately asked this doubt to Su Qingming. Turning her head to look at Xia Miaomia, Su Qingming lowered her head and began to tap her fingers on the screen of her cell phone. After a short while, a string of text appeared on Xia Miaomia's cell phone screen after a slight beep. You shouldn't ask me this question. Instead you should search for it. All you need to do is to type the name of this Qin elder that I just uttered on your browser. The word Qin Su. I'm sure you'll see a more detailed description than what I've presented to you. After you read it you'll know why I was such a picture of reflection just now. Faced with such an answer, Xia Miaomia raised her head in doubt and stared at Su Qingming. Sensing Xia Miaomia's gaze, Su Qingming nodded her head gently at Xia Miaomia, as if confirming this meaning of hers. In the face of such Su Qingming, Xia Miaomia could only open her browser, and then entered the word Qin Su onto the screen of her cell phone. When the web page finished loading, a large string of text appeared in front of Xia Miaomia. This large string of text directly let Xia Miaomia stared at their eyes, also looked at the old man sitting not far away from their opposite side of that, and goodwill and cell phone above the photo carefully compared to some. After confirming that this is a person, only then did she endure the shock in her heart and continue to read on. Qin Su, first-class academician of the National Academy of Sciences, one of the main leaders of the Shennongjia research base, author of 145 forestry academic articles, won awards. These are still the front of the content at a glance. After the countless honors, as well as Xia Miaomia have not even heard of some of the competition awards and biography. Xia Miaomia looked at some reaction, closed his cell phone, sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Xia Miaomia's next reaction and Su Qingming about the same. The eyes have been in the body of Qin Su back and forth, inadvertently crossed. Qin, old man, you come back this time, just I still have things to ask you. Last time you were in the New Year's call specially told me, said this side of the forest out of some problems, and after I came back and observed in the forest, I found out that there was no big problem, just some minor problems, which I have dealt with. Can Elder Qin tell me what exactly is going on now? I came back and forgot all about this matter. Seeing you today, this made me think of it. There is also two phases of the scientific research project, said that there are also some problems. Xin La, you have not been in the base this recent period of time. This thing I also did not discuss with you properly. Today just happened to meet together. We'll be the first of these things to discuss a number of things. Lin Qiu called for Huang Tao and discussed the food and tea matters and sat down. Only then did he look in Qin Su's direction with a serious face. Mr. Lin, if you don't talk about these things, this old bone of mine will also forget about these things. Mr. Lin, things are like this. Recently our Shennongjia base, far away from Yunzhou city's area, has seen some special circumstances. The trees planted on the 10,000 acres of good land there all appeared to be more or less dead, and the deaths were like a plague that was constantly expanding to appear on other trees. And after checking a few times, we found that there was no way to find out what caused this situation, so we could only call Mr. Lin Yu for help. But before you could rush back, the problems in the critical area suddenly disappeared again. We didn't talk to you again about this matter, Mr. Lin. And as for the research of the secondary project, it's also true that there were some dilemmas, but everyone hasn't come back to work in this recent period of time. Wait until everyone has returned to work. Then we'll have a good discussion about this phase 2 research. After all, this research project is being done by several people, and the part I'm responsible for doesn't cover the whole issue. Qin very politely answered Lin Qiu's 2 questions to the Lin Qiu in front of him. Lin Qiu, what kind of classes are you guys working here? One of the New Year's vacations put in has not yet closed. In theory, shouldn't all those who work a few days after the New Year be back at work? Our school is special. The vacation is longer. So forget it. Su Qingming also had an extra extended vacation because she hasn't come back from the research she's been doing at school. But you guys are working. You've been back for a couple of weeks now. So why haven't the rest of your staff here come back to work yet? The words spoken by both Qin Su and Lin Qiu traveled into Xia Miao's ears, and with an even more puzzled expression on her face, Xia Miao looked into Lin Qiu's face. Xia Miao's big nerves, for Qin Su's matter has now been digested more or less. Moreover, this matter will be directly thrown aside. Did not continue to delve into this matter. Chapter 83, Knowledge Changes Destiny. This has just realized that Lin Qiu's vacation was a bit too long, and their attention was immediately focused on this matter. Qin Su was just about to answer Xia Miao's question however, but Lin Qiu grabbed it first. Miss Xia, don't forget, we work here is not as long a vacation as you think. We rangers these miscellaneous ones have not come back early? Look at the base right now. The uncle who sweeps the floor and opens the door to the security guard, me the forest ranger, and some other people who are in charge of things. All of them have already come back. The ones who haven't come back now are some highly advanced talents, such as Elder Qin, and the batch of researchers that Elder Qin brought under his hand have all just not returned to work yet. Their vacation should last until mid-April before they come back to the base, and 2 months later they will enter the next wave of vacation. What does this matter tell us? What this matter tells us is that knowledge changes destiny? Like us who don't have much culture to build hard, we can only come back to work early, while the highly sophisticated researchers enjoy very long vacations, not to mention that all of them are paid vacations, and their wages can be much higher than my 3,000 yuan. Lin Qiu explained to Xia Miao with a heartbreaking look on his face about this vacation system in the Shennongjia base. The expression on Lin Qiu's face made Xia Miao scoff, but Qin Su looked a bit puzzled. He was wondering why Lin Qiu was telling lies on this matter. However, he knew that Lin Qiu was bound to have Lin Qiu's reasons for saying so he was still very sensible and did not tear Lin Qiu down. Next, after the food and tea were delivered over, a group of 5 people sat around the coffee table, gradually getting acquainted and slowly started chatting. The one who talked the least was Lu Shueching, who originally didn't have anyone to talk to because Qin Su was an elder. He had just said some embarrassing words to Lin Qiu, and she wasn't too familiar with Su Qingming and Xia Miao. But soon, under the leadership of the self-taught Xia Miao and Su Chengming, the 3 women came together and chatted away. The food on the table gradually dwindled, and the tea that had been brought over was quickly finished, and when everyone had had enough to eat and the staff came over to put away the plates, Lin Qiu was satisfied and touched the top of his stomach twice. Still at this time, Lu Shueching pulled out a folder from her bag under Qin Su's eye gesture. Mr. Lin, this is the 10% dry shares we promised to give you when you made the proposal for us at that time. Now I'm placing the document on the table. Please also keep it. Mr. Lin, this 10% dry shares document is only this one. Mr. Lin, you only need to sign on it and it will come into effect immediately. And the company side has already prepared your 10% shares for you. Even if you don't sign this document, this 10% shares still belong to you. Handing the document in his hand to Lin Qiu's face, the expression on Lu Shueching's face became serious in an instant. As if on the upper side of talking about work matters, Lu Shueching immediately changed into a different person, and personally came over to send me on a trip. It's really flattering. But this 10% of the shares are also dispensable to me. If Lu's company has any financial problems or turnover during this recent period of time, this 10% of the shares you can completely bring back. Although I said so in the front, but I am also giving Qin Lao a favor. I don't dare to do anything that Qin Lao entrusted me to do badly. Lin Qiu pushed the folder in his hand towards Lu Shueching and gently shook his head, indicating that he didn't care about the 10% shares. Lin Qiu so dirt cheap. 10% of the shares don't want. This 10% of the shares and not let him invest. Do nothing to sit on the 10% dividend. Lin Qiu actually can't even look at it. Isn't he a forest ranger? Lin Qiu's reaction made Su Qingming a bit surprised. Su Qingming came up next to Xia Miao, lying on Xia Miao's ear, and asked this question to Xia Miao. Lin Qiu is not as simple as we think. Originally I also thought that he is a monthly salary of 3,000 forest rangers. Who knows Lin Qiu in Yunzhou City? The sight of the child to me staged a wonderful medical skills. Hard from the Yunzhou city of that ancient martial arts family, the Li family among the wool-gathering tens of millions of dollars. And now that he doesn't know what advice he's given this company, and now that he's obtained 10% of the shares from this company, I'm skeptical that Lin Qiu doesn't have any other industries. Because before all this he continued to wind up commenting on money. At that time the so-called passbook containing public funds that he went back to get had $15 million in it, but after coming here for so long, I didn't see him hand the passbook over. Xiaomiamia thought back to the pilgrimage of Lin Qiu by the people around her during the New Year's Eve, and instead of saying anything to refute it, Lin Qiu had admitted all of this with a bland face. At that time, when Lin Qiu took out a $15 million passbook, she had nothing but disbelief in her heart, and she couldn't believe that Lin Qiu could have so much money. It wasn't until Lin Qiu walked out of Li Qiuxia's house that Xiao Miaomiao realized that Lin Qiu really had the ability to do this. And now this scene had taught Xiao Miaomiao a lesson that Lin Qiu's ability could be more than that. Tens of millions of dollars came and went with ease, and now another 10% of the shares were sent to Lin Qiu, and Lin Qiu actually suggested that he could do without these shares. Mr. Lin, this is something we said before, but also when I was looking for partners and investors, they said to me that no matter how the final scale is, how the benefits are Mr. Lin, there are 10% of the shares. Xin Su looked at the equity transfer book on the top of the coffee table that was returned by Lin Qiu, and once again pushed the equity transfer book in front of Lin Qiu, informing Lin Qiu about this matter with a serious face. Elder Qin. Lin Qiu glanced at the equity transfer book on the table, opened his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by a palm. Mr. Lin, if you don't accept it, I can discount these things into cash and directly hit your account. Although transferring this 10% of shares will cause some shadows on the company, but for the company that has been solidified by you, the impact of this 10% of shares is really insignificant. Xin Su was now temporarily managing the company for Lu Xueqing during the period when Lu Xueqing didn't have full control of the company. And of course, putting that identity aside, Xin Su also had enough status to do this for Lu Xueqing.